Help! Don't kill me! The night was dark as ink. Under the blood moon, a woman covered in blood was desperately running through the forest. Roar! A fierce beast's growl, full of killing intent, came from behind. The woman seemed to hear the voice of a vengeful spirit calling her to death. She was so scared her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Don't come any closer. I don't want to die. You can't kill me. She screamed and tried to crawl forward, but her feet were already tangled in dense black vines. Desperate, she looked back. A fierce, terrifying black dragon with a wide-open bloody mouth was right in front of her. In the next moment, her limbs were ruthlessly torn apart, flesh flying everywhere, and blood splattered onto the dark, vengeful eyes of the beast. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. Hu Jiao woke up suddenly, sweating coldly. It was too scary. She had dreamed she was a minor female character in a recent Beast World novel, torn apart by the main villain. The dream felt so real: despair, fear, and the pain of flesh being ripped apart, all as if she was there herself. Hu Jiao almost couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality. Hu Jiao, you're so shameless. Using mandrake fruit on Ying Yuan? That's disgusting. Ying Yuan likes me on air. Even if you beg him, he won't look at someone like you. Just get lost and stop embarrassing yourself. A furious and contemptuous voice came from behind. Hu Jiao turned around and saw a sturdy woman pointing her finger at her nose, scolding her with a look of disgust. The woman had short brown hair, an ordinary face, and wore rough clothes like a wild person. Her large, weak-colored muscles were exposed, looking like she could crush her head with a punch. Are you talking to me? Hu Jiao looked confused, pointing at herself. Ying Yuan, her name sounded familiar. She looked around. It was just her and this strange woman. The environment was unfamiliar too: lush plants, a wooden house nearby, and strange sounds coming from inside, but she had no energy to investigate. I am Hu Jiao, but I don't understand what you're saying. I think you have the wrong person, Hu Jiao politely explained, then asked the question she cared about most. Excuse me, where is this place? Hu Jiao. Stop pretending. Ying Yuan is already mating with me on air. Someone shameless like you only deserves to mate with the useless Long Mo useless with trash. You're a perfect match. Tiger Jing was used to Hu Jiao pretending to be silly and naive, and she thought this was just her new trick, so she looked at her with contempt and disgust. Long Mo? Isn't he the main villain in the Beast World novel? As a strong dragon beast man, he becomes even more powerful after turning evil, reaching the top of the story's combat strength. Could it be that she woke up and had traveled into the book? Hu Jiao was struck like lightning, stumbling forward anxiously to confirm. How do you know my name is Hu Jiao? Is it the fox's Hu, or the beard's Hu? She had read the novel and once complained that her name sounded the same as the supporting female characters, so she remembered her story very clearly. In the book, Hu Jiao was spoiled and selfish, spoiled and willful, completely in love with the male leading Yuan, even using dirty tricks to cling to him several times. But he was the male lead, and she was just a minor character. So, the female lead Lu Mi on air, angry, threw her onto the bed of the main villain, slept with him, and even had a litter of cubs. Feeling resentful, she took out her anger on the cubs, abusing them daily, which made everyone in the tribe dislike her, except her parents and brother. Thinking about how the scenes from her dream might become real, Hu Jiao couldn't help but shiver. She had seen the later parts of the book, where Hu Jiao was torn apart by the main villain but didn't die, only to be rescued by her cubs. But her cubs didn't just save her. They tormented her day and night, causing her to wish for death but never die, making her the most tragic character in the story, without a doubt. Crazy woman. Get lost. Tiger Jing looked at her as if she were crazy, roughly pushing Hu Jiao away. I think you've really gone crazy, she said. Hu Jiao, still stunned, was pushed to the ground. The broken stones on the ground cut her arms into tiny wounds, and she suddenly felt dizzy. She instinctively touched the back of her head where it hurt, then looked at her hand.
Blood.
When did she get hurt? Suddenly, a female voice sounded behind her. Tiger Jing, forget it. Let her be. Hu Jiao endured the pain and looked over. The woman's appearance was gentle, and her voice was soft. Her delicate face was flushed, as if she had just applied a thick layer of blush, and her swollen lips still bore teeth marks. She was small, wrapped in a yellow beast hide, with skin exposed to the air covered in faint purple and blue marks. Mian Air, have you finished mating with Yuan? Hearing the voice, Tiger Jing happily ran over.
Yes, Lumiane SHYLY nodded.
Hearing her affirmation, Tiger Jing finally relaxed. She turned to glare at Hu Jiao. Did you hear that? Yuan is now Mian Air's partner.
Get lost.
Upon hearing the conversation, she remembered the ambiguous sounds she had just heard and realized. She had somehow traveled into the scene of the male and female lead's intimacy. The original body despised the big villain very much. Even after having a child, she still thought about Yuan. She found some mandrake fruit with aphrodisiac properties to trick Yuan into eating it, hoping to make things happen. But then, Lumianer discovered her, pushed her, and she hit her head, fainting. Lumianer then naturally helped Yuan with his physical needs. The original character was just a cannon fodder, so unlucky. Hu Jiao muttered to herself, glancing at the ambiguous marks on Lumianer's body. She thought, no wonder he's the male lead. So impressive.
Wait.
Now she is Hu Jiao, but isn't the one suffering the most her? Hu Jiao, no, she should be called Hu Jiao, felt confused. She didn't want to be torn apart by the big villain. She painfully got up from the ground. Tiger Jing watched her movements cautiously, thinking she was about to cause trouble again. I only have one question. Once I ask, I'll leave. She hurriedly raised her small hand and weakly asked for help. Can you tell me where my home is? Hu Jiao remembered that the big villain's turn to turn evil was largely because the original disliked him as useless and ran away, leaving him and the child. So, the first thing the villain did after turning evil was to kill her to vent his anger. As long as the villain doesn't turn evil, she might still change her tragic ending. She needed to go home quickly to help reform the big villain and the children. But she only knew the plot and had no memory of the original, so she didn't recognize the way. Feeling toyed with, Tiger Jing's veins bulged with anger. Unable to bear it, he clenched his fist and roared, Hu Jiao. Enough pretending to be crazy. Get lost now. I'll leave right away. The timid Hu Jiao, scared out of her wits, hugged her head and ran away. After many hardships, Hu Jiao finally found the original and the big villain's home. On the way, she encountered many armed beast men, but as soon as they saw her, they looked terrified and avoided her. She didn't even get a chance to ask for directions. Fortunately, the author had described that the original and the big villain were despised and could only live in the most remote part of the tribe. She headed in the opposite direction of those beast men. Sure enough, she guessed right. In front of her was a stinky, dilapidated wooden house that looked like it could collapse with the wind. The whole tribe probably couldn't find another like it. Finally found it, Hu Jiao said with tears in her eyes. As a seasoned homebody, she hated being outside even for a minute. Just as she was about to enter, Hu Jiao suddenly heard a quarrel nearby. Don't take that. It's food from Dad. You can't take it away. Give us back the food. A blind one and a freak. And you still want to eat meat? You shouldn't have been born. You deserve to starve. From now on, all your meat belongs to me, understand? Hu Jiao followed the sound and saw a few little babies being pushed down by a group of children around 10 years old. The babies looked almost skin and bones, like chicks that hadn't eaten for half a month. They had no strength and curled up, while the older children threw mud at them. The mud was just dirty and didn't hurt, but it felt like a needle stabbing into their hearts. The young children's innocent eyes flashed with hatred. Hu Jiao remembered that the original girl had 5 children, including one who was blind and another who was disfigured. Being bullied was one of the main reasons they turned bad. She quickly walked over and scolded loudly. What are you doing?
Stop it.
Hearing Hu Jiao's voice, the curled-up children trembled more and looked at her with fear. Were they going to be beaten again? In the past, whenever they were bullied or had conflicts with the tribe's children, this female always beat them harshly, regardless of who was right. It was because they were useless and embarrassed her. Hu Jiao, wanting to impress Eagle Yuan, never scolded the children who bullied them. They already expected more pain. A group of mischievous children saw Hu Jiao, made faces at her, and ran away without looking back. Hu Jiao hated naughty kids the most. Seeing this, she angrily grabbed mud from the ground and threw it at them. All beastmen are strong, and she was an adult beastman with surprisingly good aim. The children didn't expect Hu Jiao to hit them. After a few mud balls hit the back of their heads, the last few ran and fell into a mud pit. The youngest ones were so scared they started crying loudly. Why are you crying? My children weren't crying after you threw mud at them for so long. Do you have the nerve? If I see you bullying my children again, I'll hit you too. Hu Jiao didn't hold back and threatened fiercely. Anyway, she was hated by everyone in the tribe, so bullying children was no big deal. Her life was more important. Under her threat, the children were scared away. The little ones curled up in the mud pit looked stunned, showing expressions of surprise. This female actually helped chase away the cubs who were bullying them. What is she saying? Is she talking about my cubs? She used to call them brats before. The cubs looked at Hu Jiao with disbelief, shock, and suspicion. They wondered if they were seeing things. Was she really that mean female? Hu Jiao watched the mischievous kids leave, clapped her hands, and realized her hands were covered in mud that wouldn't come off. She bent down and wiped her hands on the grass nearby, then walked toward the cubs. The little ones had turned into small mud figures, with mud on their heads, faces, and bodies. Hu Jiao looked around and saw only 4 cubs. Then she noticed that the only female cub, Long Linger, was holding a small black snake with red eyes. She suddenly understood, because the original body mistreated the cubs, the 5th one, Long Yao, was malnourished. At this time, Long Yao hadn't yet transformed and could only stay in beast form with a dragon body. The dragon cubs were too small and thin, looking almost like little snakes. Does it hurt? Are you injured? Come on, get up, let me see. Hu Jiao felt a little sad seeing the cubs standing still, so she reached out to help lift them out of the mud. Although she disliked mischievous kids, she didn't dislike the cubs. Mischievous kids and innocent, cute cubs are completely different kinds of beings. As an experienced homebody girl, her greatest joy was online virtual pet raising. Now, seeing these cubs, her maternal love overflowed. Seeing Hu Jiao move, the cubs immediately remembered their past nightmares and showed fear. Don't hit us. We know we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please, let us go. The cubs huddled together, trembling with fear.
Hit me if you want, but don't hit them.
It's all my fault. I told you to hit me. The eldest, Long Yu, opened his thin arms, shielding his younger siblings with his fragile little body, looking ready to face death. Hearing this, Long Linger and the blind second, Long Xiao, exclaimed in shock. Big brother. No, don't hit Big brother. They hadn't eaten well for half a month, and if this mean female hurt them, she might kill them. Hit us all together if you want. We're not afraid of you. The third, Long Zhong, who had been silently gritting his teeth, stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Long Yu, glaring fiercely at Hu Jiao. His face was scarred like a centipede, and his eyes, hollow and full of hatred, showed hunger. Seeing the cubs begging for mercy, Hu Jiao's mood was very complicated. It seems that the original person left a very strong impression on them, and they find it hard to accept themselves for now. With a helpless smile, she withdraws her hand and says with a mix of laughter and frustration, "Who said I was going to hit you?" The little ones still look at Hu Jiao with caution. Hu Jiao sighs and points at the setting sun. The sun is about to set. Are you planning to sleep in the mud? Get up, wash yourselves, and when you go back, I will cook dinner for you. Hearing her words, Long Ling air is moved.
You.
You really won't hit us? They don't dare to hope for meals or a good sleep. Not being hit is already the happiest thing. Long Zhong immediately grabs Long Ling air's hand. Ling air, don't believe her. Remember, she used to trick us too. She said she wouldn't hit us, then locked us in the house after taking us inside, almost hurt us badly, and we couldn't escape. Hu Jiao Jiao originally looked hopeful, but when she heard Long Zhong's words, her smile faded. The book only described the original person abusing the little ones, but it didn't go into detail. She didn't expect the original to be even more vicious than described. She silently curses in her mind. This original person really isn't a good person. After thinking for a moment, she decides to compromise. All right, I'll go back and cook. You all should wash yourselves and go home early. Don't make me worry. The beast children aren't as fragile as human children. Although they are only 6 years old, they are capable of handling themselves just as well as older kids. Moreover, the original person never took care of them, so they have already learned many life skills. There's a small river beside the mud pit, so Hu Jiao Jiao isn't worried about them getting into trouble. She turns and walks away. The little ones watch her back in disbelief.
Long Ling air star blankly.
She really didn't hit us. Second child Long Xiao pulls up Long Zhong and Long Ling air, still with a grim face. I don't believe her nonsense. She's probably just trying to trick us, so she can lock us up and hit us later. But today she helped us chase away the bad guys, and she didn't scold us. Maybe she's changed? Long Ling air's eyes sparkle with hope. She dreams of having a gentle mother. Eldest Long Yu looks serious. Ling air, that wicked woman is cunning. Don't trust her. But I'm so hungry. It's all my fault. If that piece of meat hadn't been taken by them, we'd have food tonight, Long Ling air says sadly, hanging her head. Just be patient. Dad will come back tomorrow, and he'll bring us food, Long Yu says, clenched fists but with a helpless tone. He wants to grow up quickly and become stronger, so he can go hunting and protect his younger brothers and sisters. Thinking about having food tomorrow, the little ones finally stop worrying and, exhausted, go to the river to wash. After washing, they put on damp animal skin clothes and wander near the house, showing no intention of returning home. Meanwhile, Hu Jiao Jiao has already arrived at the door. The original owner's home is a simple square wooden hut, with walls covered in moss and mud and a thatched roof. Outside, there is a fence surrounding a small yard. On the left side of the yard, there are many piles of grass and wood, which the little ones collected from the forest during the day. The original owner not only mistreated the little ones, refusing to feed or give them water, but also forced them to do heavy work. If they didn't finish, they would be beaten badly. Thinking of how thin and pitiful the little ones look, Hu Jiao Jiao curses silently in her mind. She only hopes she can still help the original owner make up for her mistakes. Otherwise, when the little ones grow up, she will be the one in trouble. Hu Jiao Jiao quickly walks inside, looking for food to make dinner. But unexpectedly, she is stunned when she enters. Is this a pigsty? The house is filled with an indescribable smell, like moldy food mixed with the smell of waste, almost making Hu Jiao Jiao. She looks around and finds that besides a bed made of grass and animal skins, the only other thing is a pile of excrement on the left side of the door. This home is so poor and bare that words cannot describe it. Hu Jiao Jiao's eyes twitch. The original owner is truly both perverted and lazy. This house, let alone cooking, she can't stand to stay even for a second. After mentally preparing herself, she finds a stick and some ash from outside, covers the excrement, and leaves the door open to ventilate. She wraps the excrement in large leaves she picked outside and throws it far away from the house. By the time Hu Jiao Jiao finishes cleaning the house, more than half an hour has passed. She slumps onto the animal skin, wiping sweat from her forehead. Before she can feel relieved, she suddenly realizes a serious problem. There is no food at home at all. The biggest source of food for the original owner was the main villain, her parents, and her brother. Now, there isn't even half a piece of meat left, probably eaten up by her. She remembers that the last piece of meat was snatched away by those mischievous children. She was angry at the time and forgot to go after to get it back. Since the first time she unexpectedly had a cub, the main villain, whom she looked down on as useless, has not been allowed to stay at home. He now sleeps in the forest every day and only comes back every few days to bring food. Hua Jiao Jiao is unsure when the main villain will return next.
Ugh.
Does that mean on the first day of transmigration, I have to go hungry with the kids? Others who transmigrate usually gain various abilities, but she has none. She's still a cannon fodder everyone hates. It feels like the heavens are deliberately making her suffer. While Hua Jiao Jiao curses the mess left by her original self, suddenly, her view shifts. The dilapidated small wooden house disappears out of thin air, replaced by a strange space.
What's going on?
Where am I? Hua Jiao Jiao stands frozen. All around is endless darkness. In front of her are neatly arranged large shelves that stretch into the darkness, seemingly without end. She looks closely and sees that the shelves are filled with all kinds of food: chicken, duck, fish, meat, pots, bowls, utensils, rice, oil, salt, more abundant than supermarket goods. Her stomach growls from hunger, and seeing all these foods, she can't help but swallow and think of a possibility. A space full of countless shelves like this must be the treasure space from the novel. Could this be the golden finger the heavens gave me with this transmigration? Heavens, you truly are my dear heavens. I love you, wooden horse. She's overjoyed and immediately starts choosing food from the shelves. The first shelf is full of kitchenware and food, exactly what Hua Jiao Jiao needs most right now. Thinking of the skinny kids, she first grabs some pork belly. The kids are too thin. Eating lean meat alone isn't enough. They need fat too. With these supplies, she's confident she can fatten the kids up. Each item is only one piece, but Hua Jiao Jiao is very generous. Since she has so many shelves, she figures she should eat the meat first. If she doesn't live to finish it, she'd regret it. This pork belly weighs about 10 jin, roughly 5 kilograms. Now in her beast-man body, holding 10 jin of meat doesn't feel heavy. But just as she takes down the pork belly, she sees another identical piece appear on the now empty shelf. Hua Jiao Jiao blinks in confusion. This shelf can automatically replenish. Now she's happy and takes 2 more portions of pork belly, 50 jin of rice, and some pots, bowls, and seasonings. With a thought, these items and she are transported back to the wooden house. The house has no windows, and the smell hasn't fully dissipated. Although Hua Jiao Jiao dislikes this wooden house, she doesn't want to burn it down just to cook. After all, she might not have another place to stay if the house is gone. Quickly, she moved the things to the yard and stacked some flat, neat stones to make a simple stove. Then she started a fire and began cooking. Hu Jiao Jiao is from the countryside. Because her family is poor and she has been doing farm work since she was young, she is very skilled at these tasks. First, she carried a pot to the river to wash the rice twice, then brought it back with water, placed it on the stove, and easily ignited a fire using a flint from the shelf. While the rice was cooking, she started preparing pork belly. Hu Jiao Jiao planned to make braised pork. Maybe because her previous self hadn't eaten well in a long time, just thinking about the fragrant rice paired with braised pork made her drool. When Hu Jiao Jiao finished cutting the pork, the rice in the pot was also ready. She scooped out the cooked rice, drained it in a container, and poured the remaining rice water into a bowl, making a pot of rice soup. Half an hour later, the sun had already set, and the red sunset stretched across the sky. Hu Jiao Jiao's braised pork was also ready. But since the large pot held dozens of pounds of meat, serving it was a bit troublesome. She simply took another pot from her space, replaced the pot holding the meat, poured in the drained rice, and simmered it on low heat. Strange. Why haven't the cubs come back yet? Could it be that those mischievous kids are bullying them again? After finishing, Hu Jiao Jiao looked at the sky and realized it was almost dark, but the cubs were nowhere to be seen. She was a little worried. Covering the meat with a lid, she went out to find the cubs. Not far away, she saw a few small figures huddled under a tree. Near the wooden house, there were many trees blocking the view. If they didn't make noise or get too close, it was hard to see anyone hiding behind the trees. In the evening breeze, gurgle gurgle, behind the old tree, a few cubs, smelling the strong aroma of meat in the air, kept drooling and their stomachs growled loudly, craving the meat. Big brother, the poison female's cooking smells so good. Long Linger was the first to give in. The other cubs also looked unhappy, but they held back. That poisonous female hated them and wished they would die. They all knew she couldn't be that kind to them. If she was, there could only be one reason. It was a trap. The leader, Long Yu, spoke up, "Let's go farther away, so we can't smell it." Just as the cubs were about to leave, they heard Hu Jiaojiao's voice. "Oh, so you're hiding here. Come over quickly. Mom has already prepared dinner." Hu Jiaojiao hid behind a tree, relieved to see that Zai Zai was safe. The few Zai Zai froze suddenly, their faces showing fear. How did she come over? Was she here to catch them? Seeing them standing still, Hu Jiaojiao reached out her hand, ready to go and lead them back. But this move looked to the Zai Zai like a demon from, and they were terrified. "Run fast. She's going to catch us." Even though Hu Jiaojiao was smiling, the Zai Zai were still scared. Their nightmares from the past flooded back, filled with images of being scolded, and they instinctively ran away. Hu Jiaojiao. Was she really that scary? She wouldn't hurt them. Long Ling Er was running at the back and accidentally tripped over a stone, falling to the ground. She was holding the beast-shaped Long Yao in her arms. Because her hands were busy protecting her brother, she fell on her back, feeling her bones ache.
Ling Er.
Long Yu and the others saw Ling Er fall and stopped worriedly. Before they could go back to help her, they saw Hu Jiaojiao frowning as she walked over to Ling Er and reached out her hand. Oh no! Ling Er was going to get scolded. Ling Er closed her eyes in fear, holding Long Yao tightly in her arms. But instead of the expected pain, a warm hand supported her waist and lifted her up. Hu Jiaojiao gently brushed the dust off Ling Er's clothes, softly asking, "Did you fall and hurt yourself? Let me see if you're injured." Seeing her beast skin clothes soaked through, she frowned even more. Ling Er opened her eyes, looking at Hu Jiaojiao in surprise. Was she seeing things? Why was the usually mean female so gentle today, even gentler than her dream mother? Hu Jiaojiao checked her over and found no injuries. Then she took Long Yao from Ling Er's arms and took her small hand, leading her home. "Your clothes are soaked. Let's go back, change into dry clothes, and then have dinner." Hearing that gentle voice, Ling Er's legs automatically followed Hu Jiaojiao. Hu Jiaojiao knew these Zai Zai were very close. As long as Ling Er went home with her, the others would follow. Dealing with the Zai Zai needed to be done one by one. Sure enough, after Ling Er was taken away, the remaining three Zai Zai looked at each other nervously and, despite their fear, also followed. If the mean female wanted to scold Ling Er, they definitely wouldn't let her go. Back home, Hu Jiaojiao realized there were no clothes for the Zai Zai. No wonder they preferred to wear wet clothes outside rather than come back. Hu Jiaojiao immediately entered the house, took out scissors from the space, and cut the animal hide on the bed into 4 pieces. Although it had a slight smell, the original owner was quite kind to herself. The animal hide was very clean and still new. Holding the cut animal hide, she went to the yard and saw 4 cubs standing stiffly, their eyes fixed on the pot on the stove, licking their lips. Even though they were starving, they dared not touch what Hu Jiaojiao had. Long Yao was warming himself by the stove. Besides food, the cubs also needed warmth, so Long Ling Er had been holding them in her arms. Hu Jiaojiao stepped forward. "Come, take off your wet clothes. Use this first. Mother will dry them for you before you change back." The 5 cubs backed away repeatedly, looking at Hu Jiaojiao with fear and disbelief in their eyes. This was the most precious animal hide of the vicious female. They were never allowed to touch it, yet she had cut it and was giving it to them? Seeing their cautious gazes, Hu Jiaojiao felt helpless and turned her attention to the most promising one, Long Ling Er. "Ling Er, come here. Mother will change your clothes. Once you're done, we'll eat." Hu Jiao smiled and beckoned to Long Ling Er, trying to look kind and gentle. Hearing about food, Long Ling Er was moved. The female cubs were weak and couldn't resist hunger like her brothers. Their bodies were already near their limit. Seeing Hu Jiao's gentle smile, she couldn't help but step forward. When Long Ling Er approached, Hu Jiao showed a satisfied smile and gently helped her take off the wet animal hide clothes, wrapping her in the animal hide. The animal hide was large, divided into 4 parts, and just right as a bathrobe for the cubs. Good, Ling Er. You're so well behaved. After changing clothes, Hu Jiao affectionately rubbed Long Ling Er's head and praised her generously. It was the first time Long Ling Er felt so close to Hu Jiao, and she was a bit confused. Ling Er, you must be starving, right? Mother made some delicious food. Do you want to eat? Since the cubs didn't reject her this time, Hu Jiao took the opportunity to build a better relationship. Long Ling Er swallowed her saliva, glanced at the large pot beside her, and nodded. I want to eat. Can I eat? Of course, Mother made a lot. Not just today. Every day from now on I will cook for you all, Hu Jiao said seriously with a smile. Long Ling Er's nose suddenly felt sore. No one had ever been so kind to her. Choking up, she asked, Mother, is what you said true? Will you still hit us? Perhaps she is the simplest-minded of all, or maybe she was just very hungry. When she sensed how kind Fox Jiao was, she immediately forgot how she had been mistreated before. Really, it was my mistake before. I apologize to you all. I won't hit you anymore, Fox Jiao promised, raising her hand. Linger, how can you call her mother? Don't forget, when you just touched her animal hide, she beat you so hard you couldn't walk for half a month. Long Zong shouted angrily from behind. Linger was suddenly sobered by this, and her eyes showed a bit of fear as she looked at Fox Jiao. Sure enough, winning over these mischievous children isn't easy. Fox Jiao sighed, stood up, and brought the remaining 3 pieces of animal hide in front of them. You can change them yourselves, or I can do it for you. Then she added, once you're done changing, you can eat. Those who don't change won't get to eat. She knew that being overly kind wouldn't work. She had to be strict when necessary. The 3 children made no move. Fox Jiao didn't mind. She set up a rack beside the stove, hung the wet clothes to dry, then took out bowls, 6 large bowls of meat and white rice, and placed them on the ground. The rich aroma of meat instantly made the children's stomachs rumble with hunger, and they almost drooled. Because of Long Zhong's words, Linger didn't dare approach for a moment. The smallest, Yao, instinctively curled his dragon body around the food. Seeing this, Fox Jiao picked up a bowl of meat, used chopsticks to grab a piece of braised pork, and held it near Yao's mouth. Yao, do you want to eat? Yao blinked his red beast eyes, seemingly trying to decide if the meat was edible. In the end, hunger won over reason, and he opened his mouth to bite the braised pork. His dragon body was only about the length of his arm. Because of malnutrition, he had almost stopped growing, and he was the most disliked among the original children. 1 piece of meat filled his mouth so much that he didn't even chew twice before swallowing it. Yao immediately opened his mouth again, his red beast eyes fixed on Fox Jiao, waiting to be fed. Fox Jiao didn't expect that the most ruthless of the 5 mischievous children in the story would be the easiest to win over. She happily picked up another piece of meat and fed it to him, softly reminding, Yao, eat slowly. There's plenty more. Yao didn't listen at all, taking 1 piece of meat after another. He came over purely out of instinct to eat, not because he trusted Fox Jiao. Fox Jiao's eyelids twitched.
Well,
as long as he's willing to eat, that's fine. She would get used to it and slowly change him later. Seeing Long Yao eating so happily and Hu Jiao being so gentle, with no intention of hitting anyone, Long Ling Er couldn't help but feel shy and moved closer. She looked at the chopsticks in Hu Jiao's hand, but felt a bit confused. What was that? Just then, something cold was placed into her hand. She looked down and saw a long, oddly shaped object with a hollowed middle. When she looked up, she saw Hu Jiao smiling softly at her. Ling Er, this is a spoon. Use it to eat the meat. Hu Jiao demonstrated by picking up the spoon and scooping a piece of meat, then bringing it to Long Ling Er's mouth. She instinctively opened her mouth and took in the tender, juicy pork belly. The delicious flavor immediately delighted her, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. The meat was so tasty. Long Ling Er then eagerly held her bowl and clumsily ate with a spoon. Nearby, the three little ones had already started licking their lips. Hu Jiao chuckled quietly, not paying attention to them, and picked up a bowl of rice, placing it in front of Long Ling Er. Try this, eat it together with the meat. They won't eat these, but Ling Er and Yao Er will. Since beastmen eat meat, she wasn't sure if the little ones were used to eating it. If she only ate meat, she wouldn't be able to eat much. She needed to have some staple food.
So, she cooked a pot of rice to try.
At this moment, Long Ling Er forgot her fear and scooped a spoonful of rice into her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. Sweet, soft, and sticky, though not meat, it was even more fragrant. So delicious, mother. Your cooking is really good. Long Ling Er couldn't stop praising and started eating hungrily. Nothing else mattered now. Being able to have such a full meal was worth dying for. She really seems to have changed. From a distance, Long Xiu whispered to himself. Although he couldn't see, he could tell that Hu Jiao and Long Ling Er were getting along very well, completely different from her previous vicious attitude. Long Zhong looked unhappy, snorted coldly, and still insisted. It must be her trick. I don't believe she's really changed. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly. Long Yu's expression was serious, and he quickly made a decision. First, change her clothes and see what she's really up to. The temptation of food was too great for them. Soon, the three little ones took off their wet clothes, tied animal skins around their waists as skirts, and each held a bowl of braised pork, squatting next to Long Ling Er to eat. Hu Jiao saw this and sighed in relief, then got up to take the wet clothes of the little ones to hang them out to dry before returning to start dinner. Each person had 5 pounds of pork belly and a big bowl of white rice. Hu Jiao ate cleanly, and the 5 cubs were even more impressive. They licked their bowls until not a drop of oil was left. After finishing their meal, Hu Jiao poured them each a bowl of rice soup. The 5 cubs lined up to receive their soup. Long Yao's bowl was placed directly on the ground. Blind Long Xiu was at the end of the line. When it was his turn, because he couldn't see, he didn't hold his bowl tightly and accidentally dropped it.
Clang!
The rice soup spilled everywhere, and the bowl shattered. Long Xiu's face turned pale instantly. His empty eyes looked around in panic, and he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Please hit me, but don't hit them. The original owner disliked the cubs very much. Whenever one made a mistake, all the cubs would be beaten harshly. The other 4 cubs immediately looked nervously at Hu Jiao, as if they would fight her if she showed any sign of wanting to hit them. Hu Jiao looked at the broken pieces on the ground without anger. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Long Xiu's hand. Did you get burned? Your hand is red. You little one, if your hand is burned, why didn't you cry out in pain? Since Long Xiu couldn't see, he rarely went outside. His skin was very pale, almost sickly white. His palm was red in a large area, very noticeable. Just looking at it made Hu Jiao feel pain. Without saying a word, she pulled him to the water basin, grabbed his wrist, and dipped his swollen hand into the water. Long Xiu felt the pain, but it was nothing compared to the harsh beating from the toxic female. The coldness of the water eased his pain considerably. He was stunned. She didn't scold or hit him, and she even cared if he was in pain. Was he dreaming? He was in a daze the whole time until Hu Jiao took his hand out of the water. Only then did he come back to himself. He quickly apologized again. Sorry, I shouldn't have spilled the food.
It was all my fault.
It's okay, just a bowl of rice soup. Nothing is more important than my cub's health, Hu Jiao said gently, softly blowing on Long Xiu's hand and asking, Does it still hurt? Long Xiu was stunned and shook his head instinctively. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Good. If it doesn't hurt, I'll get you another bowl. Hu Jiao rubbed his head, and then got up to pour another bowl of rice soup. This time, she blew on it to cool it before handing it to Long Xiao. The other cubs found this unbelievable. She must be possessed today. Not only did she cut her most precious animal hide to share with them, but she also made so many delicious foods. Even when Long Xiao spilled his food, she remained gentle and kind. Is this still that mean female? After eating and drinking well, Fox Jiao Jiao told them to rest inside the house. She then took a pot, chopsticks, and a torch to wash the dishes at the river. When she finished washing the dishes and returned, she found the house empty. The little ones were gone. Fox Jiao Jiao anxiously looked around and finally saw a few small figures under the tree behind the wooden house. Under the cold moonlight, the tiny little ones huddled together, shivering and leaning on each other for warmth. Fox Jiao Jiao felt her heart ache. She hurried over. "Why did you come here? Come, let's go back inside and sleep." The little ones, hearing her voice, shivered and woke up suddenly, looking at her with fear and suspicion. Why did she come? Did she just pretend to give them delicious food? Now she wants to take them back and punish them? Seeing their frightened eyes, Fox Jiao Jiao remembered. The original owner disliked the little ones because they were the offspring of a useless dragon named Mo. Not only was it forbidden for them to enter the house, but even stepping half a step inside would mean a beating. The little ones lived like orphans, even worse than orphans. Fox Jiao Jiao felt a bit sad. Knowing they were afraid of her, she put on a gentle smile and softly said, "Mom just wants to call you back inside to sleep. It's cold outside and you'll get sick." Although beast men are strong, the little ones were all malnourished and much weaker than other young ones. Autumn had arrived, and sleeping outside at night could make them sick. This time, Fox Jiao Jiao couldn't just let them be. Long Yu, alert, protected his younger brothers and sisters in front of her, looking like he was facing a great enemy. He firmly refused. "We will sleep here. You go." This little guy, after eating her food, turned his back on her. Fox Jiao Jiao felt helpless and could only look at Long Yu behind her, trying to tempt them with food. "Ling Er, come here. Follow Mom back inside to sleep. Tomorrow morning, Mom will cook delicious food for you." She couldn't communicate with Long Yao, so she focused on Long Ling Er. Really? Thinking of the fragrant meat from tonight, Long Ling Er couldn't help licking her lips. Will she be able to eat such tasty meat tomorrow? Of course. Mom keeps her promises. As long as you listen to Mom, she will cook delicious food for you every day. Fox Jiao Jiao patiently tempted them. Every day they could eat. They wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Long Ling Er's small, dark eyes instantly lit up with hope. "Will you hit us again then?" "Mother will not hit you. In the past, it was her fault, and from now on, she promises she will never hit you again. Mother guarantees it." Fox Jiao Jiao confidently answers. "Then, you must swear to the beast god." Dragon Linger, the smartest among the 5 cubs, knows how to bargain with her. Orcs usually do not dare to swear to the beast god. If they break their promise, the beast god will punish them. Fox Jiao Jiao naturally understands this, but still unconditionally agrees to her request. She calmly raises her right hand and holds up 4 fingers. "Okay, I swear to the beast god that I will never hit you again. If I do, I will suffer a bad fate." As soon as she says this, the cub's eyes light up. The wicked female actually swore.
Great.
If she dares to hit them, she will be doomed. "Big brother, let's trust her this time," Dragon Linga whispers, poking Dragon Yu's arm softly. "At worst, she will be beaten badly. Anyway, she is the one who will suffer if she breaks her promise. For food, she is willing to try." Dragon Yu looks at his thin, bony younger siblings and nods seriously. Then he turns to Fox Jiao Jiao. "Okay, let's go back." Hearing that the cubs agree, Fox Jiao Jiao is overjoyed. It seems they are willing to trust her. She steps forward. As Fox Jiao Jiao approaches, the cubs tense up instinctively and stand stiffly in place. In the next moment, Fox Jiao Jiao bends down, picks up Long Yao from the grass pile, and walks toward the small wooden house. "Let's go, time to go home and sleep." The beast-shaped Long Yao feels the warmth in her arms. He does not struggle but instead snuggles deeper into her embrace, finds a comfortable position, and closes his eyes to pretend to sleep. The four cubs watch Fox Jiao Jiao's back nervously. Seeing she shows no signs of turning hostile, they gather their courage and follow her. The last piece of animal hide is cut by Fox Jiao Jiao, leaving only a grass bed inside the wooden house. Fox Jiao Jiao lets the five cubs sleep on her original grass bed, while she goes to the yard and piles some dry grass at the door to make do for the night. The five cubs stare in surprise at Fox Jiao Jiao sleeping at the door. The wicked female actually let them sleep on her bed? Big brother, has she lost her mind today? She wants us to sleep on her bed. I don't know. Don't trust her easily. Exactly, the wicked female is a fox. Foxes are the most cunning. We can't trust her. Third brother, but you're a fox too. Anyway, she's bad. She deserves to die. Seeing Fox Jiao Jiao not moving, the cubs think she has fallen asleep. They huddle together and whisper among themselves, nervously discussing. Still not fully asleep, the cute fox girl Jiao Jiao heard the little ones whispering and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances to build bonds in the future. Now she has a special power, and with her vast supply space, she doesn't believe she can't win over these little ones. Jiao Jiao has already decided that, before the big villain returns, she will first gather the little ones as allies. Even if she can't stop the villain from turning evil, she won't let them die too badly. The little one's cute chatter sounded like a lullaby. After a busy day, Jiao Jiao couldn't hold on anymore and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiao Jiao was awakened by loud noises of things being smashed. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard angry shouting outside the door. Bad, little ones. It's you guys bullying my bear ball and smashing his head. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Some who was born without a mother and raised by a father dares to bully my bear ball. I will beat you all to death. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but furrow her brows. Who was making such a loud fuss at her door? She got up and found that none of the little ones were inside the house. A bad feeling rose in her heart. When she went outside, she saw Long Linger being pulled by a fat female and thrown around. Long Yao's tail was stepped on and ground into the dirt by the female, causing him to thrash wildly on the ground in pain. The other three little ones were angrily punching the female, but their small arms and legs only tickled her. With a flick of her hand, she pushed them down into the dirt, making them roll around covered in dust. In the yard, the neatly stacked firewood had been knocked over and scattered everywhere. Even the wooden fence was kicked and broken, with a large gap. Jiao Jiao's anger flared instantly. Fat pig. Stop right there. If you dare to hurt my little ones, see what happens. With a loud shout, she stepped forward with a cold face, grabbing the female's hair and pulling hard. Jiao Jiao is a female fox, not very strong, but her sudden attack caught the female off guard, almost tearing her scalp off.
Ah, pain, pain.
Let go, you beast. Let go of me. The female's face turned green from pain, and she waved her hands wildly in the air, trying to scratch Jiao Jiao's face. Jiao Jiao stood behind her, unable to let her scratch, and tilted her head to the side, pulling her hair even harder and dragging her to the ground. While pulling, she scolded, "How dare you hurt my little ones? I'll beat you to death, you fat pig. Your little brat is the real troublemaker. Your whole family is full of troublemakers." The female released her grip, and Long Linge quickly picked up Yao from the ground, frightened, and ran behind her brothers. The little ones were all still shaken and looked at Fox Jiao Jiao, who was fighting with the fat woman, with surprise. Long Yu pursed her lips, staring intently at Fox Jiao Jiao's figure. The malicious woman, who was usually timid and only dared to scold others verbally, had never fought with outsiders before. Today, she was actually fighting another female for their sake. She found it very strange, almost like she had become a different beast. Long Zhong supported Long Xiao and sneered at Fox Jiao Jiao's actions. Humph, just pretending. Linger, with red eyes and tears still on her face from being hit earlier, stared blankly at Fox Jiao Jiao without saying a word. This was the second time the malicious woman had stepped forward to protect them. Although Fox Jiao Jiao's home was remote, the female's fierce attitude attracted a lot of beast people outside, who had gathered to watch the commotion. Seeing this scene, the beast people were also amazed. Why is Fox Jiao Jiao like this today? She usually doesn't like her own cubs, yet today she's protecting them so fiercely. She even dared to hit Xianghua. I think she's tired of living, finding a useless partner and acting so arrogant. When Xianghua beats her up later, it'll be her own fault. The beast people whispered and gossiped, but none of them stepped forward to help. They were even waiting to see Fox Jiao Jiao's joke. Hearing their comments without any attempt to hide, Fox Jiao Jiao was not surprised at all. In the story, her original self was just a background character, malicious and mean. She had offended many beast people in the tribe and coveted the original male lead, in Yuan, which angered Lu Miana, who had the protagonist's aura. Naturally, she was disliked by all the beast people in the tribe. Many beast people even bullied her and her cubs to vent their anger at Lu Miana. Xianghua was one of them. Her original self was a coward who only feared the weak and bullied the soft. But she was different. She relied on her 5 little villains to survive in her later life. These beast people wanted her dead, but she wouldn't let that happen. Thinking of this, Fox Jiao Jiao's face hardened. She raised her foot and kicked Xianghua hard in the backside. With a tearing sound, a patch of scalp was forcibly pulled off. Xianghua fell on her face, biting a mouthful of dirt, clutching her head and rolling on the ground.
Oh,
My head. It hurts so much. Fox Jiao Jiao, you little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Fox Jiao Jiao coldly looked at Xianghua on the ground and responded fiercely. I think you're the one trying to get killed. Try to touch my cubs again, and I promise I'll make you bald. She walked up to her cubs, who all looked at her defensively, keeping their distance. Fox Jiao Jiao felt very worried. Gently, she brushed the dust off their bodies. The 3 little ones took a step back, refusing her touch. She was not upset. She turned to Long Ling Air and asked softly, Are you scared? Does it still hurt? Don't worry, from now on, Mommy will protect you and won't let anyone bully you. Long Ling Air was very frightened, trembling slightly. The little dragon Yao in her arms was even more scared, curling into a ball with his head buried under his tail. Looking closely, tiny dragon scales showed traces of red blood. Fox Jiao Jiao crouched down and hugged the 2 little ones, gently patting their backs. Ling Air, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Feeling the warm hug, the 2 little ones calmed down a lot, their stiff bodies gradually relaxing. Mommy, will you really protect us? Long Ling Air asked uncertainly, lifting her small, dark face. Her bright red eyes were full of hope for safety. Fox Jiao Jiao knew she hadn't fully earned their trust yet. She saw the suspicion in their small eyes immediately. Long Ling Air was the most clever of the 5 little ones. She was quick-witted and knew how to get the best resources. So, she was less resistant to Fox Jiao Jiao. But that didn't mean Long Ling Air truly called her mommy from her heart. Thinking about how young Long Ling Air was and how much cunning she needed just to survive, Fox Jiao Jiao's voice grew more confident. Of course. You are my children, and I will protect you. She was determined to win their trust. Just imagining these thin, dark, and scrawny little ones growing fat, soft, and adorable in her arms made her very excited.
Mom.
Why did you get hit? Are you okay, Mom? Among the beast men, a chubby little boy ran over to Bearflower, shouting. Bearflower also recovered and touched the small bald patch on her head, feeling heartbroken. Female beast men cared a lot about their appearance. Now that Fox Jiao Jiao had pulled her hair bald, she hated her. Mommy is fine, Bearflower said as she got up from the ground, feeling embarrassed. But the little boy pointed at her bald spot and shouted, Mom, why is your head bald? It looks so ugly, Mom. Bearflower's face darkened instantly. She slapped her cub on the head. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? The boy was stunned by the slap, covering his head with his hands, looking upset. Mom, didn't you say you came to help me get revenge? Why are you hitting me? He was just telling the truth. My daughter has gained weight again, and her hair is bald, which makes her look very ugly. But the little chubby kid dares not say this aloud and quietly keeps his mouth shut, feeling wronged. Hearing the sound, Hujiao looks over and recognizes that this little chubby kid is the brat she hit with mud yesterday. She snorts coldly. Little brat, you still dare to come? Yesterday, you and a bunch of little ones fought with my child and stole his meat. I haven't properly taught you a lesson yet. The little chubby kid is afraid of Hujiao and hides behind Bear Flower's backside. Mom, she's going to hit me. Bear Flower's fat face swings as she glares fiercely at Hujiao. Hujiao, you're an adult female, hitting a little kid. Don't you have any shame? When you hit my child just now, you were shameless, Hujiao says with a fake smile, but her tone is cold. I was just helping you teach those little brats a lesson. Bear Flower is so angry her face turns red and ears turn pink. She pulls the little chubby kid forward and points at his forehead. Those little brats broke Bear Chio's head yesterday. I was just teaching them a lesson. What's wrong with that? They're useless little wastes. They won't be good for anything when they grow up. They deserve to be beaten to death. The words useless little wastes deeply hurt the hearts of the 5 cubs. We're not little wastes. Longyu clenches his fists and retorts defiantly. One day, he will beat these bullies to the ground and make them kneel and apologize to his younger siblings. Longzong also secretly grits his teeth, with a look of hatred in his eyes. If you have the guts, just kill me. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will definitely kill you all. Oh no! Seeing the murderous look in Longzong's eyes, Hujiao feels a shiver in her heart. Longzong shows signs of turning evil. The cubs in the story hate hearing the words little waste and little brat the most, and these words were all first spoken by the original self. Every time the tribe's beastmen say them, the cubs hate the original self even more. The hatred in Longzhong's eyes clearly includes her. Hujiao has no doubt that if Longzhong had the strength now, he would wipe out the tribe and kill her. She suddenly remembers the fear from her dream, trembling all over, and quickly steps forward to block the cubs, hiding their view from Longzhong. Who do you call a little brat? Try saying it again. Hujiao picks up a stick from the ground, confidently pointing at Bear Flower's nose. I hit his head, so what? Your cubs bully my cubs every day. I think when they grow up, they'll only burn, kill, and loot. Why don't I help you kill them now, so they won't cause trouble in the future? She raised a wooden stick, ready to hit Bearball's head. In the world of beastmen, the strong prey on the weak, and even young cubs understand this. These beastmen had bullied her family before, so Hujiao naturally wouldn't argue with them. If she could solve it with her hands, why bother talking? Baohuo is terrified, not expecting Hujiao to actually attack Bearball. She quickly pulled Bearball back to safety. Hujiao, I think you're crazy. If Bearball gets hurt, I won't forgive you. The youngest cubs of the bear beastmen were few, usually only 1 or 2 at a time. Baohuo loved her cub very much. Hujiao swung her stick into the air, then stuck it into the ground, squinting at Baohuo. So? You think it's okay to hit my cub? But I can't hit Bearball. I'm warning you today. If you dare touch my cub again, I'll break Bearball's leg. After saying that, she slammed the stick onto the ground and made her threat clear. If she didn't fight back, these beastmen really might think she was easy to bully. For some reason, Baohuo felt a strange fear when she saw Hujiao's fierce eyes. It was as if she was facing a reckless outlaw willing to risk everything. Her fat body trembled, and she instinctively stepped back. Hujiao, you wait. This isn't over. Stammering, she spat out her harsh words and ran away with Bearball, looking guilty. Hujiao clapped her hands and chuckled. All that fat, such a big girl, but turns out she's a coward. The watching beastmen looked at Hujiao in surprise. She used to be the most timid, but today she fought Baohuo and even made her run away. Is this really Hujiao? Seeing the beast men still standing there in shock and not leaving, Hu Jiao frowned and glared at them.
What are you looking at?
Do I look good? Want to come closer and take a good look? The beast men had come to laugh at her, and she didn't give them a friendly look. Hearing this, they carefully examined Hu Jiao's face. She was indeed beautiful. As a female fox, she had a charming, stunning face, and her figure was nearly perfect, curvy and attractive. No beast man disliked such beauty. But Hu Jiao only liked Ding Yuan. She spoke harshly to other males, and over time, everyone grew to dislike her. Thinking of this, the beast men shook their heads in disdain and left. They didn't bother to watch such a vicious female. Finally, outside the wooden house, everything was quiet again. Hu Jiao turned around and saw a few cubs looking at her with doubt. She smiled gently, pretending she hadn't noticed their gazes. Mother said she would protect you, so she definitely will. The little ones all had scratches, and Long Linger's arms were bruised and purple. Long Yao was hurt the most, with several scales fallen off. Even so, none of the children cried out in pain. Hu Jiao planned to go to the space to find some medicine. She told the children, "Wait here for Mother." After speaking, she quickly entered the wooden house. She couldn't go into the space in front of the children. Once Hu Jiao was out of their sight, the children didn't relax. They became even more nervous. "She's probably going to get something to hit us." I knew she had bad intentions. Long Zhong spat at the wooden house. But she promised she wouldn't hit us anymore. Long Linger pouted and argued, but her voice lacked confidence. The mean female disliked when they caused trouble. Today, even Bear Ball's mother came to find her, so she must be very angry. In the past, whenever she was unhappy, she would find something to hit them, and sometimes she wouldn't give them food or water. In winter, she would them of their clothes and throw them into the snow. Thinking about how Hu Jiao just hit someone with a stick, Long Yu thought they might be the ones to get punished next. His small face scrunched up into a bun shape. As the eldest brother, he quickly made a decision. "While she's not out, let's run away." Long Xiao, who was quiet and reserved, kept his lips pressed together. He didn't speak but tightly held Long Zhong's hand, ready to run at any moment. Just then, Long Yao poked his head out of Long Linger's arms. His dark little head, with two ruby-like animal eyes, looked at Long Yu. His small mouth opened, making a soft, babyish sound. It seemed like he was arguing with Long Yu. Inside the wooden house, Hu Jiao moved behind the wall, blocking the children's view, then entered the space. There were many shelves inside, so she thought she could find medicine. But when she looked inside, she saw that only the first shelf had items she could take. The other shelves were sealed, invisible and unreachable. Hu Jiao was confused. It seemed she only had food and kitchen supplies on one shelf. How could she open the other shelves? She was at a loss, thinking that the children were still waiting for her. In the end, she grabbed 2 brand new cloths, using them as towels, and hurried out. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Long Yu holding Long Linger's hand, standing stubbornly at the gate. Long Xiao and Long Zhong had already gone outside. Long Yao was biting Long Yu's clothes, as if trying to stop him from leaving. "What are you doing?" Hu Jiao asked curiously. The 5 little ones froze and turned around to see Hu Jiao holding 2 white objects walking over. Long Yu's face instantly darkened as he stepped in front of his younger siblings. "It's all my fault. If you want to hit someone, hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cool touch on his face. Long Yu was surprised and opened his eyes wide. For a moment, he forgot to put down his outstretched arms. "Foolish child, who wants to hit you?" Hu Jiao gently wiped the wound on Long Yu's face with a damp towel, which had blood and dirt on it. He had a long cut on his face, scratched by a bear's claws just now. Because he was protecting the others, he fell face first and hurt himself even more. "Hold on, Mom will clean the wound for you." Hu Jiao moved carefully, afraid of hurting the little one. The stabbing pain on his cheek made Long Yu come back to his senses. He frowned slightly, expressionless, and took a step back. What trick was she trying now? Feeling Long Yu's coldness and defensiveness, Hu Jiao smiled helplessly. She handed him the towel and said softly, "You can wipe it yourself, okay? Mom will clean the wounds on your brothers and sisters." Long Yu was silent for a while, then took the towel and kept about 3 meters away from her. Long Zhong pulled Long Xiao, showing the same attitude as Long Yu, unwilling to get close to Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao had no special qualities, but she was patient. The little ones were all covered in dirt, but since they were injured, they couldn't go into the river to bathe. She wiped them with a towel herself, then turned to look at Long Ling Er and Long Yao.
Ling Er, kom her.
She beckoned them. Long Ling Er hesitated, but Long Yao already twisted his little dragon body and came to her feet. Hu Jiao felt a bit relieved. Finally, one of the children was willing to get close to her. She picked up Long Yao and helped wipe the blood off his body. Just after wiping, Long Yao used his small head bump, the one that hadn't grown into a horn yet, to nudge her hand. He opened his mouth and made a soft, broken sound, sticking out his pink tongue and licking his lips with a tiny voice. Ha. Hu Jiao instantly understood what he meant.
Our is hungry.
Okay, sweetie, after I finish helping Ling Er with her wound, I'll go cook. No wonder this little guy was willing to get close. He was hungry and seeking food. The beast child cubs hadn't fully transformed yet and had the intelligence of a 3-year-old. They only had the instinct to eat and limited understanding of the outside world. Long Yao only knew that following Hu Jiao meant there would be food. Hearing there was food, Long Linger behaved very well and obediently let Hu Jiao wipe her wounds. After seeing that the wounds of the little ones were cleaned, Hu Jiao put away the towel and warned them, "Don't get the wounds wet again. Mother is going to cook food for you now." She took the blood-stained towel into the house. The little ones had been living outdoors and hardly ever ate enough. Hu Jiao was worried that they might have trouble digesting if they ate too much yesterday, so she chose 2 pieces of lean meat and a bag of rice, planning to cook some lean meat porridge. When she took the food out of her space, Hu Jiao suddenly remembered that she had hurriedly cooked for the little ones yesterday and hadn't thought about how to explain where the food came from. But in the past, she didn't let the little ones into the house, so hiding things inside was normal. She would just say it was sent by her family. Anyway, the original owner's family often sent things to help her. Yes, that's the explanation. Having thought of a reason, Hu Jiao carried the meat and rice and went outside. She saw Long Yu and Long Zhong carrying heavy stone buckets, their small bodies swaying unsteadily as they walked into the yard. With each step, water splashed out of the buckets. Hu Jiao was startled and quickly put down her things, rushing over to the buckets from the little one's hands. How could such small children do such heavy work? Seeing Hu Jiao's serious face, Long Yu and Long Zhong trembled. She was angry. "We were wrong. I can fill the water jar right away. Don't be angry. I'll go fill it now." Long Yu hurriedly apologized, afraid Hu Jiao would get mad. Seeing Long Yu's frightened look, Hu Jiao was momentarily stunned. But she quickly realized that the original owner always made the little ones do everything. If something wasn't done well, she would beat them badly. Filling the water jar was probably also a task for the little ones. Her brows relaxed, and she held Long Yu's shoulders seriously, saying, "From now on, I'll fetch the water. You guys go play. Just wait for dinner." When she said this, the 2 little ones looked even more panicked. "Don't throw Long Xiao and Long Yao into the forest. I can still work. Whatever you want me to do, I can do it." Long Yu gritted his teeth, his young eyes full of pleading. "Why would I throw you into the forest?" Hu Jiao looked at Long Yu with confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that the original owner looked down on Long Xiao because he was blind and thought Long Yao was useless because he hadn't transformed. They couldn't work and were often threatened, even told they'd be thrown into the forest to be eaten by wild animals. Long Yu was willing to help the original owner because of his younger brother. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao felt overwhelmed. The original owner was truly terrible at everything, except digging holes. She took a deep breath and tried to sound kind and gentle. "Don't worry. You're all my children. I won't leave you in the forest. From now on, I will do these chores and take care of you. Long Yu's dark little face was tense, and he looked at Hu Jiaojiao with suspicion, but he didn't reply. Long Zhong pressed his lips tightly and turned his head away, refusing to listen to her nonsense. Hu Jiaojiao felt helpless and looked at the other children. Long Xiu was standing in the corner, leaning against the wall with one hand. His eyes looked blankly at her, covered with a white mist, unfocused. Long Linger stood beside him, blocking Long Yao from behind, holding a thick wooden stick, her small face full of alertness. She thought that if the children weren't allowed to do any work, they would definitely feel uneasy inside. She pointed to the pile of firewood next to Linger and said, "You go help Linger pick up the firewood. Mother will start cooking after she finishes fetching water." The neatly stacked firewood in the yard had been knocked over by Xianghua, and Hu Jiaojiao hadn't had time to tidy it up. Picking up wood was much easier than handling stone buckets, and the children wouldn't find it too hard. Okay, Long Yu nodded and took Long Zhong to help. He didn't dare disobey the cruel and vicious female's orders. Whatever she told them to do, they had to do. Watching the children's actions, Hu Jiaojiao sighed. These children had been deeply poisoned by the original person. Beastmen are naturally mature early, and the original person's evil image was already deeply rooted. It was impossible to change their views in a short time. What a sin! It's too hard to make them see the truth. When they finished fetching water and returned, the children had already stacked the firewood neatly again. She quickly started a fire, washed rice, cut meat, and cooked porridge. Beastmen eat a lot, and Hu Jiaojiao had to prepare food for 6 beastmen at once. The activity was intense, and her hands and feet hardly stopped. The children stood in the corner, watching Hu Jiaojiao's figure with indifference, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. Could it be that the cruel female was so diligent? In the past, she had always been lying in bed, giving orders for them to work and find food, never doing the cooking herself. Linger saw Hu Jiaojiao using an unfamiliar silver object to cut meat and hesitated for a moment before walking over. "Mother, I'll help you." Sure enough, daughters are their mother's most caring little cushions. It seems Linger still cares about her. "Good, Linger, help me add some firewood." Hu Jiaojiao smiled happily, feeling no fatigue at all. Linger also showed a shy smile, squatting in front of the stove and stuffing wood inside. Two small, dark eyes were spinning in a corner where Hu Jiaojiao couldn't see. She thought to herself, there are only 2 pieces of lean meat, and the mean female is cutting the meat so thinly. She must not want to give it to them. She moved closer, so that if the mean female secretly poisons the food, she could notice immediately. Soon, Hu Jiaojiao lifted the lid of the pot. Hot steam rushed out, carrying a faint smell of porridge. She stirred it with a long spoon, mixing the aroma of the porridge and meat, making it very tempting. A few cubs swallowed hard and stared eagerly at the porridge in the pot, but none dared to go forward. The mean female hadn't said they could eat, so they couldn't. If they touched her food, they would be punished. Hu Jiaojiao saw the cubs' expressions and smiled softly, ready to take a bowl to serve the porridge. Before she could put down the long spoon, she suddenly felt very weak. Her eyes went black, and she lost consciousness. Thud. Long Ling Er only saw Hu Jiaojiao suddenly fall to the ground. The long spoon in her hand rolled in the dust, and she was startled. Long Yu and a few other cubs hurried over. "Big brother, what's wrong with her? Is she dead?" Long Ling Er looked at Hu Jiaojiao on the ground with concern. Although she really wanted the mean female to disappear, she didn't feel as happy as she imagined when she thought she might be dead. "It's better if she's dead. Then no one will bully us anymore," Long Zhong snorted coldly, his eyes full of indifference. Long Yu's expression was complicated. Remembering Hu Jiaojiao's strange behavior over the past 2 days, he squatted down and felt her nose for breath. "She's not dead. She just fainted. What should we do now? Should we find a veterinarian to save her?" Long Ling Er tilted her head and asked Long Yu. "No," Long Yu replied decisively, with a mature look on his young face. "Vets need meat and animal skins, and we don't have any. Before, when they were almost beaten to death by the mean female, she never took them to see a vet. Long Zhong suddenly stepped forward and picked up the kitchen knife Hu Jiao had just used to cut meat. I think we should kill her now. The knife reflected a cold light in the sunlight, casting a sinister face. He had long hated Hu Jiao and wished she would die. A few cubs hesitated, feeling restless. If they killed the mean female, the food would all be theirs, and they wouldn't be punished anymore. Before Long Zhong could act, Long Yu stopped him. No, if you kill her, Grandma's family won't let us go. He didn't care at all whether the malicious female lived or died. He was only worried that his grandmother's family might blame them and throw them into the forest. That orc was willing to do anything for the malicious female. Long Yao couldn't understand their conversation. Smelling the delicious food, he crawled over and nudged Hu Jiao's hand, hoping she would wake up and feed him. Pathetic thing. Long Zhong angrily pulled Long Yao away, preventing him from touching Hu Jiao. His tone was tense because he hadn't been able to kill Hu Jiao. So, what do you suggest we do? First, move her inside. Whether she lives or dies, it's not our problem. Long Yu was the calmest. After thinking carefully, he decided to let Hu Jiao fend for herself. I agree with what my older brother said, suddenly spoke Long Xiao, who had been silent. Whether she lives or dies doesn't matter, as long as she doesn't involve us. After deciding, the children worked together to carry Hu Jiao into the house and placed her on a grass bed. Long Xiao, who couldn't see, followed behind, feeling the wall with her hands. Big brother, she has a wound on her head. Long Ling Er was holding Hu Jiao's head, and when she let go, she suddenly saw blood on her hand. Looking closer, she realized Hu Jiao's back of the head was bleeding. She probably got into trouble and was beaten yesterday. Serves her right, Long Zhong said coldly. It was karma for the malicious female to be beaten to death. Her head is really damaged. No wonder she's been acting strange since yesterday. Not only did she make us meet, but she also made us sleep in the wooden house.
Long Ling Er whispered.
If only her mind had been damaged permanently. The children talked among themselves, but none of them showed any intention of helping Hu Jiao treat her wound. Long Yao looked up at his brothers. When they weren't paying attention, he twitched his tail, climbed onto a haystack, and slowly licked Hu Jiao's wound. We don't know if her mind is really damaged, but did any of you notice where her meat and food came from? At this moment, Long Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Except for Long Yao, who was oblivious to everything outside, the other three children froze. Right? Where did her meat come from? Weren't the last pieces stolen by the bear balls and their friends? Long Ling Er was confused. The meat was so delicious yesterday that she hadn't thought about this. And those strange things in the yard, I've never seen them before, Long Zhong said with a grim face. His scarred face twitched as he spoke, looking very intimidating. These things must have been stolen, he said coldly, staring at the unconscious Hu Jiao. Maybe I should just kill her. Hu Jiao had another nightmare. She dreamed that her limbs were completely broken, and she became a human pig. Several young creatures soaked her in a large water basin, cutting new wounds on her every day and adding salt and chili water to the water. That was not enough. They also poured a nest of ants into the basin. The ants, hungry for a long time, crawled all over her body, biting her wounds and even burrowing into her flesh through the wounds. Finally, they crawled into her head. They gnawed at her brain, making a sizzling sound. The young creature's hateful eyes burned her like fire, and Hu Jiao was suddenly awakened. She opened her eyes quickly, still not fully alert, and heard Long Zhong say, "Maybe I should just kill her." Hu Jiao's pupils dilated, thinking she was still dreaming. Looking again, she saw that these young creatures still looked like little kids, thin and small. They were not the same darkened villains from her dream. She let out a long breath. She touched her face, which was covered in cold sweat. A dull pain came from the back of her head. She had been busy until midnight yesterday. Seeing no bleeding, she didn't pay much attention, but today she suddenly fainted. It seems that Lu Mianer's attack was really harsh. The young creatures didn't notice that Hu Jiao had already woken up. Hu Jiao supported herself and sat up, speaking softly. Zhong'er, who do you want to kill? The young creatures were startled and turned around in shock, only to see Hu Jiao looking at them with a resentful gaze. Mother, third brother said that the beast man who hurt you is so evil. He wants to kill that beast man to avenge you, one of them stammered, trying to lie. Nonsense. Lies after lies. Hu Jiao thought to herself, not believing a word. Her original self was so cruel to these young creatures. If they could help her avenge her, that would be unbelievable. After mentally criticizing them, Hu Jiao forced a smile and said, So Zhong'er cares about Mother. I am so happy. The young creatures always wanted her to die, but she still had to pretend she didn't know anything. It was really hard for her. Hearing Hu Jiao's words, the young creatures fell silent. Hu Jiao didn't expose them. She felt a damp touch on the back of her hand. Looking down, she saw a dark little head pressing against her hand, diligently licking her. Long Yao reacted slowly and didn't realize Hu Jiao was already awake. He continued licking, treating her hand as if it were his head. Looking at this little guy, Hu Jiao felt a wave of tenderness. The youngest, Long Yao, was the most sensible and knew how to care for her. Long Yao, Slyap. Blood. It tastes just like meat, so delicious. Hugging her little dragon Yao gently, Hu Jiao feels relieved. Fortunately, the beast body is strong. Although her head is injured, it doesn't affect her movement. Since there's no medicine in the space and she doesn't recognize herbs, she can only wait for her wound to heal naturally. Thinking about the nightmare just now, Hu Jiao doesn't want to wait to die, so she gets up and leaves the house. She remembers she made some lean meat porridge before losing consciousness, and the cub should have finished eating it. She needs to clean up the dishes. When she steps outside, she is stunned. The pot is full of porridge, but it hasn't been touched. All the water has evaporated, leaving a sticky mass inside. The sun is already high in the sky. A whole morning has passed, and the cubs haven't eaten a single bite. She turns around and sees a few cubs standing quietly inside the house, watching her with cautious eyes. Why haven't you eaten the food I made? Hu Jiao gently asks, rubbing her forehead. You didn't call us to eat, Long Yu said seriously, with a straight face. They wouldn't give her any excuse to scold them. Hu Jiao is momentarily speechless. In the past, not only did her original self not give the cubs food, but she also didn't even take their food away, which led to now. Without her permission, they dare not touch her things. That was my fault before. From now on, the food I make will be for you, and you can eat it without my permission, she sincerely apologizes. The cubs purse their lips and remain silent, not sure if they've heard her. She sighs, resigned, and adds some water to the pot, rekindles the fire, and warms up the porridge. She waves to the cubs. Come over, cubs, it's time to eat. As soon as she finishes speaking, a dark shadow suddenly darts out from the door. Hu Jiao's eyes flicker, and she sees a small black dragon holding a white porcelain bowl appear in front of her. Yao, you can fly after all? She gasps in surprise, eyes wide open. The book doesn't describe the cubs in detail, but previously, Long Yao was either being carried or crawling on the ground. She thought he could only crawl. Long Yao blinks his red beast eyes, his black tail tip curls up, and he eagerly points at the white porcelain bowl. It wasn't that he couldn't fly before, but he was not full and lacked the strength. Now that he's eaten enough, he naturally has the strength to fly. Seeing Long Yao begging for food, looking like a cute, silly little beast, she can't help but laugh. Okay, I'll serve you some porridge. The white porcelain bowl is bigger than Long Yao's head. Hu Jiao scoops a full bowl and places it on the ground. Long Yao directly half leans into the bowl, burying his little head inside, munching happily. Seeing this, the little ones in the house also came out. The fragrant, clear, and tasty meat porridge was quickly finished by them. Long Linga held an empty bowl, gazing longingly at the porridge in the pot, licking her lips with satisfaction but not daring to ask for more. Eat up. If it's not enough, tell your mother. I won't let you go hungry in the future. Hu Jiaojiao gently served porridge to each of them with a kind smile. Except for Long Yao, the others looked at her with mixed expressions, surprised. The cruel female was really too strange. She doesn't hunt, so how can she prevent them from being hungry? Thinking of this, a flicker of fear appeared in their eyes. What are you really planning to do to us? If you have any evil scheme, just tell us honestly. Don't beat around the bush. Long Zhong glared at Hu Jiaojiao angrily, clutching his thin, yellow hands tightly around the white porcelain bowl. Are you still planning to sell Linger to the wandering beasts? Long Yu also looked at her with a cold, indifferent expression. Hearing this, Long Linger looked at her with fear. Mother, please don't sell me. I can work. I can pick fruit to eat for you. She was afraid this might be her last meal. Sell to the wandering beasts? Hu Jiaojiao was confused. What was going on? She just wanted the little ones to eat more. Did she say something wrong again? In the original story, she was just a minor character, and the author didn't give her much detail. Hu Jiaojiao didn't know what her original self had said to the little ones before she arrived. While she was still confused, Long Zhong suddenly seemed to understand and stood up abruptly, throwing the bowl to the ground. I knew you were up to something. Don't think you can bribe us with food. I won't eat your stuff. If you dare sell Linger to the wandering beasts, I will definitely kill you. His deep-set eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. The other little ones also stared at her fiercely, as if she had committed some unforgivable crime. Hu Jiaojiao's heart clenched, and she hurriedly explained, Linger is my child. How could I sell her to the wandering beasts? I heard you want to exchange Linger for beast skins and meat from the wandering beasts, Long Yu revealed coldly, exposing her. If he hadn't secretly followed her a few days ago, they would still be in the dark. Seeing the distrustful expressions on the little ones' faces, Hu Jiaojiao felt helpless and almost cried. The original self really knew how to cause trouble. The wandering beasts are all perverts who kill females. She was willing to sell Linger for a few skins and pieces of meat. She patiently explained, actually, my mother hid some food before, and it can last a long time. Don't worry about not having enough to eat. I won't sell Linger. Hearing this, the children's wary expressions softened a little. Really? Long Yu frowned. Then why didn't you take it out earlier? Really? Hu Jiaojiao nodded seriously. My mother was careless before and didn't treat you well. Now she knows her mistake and will change. The children were very smart, and she didn't plan to hide her past mistakes. Sure enough, when they heard her, their expressions looked a bit dazed. Does she know she was wrong? So, will she always be kind to them from now on? Seeing the children finally calm down a bit, Hu Jiaojiao sighed in relief. Raising children is really hard. All right, eat quickly. It'll get cold and taste bad, Hu Jiaojiao said softly with a gentle smile, taking another bowl for Long Zhong. She joked, these were also given by grandma and uncles. If they fall and break, they're gone. Without caring about the children's expressions, she bent down to clean the porridge on the ground. The little ones looked at Long Yu, who nodded slightly, and they continued to eat quietly. Only Long Xiao held a white porcelain bowl, gently rubbing her fingers, feeling the unfamiliar touch at her fingertips. Her expression was complicated, thoughtful. After eating, Hu Jiaojiao washed the pots and bowls, letting the children play by themselves. She took a machete from her space and went behind the wooden house to chop some long sticks to repair the fence. The small wooden house was already broken, and the fence had been kicked apart by the bare flower. Without fixing it, they couldn't live there. The Beastman world just entered autumn, and the midday sun was still very hot. Hu Jiaojiao worked tirelessly, holding up the fence, inserting new wooden sticks, and fixing it with vines. The original body was lazy and gluttonous, so now she felt exhausted just doing some work. By the time she finished patching the 2-meter gap, she was covered in sweat. Looking at the shabby little fence and yard, Hu Jiaojiao secretly vowed that if she had the chance, she would build a new house. Otherwise, if the big villain returned, how could their family of 7 fit inside? She wiped her sweat and remembered she hadn't showered yesterday. She felt she was about to smell bad and was about to take a bath in the water she planned to fetch while the children weren't home. Turning around, she saw Long Xiao standing at the door, watching her. She was stunned but quickly realized Long Xiao couldn't see her. Xiao, why didn't you go out to play with Linger and the others? Hu Jiao had to put aside the bathing plans and went over to ask. Long Xiao's pale face showed no expression, and he was shrouded in the shadows inside the house. I can't see, he answered softly. Hu Jiao remembered that second-born Long Xiao was blind, had a lonely personality, and didn't have much affection for his siblings. He was also the least noticeable among the cubs. He rarely played with the other cubs. She thought she might have neglected Long Xiao, so she gently patted his head and softly said, Mom will stay with you. If you want to go somewhere, I will take you. It seems she needs to pay more attention to the second-born in the future. Feeling the warmth from above, Long Xiao's thin little body stiffened. He bit his almost ghostly pale lips and confidently said, You are not her. Hu Jiao's smile froze. Then she calmly pretended to be naive. Xiao, what are you talking about? Mom is just Mom. You wouldn't stop loving me just because I wasn't nice to you before, right? Long Xiao, being the sharpest among the original cubs, saw through her in just one day. But now she was using the original body, so even if Long Xiao realized she wasn't the original, she had no proof. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao calmed down quite a bit. No matter how clever the little villain is, he can only torment this body. He can't possibly drive her soul out. You can't fool them, but you can't fool me, Long Xiao said coldly, as if he knew what Hu Jiao was thinking. Although he couldn't see, he still managed to look directly into Hu Jiao's eyes. Hu Jiao even momentarily thought he could see. Xiao, Mom. Little Jump Brother is here. Hu Jiao was worried about how to deceive this little guy when suddenly Long Ling Er's excited shout came from outside. Hearing outsiders, Long Xiao pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and said nothing more. He turned around and groped his way into the house. His cruel female parent was his mother. Even if something happened, he should handle it himself. He didn't want outsiders to interfere. After glancing at Long Xiao's back, Hu Jiao sighed in relief and turned to look outside. Long Ling Er ran back happily, followed by a tall, slender male. The male carried several prey animals, looking a bit tired. Long Yu and Long Zhong walked at the back, each holding a bundle of wood. Long Yao, probably tired from flying, lay softly on top of Long Yu's head, but his bright red beast eyes were fixed intently on the prey in the male's hands. Ling Er, what is this? Hu Jiao hurried over, her expression a bit puzzled. She had only read the story in a novel and knew the plot, but she didn't recognize the characters from the book. Mother, Dad asked Little Jump Brother to bring back the prey. We were outside gathering wood when we met Little Jump Brother, so we came back together. Dragon Linger is lively by nature and is the only one willing to talk to Hu Jiao voluntarily.
Listening to Dragon Linger, Hu Jiao suddenly understood.
The main villain, Long Mo, lives in the forest, but every 10 days or half a month, he sends some prey back. Because the original owner disliked him, usually the prey was handed over by the tribe's beastmen. The male in front of us should be Monkey Little Jump, who often helps Long Mo deliver prey, so the cubs all know him. However, Hu Jiao's eyes narrow slightly as she turns to look at the sweaty Monkey Little Jump. Monkey Little Jump places the prey on his shoulder with a loud thud, wipes his sweat, and says to Hu Jiao, this is meat brought by Long Mo. Nothing urgent, I'll go now.
Wait.
Hu Jiao, do you still have something to say? Monkey Little Jump is stopped and looks at Hu Jiao with a somewhat uncertain expression. Did you forget something? Hu Jiao steps forward, glancing at the prey on the ground. The prey isn't big. 2 medium-sized sheep-like animals and a thin, pitifully spotted bird. Forget what? I don't know what you're talking about. Monkey Little Jump evasively turns to the side, lowers his head, looking guilty. The cubs all look over, their eyes like hooks fixed on Monkey Little Jump. They are not only hostile to Hu Jiao, but any beast man who threatens their interests is an enemy. Hu Jiao Jiao sneers and points at one of the injured sheep-like animals. This isn't even prey caught by Long Mo. You stole Long Mo's prey, and you try to fool me with this junk. Do you think I'm stupid? Monkey Little Jump is startled. How does she know? You're talking nonsense. Why would I steal prey? I helped deliver prey to you kindly, and now you're falsely accusing me. Don't expect me to help you anymore. Monkey Little Jump's eyes widen as he points at Hu Jiao Jiao's nose and retorts. Based on the claw injuries on this prey, they are too small to be Long Mo's claws. Hu Jiao Jiao remains cold and confronts him. In the story, Long Mo is called useless, but his hunting ability is very strong. Each time he delivers at least a dozen prey, but after passing through Monkey Little Jump's hands, only 2 or 3 make it to the original owner. The original owner was also naive and never suspected Monkey Little Jump. If Monkey Little Jump hadn't secretly kept the prey and swapped out the complete animal skins, she and the cubs wouldn't have gone hungry and cold. Their home wouldn't even have a complete animal hide. Monkey Little Jump's face stiffened, and a large bead of sweat forgot to be wiped away, dripping down his forehead. Perhaps because Hu Jiao Jiao's gaze was too fierce, he became angry and embarrassed. His neck stiffened, and his face turned bright red as he said, "Yes, I swapped the prey. What can you do to me? You, this kind of female, should starve. Anyway, you only raise these few cubs every day. Have you ever given them a bite of meat? Or let them wear a good animal hide? Giving you the prey to eat is worse than feeding it to a dog. I spit on that." He spat fiercely. Hu Jiao Jiao frowned. She knew her original self didn't treat the cubs well, but that wasn't a reason to steal. And now, this body belonged to her. If she didn't expose Monkey Little Jump, the tribe's beastmen would always bully her just like they did her original self. Long Mo is my partner. I gave him 5 cubs. His prey shouldn't be given to me. Should it be given to your partner? Or has your partner also had a few cubs? Hu Jiao Jiao responded confidently. You. Monkey Little Jump blushed and stammered, unable to speak for a moment. What do you mean, you? Hurry up and take out Long Mo's prey, Hu Jiao Jiao said, crossing her arms and urging sternly. But her delicate, beautiful face didn't look as fierce and sharp as before. Instead, it had a hint of teasing. I already took the prey home, and I can't give it to you. Monkey Little Jump turned away, acting shameless. It's okay if you don't give it. When Long Mo comes back, I'll let him stay at your house, sleep with your partner, and fight your cubs. Anyway, his prey is used to feed your family, so let Long Mo stay with you all. Hu Jiao Jiao looked at Monkey Little Jump with a fake smile, her expression indifferent, as if saying, if you're willing to accept Long Mo, you can eat these meats freely, just take them. No. That won't do. Monkey Little Jump immediately frowned and looked angry. His partner, why should he sleep with Long Mo? This female is really shameless. She even pushed her partner to another female. Why not? You can't hunt, so letting Long Mo raise your partner and cubs with you isn't good enough? Hu Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and directly clapped her hands to finalize the decision. It's settled. I'll go find Long Mo now and ask him to return to the tribe and stay at your house. After saying that, she strode out of the yard. Wait. Don't go. I'll go back now and bring the prey. Don't go. Monkey Little Jump is truly scared now. Someone like Fox Jiao Jiao, a mischievous female, definitely can say and do whatever she wants. Long Mo is known as a useless member of the tribe, even a troublemaker. The orcs in the tribe avoid him. They don't want him to come to their homes. Just thinking about it makes him feel suffocated. Before Fox Jiao Jiao could speak, Monkey Little Jump quickly grabbed his prey and ran away, afraid she might change her mind. Watching his back, Fox Jiao Jiao smiled softly. You think you can compete with me? I've lived 2 lives after all. After hearing their conversation, a few young ones standing nearby looked upset and angry. They used to think Monkey Little Jump was nice. Other orcs often bullied them, called them little pests or useless, but Monkey Little Jump would secretly share food with them, so they wouldn't go hungry. Now they realize all their food was stolen by Monkey Little Jump. They had thought he was a good orc. Long Linger tightly clutched her animal hide skirt, feeling nervous as she looked at the conversation between Fox Jiao Jiao and Monkey Little Jump. Mother, are you going to abandon father? Only males who are abandoned can find new mates. The wicked female just got better. She hasn't enjoyed the happiness of having a mother yet. If father is abandoned, she'll have to live in the forest with him. She likes her hunting father, but she doesn't want to live in the dangerous forest. Even if she abandons father, no one will want him. What are you worried about? Father's prey still belongs to us. Long Zhong glanced at her, clearly understanding her worries. Oh, that's good. Long Linger patted her chest with her small hand and let out a long sigh. The young ones didn't give Fox Jiao Jiao a chance to reply. Cough, cough. Fox Jiao Jiao almost choked on her saliva. You really are a big villain's good eldest child. Mother won't abandon father, just like she'll never abandon you. We will always be a family, she promised seriously. Just joking. In the original story, the protagonist abandoned her children because she disliked the big villain. When he was despised by all beasts, she ran away, leaving the children behind. That led to the villain turning evil and killing her first. She doesn't dare to do the same as her original self. Liar, Long Zhong said coldly, not giving her a good look. If you don't want father to live at home, it means you dislike him and want to lie to us. Fox Jiao Jiao. It's not good when children are too smart. Our house is too small. When father comes back, he won't fit. Once mother builds a bigger house, we'll let father come back to live. That's exactly what she plans to do. Hearing Hu Jiao Jiao's words, Long Zhong's face grew even more displeased, as if he felt she was mocking him like a fool. Liars, you don't know how to build a house at all. This mean female, who used to just enjoy hitting them, was now lying all the time. It was clear she wouldn't change for the better. How do you know I can't build a house? Hu Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, she found this little guy quite cute. If he wasn't always trying to persuade the little ones to do bad things, she might find him even more adorable. You've never built a house before, Long Zhong, the most temperamental of the 5 cubs, retorted angrily. Well, I never cooked for you before either, but I did yesterday, didn't I? Hu Jiao Jiao teased him playfully. You're just lying anyway. Long Zhong, unable to find a rebuttal, turned his head to the side in frustration and stopped arguing reasonably. Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile quietly. She shouldn't tease him anymore. If she kept going, this little guy might explode like a balloon. While she was arguing with Long Zhong, Monkey Little Jump had gradually brought back several prey animals. Hu Jiao Jiao looked down and saw a black cow weighing over 300 jin, 2 adult plum blossom deer, and a white fox. The black cow and the deer were shot in the head, with neat wounds and no blood splattered on them, showing how serious Long Mo's obsessive-compulsive disorder was. Her gaze shifted to the white fox, whose head was cut in half and limbs broken. She was sure Long Mo did this on purpose. The cub's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing such a fat prey. So, Dad had brought back so much meat, no more worries about being hungry. But is that all? Hu Jiao Jiao frowned and questioned. The book said that Long Mo brought back about 10 prey animals every half-month, but Monkey Little Jump had been hiding some. She couldn't believe he was trying to deceive her. Hearing this, Long Yu's face darkened as he looked at Monkey Little Jump. How much of Dad's prey have you hidden? He instinctively believed Hu Jiao Jiao's words had a reason. Since she said something was wrong, there must be a problem. I only took these, Monkey Little Jump replied dissatisfiedly. What else do you want? Or you can search my house if you want. He glared at Hu Jiao Jiao and Long Yu in frustration. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Seeing his angry expression didn't look like he was lying, Hu Jiao Jiao felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Long Mo's prey must still be somewhere else, not with Monkey Little Jump. But where could it be? Watching Monkey Little Jump's back fade into the distance, Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly had an idea. Mother needs to go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Stay quietly at home and wait for her to return before dealing with these few prey animals. She reminded them and followed the direction where Monkey Jump had gone. A few cubs watched Fox Jiao Jiao disappear from their sight, and they were very surprised. Big brother, she didn't hide the prey, and just left? She's letting us see the prey like this? Long Linger opened her eyes wide in shock, her face full of disbelief. In the past, mean females would fight over a little food and never let them get close to it. Should we hide the food while she's not here? She asked, looking at the fat prey. Long Yu looked calm and shook his head. No, maybe she's testing us on purpose. The mean females often did this to trick them, and if they fell for it, they would suffer even more. Now, the cubs didn't trust her easily. Hearing Long Yu, Long Linger seemed to remember something scary, shivered all over, and quickly dismissed her earlier idea. At this moment, Fox Jiao Jiao carefully followed Monkey Jump from a distance. After about 10 minutes, Monkey Jump suddenly stopped. Fox Jiao Jiao quickly hid behind a tree. Monkey Jump, what's wrong? Why did you return the prey? Where's my share of the prey? Hurry up and take it out, don't delay me from going home to eat meat. A few unfamiliar voices came from ahead. Fox Jiao Jiao peeked out quietly. Several strange beasts surrounded Monkey Jump, impatiently urging him. She found out I could only return the prey to her. Monkey Jump curled his head, looking troubled.
What?
One sharp-featured female shouted, grabbing Monkey Jump's ear. You return the prey? Then what am I and the cubs supposed to eat? I'll work hard to hunt in the future and won't let you and the cubs go hungry. Useless thing, with that small piece of meat you caught, do you want me and the cubs to starve to death? Seeing them argue, the other beasts realized they wouldn't get the prey and left angrily. Fox Jiao Jiao hid behind a tree, listening to their conversation. Her bright phoenix eyes darkened slightly. It seemed her guess was right. Monkey Jump was just being used as and the real thief of Long Mo's prey was this group of beasts. There were only about 200 beasts in the tribe, and just from what she discovered, over a dozen were involved. Most of the tribe's beasts were probably part of this. No wonder the original body never suspected anything. With more than half the tribe's orcs deceiving her, it's no surprise she didn't notice anything. Hu Jiao Jiao glanced at Monkey Little Jump, who was still being scolded, then quietly turned and left. Meanwhile, as Hu Jiao Jiao left, an uninvited guest arrived at the house. Hu Jiao Jiao, come out now. Xianghua had a piece of her scalp torn off and grew angrier the more she thought about it after returning home. Just then, her partner, Xiong Zhuang, came back from hunting. She immediately stormed over with her partner to confront Hu Jiao Jiao for revenge. From afar, the cubs in the yard could hear Xionghua's loud, aggressive voice. They were all startled and looked worried. It's Xiong Chio's mother. She's here again. Long Linger looked nervously at the chubby figure in the distance. Xianghua was fierce and strong, and she fought hard. Since the mean female wasn't home, Xianghua would definitely hurt them. Long Xiu leaned on the fence behind the cubs, speaking calmly. Quickly tie up that mean female. Although he couldn't see, he could feel that she was there. Those things that mean female had, they didn't exist in the tribe, and they definitely weren't sent by Grandma's family. He had already broken one before. Such fragile things, if Xianghua destroyed them, the mean female would be angry when she returned. And if she was angry, they wouldn't have good days either. Most importantly, without those strange things, there would be no more food. Long Yu quickly understood Long Xiu's meaning and said, listen to the second brother. Let's move quickly. The cubs hurriedly moved all of Hu Jiao Jiao's cooking utensils and tableware to the small wooden house. Even Long Yao carried a white porcelain bowl in his mouth, grunting as he moved back and forth. After everything was moved, they covered it with weeds. When they finished, the cubs were all exhausted and panting. Long Linger sat down to catch her breath and suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no! The prey is still outside. The cubs' faces all changed at once. I'll go bring the prey inside. Long Zhong quickly stood up, frowning tightly. It's too late. Long Yu's expression darkened slightly as he looked outside. Just then, Xianghua arrived at the house gate with her partner. Hu Jiao Jiao, you were so arrogant this morning when you pulled my hair, and now you're afraid to come out? Come out now. I want to teach you a good lesson today. If I don't pull your hair bald, I won't be Xianghua. Xianghua crossed her arms and started shouting. But after shouting for a while, she saw no sign of Hu Jiaojiao. She looked around the yard, and suddenly her eyes widened. Prey? This little troublemaker's family actually has such a big prey. There are 4 prey animals lying in the yard, 3 of which are intact. If their skins are peeled off, they would be high-quality animal pelts. Fox Jiao Jiao also deserves to eat such prey. Bear Hua knows that Fox Jiao Jiao is someone who fears the weak and fears the strong. Today, she brought her partner, and Fox Jiao Jiao's family only has a few useless little cubs who definitely wouldn't dare to stand up to her. She secretly feels pleased and commands her partner, "Go and carry that prey back." Bear Zhuang obeys Bear Hua without hesitation and goes inside to carry the prey. He originally came today to stand up for Bear Hua. Since Fox Jiao Jiao bullied his partner, he believes he should compensate with the prey. The tribe's orcs are used to bullying Fox Jiao Jiao's family and don't think there's anything wrong with their actions. "Don't touch our prey. This is Dad's catch, it's for us. You can't take it." As soon as Bear Zhuang steps into the yard, a few cubs rush out and block the prey. "Get out of the way," Bear Zhuang says angrily, slapping the cubs, who are as thin as chicks, aside. The cubs are no match for Bear Zhuang and fall hard, tumbling over. Long Yu's face darkens. Despite the pain, he quickly gets up and hugs one of Bear Zhuang's arms. "Get out of here. Put down the prey." The cubs see the food as more important than their lives. Taking their prey means risking their lives. Long Yao flips in the air, dizzy, and the little dragon immediately wobbles and flies over, headbutting Bear Zhuang's bicep, which is as big as a sandbag. But instead of moving, the bicep hits him back, making his eyes spin. He spins around in the air. "Dead fat woman, I won't let you take the prey." Long Zhong and Long Linger each hold onto a leg, fighting desperately. "Why are you just standing there? Can't you handle these useless little ones?" Bear Hua scowls at the sound of dead fat woman. Bear Zhuang is clearly stimulated and feels ashamed. Muscles suddenly appear on his body as he lifts Long Yu by the arm, dragging Long Linger and Long Zhong to the ground. None of the cubs let go. Monkey Little Jump steals the prey, and the vicious female is so angry. If they lose the prey, she will definitely beat them to death. "You're all useless." "I'll do it," Bear Hua scolds angrily when she sees Bear Zhuang still entangled with the cubs. She steps forward, grabbing one cub's hair, trying to pull Long Linger and Long Zhong apart.
Ugh.
The 2 young ones trembled in pain, but they still clung tightly to their legs, refusing to let go. Bear Flower was furious. She let go of their legs and picked up a large stone from the ground, then threw it at the small wooden house. "Those 2 little brats. Not letting go, huh? I'll smash this broken house. Let's see what you can do now." The small house was already shaky, and after the hit, it quickly developed several new holes. "Stop, you fat old woman. You can't smash our house."
Stop it.
Long Linger's eyes widened suddenly. She crawled up from the ground, trying to stop the stone. Fortunately, Long Zhong was quick. He tackled her down. A heavy stone flew over her head. If he had been a second later, Long Linger's head might have been hit. "Linger, are you crazy?" Long Zhong scolded angrily. "But it's our house. We won't have a place to stay anymore."
Boo-hoo.
Long Linger was scolded, and tears suddenly fell like broken pearls. "Why are you crying? Anyway, that mean female never let us sleep inside before. If the house is gone, it's gone." Long Zhong gritted his teeth, showing a disgusted expression. He clumsily reached out to wipe Long Linger's tears. Though he said that, his other hand clenched into a fist tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. They were already orphans with no home, and now their house was gone. They truly had nowhere to go. Long Yu was also pushed aside by the strong beast man, who threw him heavily onto the ground. "Big brother." Long Xiu followed the sound, groping over to help him. Despite their reluctance, the young ones could only watch as the 2 tall beast men tore down their house and stole their prey, helpless. Hug Jiao Jiao was heading back. From far away, She heard Bear Flower shouting and scolding, along with the crying of the young ones. She was startled and ran back quickly. When she arrived at the small wooden house, she saw Bear Flower and a strange male moving the prey from the ground and smashing the small house with stones. Half of the house had already collapsed, and the other side was swaying dangerously. The young ones were covered in dust, pushed to the ground. Longlinger was crying so hard her eyes were swollen, clutching Long Zong's hand tightly, full of hatred. A few others looked no better, like bullied little wolf pups, pushed into a corner. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they held back, not letting them fall. Seeing the scene, Hu Jiao Jiao was furious. She felt her head almost smoke with anger. "Stop!" She rushed in front of the young ones immediately. "Are you hurt anywhere? Half of the house has collapsed." She is worried that her children might be hurt or crushed by the falling debris. Upon hearing this, the children remain silent. Only Longlinger, with red eyes, bites her lip and sniffles, saying, "Mother, we're fine, but they want to take Dad's prey," and also broke the house. The children have never felt the warmth of a real home. This small, broken house is all they have ever dreamed of as a home. Now that the house is destroyed, it feels as if their dream of home has been shattered. It's okay. With Mother here, Linger is not afraid. Even if the house is gone, we can rebuild it. Hu Jiao Jiao feels angry inside, but still gently comforts Longlinger. Mother won't let them take the prey. Mother will protect us, and no one can bully us in the future. Hearing Hu Jiao Jiao's words, Longlinger seems to feel calmer. Her sobs lessen gradually. She bites her cracked lips and secretly looks at Hu Jiao Jiao.
Does she really?
Will she protect us? No one has ever said such words before about protecting them. Even Dad only told them that they could only protect themselves if they became strong, or else they would always be bullied. For some reason, looking into Hu Jiao Jiao's determined eyes, Longlinger's doubts disappear for the first time. When she hears Hu Jiao Jiao's voice, Xianghua turns around. Seeing Hu Jiao Jiao, she smiles proudly. "Hu Jiao Jiao, I thought you were a scared little turtle hiding away. Now you're brave enough to come out? Are you planning to bow and admit your mistake? Even if you bow to me, it won't help. These prey now belong to me. You tore a piece of my scalp, so consider these prey as compensation." Xianghua pats the dust off her hands, lifts one of the white fox's legs, and looks at Hu Jiao Jiao provocatively. "Xiongzhuang, let's go." Xiongzhuang carries a cow beast on his back and drags the remaining two prey, obediently heading out of the yard. "Stop. You destroyed my house and now want to leave just like that?" Hu Jiao Jiao stands up angrily, her captivating phoenix eyes filled with fury. "Mother." Longlinger pulls at Hu Jiao Jiao's sleeve with her small hand, worried. "Can a wicked female really fight two beastmen? Don't be afraid. Mother will teach them a lesson," Hu Jiao Jiao says softly, smiling gently at Longlinger. Xianghua didn't expect Hu Jiao Jiao to dare to shout back at her. In the past, whenever she brought her partner over, Hu Jiao Jiao would hide and never make a sound. "What's wrong with destroying your house? I want to break it if I want to.
What can you do about it?
If you're capable, come and try to break my house." Xiong, who was very proud and didn't take Hu Jiao Jiao's words seriously. A hint of dark light flickered in Hu Jiao Jiao's eyes. "That's a good idea. But right now, that's not the most important thing. Leave the prey behind before you go." Hu Jiao Jiao's eyes fixed on the cow carried on Xiongzhuang's back. Although her space wasn't lacking food, she didn't want to see Xianghua's smug face. She might never finish eating it all, but she didn't want this female to have it. "Hu Jiao Jiao, who do you think you are? If I leave, I leave. If you're brave enough, come and take it from me, you loser." Xianghua laughed loudly, full of contempt. "You can also take the prey if you want." Hu Jiao Jiao's eyes turned cold. She secretly took out a kitchen knife from her space behind her. "Let's go, time to go home and eat meat." Xianghua waved her fat hand dismissively, ignoring Hu Jiao Jiao's words. She turned with Xiongzhuang to leave. The cubs, hearing Hu Jiao Jiao's soft and harmless voice, felt even more dislike for her. Sure enough, She was still so timid, always so weak when facing bullying from others. Long Linger silently shook her head. How could she believe that a mean female could really take back the prey? She only knew how to be tough at home, just talking big. There was no way she dared to compete with Xianghua for the prey. Seeing the two turn away, Hu Jiaojiao suddenly rushed forward. She held a kitchen knife in her right hand and, catching Xianghua off guard, grabbed her hair with her left hand. In the next second, a cold flash of light, the sharp tip of the knife pressed against Xianghua's neck. Want to take the prey? Fine, but first, leave your life. Hu Jiaojiao's eyes were fierce, like a hungry wolf cornered and desperate. Even a rabbit bites when it's cornered. This Xianghua repeatedly bullied the cubs in front of her, tore down her house, and stole her prey. She thought Hu Jiaojiao was easy to bully. Hu Jiaojiao, you dare to grab my hair? Let go now, or I'll beat your face, so it's swollen today. Xianghua screamed miserably. Though she was fat, she was most afraid of pain. She hadn't realized the danger on her neck, only trying to push Hu Jiaojiao away. Get out of the way. Xiongzhuang, hurry up and come help me. Get her off my hair. Xiongzhuang wouldn't let his partner be bullied. He dropped the prey and rushed over to help. Hu Jiaojiao's face was cold. Her slender arm tightened forcefully, causing the knife's blade to cut deeper. Try coming closer. Believe it or not, I'll cut her neck right now. It seemed like she was confirming that she really would attack. She moved her fingertips, and the sharp kitchen knife immediately cut a slit across Xianghua's neck. Bright red blood seeped out. It was as if a little more force would cause Xianghua's body to fall apart. Hu Jiaojiao, you wicked woman, if you kill me, the clan leader won't let you go. Feeling the stabbing pain at her neck, Xianghua's face turned pale with fear. Xiongzhuang also angrily said, let go of Xianghua. Or don't blame me for fighting you. Hu Jiaojiao sneered coldly. Let her go, then you can take the prey. Do you think Zhu Zhu and I will starve? We're all going to die anyway, so why not die together with Xianghua? After saying that, she turned to Long Yu. Yuer, go light a fire and bring a torch. While cooking, Hu Jiaojiao didn't avoid Zhu Zhu. She only took out a flint to start the fire because she was worried they might find it strange. She had long noticed that when she lit the fire, Long Yu kept staring at the flint. Long Yu was startled and looked a bit unnatural. How did she know he was secretly watching her light the fire? In the tribe, they kept the fire alive, but only the clan leader knew how to start a fire. So when he saw Hu Jiaojiao lighting the fire, he secretly learned it. Long Yu looked at Hu Jiaojiao, then got up and ran into the house. Soon, he came out holding a burning torch. Hu Jiaojiao glanced at the torch with a fearless expression, as if facing death bravely. If you want to take the prey, then we all die together. Yuer, light it. The beast men didn't understand the power of a knife, but knew fire could burn a beast man to death. Long Yu tightly gripped the torch with both hands, frowning. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he made a move to set fire to Xianghua. Hu Jiaojiao, you crazy woman. I don't want to die with you. Let me go. I don't want your broken prey anymore. Xianghua was so scared she froze. She had never seen anyone so fierce. She was willing to risk her life without hesitation. Xiongzhuang also hurriedly nodded. We won't take your prey anymore. Let Xianghua go first. Let's talk nicely. Hu Jiaojiao gave Long Yu a quick look. He stopped, and the torch was just about to be placed near Xianghua's face to roast her. Her face was almost cooked, her hair was burning, and a foul smell filled the air. My house was torn down, and I have nowhere to live. I might as well die with you, Hu Jiaojiao said, then looked at Long Yu.
Yuer. No.
I'll help you rebuild the house. Don't hurt Xianghua. Xiongzhuang quickly raised his hands, afraid Hu Jiaojiao might shake and cause Xianghua to lose her life. Hu Jiaojiao shook her head in frustration. How do I know you won't bully us while fixing the house?
No.
It's better to die than to live like this. What do you want? Anything you ask for, as long as you don't hurt Bear Flower, I will agree. Bear Zhuang has to compromise. Orcs are all devoted to their wives, and Hu Jiao has caught on to this. Listening to Bear Zhuang, Hu Jiao shows a clever smile. Then you send over 2 prey animals, and I will let her go. Not taking advantage of a deal is just being a bad person. Luckily, there are no animal skins at home now. Skinning the animals will let us make new clothes for the cubs. Okay, I'll go get the prey. Without hesitation, Bear Zhuang goes home and brings back 2 prey animals, 1 sheep beast and 1 wild boar. The prey is here. Quickly release Bear Flower. Hu Jiao puts down her kitchen knife and leans close to Bear Flower's ear. This time, I will spare you. But if I see you bullying my cubs again, I will cut off your head and throw it into the forest to feed the wild animals. Bear Flower trembles in fear and dares not shout back at Hu Jiao anymore. She instinctively touches her neck, which is covered in blood. Her face turns very pale, and she keeps waving her hands. I won't dare to do it again. I promise I won't bully them anymore. If I had known this little brat was so fierce, I would never have come here, no matter what. Hurry up and get lost. Hu Jiao raises her kitchen knife. Bear Flower and Bear Zhuang don't dare stay any longer and leave in a hurry. They're gone. That's great. Seeing them leave, Long Ling Er jumps up excitedly. Mother, you're so amazing. You really chased them away. We even got 2 more prey animals. In her excitement, Long Ling Er forgets her earlier dislike of Hu Jiao. Long Yao sees that the prey animals at home have increased again and happily flies over to Hu Jiao, rubbing her head against her hand. The little one is very good at reading people's expressions and knows who to flatter to get food. Long Yu and Long Xiu's faces also soften. Only Long Zhong remains gloomy, looking at Hu Jiao with a displeased expression. What's the use of prey animals? The house is gone. Third brother, at least Mother protected the prey from being stolen. If it weren't for her, we'd be starving. Long Ling Er pulls on Long Zhong's small hand and speaks up for Hu Jiao for the first time. Wasn't she making us starve before? I don't need her to pretend to be nice or act innocent. Long Zhong's expression is dark, and the scar on his face makes him look even gloomier. Hu Jiao glances at Long Zhong, who is most hostile to her, but doesn't say anything. Instead, she walks over to the prey animals to start packing them up. Now that autumn has just begun, the weather is still very hot. If left untreated, it could easily get worse. She plans to get tools to deal with the injury. Long Yu extinguished the torch and suddenly noticed a splash of red on Hu Jiao's head.
Hey.
What's wrong, Yu? Hu Jiao turned around, looking confused. You're bleeding again. He frowned and pointed to the back of her head. Reminded by Long Yu, Hu Jiao touched her head and realized she was bleeding. She had been tense earlier and didn't notice. Now that she relaxed, her head started to ache faintly. But she doesn't know how to treat injuries, and there's no medicine in her space. She can only wait for the wound to heal on its own.
I'm fine.
I think I just scratched it earlier, Hu Jiao said lightly, smiling and rubbing her temples as if that could ease the pain. Long Yu's brows remained tightly knit, and he looked at her seriously. There's extra meat from the hunt at home. Take some and find a veterinarian to check it. Don't die at home. No, she can't take the meat. What if she runs away with it? Long Zhong immediately opposed, without thinking. He looked at Hu Jiao coldly. Big brother, you forgot. Every time she gets meat, she gives it to Ying Yuan. She'd rather give it to other beastmen than share with us. I won't let her take meat to see a vet. Long Zhong had already made up his mind. Today, with so many prey, their siblings could work together to steal one. Then they wouldn't need to follow the wicked female, and they could survive. Anyway, they had no home anymore. Being stray beastmen was 100 times better than following that wicked female. Don't worry, I won't take the meat. I'm not that easy to kill. Hu Jiao thought about the half-baked veterinarian in the beast world, and decisively gave up. She remembered that the tribe's veterinarian was a blind man with only half a body buried in the ground. No beast under his care had lived longer than him. People who knew thought he was a veterinarian, but those who didn't might think he was a spy sent by another tribe. Hu Jiaojiao definitely didn't dare let such a veterinarian treat her. Better not have that idea. Long Zhong glared fiercely at Hu Jiaojiao, as if he would come to bite her if she dared to think about taking the meat. But, mother. Long Linger looked worriedly at Hu Jiaojiao. Don't worry, Linger. Mother still needs to protect you. I won't get hurt. Hu Jiaojiao bent down and gently pinched Linger's thin cheek. That girl was too skinny. She needs to work harder to fatten up the little ones. Oh, and what about the things at home? Hu Jiaojiao suddenly realized her kitchen tools were missing. Could they have been taken by Xianghua and the others? Mother, it's because second brother was worried they might break the stuff, so he told us to hide those things behind the house. Longling Air was gradually less afraid of Hu Jiaojiao and started talking more naturally. Hu Jiaojiao was a bit surprised and looked at Long Xiao, who was silent and curled up in the corner. She didn't expect that Long Xiao, who recently wanted to reveal her identity, would actually help hide things for her. In the story, Long Xiao is a very thoughtful little villain. She guessed that Long Xiao already knew these items were from an unknown source and was hiding them to avoid trouble if Xianghua found out. Thinking of this, a warm feeling filled Hu Jiaojiao's heart. Xiao, good job. Thanks to you guys hiding the stuff, otherwise my things might have been ruined. Hu Jiaojiao stepped forward and gently patted Long Xiao's small head. She generously praised her little ones. Hearing Hu Jiaojiao's words, the ears of the little ones turned red at the same time. I'm not doing it for your things. I just worried you'd find an excuse to scold us. Long Xiao pursed her lips, stubbornly insisting. Long Ling Air's small eyes curved into crescent moons. Wow, mother actually praised them. This was the first time she had been praised. Long Zhong turned his face away. Who cares about her praise? What's so special about it? Long Yi looked calm as usual, but her toes nervously clenched the ground, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Long Yao seemed to understand her praise and flew over to her face. Slurpee stuck out his tongue and licked Hu Jiaojiao's face in a playful way. His tiny tail wagged happily, like a little dog excited to see its owner. Hu Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh and wiped the saliva off her face. Play at home. Mother is going to the river to handle the prey. I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. She looked at the prey, ignoring the dead white fox, and carried the smaller spotted deer to the river. The small wooden house was broken, so she couldn't hide inside to use her space. The little ones were very sensible. Seeing Hu Jiaojiao go to handle the prey, they tidied up the mess at home. They had finally driven away Xianghua and didn't want to fight with Hu Jiaojiao anymore. Hu Jiaojiao arrived at the river. When she saw no beast men around, she slipped into her space, planning to grab a clean towel to bandage her wound. As soon as she entered, she noticed there was an extra shelf with items she could touch. Hu Jiaojiao was immediately excited and went to check. This shelf had a variety of things. She searched around and surprisingly found a medicine box. This was very timely. Hu Jiaojiao quickly treated her wound, wrapping it with gauze. Thinking for a moment, she used a piece of beast hide as a headscarf to cover her head. This way, the gauze wrapping her wound wouldn't be visible. It's better not to let other orcs see the things inside the space. If someone like Xianghua saw them, it might cause trouble. After finishing the wound, Hu Jiaojiao immediately left the space. While using a sharp knife to cut open the deer, she was also thinking. Last time she entered the space, there was only one shelf. Why is there a new one today? Could something have triggered the space's permissions? Could it be because of Zai's Zai? Hu Jiaojiao suddenly had a bright idea. Thinking about how a few of her cubs had changed their attitude towards her, a new thought came to her mind. As long as she could win over the cubs, she could unlock new permissions for the space and open more shelves. In the yard, Long Ling Air watched Hu Jiaojiao go to the river, but her face was full of worry. Will the vicious female die? She had seen other orcs in the tribe die from injuries before. Considering Hu Jiaojiao's good days these past 2 days, her feelings were very complicated. That vicious female was so mean before. Even if she was going to die, she should have died at the hands of her brothers and sisters. How could she die so easily? Long Ling Air looked at her brothers and, taking advantage of their inattention, quietly ran out of the yard. Big brother, Ling Er sneaked out. I'll go bring her back. Long Zhong had already noticed Long Ling Er's unusual behavior. If she wants to go, let her. We haven't lost anything anyway. Long Yi looked calm, with an expression that made him seem like a wise old man over 50. Although Long Zhong was a bit dissatisfied, he didn't go out. Instead, he watched Long Ling Er's back and muttered angrily, that vicious female family, not a single good beast. Hu Jiao efficiently finished processing the deer, washed it in the river, and let the blood flow away with the water. She carried the deer meat back to the small yard. She planned to deal with the remaining prey tomorrow. Today, she needed to repair the wooden house, or she would have to sleep outside tonight. Just after placing the deer meat down, she heard a worried voice behind her.
Zai Zai.
My Zai Zai, where are you hurt?
Let me see.
Which careless one dared to hurt my Zai Zai? I must break his legs. Hu Jiao turned around and saw a slim middle-aged female, followed by two males, one tall and strong, the other lively and energetic. While she was lost in thought, the female had already reached Fox Jiao. Holding Fox Jiao's hands with tears in her eyes, she looked her over nervously. Little Jiao, let me see where you're hurt. We'll go see the vet together. Mom won't let anything happen to you. After saying that, she grabbed Fox Jiao's hand and started to leave. Hearing her words, Fox Jiao realized this was her real mother. She quickly held on to her.
Mom, I'm fine.
No need to see the vet. Foxman immediately felt more worried. Little Jiao, Mom is sorry you're suffering. From now on, you and Mom will go back to live together. We won't stay in this broken house anymore. Your dad can talk to the tribe leader. I don't believe he can force you to stay here. The tribe has a rule that beast men who form a pair must live separately from their parents. If not for this rule, her real parents would never have let her suffer outside. Longlinger followed behind the three and returned, overhearing Foxman's words. Her little face immediately frowned as she looked at Fox Jiao. Her grandmother's family didn't like them, and if the mean female went back, they would be abandoned. If she dared to agree, she would make her leave forcefully. Mom, I really am fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly okay. Besides, can the house even fit me and my 5 little ones? Fox Jiao pouted and gently tugged at Foxman's arm, her voice soft and sweet like a songbird.
What?
You want to bring these little troublemakers with you? Foxman immediately frowned when she heard Fox Jiao wanted to take her cubs back. Her real daughter disliked her cubs and spoke badly of them at her parent house, which caused her parents and brother to have a big bias against the cubs. Fox Jiao hurriedly explained. Mom, they're not troublemakers. They're my cubs. I am now a mother too. You take good care of me, so I should take good care of my cubs. Please let me stay here. Foxman always loved Fox Jiao the most, and listened to her words. Okay, I'll listen to Jiao. Fox Jiao was about to say more, but unexpectedly, Foxman already agreed. She was stunned and felt a strange envy for her past self, having a mother who loved her so much. In her previous life, she was from the countryside. Her family had old-fashioned ideas, valuing boys over girls, even wanting to marry her off easily with bride price, so her brother could marry. She refused and ran away from home in anger, never returning. Little Jiao, who did this? Who smashed your house? Tell Dad, I'll help you get revenge. A middle-aged female saw the broken, smashed wooden house and angrily asked about it. Fox Chong's strong, square face was full of anger, as if as soon as Fox Jiao mentioned a name, he would go straight to find the person and beat them up. In the book, the original character's father was known for his hot temper. Because the original character often caused trouble, Fox Chong would always fight with beast men to defend her, which made the family's relationship with the tribe very tense. Thinking of this, Fox Jiao smiled lightly and shook her head. Dad, it's okay. I have a way to teach them a lesson. She couldn't let her good parents worry about her anymore. Her own revenge, she would handle herself. Little sister, don't be afraid. Did they threaten you? With Big Brother here, just tell me. I'll go help you teach them a lesson." Another cheerful voice rang out. Fox Jiao Jiao turned to see a male behind the elder couple speaking. From his tone, it was probably her older brother, Fox Qingshan. "Big brother, thank you. I really have a way to teach them. You don't need to worry." Fox Jiao Jiao responded with a smile. Her family was really kind to her, willing to stand up for her without asking why. But such caring parents and brother had somehow spoiled her. "All right, if you need anything, just come to your big brother. I promise to help you beat those beast men who bully you until they're all toothless." Fox Qingshan patted his chest to promise. Fox Jiao Jiao naturally trusted him. The book didn't describe her family in detail, but it did mention that her older brother was the pillar of the family, the strongest. Her 4 brothers were all fiercely protective of their sister. But because she kept causing trouble, her perfect family was torn apart, and none of her family members ended well. Fox Jiao Jiao tried her best to calm the 3 of them down. "Zizai, you can't stay in this house anymore. Where will you live?" Fox Min still wanted Fox Jiao Jiao to come back home with her. "Mom, isn't my dad and I here? We'll help little sister fix the house." Fox Qingshan immediately stepped forward, wanting to show off in front of his sister. Hearing this, Fox Min shot him a glare. How could she have such a foolish son? Fox Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. Fixing the house alone would take forever, so she didn't refuse. "All right, then I'll leave it to big brother and dad." With 2 strong, healthy males helping, she couldn't get involved in fixing the house. Seeing her children huddle inside the half-destroyed little wooden house, clearly afraid of her parents, Fox Jiao Jiao let them go out and play. Huan Min is very restless. Seeing that Huan Jiao Jiao has so many prey, she is happy for her and rolls up her sleeves to help her process the prey by the river. "Mom, let me do it." "You can rest." Huan Jiao Jiao quickly steps forward. As the daughter, she can't let Huan Min do all the work. But unexpectedly, Huan Min gently pushes her away with a kind face. "Stay over there. From when you were little until now, when have you ever done this kind of work? I don't want to see you get tired." Huan Jiao Jiao's nose feels a little sour. She has never experienced being cared for and cherished like this before. It turns out there are such good mothers in the world, but she was just unlucky before. Now that she has met one, she must love them well for her original self. Rip! A sound of flesh being torn comes from somewhere. Huan Jiao Jiao looks down and sees that Huan Min's hands have somehow turned into beast claws. The sharp fox claws forcefully tear open the prey, and internal organs along with blood burst out. Huan Jiao Jiao. Her hands have actually turned into fox claws. She has only read about beast men transforming in novels, but has never seen it with her own eyes. Suddenly witnessing this scene, her senses are overwhelmed. After a while, she finally calms down. Now that she is also a beast man, does that mean she can also turn into a fox? Imagining herself as a fox, Huan Jiao Jiao quickly shakes her head and pushes the thought aside. She still wants to be a person. Huan Jiao Jiao takes out a knife from her space and squats down. "Mom, try this. It's really convenient for killing prey." "What is this?" Huan Min looks at the knife in Huan Jiao Jiao's hand with a strange expression. Beastmen's claws and teeth are very sharp. Only the weaker beastmen without claws use tools like bone or stone knives. "This is a knife. I found it. It's very sharp, even capable of cutting through bones." Huan Jiao Jiao lies calmly, her face unchanging. She can only explain the origin of the space object with this reason. She told Zai Zai and the others before that her things were sent by her maternal family. If Huan Min doesn't know about these things, she will definitely be caught. She plans to give a set of knives to Huan Min. The Huan tribe beastmen are not naturally good fighters, so having a weapon for self-defense is useful if there's danger. Is this knife really so sharp? It looks so thin. Won't it break? Huan Min shows a surprised expression. How can such a thin knife cut through bones?
Of course it won't break.
Huan Jiao Jiao takes a special knife for cutting bones and places the prey's ribs on a wooden board. She lifted the knife with a sharp sound. The bone broke into 2 pieces. Hu Min looked at the knife in shock, full of disbelief. Can it really cut through?
Wow.
Sai, you're so lucky to find such a good thing. She quickly waved her hand to refuse. Sai, you keep it for yourself. I don't want it, she said, already used to giving her good things to Sai. Hu Jiao smiled happily and held her hand. Mom, I have more. This is for you, but you can't let other beastmen see it. Hu Min believed her own daughter, without a doubt. Seeing that Hu Jiao insisted, she had no choice but to accept it. Okay, I trust you. Mom won't tell any beastmen. Her daughter was growing up and knew how to respect her. Hu Min felt very happy inside. Soon after, the mother and daughter peeled and cut up several prey animals and cleaned them thoroughly. The sun set behind the mountains. A red curtain appeared in the sky, and a few large birds flew under the red glow, probably wanting to go home before night fell. Hu Qiang and Hu Qingshan, father and son, hurriedly fixed the small wooden house, so Sai would have a place to stay. Sai thought she would have to wait a few days, but the house was repaired in just one afternoon. The beastman's skills were truly impressive. After fixing the house, the three of them prepared to leave. Sai, if anything happens in the future, you must come find Mom. You can't keep things to yourself anymore. If it weren't for your fourth brother coming to tell me today, I wouldn't have known you were being bullied. Before leaving, Hu Min held Sai's hand, speaking earnestly. Fourth brother? Mom, Linger came to see you today?
Sai was surprised and asked.
Didn't they hear the wind and come over? Yes, thanks to your fourth brother today. I didn't expect her to be so clever, Hu Min kept murmuring. Sai felt a warm feeling inside. It turned out Linger was worried about her and came to call Hu Min. It seemed Linger still cared about her mother. Mom, Sai suddenly interrupted Hu Min's chatter. She remembered that ever since the original body was hit on the head, her family had been experiencing trouble repeatedly. What's wrong, Sai? Mom, you, Dad, and the brothers should be careful and take care of yourselves. Sai pulled Hu Min's arm and earnestly advised. Okay, I'll listen to you, Sai. You're so thoughtful now, caring for Mom. Hu Min replied affectionately, smiling brighter than a flower when she saw her daughter suddenly so considerate of her. Sai saw Hu Min off and left. She originally wanted Fox Min to bring back some meat, but Fox Min refused firmly, so she gave up. When she has free time, she will definitely make some food and deliver it herself. Although she is not her original body, she is now occupying her original body's form and enjoying Fox Min's affection. She wants to repay her parents well. Mother, I'm so hungry. This little bit of meat isn't enough. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat every day. Xianghua pointed at Xiongqiu's nose and scolded loudly, acting like a shrew. Today, she failed to steal chickens and ended up losing more. Fox Jiao didn't teach her a lesson. Instead, she gave her family's prey away. She was already annoyed, and hearing her cub crying made her even angrier. You're also stupid. You can't even handle Fox Jiao. She asked you for prey, and you gave her all of it. Do you want us to go hungry? After scolding her cub, she started insulting Xiongzhuang. I am sorry. I was just afraid she might hurt you. Xiongzhuang lowered his head and spoke softly, not daring to argue loudly. Today, Xiongzhuang caught 2 prey animals, both of which he gave to Fox Jiao. The family of 3 could only eat fruit to fill their stomachs. The only piece of meat left from yesterday had to be saved for Xiongqiu. Xianghua had never felt such frustration before. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her anger reached its peak, and just as she was about to explode, she suddenly remembered something. Her eyebrows, like 2 worms, knitted together, and her voice lowered a bit. Xiongzhuang, did you see today? Fox Jiao's cubs seemed to be able to start fires. She was frightened by Fox Jiao's crazy female today and almost forgot about this. Xiongzhuang quickly nodded. He remembered this. Yes, I saw her dragging you go into the wooden house and start a fire. There was no fire inside before. Only the tribe leader has tools for starting fires. Every 3 months, the tribe leader distributes fire-starting tools. At other times, Beast men must keep their own fire sources, otherwise they can only eat raw meat. Xianghua suddenly felt she had uncovered a secret. Dragon, you can start fires. It must be Fox Jiao Jiao teaching her. That little brat must have stolen the tribe leader's fire-starting method. Tomorrow, I will go report her to the tribe leader. She was so excited that her eyebrows almost flew up. Just thinking about making Fox Jiao Jiao unhappy made her feel happy. Why should Fox Jiao Jiao be able to hurt her and still eat her prey? Thinking about how embarrassed Fox Jiao Jiao would be if she was exposed tomorrow, Xianghua suddenly didn't feel hungry anymore. Seeing Xianghua in a good mood, Xiongzhuang quickly spoke up. Tomorrow I will catch 2 fat prey animals to make sure you eat your fill. Xianghua felt happy inside and stopped losing her temper at Xiongzhuang. Before nightfall, the 5 little ones returned home on time. Dragon Linger immediately looked for Hu Jiaojiao's figure. In the small yard, the broken wooden house had been repaired, and the firewood was neatly stacked. The fire in the stove had only sparks left. A strong smell of meat wafted from the pot, but Hu Jiaojiao was nowhere to be seen. Dragon Linga looked sad and a bit disappointed. The mean female was not here. She must have gone back with Grandma. As expected, she had abandoned them. Noticing Hu Jiaojiao was missing, the other little ones also looked gloomy. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind the little ones. Kids, what are you standing there for? Wash your hands quickly. Dinner is ready. The little ones were all surprised. They turned around and saw Hu Jiaojiao holding a few wet animal skins, probably just back from the river, her feet also wet, smiling happily at them. Why you didn't leave? Dragon Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise. They had heard the conversation between the mean female and Grandma. In the past, the mean female would have happily left them to stay with Grandma. Today, she hadn't left. Dragon Xiao pursed her lips, holding a thin stick, her fingers already turning white from gripping it tightly. When she heard Hu Jiaojiao's voice, she finally relaxed. Dragon Zhong stood next to Dragon Xiao, looking coldly at Hu Jiaojiao. What's wrong with you all? Has someone bullied you again today? Seeing the unusual expressions of the little ones, Hu Jiaojiao frowned and asked with concern. As soon as she spoke, Dragon Yao wagged his tail, broke free from Dragon Zhong's hold, and happily threw himself into Hu Jiaojiao's arms. He drooled and licked Hu Jiaojiao's face happily. After a few good meals, the little one became lively and energetic, much stronger. He kept moving around, causing Hu Jiaojiao to drop the animal skin she was holding onto the ground with a pat. She had to let go and hold Dragon Yao, one hand blocking his mouth.
Haha.
Okay. Yao, stop messing around. Today, she didn't need to wash her face. Dragon Yao had cleaned her face with his tongue. Mother, we thought you didn't want us anymore. Dragon Linger pouted her little mouth, looking at Hu Jiaojiao with a sad face. Hearing this, Hu Jiaojiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out the little ones thought she had abandoned them. Silly little ones, how could I not want you? She said softly, smiling gently. She hugged Dragon Yao, then rubbed Dragon Linger's small head, took her hand, and walked toward the yard. The cold little hand suddenly was grasped by a warm large hand, causing Long Linger to stiffen. This was the second time she was held by a mean, spiteful female. It turned out that when this hand wasn't hitting, it could be so gentle. Mother has made something delicious, just waiting for you to come back. Come wash your hands and eat. Hu Jiaojiao took her to the water basin, scooped water into a bowl, and carefully helped her wash her hands. Her tiny claws had touched something dark and sooty, like charcoal. Hu Jiaojiao rubbed and scrubbed until her original color showed. A basin of clean water became murky again. I'll do it myself. Seeing the dirty water, Long Linger suddenly withdrew her hand, hiding it behind her back, her ears turning red unintentionally. Her hands were so dirty, the spiteful female must dislike her very much. Even though Hu Jiaojiao had been unkind to Long Linger before, she still carefully tried to earn her affection, hoping secretly that Hu Jiaojiao would like her. Who would want to be disliked by their mother? But Hu Jiaojiao gently pulled her small hand out, using a towel to wipe away the dirt, and said with a hint of amusement, "There, no need to be shy with mother." "I am not shy," Long Linger quickly blushed, awkwardly pulling her hand back, her head almost wishing to hide in the ground. The little girl was shy, and Hu Jiao Jiao stopped teasing her. Refilling the water, she cleaned Long Yao's mouth, which was full of drool, then turned to the other 3 cubs. "Come, wash your hands too." The 3 cubs all lowered their heads at the same time, glancing at their dark claws, their cheeks flushing slightly. Long Zhong. This spiteful female must be doing it on purpose, just watching them make a fool of themselves. Long Yu next time, he'll wash his hands properly before coming back. Long Xiao. He can't see. Hu Jiao Jiao knew that the second cub, Long Xiao, was blind, so she went over, took him by the hand, and helped him wash. "I'll do it myself." Long Xiao showed a hint of awkwardness, wanting to refuse. But unexpectedly, her hand was tightly held by Hu Jiao Jiao. "Mother will help you wash." Hu Jiao Jiao treated everyone equally, her movements gentle and kind, without any prejudice because Long Xiao could see through her. Long Xiao looked at Hu Jiao Jiao's face with his blank eyes. Although everything in front of him was still dark, he no longer seemed afraid of the darkness.
She
Was so much better than that mean, spiteful female. If she could always be like this, he wouldn't mind not revealing her true nature. Soon, Hu Jiao Jiao finished wiping his hands and turned to the last 2 cubs. "I'll wash myself. I don't need your fake kindness." 2 little ones spoke at the same time, each going to the water jar to wash their hands. The 6-year-old, due to poor nutrition, was only half a head taller than the water jar, making it very hard to scoop water. Hu Jiao Jiao smiled but didn't stop them. Yu reminded, "Wash thoroughly, or there'll be no dinner tonight." Both small figures paused at the same time. Long Yu felt a bit regretful, wishing he had also let the malicious female help him wash. Long Zhong clenched his teeth, furious. Malicious female, she's plotting against him again, so hateful. After washing their hands, the 5 little ones sat in a row. Tonight, Hu Jiao Jiao was making steak. The fresh beef was juicy and tender when cooked, sizzling as it came out of the pan, making everyone hungry just listening. The 5 little ones sniffed the delicious smell of meat and couldn't help but swallow. Today's meat smells so good. Pure meat aroma. Since the little ones wouldn't know how to cut steak, Hu Jiao Jiao cut it beforehand, put it in bowls, drizzled tasty sauce over it, and added forks. Even in a beast world, quality of life should improve. As soon as they received their bowls, the little ones eagerly started eating. Long Yao's small paws couldn't hold the fork well, so he kept burying his head in the bowl and eating happily. Watching the children eat so happily, Hu Jiao Jiao felt very satisfied. After the meal, Hu Jiao Jiao went to the river to wash the dishes and hung the cleaned animal skins to dry. When she entered the house, the little ones were lying on the hay in the wooden hut. Long Yao was happily rolling on the hay, completely unaffected by his older brothers and sisters' worried expressions. "Big brother, we took the prey from Bear Flower. She'll definitely revenge us. What if she comes to steal the prey again, next time?" Long Linger looked worried. Bear Flower's home was close to theirs, and she often had Bear Chio steal their food before. "Let's eat quickly, finish the prey so she has nothing to steal," Long Zhong quickly suggested. "So much prey. Are you planning to eat yourself to death?" Long Xiao interrupted sharply. "What do you suggest then?" Long Zhong stood up angrily. Long Yu patted Long Zhong's shoulder and said, "The malicious female said she has a way to deal with Bear Flower. Let's see what she does first. What good way could she have? I believe she's less reliable than Xiao Wu transforming soon." Long Zhong snorted, looking very displeased. Long Yao, still rolling around, lifted his little head and blinked his red beast eyes. It seemed like he heard someone calling him. "None of your business. Go play somewhere else." Long Zhong frowned and pushed Long Yao's head away. Hu Jiao Jiao entered the room and saw several little ones huddled together, whispering softly. As soon as she appeared, the room instantly became quiet. Hu Jiao Jiao found it amusing. These little ones didn't know that beast people have keen hearing. She heard their whispers from the doorway. Little ones, I have something to tell you, she said. The little ones looked at her all at once. Xianghua tore down her house. Do you want to get revenge? Hu Jiao asked with a gentle smile and slightly curved eyes. Hearing the word revenge, their ears perked up eagerly. Longlinger was the first to nod and replied softly, yes. Mother, but how can we get revenge? They couldn't beat Xionghua's family, and the mean female was so weak that they could only scare her with a knife. If they fought for real, she might get hurt easily. Revenge with teeth and claws. Hu Jiao said confidently. The next morning, Xianghua was excited all night. At dawn, she hurried Xiongzhuang to go hunting while she went to the clan leader's house. Before leaving, she warned her little one, Xiongqiu, stay at home today, don't go anywhere. Hu Jiao, a little troublemaker, always remembered grudges. She was worried Hu Jiao might sneak into their house to steal. Xiongqiu, round like a ball, looked very plump. He was exhausted from fasting all night and weakly nodded in agreement. Got it, mother, he said. He didn't want to go out at all. Not long after Xianghua left, Xiongqiu suddenly smelled something delicious. His stomach growled again. He licked his lips and couldn't help but stand up and walk toward the door. Oh, that smells so good. It's a pity some beast is still hungry. Crunch, crunch outside. Long Linga held a piece of beef, eating with Long Yao. They chewed happily, taking bites from each other. Xiongqiu's eyes widened at the sight of the meat. Saliva dripped from his mouth. Longlinger, give me the meat. It's my family's meat. Seeing that she was just a female and a young cub who hadn't fully transformed, Xiongqiu's anger flared. He hurried to grab the meat. He was still hungry, and he thought, why is this little brat eating meat? Longlinger was prepared. Before Xiongqiu could get close, she quickly dodged. She made a face at him. If you're brave enough, come and take it. Overcome by hunger, Xiongqiu forgot Hu Jiao's warning. His black, bell-like eyes fixed on the meat in Longlinger's hand. This is what you said, little brat. Give me the meat. Woo-woo. Run quickly. Dragonlinger suddenly threw the remaining half-piece of meat forward. In the next moment, Long Yao shot out like a rocket. Ow! He barked, grabbing the meat with his mouth. The two little ones ran into the small forest one after the other. Stop right there. Little brat, don't run. Bear Chio hurried after them. As he chased, he saw Dragonlinger and Long Yao standing ahead, seeming too tired to run further. He was happy and quickened his pace, panting heavily. His face was full of folds of fat that swung as he moved. Little brat, I see where you're running to. Once he caught these little troublemakers, he planned to beat them until they lost their teeth. He wanted to stop them from showing off their meat-eating in front of him. But just as he was about to catch Dragonlinger, he suddenly stepped into thin air and fell into a deep pit. Big brother, third brother, they really fell in. 3 heads popped out from the edge of the pit. Dragonlinger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah! Little troublemakers, you tricked me. Bear Chio was dizzy from the fall. Just as he was about to scold, countless small stones suddenly flew down from above. Ah! You dare to throw stones at me. Throwing stones at you? It's you who's the troublemaker. Your whole family is troublemakers. You bully us every day. If you dare to bully us again, I'll smash your head into pulp. The 3 little ones threw stones even more fiercely. Even Long Yao bit a stone and swung it into the pit. But his actions were too slow. He tilted his head, thought for a moment, and simply flew directly over the top of the pit. He closed his eyes and pushed himself hard. Clatter! A smooth, continuous sound rang out. The 3 little ones all pinched their noses and looked at Long Yao with disgust. Little 5, you're running to the bathroom. Long Yao was still a young beast and didn't feel ashamed at all. He wagged his tail, wiped his with the air, then turned around confidently and flew back behind Long Yu. He also helped his mother teach the bad guys. His mother should give him lots of meat, right? Thinking about eating meat, Long Yao clenched his fists and kept trying harder. At the bottom of the deep pit, Bear Chio was crying out in pain from the stones hitting him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and swallowed a slimy, unknown object. An indescribable smell filled his nose. His face instantly darkened, and he wanted to spit it out, but he choked on his throat.
Gulp.
He swallowed a big mouthful.
Ugh.
Bear Chiu knelt in the pit, vomiting. Long Yu, Long Zhong, and Dragon Linger also gagged above. They couldn't stand it anymore. The three little ones covered their noses and quickly pulled Long Yao away. On the other side, seeing the bear ball being led out the door, the fox Jiao Jiao carried a bucket of gasoline and quickly poured it onto the wall of the bear family's house. This was something she found on the news shelf yesterday. She struck a match and threw it onto the gasoline. Whoosh! The flames instantly grew larger, and the red fire roared like a ruthless beast, swallowing the small wooden house in one gulp. Fox Jiao Jiao clapped her hands, took the bucket back into her space, and left before the beast people arrived. Meanwhile, Xianghua also went to the tribe leader's house, falsely accusing Fox Jiao Jiao of stealing the fire-starting method. Is what you said true? The tribe leader looked serious after hearing Xianghua's words. Yes, I saw Fox Jiao Jiao start the fire myself. She even wanted to burn me alive. Such a thief shouldn't stay in the tribe. Stealing is a serious crime in the beast tribe, especially since she stole the tribe leader's fire-starting method. The tribe leader's face turned cold. He walked out with his hands behind his back. I'll go see what's happening. Although worried, he didn't accuse Fox Jiao Jiao just based on Xianghua's words. Xianghua secretly felt happy and hurried to follow. Stealing from the tribe leader is a serious crime, and Fox Jiao Jiao might even be expelled from the tribe. Not long after they left, a male hurried over. Xianghua, something's wrong. Your house is on fire.
What?
How could my house catch fire? Xianghua was stunned when she heard this. I don't know. You'd better go check, the male said, just passing on the message. Oh no. Bear Ball is still inside. Thinking she had told Bear Ball to stay at home before leaving, Xianghua's face turned pale with panic. She hurried back home. When she arrived, she saw her house already engulfed in flames. Her eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. The nearby beast spectators quickly caught her. Xianghua, are you okay? Bear Ball. Bear Ball is still inside. Hurry, put out the fire and save Bear Ball. Hearing the voice, Xianghua remembered her little one was still inside. She tightly held the other's hand and shouted loudly. The onlookers, seeing there was a young one inside, quickly went to the river to fetch water to put out the fire. Xianghua, don't worry. They're already fighting the fire. Maybe your bear ball has already come out. A few female beast people also comforted her, feeling sorry for her. Soon, the beast people with buckets of water returned and poured water into the fire again and again. But the fire did not weaken at all. It continued to burn fiercely. This fire simply cannot be put out. What's going on? After pouring dozens of buckets of water, the orc noticed something was wrong. Xianghua saw them stop and, in a frenzy, pushed away the female who was holding her, then started shouting. Why did you stop? Keep pouring water to put out the fire. If you can't even do that, what use are you? If anything happens to my Xiongqiu, you all will pay for it. Their tribe is a mixed community with various orc races. They usually get along well, and when someone has trouble, others are willing to help. But when Xianghua said those words, the orcs helping with the fire immediately looked upset. We helped you out of kindness, and your female is so unreasonable. I'm not going to put out this fire. If you want water, go get it yourself. The orcs angrily threw down their buckets and turned to leave. The females pushed by Xianghua also avoided her, unwilling to get close again. Xianghua was pushed aside and sat down heavily on the ground, crying out loud, my Xiongqiu. You all, these orcs who refuse to save others, will not have a good end. If my Xiongqiu dies, I swear I will not forgive you. Hu Jiaojiao went into the forest to pick up her 4 cubs. As she was heading home, she happened to see the scene passing by the orc group. She smiled knowingly. Getting the orcs of the tribe to change their attitude toward her might be difficult, but making them dislike Xianghua was very easy. The 4 cubs all looked disdainful, saying, serves her right. Long Linger held Hu Jiaojiao's hand with her small hand, her eyes full of curiosity. Mother, how did you make the fire impossible to put out? Ever since the mean female changed for the better, she had become quite powerful. Not only could she make delicious food, chase away bad guys, but she could also help teach them a lesson. It's not that I can't put out the fire. I added something that makes the fire burn faster. You need a lot of water to put it out, Hu Jiaojiao explained gently.
What's so powerful about that thing?
Long Linger blinked in surprise, looking excited. Her small fists clenched, eager to try. Mother, can I have some of that powerful thing? If a orc bullies me in the future, I'll throw it on him and burn him to death. Hu Jiaojiao. As expected from a little villain, her words are shocking. Linger, you can't use that thing recklessly. Only really bad people can be burned to death. When you grow up, I'll tell you more, Hu Jiaojiao said seriously. Her goal was to win over the little villains, not to turn them into murderers. You must crush the idea of killing the little villain in the cradle.
Oh.
Hearing Hu Jiaojiao's words, Long Linger felt a bit sad. At that moment, the crying bear flower on the ground saw Hu Jiaojiao among the orcs. She suddenly remembered something, quickly stood up, and angrily rushed over to grab Hu Jiaojiao. Hu Jiaojiao, it must be you. You stole away to revive the clan leader, and came to hurt me. You killed my young ones, and I want to hurt you. Bear flower bared her teeth and claws, about to scratch Hu Jiaojiao's face. The 4 cubs were instantly startled. Seeing Bear Flower rush forward, Hu Jiaojiao suddenly pulled some of them aside to hide. She raised her foot and kicked hard at Bear Flower's knee.
Thud.
Bear Flower's leg buckled, and she knelt down. Bear Flower, what are you doing? Even if you broke my house and hit my 5 small and skinny cubs, you don't need to kneel and apologize. You've already paid me with 2 prey, so I forgive you. Hu Jiaojiao looked at the fallen Bear Flower in surprise, as if she was frightened. The other beasts, hearing Hu Jiaojiao's words, immediately ignored her kick. Breaking someone's house? Hitting their cubs? Although they disliked Hu Jiaojiao, it didn't stop them from also disliking Bear Flower. Feeling the disdainful looks around her, Bear Flower was both ashamed and angry. Hu Jiaojiao, you wicked woman. It must be your revenge for me burning your house. I want to avenge Bear Chiao. She was eager to strangle Hu Jiaojiao right away. She was about to rush forward and fight Hu Jiaojiao. Many orcs watched, but none of them helped Hu Jiaojiao. Hu Jiaojiao placed one hand on Long Yu's shoulder and warned him, take your brothers and sisters home first. Mom will be back soon. After saying that, she pushed the cubs outside the orc crowd. If she really fought the strong and fat Bear Flower, no one would help her. She wasn't her match, though she wasn't afraid of getting hurt for her cubs. She didn't want her cubs to see her being beaten, so she sent the cubs home first. Long Yu led Long Linger and Long Zhong, with Long Yao on his shoulder. After being pushed out of the orc crowd, he looked back at Hu Jiaojiao with a complicated expression, hesitant. This wicked female actually faced danger alone, letting them go first. In the past, he would have turned around and left without hesitation. But now, remembering how this wicked woman had helped them seek revenge and came up with plans, telling them to confront Bear Chiao themselves, if not for her clever methods, they might have just been bullied by Bear Chiao. Big brother, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and go. Long Zhong saw that Long Yu didn't move and tugged at his hand. Long Yu frowned and turned to pull away from Long Zhong, pushing him gently. You take Linger and Xiao Wu back first. Big brother, you wouldn't really help the mean and nasty female, right? Long Zhong's eyes widened, and the scar on his face twisted with anger. I told you, you all go first, Long Yu said coldly, giving a clear order. Among the little ones, Long Yu was the most authoritative when he spoke. Long Zhong looked at him and seemed to see his father's shadow. He clenched his teeth, then turned and led Linger and Elong away. After the 3 left, Long Yu turned around. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked over and saw a small black dragon wagging its tail happily, swinging it from side to side. Its round red eyes blinked as if saying, "Follow the mean female, I get to eat meat." Big brother, Don't try to scare me away, Long Yu. You can stay if you want. Long Yu suddenly remembered something. He cleared his throat and asked softly, cough. Xiao Wu, can you still pull yourself out? Ilong's eyes flicked around, then closed again. He carefully felt the churning in his belly, then nodded seriously. Hu Jiao pushed away her cubs. Xiong Hua had already pounced forward, transforming her hands into brown bear paws, slapping Hu Jiao's forehead. This slap could even knock out her brains. Hu Jiao turned around and saw the sharp, furry bear paw close to her face.
Whoa.
Unfair. She only expected Xiong Hua to fight her, but forgot that in this beast world, beast men could transform into beast forms to fight. Hu Jiao was about to dodge when suddenly a tall, strong hand appeared, grabbing Xiong Hua's paw. Xiong Hua, try hurting my little sister and see what happens. Hu Jiao looked up in surprise and saw a tall, handsome male standing in front of her. Second brother? Hu Jiao was a little stunned, then tentatively called out. The original second brother was very handsome, the most good-looking among the four brothers. Even in the tribe, he was considered one of the most handsome men. Upon hearing this, Hu Qinggao's previously furrowed brow relaxed a little. He turned around, coldly shook off Xiong Hua.
Get lost.
If you dare to touch my sister, I will cut off your hand. Hu Qinggao threatened fiercely. Although his handsome face was as beautiful as a crown jewel, even when angry, it didn't make anyone feel afraid. His fierce and sharp gaze made Xiong Hua retreat. At this moment, someone shouted, "The clan leader is here." The beast men quickly made way. Hu Jiao had never seen the clan leader before, so she looked curiously in that direction. They saw a serious-looking middle-aged male with thick eyebrows and a square face walking into the beast men crowd. Even though he was older, he still stood straight, with his hands behind his back, exuding authority. What's going on? The clan leader looked around at the chaotic beast men and asked in a deep voice. Hu Jiao set fire to my house and burned my young ones to death. Hu Qinggao is protecting her. Clan leader, please help me seek justice. When the clan leader arrived, Xiong Hua seemed to find a supporter and quickly started accusing Hu Jiao first. Why do you say my sister set the fire? Did you see her do it? Hu Qinggao's handsome face was filled with obvious anger. Even without knowing the truth, he firmly stood on Hu Jiao's side. It was Hu Jiao who set the fire. Besides her, who else would do such a thing? My poor Xiongqiu, so young, was burned to death by this wicked female.
Wah.
Xiong Hua stubbornly refused to admit guilt, crying and wiping tears as she wailed. The clan leader looked at Hu Jiao solemnly. Hu Jiao, is that true? Clan leader, I am innocent. Hu Jiao shouted without blushing or flinching. If I had set the fire, how could it burn even water? Clan leader, I couldn't possibly have such power. Everyone thought she had a point. They had never seen fire that couldn't be extinguished by water. The fire suddenly flared up. How could Hu Jiao have that ability? Seeing everyone leaning toward Hu Jiao, Xiong Hua suddenly became unwilling. She pointed at Hu Jiao's nose and started yelling. You're lying. It must be you causing trouble. You're jealous that my Xiongqiu is bigger and stronger than those little brats, so you want to burn him to death. Poor little one. Hu Jiao curled her lips. Your Xiongqiu looks like a pig. People who don't know might think his father is a pig beast. You. The clan leader frowned and softly scolded. Enough. Everyone stop arguing. First, put out the fire and check if Xiongqiu is in the house. The clan leader spoke, and Bear Flower naturally didn't dare to cause trouble again. Dozens of orcs worked together to fetch water. By the time the fire was out, half an hour had passed. After the fire, only ashes remained of the wooden house. Bear Flower ran forward, holding a handful of ash, and cried loudly, "My little one, Bear Ball, you died so tragically." The surrounding orcs watched coldly. Seeing Bear Flower's disgusting face, no one showed her any sympathy anymore. Seeing this scene, Fox Jiao felt deeply moved, as if she saw her original self in the tribe. So stinky. Where is this smell coming from? Oh my goodness, it's so foul. Who pooped here? Suddenly, a sigh spread through the orc crowd. A group of orcs covered their noses, looking disgusted at each other, unwilling to stand close. At this moment, a stinky, fleshy ball rolled in.
Mom, I'm not dead.
Why are you holding a handful of ash and saying I died? Bear Ball finally crawled out of the pit. He didn't catch those little brats, so he wanted to go home and tell Bear Flower. But when he returned, he saw his mother crying. Hearing this sudden voice, Bear Flower looked up and saw Bear Ball standing perfectly fine in front of her. Her crying stopped instantly. Bear Ball, you're not dead? How did you end up like this? It was better not to ask, but once she did, Bear Ball started dry heaving again.
Ugh.
Mom, boo-hoo. Those little brats bullied me. They made me eat. You have to avenge me and beat those little brats to death. He sobbed while dry heaving. Then he tried to run over and hug Bear Flower, crying loudly.
What? Eat.
How could the cubs of Bear Flower's family have this strange habit? When the other orcs heard this, they all looked at each other with strange expressions, feeling disgusted, and backed away several meters. Stop. Don't come any closer. Bear Flower stretched out her hand with disgust, afraid that Bear Ball might smear on her. Mom, boo-hoo. Even you dislike me. Seeing that Bear Flower didn't want to get close, Bear Ball cried even harder, running towards her while sobbing. The two of them played a game of chase and retreat. Fox Jiao Jiao watched nearby, stunned. What's going on? She only gave some advice to teach Bear Ball a lesson. Why did he come back covered in? While she was confused, she suddenly saw a dark shadow swoop overhead.
Yeah.
Fox Jiao Jiao was startled. Worried that Long Yao might get hurt, she hurried to call him back. I saw the little black dragon lift its tail tip, hold its breath, and close its eyes, aiming at the big, round face of Bear Flower, which was covered in fat and flying everywhere.
Splash.
A foul smell hit the air, and Fox Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cover her eyes. It was almost too much to watch. If this weren't the offspring of the original body, she would pretend not to know Long Yao. After finishing with the contents in her stomach, Long Yao shook his little tail happily and scampered back to Long Yu, tilting his head up to seek praise. His bright red animal eyes blinked, as if saying, Big brother, did I do well? Did I aim accurately? Lul 5, good job. Long Yu pinched his nose and gently patted Long Yao's head to show approval. Just after speaking, he felt the gaze from Fox Jiao Jiao. He pretended not to see and looked away. Fox Jiao Jiao. These two little ones, leaving them at home, they still managed to sneak attack. Really? Well done.
Ah.
Bear Flower's loud, honking scream echoed through the sky. Who did it? Who did it? Come out. Bear Flower was splashed in the face and hurriedly wiped it with her hand. But the more she wiped, the more even the mess became. She was so angry she wished she could find a to hide in. Female beasts are precious. Even if Bear Flower annoyed everyone, the tribe's beast men couldn't hurt her. The beast men who were just angry at Bear Flower now saw her so embarrassed and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Mother, it was that little Long Yao. Bear Ball quickly tattled. Finally managing to open her eyes, she heard it was Long Yao who caused the trouble. Bear Flower was instantly furious, baring her teeth and claws, ready to pounce on Fox Jiao Jiao. Fox Jiao Jiao, I will kill you. Fox Qinggao had been prepared and pulled Fox Jiao Jiao aside to avoid Bear Flower's attack. Bear Flower fell flat on her face. The tribe leader, standing nearby, looked displeased. His slightly older voice scolded, Enough, Bear Flower. Hurting females is not allowed in the tribe. Small fights are fine, but harming lives is absolutely forbidden. Leader, Fox Jiao Jiao burned my house and ordered Long Yao to bully us. You have to stand up for me. Bear Flower cried, tears and snot streaming down her face. But her foul-smelling mess only made others feel no pity. Fox Jiao Jiao sneered and immediately retorted, Leader, everyone knows I don't treat my cubs badly. How could they listen to me and do such things? My cub is so young. He doesn't know anything. He's just been bullied by Bear Flower's family every day and wants revenge. She spoke confidently, as if she was completely justified. Vengefulness is very common among orcs, even among young cubs, who remember their enemies well. All the beasts nodded in agreement. Yeah, Hu Jiao Jiao is always hitting or scolding a few cubs. How could they possibly listen to her? I think it's just Xianghua causing trouble and getting what she deserves. Now she's trying to blame Hu Jiao Jiao. Neither of them are good people. There's no need to argue. Hu Jiao Jiao narrowed her phoenix-like eyes and continued seriously. In my opinion, it's because you've done too many bad things regularly. The beast god's punishment burned your house. Yet you still want to slander me. You're truly unchangeable. You, Hu Jiao Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Hearing the beast god's name, Xionghua's face turned pale with fear. Hu Jiao Jiao shrugged. Then tell me, why can't the fire be put out? Isn't it because the beast god doesn't want it to go out? In the story, orcs worship the beast god, just like people who believe in Buddha worship the bodhisattva. The beast god's punishment is no ordinary penalty. The other beasts looked at Xianghua with changed expressions, as if she were something dirty. Even the males who wanted to be her mates quickly gave up the idea.
Impossible.
Hu Jiao Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Xianghua panicked and hurriedly looked at the clan leader. Leader, she's just making excuses. She stole the fire-starting method and is trying to cover for herself. The clan leader turned around and looked at Hu Jiao Jiao. Hu Jiao Jiao, is what Xianghua said true? He was getting older and less powerful than the young beasts. He needed fire to strengthen his position. Otherwise, the beasts wouldn't obey him so much. So, he could only keep the fire-starting method in his own hands, lighting the fire once every 3 months and distributing the fire seeds. If another beast learned how to start fire, his leadership would be in danger. Thinking of this, the clan leader's expression grew serious. Hu Jiao Jiao had read stories and clearly understood what the clan leader was thinking. She stepped forward confidently. I do have the method of starting fire. Little sister. Hu Qinggao looked at her nervously. If she really stole the fire-starting method, the clan leader probably wouldn't let her go. Hu Qinggao's heart was pounding. He thought to himself, if the clan leader really wanted to hurt his little sister, he would risk his life to protect her. Second brother, I'm fine. Trust me. Hu Jiao Jiao looked up with a sweet smile and then turned to face the clan leader. Clan leader, I do have a way to start a fire, but I didn't steal it. I accidentally discovered it myself. Clan leader, don't believe her. If it were so easy to find a way to start a fire, how come no one else has discovered it? She is the only one who has. Bear Flower immediately started spouting nonsense. Hu Jiao Jiao looked calm. Clan leader, if you don't believe me, you can check my method to see if it's the same as yours. Then you'll know if I stole it. Upon hearing this, the beasts all looked at Hu Jiao Jiao with bright eyes. Does she really have a way to start a fire? If they find out, they won't have to wait 3 months to get fire seeds anymore. Hu Jiao Jiao added, but I can only tell the clan leader. Hearing her words, the clan leader's expression softened slightly, and he looked at her with some curiosity. After a long moment, he nodded. All right, you can tell me. I use 2 stones to start a fire. May I ask, clan leader, do you also use stones to make fire? When the clan leader heard this, his expression immediately changed subtly. Hu Jiao Jiao noticed his reaction. The book said that the clan leader learned the fire-starting method from another tribe and kept it secret. He only produced fire every 3 months because his technique was not good enough, and he often couldn't start a fire. Later, when the tribe was attacked by another tribe, the clan leader died, and the tribe lost its fire source. No one else knew how to make fire, and the tribe declined and broke apart. Ying Yuan and Lu Mianer, the main characters, also moved to a new map. Many of the original tribe's beasts died or fled. Her mother, Hu Min, stayed in the tribe because she missed her daughter and refused to leave. When the other tribe attacked again, they tortured beasts for fun, tying Hu Min behind a beast and dragging her to death. Since she was here, she couldn't let such things happen again. Your fire-starting method is not stolen from me, the clan leader said with a serious look and shook his head. Although he didn't want to reveal his fire-starting method, he wouldn't falsely accuse Hu Jiao Jiao. How is that possible? Clan leader, you wouldn't be protecting Hu Jiao Jiao, would you? Bear Flower's eyes widened in disbelief. Bear Flower, are you the clan leader? Or is the clan leader the clan leader? If you don't trust the clan leader's words, you really don't respect him. Hu Jiao Jiao deliberately raised her voice loudly. As expected, the clan leader's face grew cold. As the clan leader, he disliked anyone challenging his authority. If a beast didn't listen to him, his words would lose all credibility in the future. He frowningly ordered, "Take Bear Flower to the cave, lock her up for 2 days, and no one is allowed to visit." Soon, Bear Flower was dragged away. Bear Ball was stunned and scared. He didn't expect his own mother to be taken away. Afraid, he glanced at Fox Jiao Jiao and then quietly ran away from the Beastmen crowd. After the chaos, the Beastmen didn't want to leave. They all wanted to know how Fox Jiao Jiao managed to start a fire with stones. Fox Jiao Jiao naturally understood what everyone was thinking and continued speaking. "I've tried it. Not all stones can start a fire. Only these 2 stones I found can do it." As soon as she finished speaking, the Beastmen showed disappointed expressions. "Chief, I am willing to give you the fire-starting stone, but I have a request." This was a deal. The chief looked at Fox Jiao Jiao carefully.
He felt she seemed to have changed a lot.
Her gentle, smiling expression was different from before. "Tell me, what do you want?" As soon as the words fell, 2 flint stones clashed and scraped in the palm of her hand, quickly producing sparks. She then took out some prepared tinder and caught the sparks. Holding it in her palm, she carefully blew on it a few times. Soon, white smoke appeared, and a small flame quickly jumped out. "It's lit. It really works to make fire. What kind of stone is this? It's so amazing. Hu Jiao Jiao is really lucky. She found such a good thing." Among the beast people, there were those who envied, those who were jealous, and some who looked down on Hu Jiao Jiao. After the demonstration, Hu Jiao Jiao handed the flint to the tribe leader. She had originally planned to find the leader herself, but unexpectedly, Xianghua helped her and called the leader over. The other beast people looked on with envy but had no way to act, shaking their heads and walking away. The tribe leader's eyes on Hu Jiao Jiao changed subtly as he looked at the flint. He glanced at Hu Min and Long Yao, who were still nearby and hadn't left, then showed a faint, satisfied smile. "Hu Jiao Jiao, take good care of your 5 cubs in the future. Be kind to them. If you have any trouble, come find me." Perhaps because he took something from Hu Jiao Jiao or saw her change, he didn't hold any prejudice against her like other beast people. "Thank you, leader. I will take good care of the cubs and raise them healthy and chubby." Hu Jiao Jiao nodded seriously. She felt a bit emotional inside. It seemed the leader was a pretty good person, willing to help even a female like her. Although the leader kept the fire-making method to himself, he managed the tribe very well. Thinking of the sacrifices made by the tribe leader in the story, Hu Jiao Jiao only felt it was a pity. "Little sister, you're really amazing." After the leader left, Hu Qinggao praised Hu Jiao Jiao happily. Hu Qinggao was gentle-looking, with fox-like eyes that added a charming, slightly mischievous touch to his soft features. His handsome face smiled like spring breeze, looking like a handsome man from a painting. Hu Jiao Jiao looked at her handsome second brother and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's a fox, so good-looking. She wondered which female he would favor in the future. "Little sister, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face?" Hu Qinggao touched his face, looking puzzled. Hu Jiao Jiao quickly shook her head, withdrew her gaze, and changed the subject.
"No.
I just wanted to ask, how did you know I was here? I just came back from hunting and wanted to bring you some food. I heard Xianghua calling your name and was worried you might be in trouble, so I hurried over," Hu Qinggao said. Suddenly, he remembered something. Turning around, I looked around and quickly returned with 3 wild chickens flapping their wings and with broken legs. Thanks to my little sister's reminder, I almost forgot the prey. Hu Jiao Jiao smiled softly. The original body's second brother really looks as described in the book, handsome but forgetful and careless, which doesn't match his face at all. Hu Qinggao scratched his head and pushed the wild chickens into Hu Jiao Jiao's arms. Little sister, you take these home to eat. If they're not enough, I'll go hunting again tomorrow. The fox beast men aren't good at fighting and can only catch small prey. Still, whenever Hu Qingao catches something fatter, he always brings it first to the original body. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao quickly waved her hand to refuse. Second brother, I don't need it. I still have a lot of meat at home that I didn't finish. Dragon Mo brought it back yesterday. Hearing this, Hu Qingao frowned and looked disdainful.
Dragonmontag?
That useless guy can only send a few prey. In the past, she finished the prey he brought back the next day, so today he specifically brought some to prevent her from going hungry. Hu Jiao pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Second brother, why don't you take me back to sea? The original body disliked Dragon Mo and often spoke badly about him in front of family, which made Hu Qingao quite biased against Dragon Mo. She wanted to win over the big villain Dragon Mo but couldn't afford to lose face in front of her brothers. Knowing her explanation wouldn't work, she decided to let Hu Qingao see for himself. Fine, I'll go, Hu Qingao nodded. He was eager to see how many prey Dragon Mo could catch. Hu Jiao wanted to take Long Yu and Long Yao home with her, but when she turned around, the two little ones had already disappeared. She could only smile helplessly and walk back with Hu Qingao. Inside the wooden house, the only one left at home, Long Xiu heard footsteps outside and nervously clutched the wooden stick in her arms. Second brother, we're back, Long Ling Er's voice came shortly after. Long Xiu finally relaxed a little, her ears moving. But then she suddenly frowned and asked, why are only you two back? From the sound of the footsteps, she could tell only two people had returned. Two? The scar on Long Zhong's face twitched, and he looked behind him, but there was no sign of Long Yao. He gritted his teeth and said, that little fifth one slipped away again. What happened? Did you fail? Long Xiu asked sharply, sensing something was wrong. Last night, she also heard the malicious female's plan, but she couldn't see it and was just a burden, waiting at home for news. Of course, they succeeded. Second brother, you don't know how miserable Xiong Qiu was. His family was burned to ashes by mother, and he even ate Xiao Wu's. Long Linga eagerly described what she had just seen. The more Long Xiu listened, the stranger his expression became. That wasn't part of yesterday's plan.
But
Xiong definitely won't let mother go easily, Long Linger said, suddenly looking sad. Just then, outside the house, footsteps sounded again. The three little ones instinctively tensed up. Could it be that Xiong came back with others to take revenge? The three little ones looked nervously at the door. A shadow suddenly darted in, circling around them. Has Xiao Wu come back? There's a strange smell. Long Xiu quickly recognized it as Long Yao's scent. But this smell was a bit off. It's Xiao Wu. He had diarrhea today, Long Linger said, pinching her nose and grabbing Long Yao's body, pulling him toward the door. Xiao Wu, you smell terrible. Go wash yourself quickly, or mother won't give you meat today. Cough, cough, cough. Long Xiu, who was carefully sniffing the air, suddenly stiffened and coughed several times. Long Yu entered the room, skillfully covering his nose. Seeing no one behind Long Yu, Long Linger was about to ask why mother wasn't there, when suddenly, Hu Jiao's voice came from outside. Little ones, mother is back, and second uncle is here to see you. Second uncle. That handsome fox who always brings food but only lets them smell it from the side. All five little ones frowned at the same time. They didn't like Fox Qingao at all. No, they didn't like the whole venomous female family. All five chose to stay inside the wooden house. Hu Jiao was quick. When she returned and saw Long Yu go inside, knowing they didn't want to come out, she first took Fox Qingao into the yard to look at the meat. Are these all prey caught by Long Mo? That useless one? Fox Qingao was stunned to see the yard full of hanging meat. Yesterday, their parents had mentioned it when they returned, but he and his brothers didn't believe it. Now, he was surprised it was true. Second brother, Long Mo isn't useless. Please don't say that about him anymore, Hu Jiao said seriously. But she really hoped the big villain wouldn't hear her, or she would be in big trouble. All right, I won't call him useless anymore. Unconditionally changing her tone, Hu Qingao suddenly asked, "Why did he only bring back a little prey each time before? Was he deliberately teasing you?" "No, second brother. He used to bring back many prey, but the tribe's orcs kept some for themselves. Yesterday, I found out and made them return it." Hu Jiaojia recounted what happened yesterday to Hu Qingao. Hearing this, Hu Qinggao's face instantly filled with anger. Who dares to steal your prey? I'll go break their legs." The handsome man immediately turned into a hot-tempered older brother. Hu Jiaojiao awkwardly smiled and held him back. "Second brother, it's okay. They won't dare to do it again. Right now, the most important thing was the cubs and her family. She didn't want to cause trouble over the mess left by her original self, which could bring her trouble. But if these orcs bullied her in the future, she wouldn't stay silent." After much persuasion, she finally calmed Hu Qingao down. Hu Qingao insisted on keeping the 3 wild chickens. As the chickens clucked, 5 cubs peeked out from the wooden house, their sleepy eyes fixed on the chickens, their throats rolling occasionally. Hu Jiaojiao also saw the reaction of the sleepy cub. While she was puzzled, suddenly she remembered something. Right, Dragon Clock was the only fox cub among the 5, and foxes seemed to like eating chickens. Hu Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh. She didn't refuse and took the chickens, but also handed Hu Qingao a big piece of meat for him to take back. Knowing Hu Jiaojiao wasn't short of food, Hu Qingao didn't refuse her kindness. This was meat given by her little sister, and he would envy the 3 of them when he got home. Just as he was about to leave, Hu Qingao suddenly noticed some animal skins hanging behind the meat. He hesitated and asked, "Little sister, what are you doing hanging up the animal skins?" Hu Jiaojiao looked and saw it was the animal skins she washed yesterday. "Oh, I want to dry them out to make clothes for the cubs." Yesterday, she peeled 6 skins in total. Except for one she couldn't complete due to technical issues and the white fox's damaged skin, the rest were intact. The cubs were small, so the clothes made from these skins would be enough. Hu Qinggao's expression was strange. "Little sister, animal skins aren't tan like that. If you dry them like this, they'll become hard and uncomfortable to wear," he explained with a bit of amusement. Hu Jiaojiao was stunned. Her smile froze slightly. "Really?" She quickly touched the skins. Sure enough, they were stiff and not the soft skins she usually wore. Hu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyebrows furrowed together, and her face looked a bit serious. She wished she had asked how to tan animal hides from the orcs here. She thought that once the hides were cleaned, they could be used directly. Seeing her unhappy expression, Hu Qingao quickly comforted her. "It's okay, little sister. It's just a few hides. If they get ruined, they get ruined. What kind of hides do you want? I'll bring some to you in a few days." "Thanks, second brother, but I don't need it now. Next time second brother can teach me how to tan hides." Hu Jiaojiao shook her head. She didn't want to be lazy like her previous self. Since she didn't know how, she would remember this lesson and learn.
"Great."
Hu Qingao nodded repeatedly, surprised that Hu Jiaojiao was interested in this. After sending Hu Qingao away, Hu Jiaojiao touched the stiff animal hides, feeling a bit regretful. Although she couldn't use these hides to make clothes, they could be turned into a few pairs of shoes. The orcs here didn't seem to wear shoes, and she and the cubs were barefoot. Not wearing shoes felt strange to her. She decided to do it immediately. While the cubs were out playing, Hu Jiaojiao entered her space, found some needles and thread, and began making shoes from her childhood memory of her grandmother's sewing stalls in the village. Besides needles and thread, she also found some cloth. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use soft fabric for the shoe lining and wrap the animal hide around the outside. This way, the shoes would be soft and comfortable, and they wouldn't look suspicious. Her previous self never did manual work. Her fingers were long, white, and delicate, like a noble lady from ancient times. But since the orcs were strong, making shoes was very easy for Hu Jiaojiao. In no time, she finished 4 pairs of small shoes. Long Yao hadn't transformed yet and didn't know his shoe size, so she didn't make shoes for him. Looking at the 4 delicate little shoes in her hands, Hu Jiaojiao was very satisfied. The craftsmanship was quite fine, but because the materials were simple, the shoes looked plain. Still, they were good enough to wear. After finishing the cub's shoes, she started making her own. Staring at the needle and thread for a long time, Jiao felt a bit tired. Before she finished her shoes, she leaned on a stone bench in the yard and fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, she was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly looked up at the sky. The sun was almost overhead, shining so hot that her face felt burning, like a cooked apple. Her hands were wet with sweat, feeling icy cold. She patted her cheeks, and the cool sensation finally woke her up a bit. She had a nightmare. In her dream, Jiao saw Long Yao in a field of wild grass, being bitten and torn apart by a pack of wolves. Only the white bones of his half-body remained. The bright red eyes of the beast looked at her with sadness. Suddenly, the sadness in Long Yao's eyes turned into hatred. A cold, fierce anger like a knife pierced Jiao's heart. She woke up instantly. In the dream, the sun was slanting in the sky, indicating it was afternoon. For some reason, Jiao felt very uneasy inside, even though she knew it was just a dream. She got up, planning to call her little ones back, as that was the only way to make herself feel better. She looked around near the wooden house, but couldn't find any sign of her little ones. Her worry grew stronger, so she hurried to search other parts of the tribe. Jiao lived on the far west side of the tribe near the forest. It took some walking to see the houses of other beastmen. Thinking about the scene in her dream, Jiao felt anxious. She grabbed at the tree branches in the forest. Suddenly, she heard voices ahead in the woods. She paused and moved closer, seeing a few little ones standing in the distance. It was her little ones. Jiao's face lit up with joy, and she was about to walk over. But before she could get close, she saw a slender female standing opposite the little ones, speaking softly and gently to them. I just finished this roasted meat. Hurry and share it with your brothers and sisters. You must be starving, right? It's all my fault. I've been busy lately and couldn't bring food. I'll try to bring more next time. Her voice was soft, warm, and gentle. Jiao listened and felt it sounded a bit familiar. She frowned and leaned in to look closer. She realized it was Luo Miana, the female she saw when she first crossed over. Why was she here? Suddenly, Jiao remembered that Luo Miana, as the heroine, disliked what her original self had done, but she was kind to the little ones. She sometimes secretly gave them food, making her one of the few beast men in the tribe who cared for the little ones. From afar, through the dense branches, Jiao could see Luo Miana's soft, gentle face full of a smile. The little ones stood in front of her, looking obedient and well-behaved. This scene was very harmonious. Jiao suddenly hesitated, feeling afraid to interrupt them. Right now, those little ones probably still disliked her. They probably only wanted a mother like Luo Miana. If she suddenly went over, they might resent her. Thank you, but we're not hungry. Long Yu's face showed no expression, and he coldly refused. Long Xiao and Long Zhong stood side by side. Long Zhong only glanced at Lu Miana holding the roasted meat and said nothing. They all listened to their older brother. Even Long Linger, who usually talks the most, didn't speak to Lu Miana now. She stood quietly behind Long Yu with a calm expression, her dark little eyes silently watching Lu Miana with a scrutinizing gaze. When they went out today, they heard other beastmen say that the vicious female's injury was caused by Lu Miana pushing her down. No matter how mean the vicious female was, she was their mother, and they wouldn't allow other beastmen to hurt her. Lu Miana's smile froze slightly, showing a look of confusion. Then she quickly understood. She crouched down and gently asked, "Did Jiao hit you again? Or did she find out I gave you food and stop you from eating? It's okay. After you finish eating now, she won't notice, and I won't tell any beastmen. Just eat quickly." Although these little ones usually didn't like talking and were cold to her, they wouldn't refuse food. Today, something felt very strange.
Lu Miana instinctively blamed Jia.
Hearing her words, except for Long Zhong, the other cubs couldn't help but frown. She didn't hit us. We're not hungry either. You can take the food back, Long Yu said seriously, correcting her. Big brother is right. Mother didn't hit us. Don't talk nonsense, Long Linger quickly nodded. In the past, they ate her food because if they didn't, they would starve. When they had the ability, they would repay her. Now, they didn't need to eat anymore. The usually silent Long Xiu also spoke. Aunt Lu, thank you for your kindness. You should go back now. Aunt Lu? Lu Mianer's smile froze a little at those words. Although she was about the same age as Hu Jiao Jiao, the cubs in the tribe always called her Sister Miana, and no cub had ever called her aunt before. Hearing Long Xiu's words, Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This second cub of the original body was truly the most sharp-tongued among the cubs. Long Zhong was openly sarcastic, and he was secretly mocking. Even though the female lead, Lu Miana, was still a young female under 20, Long Xiu called her aunt. Who's there? A hint of alertness flashed across Long Yu's young face. He suddenly turned around, and his sharp gaze swept toward where Hu Jiao Jiao was. Hu Jiao Jiao quickly shut her mouth, but it was too late. Long Zhong had already stepped over dry branches and leaves. When he saw Hu Jiao Jiao, the scar on his face wrinkled into a frown. Is that you? Was the malicious female secretly listening to their conversation? The other children also looked surprised. Their small bodies instinctively shrank back. This was a habit left by the original body, a reflexive response. Unconsciously, her mind also pictured the fierce look of the malicious female. She thought to herself that she had seen Lu Mianer secretly giving them food. If she found out they accepted it, she would surely punish them again. While the children were lost in thought, Long Linga grinned and ran over, calling out in a clear voice. Mother! Hearing the word mother, the children seemed to wake from a nightmare. They suddenly remembered that the malicious female called herself mother, and they vowed she wouldn't hit them anymore. Seeing that the children had discovered her and she couldn't hide anymore, Hu Jiao Jiao had no choice but to walk out bravely, giving an awkward smile. She explained, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. I was looking for you and just happened to meet you. Or you can continue talking. I won't disturb you. Seeing that the children were safe and sound, Hu Jiao Jiao felt relieved. Hearing her words, the children looked at her with surprise. What kind of trick was she planning now? The malicious female used to dislike Lu Mianer the most. She wouldn't let them talk to her, and if they got close, she would scold them loudly. Today, she showed no reaction at all. When Hu Jiao Jiao turned to leave, Long Linger quickly stepped forward and grabbed her sleeve. Hu Jiao Jiao turned around and saw Long Linger, who looked like a little monkey, tilting her head with big, watery eyes full of hope. Mother, don't go. We didn't come to see her on purpose. She came to find us herself. We didn't even want to take her food. Please don't be angry or dislike us, okay? She reached out and took Long Linger's hand, walking over to the children. Her actions showed she wouldn't be as cruel as before, hitting them whenever she was angry. The children pressed their lips together, and their wariness gradually eased. Long Zhong was even less likely to argue with Hu Jiao Jiao in front of others. Long Linga held Hu Jiao Jiao's hand with her small hand, and her voice carried a hint of happiness. Mother is not angry. That's good. Her tone was no longer cautious and scheming, but genuinely joyful. Hu Jiao Jiao also felt happier. She turned to thank her politely. Lu Mianer, thank you for your kindness. You don't need to secretly bring food to the children anymore. I won't let them go hungry. She remembered that these children would become villains in the future and stand against the female lead, Lu Mianer. It was because she cared about their bond that she didn't harm her. However, because of this, Eagle Yuan had killed each one, and their fate was no better than her own. Thinking of this, she instinctively didn't want the children to have too much contact with Lu Mianer. People are selfish. She also selfishly hoped that the children would grow up healthy, safe, and happy, without being hurt by Lu Mianer or Eagle Yuan in the future. Hearing Hu Jiao Jiao's words, Lu Mianer frowned, a trace of anger appearing on her innocent face. Hu Jiao Jiao, what exactly do you want to do? These children are already so thin, and if you're not going to feed them, that's one thing. But why do you stop others from giving them food? That's too much. Her delicate, gentle face slightly reddened with anger. Even in her fury, her voice was soft and fragile, but her accusations made her seem pitiful.
Huh?
No, Hu Jiao was stunned by her words. Seeing Lu Mianer's delicate appearance, she had to admit that she truly was the female lead, even when angry, looking so helpless. No wonder Eagle Yuan was so devoted to her. As the heroine in the story, Lu Mianer had a tragic background. Her biological father died tragically, and her family was full of villains. She was bullied since childhood, which made her gentle and fragile. In the story, Eagle Yuan loved her for this, caring for her with great tenderness. But she wasn't a male, and this look was useless for her. Just as Hu Jiao was about to explain clearly, Long Zhong suddenly interrupted with a cold voice. Hey, are you still not leaving? Females are so nagging. Hu Jiao turned around and saw that a few cubs had already walked behind her. Long Linger also tugged at her hand, trying to pull her out of the forest. Anyway, she didn't plan to be friends with Lu Mian. If there was a misunderstanding, so be it. The cubs were more important. Hu Jiao followed the cubs and left. Seeing Hu Jiao leave, Lu Mianer didn't follow and looked worriedly at the disappearing figures of the cubs. A male voice sounded behind her. Lu Mianer turned around and saw a black eagle descending from the sky, which instantly transformed into a tall, strong, and muscular male figure. Ayuan, why are you here? Seeing the visitor, Lu Mianer's face lit up with a happy smile. Ayuan strode over confidently, his rugged face showing a loving smile. I knew you were here. Just as Lu Mianer was about to step closer, her gaze froze, and she shyly turned her head, her face turning bright red. Ayuan, quickly put on your beast hide. It wouldn't be good if other beast men see you. Among beast men, there was no strict etiquette. It was normal for same pairs not to wear beast hides. Only in the presence of the opposite would they cover important parts with hides. We are already mates. From now on, you can look at my body whenever you want. It's just us here, so why wear a beast hide? Ayuan chuckled softly, and Mianer's shy look was so charming.
Ayuan.
Lu Mianer pouted playfully and lightly stomped her foot, like a frightened little rabbit. Only then did Ayuan change his tone, speaking affectionately. All right, I didn't bring a beast hide. I'll take you back first, then you can wear it. Is that okay? Lu Mianer sat on the back of the black eagle, her face pale from fear of heights, clutching tightly to the eagle's neck. The meat they hadn't sent out earlier was also grabbed by Ayuan's claws. He asked with confusion, Mia, you came to deliver food to those cubs. Why didn't they eat today? Lu Mianer's situation at home was also difficult. She was often bullied, not fed well, and lacked warmth. Ayuan helped her stand up for herself, bringing her prey every day. That's why she had extra meat to give to the cubs. Ayuan knew about the meat delivery. Although he disliked Hu Jiao, he wouldn't stop Lu Mianer from doing what she wanted. Thinking about not delivering the meat today, Lu Mianer sighed with worry in her eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle as she explained, Hu Jiao saw us and took the cubs away. Again with Hu Jiao? Is that vicious female bullying you again? Hearing her name, Ayuan's eagle eyes immediately filled with disgust. No, I just feel sorry for those little ones. They're going to go hungry again. Lu Mianer gently shook her head, her tone full of concern. Hearing Lu Mianer's voice, Ying Yuan's heart softened. He was worried she would be sad about this, so he quickly comforted her. Sleepy, you're just too kind. Those little ones have parents. If they go hungry, it's not your fault. You don't need to feel guilty. Their voices gradually drifted away with the wind. Hu Jiao and her 5 little ones returned home. She was about to take out the shoes she'd just made for the little ones to try on when she remembered that only Long Yao didn't have shoes. She took a small bag of dried fish from the air, opened it, and poured the fish into a white porcelain bowl, planning to give some to Long Yao. All 5 little ones were precious to her. She couldn't favor one over the others and make Long Yao feel she was being unfair. Little ones, come here. Mother has something to give you. Hearing Hu Jiaojiao's voice, the little ones gathered at the door, curious about the strange object she was holding. Mother, what is this? Long Linger blinked, her bright eyes full of curiosity. These are shoes. You wear them on your feet when you walk, so your feet don't get hurt easily, Hu Jiaojiao explained softly. Adult beast men can travel in beast form, but young ones can't control their transformation well yet. They often hurt their tender feet, and if unlucky, they might even get infected and become seriously ill. Long Linger's small face still looked confused. Linger, come here. Mother will help you put them on and see if they fit. Hu Jiaojia bent down and helped Long Linger put on the shoes. Her tiny feet were just the size of a palm. Hu Jiaojia had already estimated the size, making them slightly loose so they wouldn't affect walking. Mother, these shoes are strange, but soft and comfortable. Long Linger was full of wonder as she stepped around in her new shoes. Hu Jiaojiao helped Long Xiao put on his shoes as well. Long Yu and Long Zhong each took their shoes and, mimicking Hu Jiaojiao's actions, put them on by themselves, not letting her touch them. The four little ones put on their shoes and started walking. It looked just like the videos Hu Jiaojiao had seen of pets walking in shoes, strange postures, as if their legs had a mind of their own. Hu Jiaojiao couldn't help but laugh softly. Long Zhong's face turned red with embarrassment. He angrily tore off his shoes and threw them to the ground. These things are useless. I don't want them. Hu Jiaojiao wasn't upset. She smiled gently and comforted him. It's okay. If you don't like them, don't wear them. If you want to wear them, you can. Mother won't force you. Mother, Linger likes the shoes. Thank you, Mother. Linger wants to wear them every day. Long Linger ran over wearing shoes, excitedly hugging Hu Jiaojiao's thigh and acting spoiled. Her voice was clear and sweet. She was worried that Brother San, Long Zhong's words, might make Hu Jiaojiao angry. Long Yu took a few steps, pursing his lips. His young face looked a little unnatural as he also looked at Hu Jiaojiao. Thank you, these shoes are very good. Among the four children, only Long Xiao stayed in place, shifting his feet slightly. Feeling the soft touch under his feet, Long Xiao held his stick and slowly took careful steps forward. He couldn't see well and often stepped on sharp objects, cutting his feet. Because of this, he was afraid to go outside often. Now that he had shoes, he could go out more without worrying about hurting his feet. Long Xiao felt a mix of emotions and didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He clenched and loosened his grip on the stick. Hu Jiaojiao just wanted to do something she could for the children and didn't expect that a small act of kindness would change their view of her. So, when she saw Long Xiao and Long Zhong's reactions, she didn't feel disappointed. She took out a white porcelain bowl and softly called, "Yaoer, Mother also prepared for you." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Long Yao was not in the yard. The white porcelain bowl almost slipped from her hand. Hu Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. Yaoer, where did you see Yaoer go? She hurriedly stood up to look for him, asking the children. When she returned, she saw Long Yao leaning on Long Zhong's shoulder. Because Long Zhong didn't like her to get close, she didn't go over. She gradually forgot her nightmare. How could Yaoer suddenly disappear? Could her recent dream be real? Hu Jiaojiao instinctively looked up at the sun, which was already slanting westward. The bright red sun painted the sky crimson, indicating that it was very close to the time in her dream. Mother, what's wrong? Long Linger looked at Hu Jiaojiao nervously. Her excited encounter seemed like a sign she was about to get into a fight, but soon she noticed Hu Jiaojiao's pale face, which looked unwell. What was wrong with her? Could she be sick? Long Linger looked worried, afraid that her mother, who had just recovered, might have a problem. Long Yu reacted the fastest. He and Hu Jiaojiao searched everywhere for Long Yao, calmly recalling, I remember Xiao Wu came back with us. She was just here a moment ago. She must have gone somewhere to play. Little Five is stubborn and active, often sneaking away. The children are used to this, so they didn't react much to Long Yao's disappearance, just thinking he was off playing again. Hearing Long Yu's words, Hu Jiaojiao didn't feel relieved. Instead, she became more anxious. Even though she knew it was just a dream, her heart was still tense. Big brother, you all go out to look for him. I'll stay at home and watch. If little five comes back, call you. Long Xiu also noticed Hu Jiao's unusual tone and whispered, Okay. Hu Jiao and the two children left the house first. Long Zhong looked at the worried people and couldn't help but snort coldly. Why pretend? When we used to hit little five, I never saw you care about him. While saying this, he started moving his thin legs quickly to catch up. After running a few steps, he turned back. He looked at Hu Jiao and the three children who had already run far away, then stole a glance at Long Xiu, whose eyes were blind. He expressionlessly picked up the shoe he had just thrown away, dusted it off, tucked it into his pocket, and then pretended nothing happened, chasing after them. Hu Jiao followed the children, searching everywhere Long Yao often went, but couldn't find his figure. Long Yu finally sensed something was wrong and looked serious. Strange, little five used to be playful but wouldn't run off like this. How could he be missing? Long Ling Er's face turned pale. Little five might be in trouble. The five siblings always stayed together. Except for Long Xiu, who never went out, and Long Yao, who loved to play, they rarely separated. Now, unable to find Long Yao, the children felt anxious and helpless. Hu Jiao's face was pale, her palms sweaty. She tried to stay calm and clear her mind. In her dream, Yaoer, wolf pack, wasteland. She quickly turned around and asked the children, Do you know where there is wasteland near the tribe? If wolves appeared, it couldn't be inside the tribe. But Long Yao, still a cub who hadn't transformed, didn't hunt, so how could he leave the tribe and provoke wolves? Just after asking, Hu Jiao realized how silly she was. The children had never left the tribe, so how would they know where the wasteland was outside? At this moment, Long Yu's gentle yet steady voice sounded. To the south of the tribe, if you don't go out through the tribe's entrance and head directly south, after crossing a river, you'll find the wasteland. He looked at Hu Jiao with a stern face. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do with the wasteland, he told her immediately. Hu Jiao felt strange inside, but didn't have time to think much. She quietly told her children, You all look around the tribe. Mother will go somewhere else to find Yaoer. Do not leave the tribe. I don't want to find Yaoer and then lose you. Do you understand? If what she saw in her dream was real, she couldn't take her three little ones with her. The wolf pack is too dangerous. One careless move could be deadly. She just hopes her guess is wrong, that there are no wolves in the wild grass and that Yaoer isn't there. The three children nodded without arguing at this moment. Hu Jiao immediately followed Long Yu's instructions and ran south toward the tribe. As Long Yu said, south of the tribe, there is a river a few meters wide. The river is fast-flowing, and it acts as a natural barrier, protecting the south of the tribe from wild animals. On the opposite bank is a flat area covered with thick, dense weeds, tall enough to hide even a beast man. Right now, a small black figure was happily flying over the river. It looked around, sniffed the air with a tiny nose, and suddenly brightened up, speeding across to the other side of the river. After a while, the little creature stopped with its tail up. Looking closely, a fragrant, oily piece of meat was hidden among the weeds, giving off an enticing smell. Slurp Long Yao licked his lips, almost drooling, and flew over to gobble up the meat. In the distance, pairs of beast eyes glowing green silently watched him. Huff huff in the wild grass, little Long Yao wagged his tail happily while eating, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The surrounding grass was swayed and rustled loudly. Long Yao finished the meat and patted his round belly with his tiny claws, lying down on the grass to rest before heading home. As soon as he lay down, he looked up and made eye contact with a pair of green eyes. Long Yao shivered in fright, trembling all over. His natural alertness made him not immediately jump up but instinctively look around. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs of green eyes. Before he knew it, countless pairs of green eyes had surrounded him. This is a wolf pack. The sound of rustling grass had silently brought them closer. If he hadn't just laid down and looked around, Long Yao might not have noticed these wolves at all. Long Yao has only eaten wolf meat before, but he has never seen so many wolves. His small heart keeps pounding. The wind stops. Suddenly, the hidden wolf pack seems to receive a signal and rushes toward Long Yao. Long Yao mustered all his strength and flew up with a whoosh, but the hungry wolves won't miss this easy meal. They chase after him eagerly, not planning to give up. After only 2 days of eating, Little Dragon can't keep up with the adult wolves' feed. In an instant, the wolf leader, with saliva dripping from his sharp teeth, appears behind Long Yao. His big mouth opens wide, as if he could bite Long Yao in half if he moved just a little closer. After flying at full speed for so long, Long Yao's speed begins to slow down.
Howl.
A wolf howl echoes close to his body. Long Yao feels cold inside. It's over. He's going to be eaten by the wolves. He'll never see his brother, sister, or mother again. He'll never get to taste the delicious food his mother makes.
Wah.
If only he hadn't been so greedy for a bite of meat, he wouldn't have lost so many good meals from his mother. Long Yao feels a drop of stinky water on him. It's the wolf leader's saliva. When he looks back, the sharp teeth are almost at his face. Be careful! Just as Long Yao is about to give up struggling and accept death, a figure suddenly rushes over and snatches him from the wolf's mouth. You little brat, are you crazy? This is a wolf pack. What are you doing here, animal? Monkey Little Jump hugs Long Yao and runs wildly through the tall grass. He just returned from hunting and was trying to take a shortcut home. Suddenly, the once empty grassland is filled with wolves. He planned to go around, but saw the wolf pack chasing a young one. Without thinking, he rushed over. Ugh, ugh, Long Yao makes a distressed whimper in Monkey Little Jump's arms. He sticks his head out and looks behind Monkey Little Jump. Just then, a wolf paw swings toward him. He bites down Monkey Little Jump's arm and pulls. Monkey Little Jump, in pain, dodges to the side.
Ow.
You little brat, ungrateful. I saved you, and you still bit me. Monkey Little Jump scolds angrily. As he finishes speaking, he sees the wolf that missed its attack and falls to the ground. His words suddenly stop. He feels relieved. At least it was a young wolf biting him, not a real wolf.
Howl. Howl.
Before he can breathe a sigh of relief, Long Yao in his arms yells loudly again. Monkey Little Jump turns around and almost faints in shock. Dozens of hungry wolves were chasing after him, some already opening their mouths and glaring at his backside, ready to bite. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have lost half his behind. Little kid, you really got me into trouble. When we get to the river, you must go home quickly and don't look back, understand? Monkey Little Jump was almost crying and could only close his eyes and run wildly, while telling Long Yao in his arms. The little one could fly, so crossing the river was safe, but the water was fast and turbulent. He used to wade across slowly. If he jumped in directly, he didn't know where the current would carry him. He didn't care anymore. As long as the little one could survive, that was good enough. Survive, and it was a win. Long Yao sniffled and nodded. At that moment, a gray wolf quietly approached from the side and blocked their way.
Oh.
Monkey Little Jump couldn't stop in time. The gray wolf howled and pounced. He quickly rolled to the side. Looking back, he saw the wolf pack was about to catch up. Run, little one, run fast. He used all his strength and threw Long Yao out. The small one could only fly low, spinning a few times in the air before stopping. He looked back anxiously at Monkey Little Jump fighting the gray wolves. His worried eyes were full of concern, but he hesitated to leave. Hurry up! Why are you just standing there? Monkey Little Jump shouted at him. In the next second, another gray wolf leaped from beside him, its sharp teeth biting toward Long Yao. Monkey Little Jump cried out in his heart, about to make a final effort to help Long Yao by holding back the wolf, but he was caught off guard. The gray wolf tangled around him, bit into his thigh. It's over. Now both of them would be stuck here. The gray wolf was too fast for Long Yao to dodge. Its cold, sharp teeth scraped his dragon scales. Just when he felt despair, a flash of cold light appeared in front of him. The expected pain didn't come. Instead, The gray wolf behind him fell to the ground. A slender, delicate female appeared behind the wolf. Long Yao's pupils widened, and tears welled up in his eyes as he rushed forward. Yaoer, are you okay? Mommy will take you away now. Don't be afraid. Mommy won't let anything happen to you. Hug Jiao Jiao held a bloodstained machete in one hand and gently patted Long Yao, softly comforting him. Her gentle expression made it seem as if she hadn't just killed the female wolf. Long Yao whimpered twice, then suddenly twisted and struggled to fly up.
Ow! Ow!
Hug Jiao Jiao was caught by his clothes. Seeing that he seemed to want to show her something, she looked in the direction Long Yao pointed and saw Monkey Little Jump fighting the gray wolves. She quickly ran up, holding a large sword with both hands, and forcefully swung it at the gray wolf's head. With a thud, the wolf's brains burst out. The gray wolf collapsed limply. Monkey Little Jump, enduring the pain, kicked the wolf aside and kept thanking her. Thank you, for saving me. Why are you the one? When he opened his eyes again, he saw a female in front of him, still the most useless fox girl in the tribe. He looked down at the two gray wolves with their heads blown off on the ground, feeling shocked and amazed. Did she kill them all? When did she become so strong? There's no time to explain, run. Fox Jiao Jiao glanced behind him. The wolf pack was only a few meters away. She quickly grabbed the two of them and ran wildly. Monkey Little Jump was bitten on the thigh, and his speed slowed noticeably. I can't run anymore. You guys cross the river first, don't worry about me. Monkey Little Jump knew he was a burden and planned to help Fox Jiao Jiao hold off the wolves. He is male and must protect the female and the young. Fox Jiao Jiao had already reached the riverbank with the two of them. The rushing river water seemed capable of washing away a large stone. There was a big tree by the river. Fox Jiao Jiao stepped forward, grabbed Monkey Little Jump's arm, and made him hold on. Stop talking nonsense, hold the rope tightly. Yaoer, you fly across by yourself. After saying that, she kicked Monkey Little Jump then grabbed the rope herself and jumped into the river.
Ah!
Monkey Little Jump screamed in fear, instinctively gripping the rope tightly with both hands, drinking several sips of river water before realizing something was wrong. I wasn't washed away. I'm not dead. Long Yao saw Fox Jiao Jiao also jump into the river and quickly followed, flying overhead. Great, I didn't die. I was saved. Feeling that he had escaped death, Monkey Little Jump shouted excitedly. Just as he finished speaking, a few gray wolves rushed out from the shore. Monkey Little Jump trembled all over in fear, nearly losing his grip on the rope. When he looked again, the gray wolves had no leverage points and charged directly into the river, being swept away in an instant. On the shore, the wolf pack leader and a group of gray wolves stared at them fiercely, as if they would tear them apart if they hesitated any longer. Monkey Little Jump, still trembling with fear, dared not delay any longer. He quickly swam along the rope to the other side. Finally reaching the shore, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. After a few seconds, he suddenly remembered there was still a female behind him. He hurriedly got up from the ground, reached out, and tried to pull Fox Jiao Jiao out of the river. Long Yao quickly went to help. The four small dragon claws grabbed the back of Hu Jiao Jiao's clothes. He took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and pulled hard upward.
Heijo!
His mother saved him, so he also wanted to save his mother. Although it was probably useless. Using Monkey Xiao Tiao's strength, Hu Jiao Jiao finally reached the shore, collapsing in a messy heap on the ground. It took her a while to recover. Her body was too fragile. Crossing the river had almost cost her life. Seeing Hu Jiao Jiao lying still on the ground, Long Yao hurried over, nudging her hand with his head. Yaoer, don't be afraid. Mother is fine. Hu Jiao Jiao regained some strength. Seeing Long Yao bouncing around happily, she finally felt relieved. Monkey Xiao Tiao was lying on the ground, greedily breathing in the air. Taking advantage of his inattention, Hu Jiao Jiao stood up quietly and cut the ropes tied to two trees. She threw the remaining ropes into her space. When she arrived, she saw the river was too swift. She took some ropes from her space. Luckily, the river wasn't very wide. She fixed hooks on the ropes and attached them to trees on both sides of the riverbank. But she found it strange. In her dream, she only saw Long Yao here, not Monkey Xiao Tiao. In the dream, she only saw Long Yao escaping alone. Does that mean if she hadn't come, Monkey Xiao Tiao would have died here? Suddenly, Hu Jiaojiao remembered that when she arrived, Long Yao was almost bitten. If Long Yao had been bitten by a wolf alone, he probably wouldn't have survived. In her dream, he managed to drag himself away with half his body. Someone must have saved him. Or someone traded their life to save him. Thinking of this, Hu Jiaojiao looked at Monkey Xiao Tiao with more gratitude. Monkey Xiao Tiao had saved Long Yao's life, and she would remember that forever. Hu Jiaojiao, thank you for saving me earlier. Luckily, you appeared just in time and killed those 2 gray wolves. Otherwise, I would have died here. Monkey Xiao Tiao, recovering from his fright, quickly expressed his thanks. After experiencing life and death, he had completely let go of any past grudges with Hu Jiaojiao. Thinking back to how he had helped the beastmen in the tribe hide Hu Jiaojiao's prey, he felt regret. Now he saw that Hu Jiaojiao was not as arrogant and unreasonable as everyone said. Hu Jiaojiao just finished fixing the ropes and removing traces. When she heard Monkey Xiao Tiao's words, she quickly waved her hand. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't saved Yaoer, he would have been lost to the wolves. Since Monkey Xiao Tiao was willing to save Long Yao, it showed he was kind-hearted. Regardless of what happened before, he is Yao's lifesaver. Monkey Little Jump shyly scratched his head, unsure how to reply. It was the first time he heard Fox Jiao Jiao speak so softly. Before, she always shouted loudly and cursed. He didn't realize her voice was so pleasant when she was quiet. Fox Jiao Jiao smiled gratefully, then suddenly noticed the bloodstain on his leg. Her eyebrows furrowed, and one hand instinctively went behind her back. Are you hurt? Hearing this, Monkey Little Jump looked down at his left thigh. He peeled back the outer layer of beast skin, revealing a wound that showed white bone. Just earlier in the water, the rushing current numbed the wound, and the blood had been washed away, so he didn't feel it then. Now he saw the blood pouring out like water. Monkey Little Jump only then felt the pain again. He clenched his teeth and shook his head, saying, I'm fine. I was bitten by a wolf, but surviving this is already good. The beastmen of the monkey tribe were not good fighters, and they were slower than wolf beasts. Meeting a wolf pack on flat ground was a death sentence. He knew this well, which is why he wanted Long Yao to escape back. Hearing Monkey Little Jump, Fox Jiao Jiao's eyebrows furrowed even more. She silently took out hemostatic medicine and gauze from her space. Monkey Little Jump was a male with a partner. In the beastman world, males with partners shouldn't socialize too much with females, similar to ancient women. Fox Jiao Jiao understood this. She unscrewed the medicine bottle, spread out the gauze, and poured a thick layer of yellow powder on it, then held both hands out to give it to Monkey Little Jump. Fox Jiao Jiao, what is this? Seeing her action, Monkey Little Jump looked puzzled. This is a hemostatic medicine. Wrap it around the wound to stop the bleeding. You can do it yourself, Fox Jiao Jiao explained simply, then changed the subject. Monkey Little Jump hesitated a bit. At that moment, Long Yao flew over. Long Yao curled Monkey Little Jump's finger with his tail, pulling his hand toward the gauze, signaling him to hurry and catch it. Oh, okay. Monkey Little Jump finally regained his senses, took the gauze, and wrapped it around his wound. After a minute or two, the gauze was only slightly stained red, and the bleeding had completely stopped. Even Fox Jiao Jiao was a little surprised, not expecting the space's hemostatic medicine to work so well. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. If the medicine in her space truly had such miraculous effects, then after unlocking more space privileges and finding more medicines, she might have a chance to cure Lao Erlong Xiu's eye and Lao San scars. Wow, that's amazing. The bleeding has stopped, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Fox Jiao Jiao, where did you get this medicine? Monkey Xiao Tiao stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief. He had never seen such powerful medicine that could stop bleeding so quickly. Even the tribe's veterinarian couldn't do that. That's not right. The veterinarian doesn't have such good medicine. Fox Jiao Jiao, you can't be a shaman healer, right? Shaman healer? Fox Jiao Jiao paused. She quickly recalled what she read in the book. In the orc world, there are two types of healers, veterinarians and shaman healers. They can help orcs recover from injuries. Veterinarians only know simple medicines passed down through generations, while shaman healers are like witches from fairy tales, using magic to heal injuries with amazing results. But shaman healers don't rely on inheritance. They awaken through talent. Only females can possibly awaken as shaman healers. Shaman healers are very rare in the orc world. If a tribe has a shaman healer, their status can even be higher than the tribe leader because, no matter how strong an orc is, they can get injured or sick. Thinking for a moment, Fox Jiao Jiao realized that the orc world was very fantastical. Her hemostatic medicine was effective, but she couldn't guarantee other medicines, and she didn't want to expose her storage space by pretending to be a shaman healer. She shook her head and explained, "No, I am definitely not a shaman healer. I just found this medicine by chance. When ground into powder, it works very well. I carry it with me just in case." Her charming and delicate face was full of seriousness. Monkey Xiao Tiao nodded repeatedly. I understand. I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone. I swear to the orc god. Fox Jiao Jiao. Big brother, what do you understand? Her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, but since Monkey Xiao Tiao said he wouldn't tell, she didn't think much more about it. As long as her storage space wasn't exposed. You were injured because you wanted to save Yaoer. If your wound gets serious, come find me for medicine. I still have some. She glanced at his wound and added. In the story, Monkey Xiao Tiao risked his life to save Long Yao. Now that he's alive, she couldn't guarantee she could change the ending in the book, but she was cautious. If Monkey Xiao Tiao could survive, it meant she still had a chance to change her own ending. Okay, thank you, shaman. Thank you, Fox Jiao Jiao. Monkey Xiao Tiao scratched his head, showing a simple, honest smile. Haha, now that the tribe has a shaman healer, the tribe will become stronger and stronger. I heard that other tribes with shamans are well-fed and wealthy, not worried about food or clothing, and are not afraid of attacks from other tribes. Maybe someday their tribes will become as strong as those. You're welcome. Actually, I should be thanking you. Hu Jiao Jiao smiled politely. I still feel that Monkey Little Jump is strange, but I can't quite figure out why. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. Hu Jiao Jiao looked at Long Yao, who was hanging his head and looking upset. Yao, why are you here? Who brought you here? Long Yao carefully looked at Hu Jiao Jiao. His tail swayed gently a couple of times, as if trying to please her. His big, innocent red animal eyes were full of confusion and innocence. Hu Jiao Jiao. She forgot that Long Yao hadn't transformed yet and couldn't speak. Asking him wouldn't give her any answers. It seems she can't find out why Long Yao is here. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Long Yao was just unlucky. Hearing her question, Monkey Little Jump added from the side, I was hunting and saw him. When I came here, he was the only cub. I didn't bring him here. If you don't believe me, I have prey to prove it. He was worried Hu Jiao Jiao might misunderstand him. Just after speaking, he suddenly remembered something and patted his thigh. Looking frustrated, he said, Oh no! My prey is still across the river. Those wolves, they got it all. I'm so unlucky. The prey was on the other side of the river, probably eaten by the wolves, leaving nothing behind. It was impossible to get it back now. It was already afternoon. Monkey Little Jump's whole day's effort was wasted. He and his mate and cubs would go hungry today. I have some meat at home. Later, you can come with me to get some, Hu Jiao Jiao quickly suggested. Monkey Little Jump had lost his prey trying to save Long Yao. She thought helping him with a little meat was fair. No, I can't take your prey. That's not right. Monkey Little Jump refused immediately. I'm going back now. You and the cubs should go home early And don't let him go to the other side of the river again. It's too dangerous. He seemed worried Hu Jiaojiao might give him her meat, so he hurried away. Hu Jiaojiao just came out of the river, soaking wet. Her animal skin clothes were dripping water with a splat sound. Although beast men are strong, Hu Jiaojiao couldn't handle this kind of effort.
Ashu.
Long Yao immediately flew to her head, rubbing his forehead against hers, his big red animal eyes full of worry. Could it be that his mother got sick because she saved him? Previously, before the female of the tribe died from illness, she also made such sounds. Her head was very hot, and she died within a few days. Thinking of this, Long Yao's animal eyes filled with tears. Ugh, I don't want mommy to die. Hu Jiaojiao was tickled by the gentle rubbing and happily held him in her arms. Yaoer, don't worry, mommy is fine. Long Yao wasn't sure whether to believe her, but he stayed in Hu Jiaojiao's arms and refused to leave. He was like a different dragon, no longer stubbornly avoiding her or needing the fragrant meat to lure him. Hu Jiaojiao hoped her little one would come closer, but since he was wet, she worried he might catch a cold like herself. She reluctantly pulled him away and cupped his face with both hands.
Yaoer, momishvet.
When we get home and change into dry animal skins, can I hold you again? Long Yao opened his small mouth, sticking out his pink tongue, making a cute, babyish sound. Hu Jiaojiao paused and reached out to wipe his mouth. There was oil and meat residue. It had been most of the day since breakfast, and she clearly remembered wiping his mouth after he ate. How could there still be oil and meat on his lips? Yaoer, did you eat meat? Who gave it to you? Hu Jiaojiao asked seriously. Seeing her slightly angry face, Long Yao immediately shrank back, looking at her with fear. Hu Jiaojiao realized she was too anxious and softened her expression, speaking gently, Yaoer, don't be afraid. Mommy isn't angry. Tell mommy where you ate the meat, okay? Although playful, Long Yao wouldn't run around recklessly, let alone leave the tribe. Could it be that some beastman deliberately lured him here with meat? Long Yao blinked his cute animal eyes, nodded his little head, then flew into the air, pointing a dragon claw toward the opposite side of the river. Seeing this, Hu Jiaojiao's eyes turned cold. Exactly. Who would leave cooked, oily prey outside the tribe in the wild grass? That beastman must have known Long Yao would smell it and go to eat. Since Long Yao could fly, he wouldn't worry about crossing the river. They were deliberately trying to harm Long Yao. The smell of meat not only attracted Long Yao but also brought wolves, achieving a double trap. What a clever plan. Most of the beast men in the tribe were those who Jiaojiao had offended. Finding the mastermind would be even harder than reaching the sky. Thinking of this, Hu Jiaojiao sighed. It was her fault for not thinking of this. She should have taught her little one better so that bad people wouldn't have a chance. Gently holding Xiaolong Yao's small head, her thumbs softly stroked his scalp, her voice gentle yet serious. Yaoer, you must not eat food from outside anymore. No matter how tasty or how hungry you are, you can't eat it, understand? Mama will prepare delicious food for you. Good children shouldn't eat outside food. Thinking about how she almost lost her life over a piece of meat that a wolf's belly almost ate, Xiaolong Yao nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Because of Hu Jiaojiao's words, Xiaolong Yao never ate unknown food again and didn't dare to eat outside anymore. Seeing Xiaolong Yao obedient and well-behaved, Hu Jiaojiao smiled with relief. On the way home, Xiaolong Yao followed Hu Jiaojiao closely, afraid that she might disappear in the blink of an eye. Inside the wooden house, 3 children returned feeling sad. Dragon Xiao, who stayed at home, heard the noise and groped toward the door, staring with hollow eyes outside. Has Big Brother come back? Did he find little Five? No. Long Yu answered in a hoarse voice. Dragon Xiao's face, which was full of hope, suddenly turned pale. Little Five never went to places they couldn't find, and before they found little Five, something might have already happened to him. Long Zhong hung his head, fists clenched, and suddenly smashed the fence in the yard. It's all my fault. If I had watched little Five better, he wouldn't have gone missing. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Third brother, it's not your fault. Don't be like this. Long Linger, with red eyes, quickly stepped forward to hold his arm. Little Five is missing. I am also to blame. For a moment, the yard was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Long Yu clenched his white lips tightly, his face full of guilt. Maybe Mama can find Little Five.
Long Linger whispered softly.
Long Zhong gritted his teeth and immediately retorted, she won't. She wishes Little Five would die sooner. How could she find him? Maybe Little Five's disappearance was her doing. She's the one who hurt him.
It won't be like that.
Mama wouldn't do such a thing.
She's changed.
Long Linger shook her head instinctively, but her voice grew quieter. What if Mama's kindness was just to deceive them, and her real plan was to send Little Five away? Long Linger dared not think about it, nor did she want to. If she really caused Little Five to go missing, I won't let her go, she said through clenched teeth. She pursed her lips and turned her head to look outside, still unwilling to accept Long Zhong's words. Suddenly, she saw a female figure walking toward the wooden house from a distance.
Mama.
Mama is back. Long Linger brightened her eyes and jumped with excitement. Before a few little ones could react, she rushed out quickly. The little ones immediately turned to look. Outside the small courtyard, Hu Jiao Jiao was soaked and followed closely by a small black dragon. The black dragon was safe and sound, constantly circling around Hu Jiao Jiao like her little tail. Under the sunset, the warm orange light cast a gentle glow on one person and one dragon, creating a warm and peaceful feeling. The little ones were stunned, feeling as if something had hit them deep inside, making them feel blocked and confused. The spiteful female really brought back Little Five. She looked so messy and different from before, yet they couldn't dislike her at all. Mother, Little Five. Hu Jiao Jiao heard Long Linger's voice and turned to see a thin little girl rushing over. She quickly reached out her hands to catch the uncontrollable Long Linger. Mother is back. Mother brought Little Five home too. You must be worried, right? Don't worry, Little Five is fine and safe. Knowing the little ones were worried about Little Five, Hu Jiao Jiao immediately told them about Little Five's condition. As for what just happened, she didn't say a word. Anyway, these little ones wouldn't care about her. Mother is so amazing. I knew you could find Little Five. Long Linga hugged Hu Jiao Jiao's leg tightly, looked up, and her small face was full of excitement. Hu Jiao Jiao lovingly patted her head. Just as she was about to speak, Long Linger suddenly exclaimed, Mother, why are you all wet? Mother accidentally got wet. You and your brothers go play with Little Five. I'll go change my clothes, okay? Hu Jiao Jiao quickly made an excuse and handed Long Linger to Long Yao. She glanced at the three little ones in the yard who were also watching her, then approached and said, You guys go play too. Don't run far, and remember to come back before dark for dinner. Long Yu looked at her with complicated eyes.
You.
He wanted to ask where the spiteful female found Little Five and how her clothes got wet, but the words caught in his throat. Long Xiu couldn't see and could only listen to their conversation from the side. When he learned that Hu Jiao Jiao's clothes were wet, he frowned and turned to go into the wooden house. Big brother, let's go. Long Zhong disliked Hu Jiao Jiao the most and pulled Long Yu out of the yard. They really didn't know how to get along with Hu Jiao Jiao. Thinking of this, Long Yu closed his mouth and left with Long Zhong. Seeing a few of the little ones leave, Hu Jiao Jiao relaxed. These children are very sensitive and are destined to become powerful villains in stories, known for their cruelty and revenge. They hold grudges deeply, mainly because of the bullying and oppression by the orcs. If they knew that some orcs intentionally harmed Long Yao, it might make their dark side grow even faster. Hu Jiao Jiao doesn't want them to find out about this too early. She looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't set yet, and there was only an hour or two before dark. After changing her clothes, tidying the yard, and cooking a big pot of food, it would be almost night. She sat in the yard for a couple of minutes to rest, then got up to do some work. Suddenly, a small figure walked up to her. Xiu Xiu? Hu Jiao Jiao looked at Long Xiu with some confusion, thinking he wanted to find evidence to expose her identity. She was thinking about what excuse to use to dodge him. Suddenly, something soft and fuzzy was placed in her hand. She looked down and saw it was a piece of animal hide clothing. But she had never seen this animal hide skirt before. She had searched the wooden house thoroughly. Apart from a large piece cut into 4 parts, she hadn't found any other animal hides. Xiao, where did this come from? Did you give it to me? She asked uncertainly. Yes, Long Xiao replied expressionlessly. Hu Jiao was puzzled, but then heard him continue. This is something I hid before. It's her favorite animal hide skirt. I'm giving it to you. Hu Jiao. Wow, this little kid was setting a trap for her. She forced a gentle smile and played dumb. Thank you, Xiao. Mother was worried she couldn't find this animal hide skirt and thought it was lost. Turns out you kept it for me. Good boy. She reached out and tousled Long Xiao's head. Most of the little ones were dark and skinny. Only Long Xiao had fair skin and a soft voice. If she didn't know her original form was a female child, she might have thought Long Xiao was also a little girl. Long Xiao had curly hair, fluffy and black like a tiny lamb. Hu Jiao had long wanted to pet him and finally found a chance. Long Xiao stiffened and, with a cold face, quickly took a step back. His voice sounded a bit awkward and cold as he said, "Hurry up and change. If you get sick or worse, no one can save you." After saying that, he turned around, leaned on a long stick, and sat behind the wooden house, ignoring Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao smiled softly, knowing that this kid was as sharp-tongued as Long Zhong. But she understood that Long Xiao just didn't know how to express himself. Deep down, he was kind and gentle. If Long Xiao hadn't taken out the animal hide skirt, she would have had to spend the day in wet animal skin. But Hu Jiao looked down at her hand, and a few fleas just jumped away from her palm. She immediately looked annoyed, unsure if it's because the orcs are careless about hygiene or if these little ones haven't been cared for, as they all have fleas on their heads. It seems she needs to take some time to wash the little ones properly. Thinking about how the little ones look like beggars, Hu Jiao became more determined to clean and dress them up. She entered the house and took off the soaked animal hide skirt. Since crossing over, she hadn't found a chance to take a bath. Today, luck was on her side, and she washed herself in the river. While changing the animal hide, Hu Jiao accidentally glanced at herself. Surprisingly, the original body's figure is quite good, curvy and attractive. Where she should be slim, she is slim. Where she should be full, she is perfectly proportioned. Describing her original appearance as charming and alluring is very fitting. In her past life, she was a seasoned homebody. Though not fat, her figure was average, except she lacked a certain boldness. Curious, Hu Jiao touched herself a couple of times, blushing. Then she felt confident. This body now belonged to her. She checked if anything was wrong. Blushing, she finished familiarizing herself and quickly put on a clean animal hide skirt. The new skirt was made of leopard skin, with yellow and dark brown leopard spots. It was very short, not reaching her knees, almost wrapping around her thighs. The top was a tie-up vest. Due to the scarcity of sewing tools, most of the orcs' animal hide clothes were made in one piece and needed to be tied. After putting on the skirt, Hu Jiao looked worried. The previous skirt was longer than her knees, which she could accept, but this one was so short. The orcs didn't wear underwear, so wearing this might easily reveal too much. While orcs might not mind, she is human and can't accept wearing a short skirt with nothing underneath. With time still available, Hu Jiao quickly entered her space and found a piece of soft white cloth to make a small pair of underwear. As for the top, she couldn't wear much underneath the small vest. Luckily, the animal hide was thick and wouldn't reveal anything embarrassing. She planned to improve it later. This time, when she entered her space, Hu Jiao noticed 2 more shelves had appeared. One shelf held fabrics, wool, and various sewing tools, so professional that even tailors would praise them. But making clothes from these fabrics would be too revealing, so she didn't plan to take them out, only using them to make underwear. Another shelf held some weapons, long knives, spears, bows, and crossbows, plus many family-friendly, non-violent tools that Hu Jiao couldn't name. All were cold weapons. Thinking about today's dangers, Hu Jiao felt she still needed these items, at least for self-defense in critical moments. If the shelf had been stocked with firearms, she wouldn't know how to use them. After putting on her new, simple underwear, Hu Jiao roughly checked the items on the shelf, then went to the food shelf to get some potatoes, greens, and seasonings. She left the space and started preparing dinner. The orcs usually ate twice a day, sometimes only once. Hu Jiao, occupying the original body, was used to this diet. She only just started feeling hungry now. She cut a large piece of beef brisket, then prepared 3 deer legs, planning to make a stew with potatoes and beef, roast the deer legs, and cook a fragrant pot of rice. She skillfully prepared the ingredients and lit the fire. After putting the meat in the big pot during the downtime, Hu Jiao also made a smoked meat rack. She hung the leftover meat from yesterday on the rack and inserted damp wood underneath. She lit the fire, and blue smoke rose, curling around the large pieces of meat. As the aroma of the meat spread, the sky gradually darkened, covered by a layer of black clouds. When the cubs returned, they only saw smoke rising from the yard. They suddenly remembered the house that had just burned down at the Bear Flower family, their faces turning pale. They hurriedly ran back.
Mom,
where are you?
Long Lingar anxiously searched for Hu Jiao.
Third brother, go get a stone bucket to fetch water and put out the fire. Long Yu also hurriedly told Long Zhong. The youngest, Long Yao, followed behind his 2 brothers. However, before they reached the yard, they saw Hu Jiao walking out with one hand covering her mouth and the other fanning her nose, looking at them with surprise. Cough, cough. What are you doing? The 4 cubs were all stunned. Long Zhong gritted his teeth, pointing angrily at Hu Jiao. You wicked female. I knew you had bad intentions. Were you planning to burn our second brother to death while we were away? And you even burned the house. As he finished speaking, Long Yao rushed forward and bit Long Zhong's finger, which was pointing at Hu Jiao.
Ouch.
Long Zhong cried out in pain. Third brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu, let go. It's third brother. How could you bite third brother? Long Linger quickly stepped forward and pulled Long Yao away. Long Yao, held in Long Linger's arms, still looked fierce, baring his teeth as if he was about to rush over and bite Long Zhong again. Xiao Wu. Long Yu also frowned and looked at Long Yao with some anger. In the past, Xiao Wu was very obedient and well-behaved. Today, he actually bit the third brother out of malice. What kind of confusing potion did the malicious female give him? Hu Jiao was startled and quickly went forward to check the wound on Long Zhong's hand. Let me see if it's broken skin. Long Yao is a beast man. Being bitten is not a small matter. It could lead to infection or even rabies. She remembered from novels that in the tribe, beast men biting each other could cause rabies, leading to death. Long Zhong's hand was so thin it was just skin and bones, with no flesh at all, like a dry tree trunk. There were 2 rows of teeth marks on his index finger, with 2 deep impressions that had already bled. Hu Jiao frowned tightly. Although Long Yao was small, his teeth were extremely sharp, indicating he bit hard. It's bleeding. Mom will help you clean the wound and apply some medicine. She pulled Long Zhong's hand to scoop water, but Long Zhong suddenly his hand away. No need for your fake kindness. If it weren't for you confusing Xiao Wu, how could he suddenly bite me? It must be you confusing Xiao Wu. You wicked female. Don't touch me. She shook off Hu Jiao's hand and ran to Long Yu's side. His eyes were full of hatred, cold as ice, as if he wanted to tear Hu Jiao into pieces. When Long Zhong spoke, Long Yao broke free from Long Linger's arms and flew in front of Hu Jiao, showing his sharp little baby teeth with displeasure.
Ha!
He pouted and hissed, looking fierce but adorable. But with his cute, chubby little body, it was hard to feel any fear. Hu Jiao was overwhelmed. She remembered that in the book, these 5 little villains were very united. How could Long Yao suddenly bite Long Zhong? Could it be that this world is different from the story? She frowned and grabbed Long Yao's tail, pulling it in front of her. Her movements looked fierce, but weren't very strong.
Xiao Wu, don't bite people.
She softly scolded. Long Yao immediately stopped and looked at Hu Jiao with a sad expression, blinking his eyes. His little tail wagged, not realizing he did anything wrong. His mother protected him, so he wanted to protect his mother too. Is there something wrong with that? Even if he was wrong, it was the third brother's fault for being mean to their mother. Humph. Hu Jiao didn't soften and turned to stand beside Long Yu, grabbing Long Zhong's hand before he could pull away. What are you going to do to the third brother? Seeing Hu Jiao's actions, Long Yu's face turned cold. He quickly stepped forward to try to stop her. Sure enough, she revealed her true nature. She couldn't hold back and started to attack Long Zhong. You vicious female, let me go. If you have the courage, just kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely hurt you. Big brother, hurry and take them away. Long Zhong was shocked and cursed. He realized that Hu Jiao was very strong, and he couldn't break free. He simply turned his head and told Long Yu to take the siblings away. He could handle the beating himself. Long Zhong struggled to the water basin, but Hu Jiao forcefully pulled his hand out, rinsed it with water, then dragged him back into the wooden house. During the turn, he secretly took out alcohol and medicine from his space, using his mind. Hu Jiao ignored his curses. The little cub was malnourished and so thin that she could be held with one hand. She was no match for her. She took out a cotton swab soaked in alcohol and carefully cleaned his wound.
Ah!
Long Zhong winced in pain and let out a muffled sound. His scar, like a centipede, wrinkled with the pain. Hu Jiao glanced at him with a bit of amusement. You were shouting so loudly just now. Now that it hurts, why don't you scream? Long Zhong glared angrily, his cheeks turning red with anger. I'm not hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. The vicious female wanted to see him suffer, but he wouldn't let her succeed.
Oh.
So Zhong'er is so tough that he's not afraid of pain. Then I won't be so gentle next time, Hu Jiao said with a look of realization. She remembered from a book that dragon beast men are born rulers. Just a gentle bite from their sharp teeth, which contains saliva that increases pain, is enough. It's like a toxin that can numb nerves, but for dragon beast men, the toxin on their teeth can amplify pain 100 or even 1,000 times. Plus, contact with alcohol makes the wound sting even more. This little Long Zhong was quite resilient. While speaking, Hu Jiao quickly opened a medicine bottle, sprinkled powder on the wound, and wrapped it with gauze, tying a pretty butterfly knot. Her movements were smooth and quick. Long Zhong, sweating from the pain, clenched his lips tightly and didn't make a sound. This female was definitely deliberately torturing him. It had to be. He wouldn't let her succeed. When the cubs hurried in, Hu Jiao had just finished bandaging the wound. Seeing Long Zhong sitting on the ground unharmed, they were all stunned. Wasn't the vicious female dragging Long Zhong in to beat him? But she was helping him bandage his wound? While the cubs were still confused, Hu Jiao stood up and waved to Long Yao, who was following behind and dared not come closer. Yaoer, come here. Dragon Yao's eyes brightened, and he quickly trotted over happily.
Yaoer, gå og polo disse to sjonger. Ha!
Hearing Hu Jiao's next words, Dragon Yao suddenly slammed on the brakes and froze in surprise. The little ones looked at Hu Jiao with confused eyes, not understanding what she was about to do. Apologize, Hu Jiao repeated seriously. Dragon Yao lowered his head, made a quick turn in the air, and reluctantly flew to Dragon Zhong's side. He wrinkled his small nose, his little tail tip raised, and gently touched Dragon Zhong's arm before quickly pulling back. He turned to look at Hu Jiao, blinking as if to say, I've apologized, can I go now? Hu Jiao's expression softened a little. She stepped forward and gently patted his head. Yaoer is a good kid. Mother knows you're trying to protect her, but Zhong'er is your older brother. You are brothers, and you shouldn't hurt each other. You bit your brother's hand, and that must have hurt him. Yaoer doesn't want him to feel bad, right? Just like Yaoer wants to protect Mother. Abandoning familial love is a major reason why the little villains often end up with tragic endings after turning bad. Although the 5 siblings shared a deep bond in the beginning, their final fate was to fight each other to the death. She had to stop this budding conflict from growing. She couldn't let it develop even a little. Hearing Hu Jiao's words, Dragon Yao looked back at Dragon Zhong's bandaged finger. It seemed he understood her, and he lowered his head in grievance, nodding gently. Suddenly, he flew to Dragon Zhong's side and nudged his neck with his head. Dragon Zhong's heart softened instantly. His anger from feeling betrayed disappeared, and even his wound seemed to stop hurting. The other hand pushed away Dragon Yao, but his face was full of disdain. Enough already. A big male like you just keeps rubbing and rubbing. Isn't that disgusting? It was fine when he didn't speak, but as soon as he did, Dragon Yao looked unhappy. He behaved like a little calf, burying his head and pushing against Dragon Zhong desperately. Seeing the two little ones reconcile, Hu Jiao felt a bit relieved. She wasn't sure if she could stop them from turning bad, but as long as she could maintain their friendship, she might be able to change their tragic ending of fighting each other. All right, come out quickly for dinner. It's getting cold if you don't eat now. Hu Jiao called the 5 little ones to eat. She was calmly preparing rice and dishes, slicing a roasted deer leg as if the earlier scene hadn't happened at all. The 5 little ones sat in a row in the yard. They finally saw that the blue smoke in the yard was coming from beneath a wooden frame, not because the house was on fire, nor because Fox Jiao wanted to burn Long Xiao alive. What's that? Why put the meat over the smoke? Won't it smell bad like that? Long Yu frowned, with a small face like an old man, asking questions. Mother, don't let the meat go bad. We can eat it all. Long Linger quickly looked at Fox Jiao, giving a pleading look. The beast men didn't know how to store their prey. They didn't usually catch too much each time, and if they were lucky enough to catch more or store food for winter, the meat would turn bad or rot. Since they were young, the cubs only ever got to eat meat that was already spoiled or rotten. Hearing Long Yu's words, Long Linger thought Fox Jiao didn't want to give them good meat. When she heard about making the meat smell bad, Long Yao was startled and quickly raised his head, baring his teeth with a fierce look. But then he saw it was Fox Jiao who was going to make the meat smell bad. Instantly, he changed to a cute, innocent expression, tilting his head and blinking harmlessly at Fox Jiao. It was as if he was saying, "Whatever mother makes the meat look like, I will eat it. I don't mind." Knowing the cubs probably misunderstood, Fox Jiao explained with a smile, "The meat won't smell bad. Smoked meat can be stored for a long time. Mother is doing this to keep the meat longer." Hearing her words, Long Linger immediately relaxed. "Mother, how long is a long time? Can it last 10 days? Long Linger asked curiously. "If it can last 10 days, it can hold until father comes back with the prey, and we won't go hungry. Meat in autumn usually rots after 10 days, and in summer, even bugs start to appear." Long Mo Fox Jiao's smile froze on her face. Suddenly, she realized she couldn't let Monkey Little Jump help deliver the prey anymore. She would have to go meet Long Mo herself to get the prey. Thinking about meeting the notorious, bloodthirsty villain from the story, Fox Jiao felt a bit nervous. To regain the villain's favor, she definitely couldn't let him stay in the forest. She had to send him back to the tribe. She liked cute kids, and she could accept living with these slightly older cubs, but she didn't like Long Mo letting him stay would be like living with a stranger. Fox Jiao felt overwhelmed. "Linger, meat can't last 10 days without spoiling. You're being fooled, and you believe it." Long Zhong suddenly interrupted her thoughts from behind, pouring cold water on her. Fox Jiao softly replied, "Of course, not just 10 days. The meat is smoked well and can be stored for several months."
Wow.
"That means we can keep it until winter, and we'll have meat to eat then?" Long Linger immediately widened her eyes, full of excitement. "Exactly." Fox Jiao nodded with a smile. For the little ones, not being hungry is the happiest thing. Besides Long Yao, who was confused, the other 3 were all shocked. Meat can be stored for so long. They had never heard of this method in the tribe. How did she know? Fox Jiao didn't give them a chance to ask more. She set out a plate of food for each, then cut 3 juicy roasted deer legs into 6 pieces, removing the bones from one piece to make slices. This one was for Long Yao. The aroma was tempting. The little ones forgot their doubts and stared eagerly at Fox Jiao Jiao's actions. After arranging the food and turning off the small fire in the stove, she turned around and saw the little ones sitting straight up, their small, dark eyes fixed on her. "Why are you all just sitting there? Do you think looking is enough to fill your stomach?" She couldn't help but laugh and cry at their behavior. Long Yao sniffed and held back his tears. If Mother didn't say he could eat, he couldn't eat. Long Linger licked her lips and obediently said, "Mother eats first." The other three didn't speak but nodded in agreement. Fox Jiao Jiao knew they weren't so kind-hearted to wait for her to eat first. They were probably afraid she'd get angry if they ate before her. So she walked over, sat face to face on the ground with them, and picked up her own plate of food. "All right, then I'll eat with you." Without tables or chairs, they had to eat on the ground. Seeing Fox Jiao Jiao start eating, the little ones also picked up their bowls and ate eagerly. After the meal, Fox Jiao Jiao still went to the river to wash dishes and also washed the dirty beeskin skirt she changed out of today. Under the moonlight, she tidied up the yard. When she entered the house, the little ones curled up on their grass beds, not running out of the yard like last time. Exhausted after a long day, Fox Jiao Jiao was very tired and went back to her own grass bed to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt something moving in her arms. She opened her eyes and saw a small black dragon curled around her hand. It seemed to sense her gaze. The black dragon paused, then quickly coiled its body, found a comfortable spot, and closed its eyes to sleep. It moved smoothly, as if afraid she would react and chase it away. Fox Jiao Jiao was a bit stunned. The little ones usually dislike or fear her, but Yaoer had come to sleep with her voluntarily. Did this mean Yaoer accepted her? She felt happy inside and gently hugged Long Yao, softly patting him to help him fall asleep. He slept well through the night. The next morning, Hu Jiao Jiao got up early to prepare breakfast. She took half a head of deer meat from the meat rack. When the little ones woke up, they smelled the delicious food. They climbed out of bed, tidied up their bedding, and went outside. Hu Jiao Jiao was about to cut the deer meat into smaller pieces. The half head of deer weighed about 70 or 80 jin, so lifting it was hard. She decided to split it into two parts and used a long stick as a pole to carry one part, which would be easier. Seeing the little ones come out, she smiled and called them to eat. "Everyone up! Come quickly and have breakfast." Hearing there was food, Long Yao happily flew over, circling around Hu Jiao Jiao's head. The four little ones looked at the deer meat on the ground with a hint of caution on their faces. Feeling their gazes, Hu Jiao Jiao smiled and explained, "Last time, those animal skins were dried too hard by my mother and couldn't be worn. She plans to use some of the meat to exchange for more animal skins from Old Bullhead, so she can make clothes for you." Old Bullhead was the best tanner in the tribe, often trading animal skins for hunted game. She thought, since they weren't lacking meat at home, she might as well trade some for skins to make new clothes for the little ones. Once the clothes were ready, she would carefully groom and dress them up, slowly raising them to be soft, chubby, and adorable little ones. "Mom, we already have animal skin clothes to wear. We don't need new ones. Can we keep the meat to eat?" Longlinger looked at the large piece of meat on the ground with some reluctance. Knowing Longlinger didn't want to part with the meat, Hu Jiao Jiao gently stroked her head with affection and softly comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry. There's enough meat, and you'll have clothes made from skins." The little ones didn't say anything. Seeing their concern, Hu Jiao Jiao added, "From now on, I will go out with the foraging team. Even in winter, there will be food. You don't need to worry about not having enough to eat." The little one's dark eyes flickered with suspicion. The foraging team? She would go out to work and support them? Could their ears be wrong? After saying this, Hu Jiao Jiao didn't say more. She served the cooked porridge to the little ones. Because Long Yao had diarrhea yesterday, she didn't dare give them greasy food. She still cooked porridge, adding some meat and vegetables to ensure they got balanced nutrition. She also took 6 large sweet potatoes from her space, placed them in the stove, covered them with hot charcoal, and topped with a layer of ash. Later, she would give them as snacks for the little ones. The cubs didn't want to waste food. One pot of porridge was divided among 6 people, and everyone ate clean. After eating, Hu Jiao told the cubs to watch the house. Then she carried a homemade shoulder pole with divided deer meat and headed out, swaying unsteadily. The book mentioned that Old Bullhead lived in the northern part of the tribe. Hu Jiao followed the northward path, but she didn't expect to find his house. Instead, she was stopped by a male beast. Hu Jiao, it's you again. Hu Jiao, carrying the shoulder pole, was sweating heavily. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. She turned around and saw a tall, strong, handsome male beast. She was stunned. Who was this male? Could it be that her original self had some conflict with him? While she was thinking about how to reply and figure out who he was, he suddenly saw the meat she was carrying. His eyebrows furrowed with displeasure, and he kept his distance from her. His voice was cold and icy. Hu Jiao, I've told you many times.
I like mye han er.
No matter how much meat you send me, I won't like you. Thanks to you, I am now with me on air. Take your meat back and don't appear in front of me again. You're disgusting. Hu Jiao was stunned. Send meat? Me on air? Could it be that the man in front of her was the hero from the book, the eagle-shaped man she had always liked? Eagle Yuan? Hu Jiao remembered. Her original self liked Eagle Yuan so much that she often sent meat from her home to him to please him, thinking this would win his favor. But she didn't realize that her actions only made Eagle Yuan dislike her more. Her cubs were starving, and her original self was giving meat to a strong male beast.
How stupid could she be?
Eagle Yuan didn't want her meat. She simply put the meat down and left. Because she didn't get Eagle Yuan's affection, she became more aggressive at home, beating her cubs, thinking that Eagle Yuan's dislike was because of her cubs. Seeing Hu Jiao frozen and not moving, Eagle Yuan thought she was still pretending to be innocent. His disgust deepened. His face turned cold as he said, "Take your meat and leave. If I see you here again, I won't spare you." Hearing Eagle Yuan's voice, Hu Jiao snapped out of her memory. She frowned and looked at the tall, handsome male beast. Eagle Yuan was an eagle beast man with sharp eagle eyes, a handsome and proper appearance, but also a wild and rough aura. Thinking about how in the book Eagle Yuan hated her original self, but still took the praise she offered and went to please me on air, Hu Jiao felt no affection for him. Hu Jiao glanced at him faintly, turned the shoulder pole aside, and continued walking forward. "Please move aside, you're blocking my way." Her voice was cold and distant, as if the person in front of her was a stranger. Eagle Yuan almost got hit by the swinging shoulder pole. He quickly stepped aside, looking surprised, but his face soon turned to anger. "Hu Jiao, what tricks are you trying now? I tell you, no matter what method you use, I won't like you."
Don't bother me anymore.
Hu Jiao rolled her eyes. Is this person seriously ill? She just wanted to pass by, said nothing, and now he's accusing her of bothering him? She stopped, turning her face with an impatient look. "Are you deaf? I told you to move aside. You're blocking my way. And which ear did you hear me say I want to give you meat? Am I stupid or out of my mind? I have no meat to eat myself. Why would I give it to you, a healthy guy who insults me every day?" Even if he disliked her, it was too much to imagine she was bothering him just because she was passing by. Who spoiled him so badly? Eagle Yuan's face turned pale with anger. He looked at the unusually behaved Hu Jiao, who was no longer the sweet, charming girl he knew. This must be her new trick. Fox tribe beastmen are very clever. He wouldn't be fooled. He snorted coldly, looking down at Hu Jiao with a cold, disdainful voice. "Hu Jiao, don't think that talking like this can fool me. I know you haven't given up, or you wouldn't have brought meat here. I tell you, me honor is the only partner I will ever have in my life, much better than you. No matter what you do, you can't compare to me honor. Your actions only make me more disgusted with you." Does this guy not understand human words? Hu Jiao was almost too angry to breathe. She was normal when reading, but now he's become so narcissistic and stubborn? Yes. Your me honor is better, 1,000 times better than me. So can you move now? I have things to do, and no time to waste on you. Hu Jiaojiao nodded perfunctorily. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Eagle Yuan felt humiliated. He was furious and said through gritted teeth, Hu Jiaojiao, stop pretending.
What do you want?
Just move your meat and get out of here. Hu Jiaojiao couldn't hold it anymore. She carried the shoulder pole and walked over, directly smashing the meat onto Eagle Yuan's toes with a loud bang. Several pounds of meat, just enough with a bit of bone attached. If it were a young animal, it could crush a toe easily.
Ha!
Hu Jiaojiao, are you looking for trouble? Eagle Yuan's face instantly turned purple. Out of pride, he didn't want to show his foot pain and gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out a sentence. Hu Jiaojiao looked up fearlessly and met his gaze. Is the tribe your home? Why can you walk out freely but I have to leave? To prevent Eagle Yuan from misunderstanding, she decided to speak openly. She said carefully, word by word, I was foolish before, and I treated you like a big boss. Now I realize that you're not as important as this piece of meat to me. By the way, consider those meats as dog food. I won't ask you for them. I wish you and Lu Mianer a happy life and many children. After speaking, she carried her shoulder pole, pushed Eagle Yuan away, and left confidently. She made herself clear, so Eagle Yuan probably wouldn't misunderstand her anymore. Eagle Yuan was so angry that he turned and left. After they left, not far away under a tree, a female suddenly appeared, watching the direction Hu Jiaojiao left, a dark glint flashing in her eyes. Hu Jiaojiao, what is she doing here? Her gaze flickered, and after murmuring to herself, she quickly followed. Hu Jiaojiao searched for half an hour and finally found old Nyotu's home. Old Nyotu's house was a stone hut with a few trees outside. Besides the leaves at the top, the branches were stripped bare below. Many animal skins of different colors hung on the branches, probably dried in the shade. Hu Jiaojiao carried the meat and went to the tree to unload her shoulder pole. Curious, she looked at the animal skins, wanting to touch and feel them. But thinking it was someone else's belongings and she shouldn't touch without permission, she retracted her hand. Old Nyotu, who had just stepped out, saw this and strode out with a dark face. Hu Jiaojiao, what are you doing here? I don't welcome you. Leave quickly. Hu Jiaojiao turned around and saw a middle-aged male with slightly dark skin and a strong build, approaching her with a fierce expression. She hurriedly explained, Uncle Nyo, I came to exchange animal skins with you. I mean no harm. She then showed the meat she carried to old Nyotu. In the original story, she was notorious in the tribe, and males were afraid of her, avoiding her altogether. Her reputation was terrible. Now, she had to smile politely to exchange animal skins, even if she was just trying to be friendly. Hu Jiaojiao sighed inwardly and sincerely waited for old Nyotu's response. Are you really only here to exchange animal skins? Hearing her words, old Nyotu's expression softened slightly, and he looked at her with suspicion. Huan Jiaojiao nodded eagerly. Yes, Uncle Nyo, I've changed into animal skins and am leaving now. Do these meats enough to exchange for a few animal skins? She pushed the meat toward the old ox's head, worried he might refuse. The old ox had a loud voice, and just now, his shout attracted all the nearby beastmen. Seeing that Huan Jiaojiao brought so much meat, they were all surprised. The old ox couldn't believe that this female was willing to trade meat for animal skins. He weighed the meat in his hands, at least 70 or 80 jin, and thought that although some beastmen came to trade skins, only the strong ones were too lazy to hunt and would trade. Most beastmen processed their own meat. Someone as generous as Huan Jiaojiao was rare. He was getting old, hunting less and less, and needed food. Seeing that Huan Jiaojiao was simply trading skins, he nodded. Your meat can exchange for 3 big animal skins. Pick what you want. Huan Jiaojiao's face lit up with joy. She quickly thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. 3 skins were enough for her 4 cubs' clothing. She looked up at the hanging animal skins on the branch, preparing to choose the right ones. Not far away, some beastmen watched and discussed. Huan Jiaojiao actually brought meat herself to trade for skins? Is she possessed? Her cubs are all so thin and hungry, barely eating enough, and she still comes to trade prey. I heard that Longmo's hunted animals are never enough to eat. Where does she get so much meat? Could she be stealing or robbing from others? Upon hearing this, the beastmen all showed disdain. They thought Huan Jiao had suddenly changed, but in fact, she was still doing the same dirty, shameless things as before. Seems like Huan Jiao is taking Uncle Nio for a fool. Yeah. Once the beastmen whose meat was stolen find out, they'll come to get their meat back from Uncle Nio. Uncle Nio will lose both his skins and his meat. When the old ox heard this, his face suddenly changed. He thought Huan Jiao had improved, but it turned out she was trying to cheat him out of his skins. His face darkened. He grabbed her arm and pushed her out. Get lost, Huan Jiao. I won't trade skins with you anymore. Take your meat and leave. Huan Jiao staggered from the push. She steadied herself and looked quietly at the group of beastmen outside the house, thinking that the young female who was accused of stealing meat was a tall, graceful woman. She was confused. Who was she? Why did she deliberately say things to cause misunderstandings about her? Was she someone who held a grudge against her original self? Hui Jiao secretly thought she was unlucky. She looked up at Old Bullhead and explained, Uncle Bull, this meat was brought back by Long Mo. I didn't steal it. Before she finished, Old Bullhead immediately threw both the meat and her out, ignoring her explanation. Go away. Don't stay here and bother me. I said I won't trade, and even if you argue all day, you won't get a single beast hide from me. Old Bullhead looked cold and disdainful, as if Hui Jiao was some dirty thing.
Uncle Bull.
Hui Jiao frowned, opening her mouth to speak, but before she could, she heard mocking voices behind her. Hui Jiao, Old Bull had already told you to leave, and you still refuse to go. You're shameless. Hui Jiao, stop bothering the animals here. Hurry back to your broken hut. It's embarrassing to carry stolen meat. Hui Jiao turned around and looked coldly at the mocking and insulting beastmen, only to see the female who was slandering her smiling gently, looking at her with a calm expression. She became more certain that this female must have a grudge against her original self and was deliberately picking a fight. Since Old Bullhead didn't want to trade the beast hide, she decided to wait until Long Mo brought back prey next time, then she would learn how to tan the hides from Hui Min. But she would have to endure a few more days of hardship. She glanced around at the sneering, gossiping beastmen, remembered their appearances, and then picked up the meat, turning to leave. Just then, a male beastman squeezed in from outside the crowd. He hurriedly and earnestly defended Hui Jiao, saying no, don't listen to them. The meat was brought back by Long Mo. I carried it myself. Hui Jiao didn't steal it. Hui Jiao was surprised and turned her head to see Monkey Xiaotiao, feeling a bit shocked. Monkey Xiaotiao, why are you here? He was holding a bundle of beast hides and hurried over to Hui Jiao, beads of sweat on his forehead. He finally wiped his sweat and explained. Hui Jiao looked down and saw that he was holding exactly 3 beast hides. In the tribe, beast hides weren't rare. Only lazy beastmen lacked them. After thinking for a moment, Hui Jiao pushed the meat and the carrying pole in front of Monkey Xiaotiao and smiled. Thank you. I'll trade you the meat. That way, I won't have to carry it back myself. Last time, he lost prey trying to save Long Yao. Now, he's trading beast hides with her again. No matter how you look at it, she was taking advantage of Monkey Xiaotiao. Monkey Xiaotiao looked panicked and quickly waved his hands. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Hu Jiao, shut up. Brother Yuan and I are not like that. When she heard that Yuan might be thrown into the snake pit, Lu Tsuetsue looked panicked and revealed her true feelings. The other animals saw this and remembered Lu Tsuetsue's usual behavior, and they all looked at her with disdain. They wondered why Lu Tsuetsue was so close to Lumiana. Was it just to get close to Yuan? Then they thought if one day they were chased by such a female and thrown into the snake pit, it would be so unfair. For a moment, no one dared to argue with Hu Jiao and Monkey Little Jump anymore. Seeing her goal achieved, Hu Jiao smiled slightly, turned around to say goodbye to Monkey Little Jump, and went home. Not far away, they heard Monkey Little Jump calling after her. Hu Jiao Jiao, wait a moment. Monkey Little Jump hurriedly ran after her, forgetting to bring his meat. Hu Jiao Jiao looked back, confused, and asked, "Is there something else? Is the meat not enough?" If he thought there wasn't enough meat, she would go back and get more for him. Monkey Little Jump quickly shook his head. "It's enough. It's enough. I just want to tell you that today I will go find Long Mo to hunt next time, so he can bring the meat himself. If I ask a beast man to send it, he might hide some again." Hu Jiao Jiao's expression froze. So, in a few days, she would have to meet the big villain? Thinking of the bloodthirsty black dragon in her dreams, Hu Jiao Jiao shivered all over, her pores opening wide. There is no such thing as a beast man partner getting divorced. Only males abandoned by females. That means she can't separate from Long Mo and must take good care of him to prevent him from turning evil. The thought of living with a ruthless dragon beast man made Hu Jiao Jiao look worried. "Hu Jiao Jiao, what's wrong?" Seeing her look unwell, Monkey Little Jump asked curiously. "I'm fine, thank you. I'll go back first." Hu Jiao Jiao forced a smile and absent-mindedly headed home. Lu Tsuetsue was furious as everyone discussed her, and she left in a huff, full of resentment. On her way home, she happened to meet Lu Miana, who was looking for Ing Yuan. After mating, Lu Miana officially moved into Ing Yuan's house, leaving behind her troublesome family. Seeing Lu Tsuetsue looking unhappy, Lu Miana stepped forward to ask kindly, "Tsuetsue, what's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Lu Tsuetsue glared fiercely, then recognized Lu Miana. A flash of sharpness appeared in her eyes, but she quickly changed to a delicate and pitiful look. With a small pout and a tearful voice, she said, "Sister Miana, I." Before she finished, tears streamed down like rain, as if she had suffered great unfairness. Lu Miana was startled and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Tell me, I will find a way to help you." "Sorry, Sister Miana. I really didn't mean to bother Brother Ing Yuan. I just wanted to help you guys." "Boo-hoo. If Sister is angry, she can punish me as she likes. I'm willing to prove myself even if it means risking my life." Lu Tsuetsue covered her face, sniffling sadly. When she heard the name Ing Yuan, Lu Miana's gentle eyes suddenly grew serious. "Tsuetsue, what exactly happened?" "Today, I saw Hu Jiao Jiao bothering Brother Ing Yuan. When she found out, she falsely accused me and Brother Ing Yuan, even threatening to throw him into the snake pit." Lu Tsuetsue choked on her words and quickly explained with red eyes, "Sister, I really didn't. I didn't do anything." Lu Miana had always considered Lu Tsuetsue her good sister. Hearing her being falsely accused, she was instantly angry. Again with Hu Jiao Jiao. She's too much. She can't succeed in scheming against Ing Yuan, and now she's bullying you too. Don't worry, I believe you. Lu Tsuetsue lowered her eyes, a hint of pride flashing in her dark eyes. This fool believes whatever she says, so easy to deceive. She lifted her head, tears still on her face, and worriedly grabbed Lu Miana's hand.
"Mianar, fin."
It's just that Sister is now Ing Yuan's partner, and Hu Jiao Jiao still deliberately tries to flirt with him. It's really disgusting. Hearing this, Lu Miana also felt a bit angry. Didn't I learn my lesson last time? Next time I find out, I won't let her go easily. As they spoke, Ing Yuan also returned. Seeing Lu Miana with an angry face, he hurried over to ask, "Mian, what's wrong? Who made you angry? I'll go teach them a lesson." Lu Tsuetsue's eyes shimmered with admiration, but she quickly hid it and exaggerated her previous words again. Ing Yuan instantly became furious, his eyebrows twisting into a knot. After anger, he hurried to Lu Miana and bowed to flatter her. "Miana, it was her bothering me. I immediately drove her away. I swear I didn't say anything extra. Please don't be mad at me. If you're upset, I will avoid her in the future. If necessary, I will kick her out of the tribe." He simply couldn't let his Miana be unhappy. After hearing Ing Yuan's words, Lu Miana's frustration eased a little. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm not angry. I'll just go around her in the future." She's a female, and if we kick her out of the tribe, she won't survive. Seeing how close and friendly the two were, Lu Tsuetsue nearby was jealous and nervously twisted her clothes, unaware that her sharp nails had scratched the animal hide. Wooden hut. 5 little ones were lying on a grass bed inside, their heads close together as they whispered and discussed something. She took the meat again. She must have given it to Ingyuan, said Long Zhong with a gloomy face. Long Linger supported her chin, looking disapproving. Mother said she went to find Old Bull to exchange for animal skins, not to give to Ingyuan. Long Yu's expression was serious and neutral. In the past, whenever she got meat, she immediately gave it to Ingyuan. Now that she's sharing with us, that's already good. Long Linga nodded in agreement. Exactly, third brother is never satisfied. Do you wish Mother would go back to her old, fierce self? Mother is much better now than before. She no longer hits or scolds, and she makes sure we are fed, warm, and have a wooden house to sleep in. I've never felt so happy in my life. Humph. Do you know why she suddenly changed? Long Zong snorted coldly, his expression icy as frost. She's just pretending to please Ingyuan. You're so stupid to believe her. Once she's done pleasing Ingyuan, she'll abandon us and Dad immediately. Hearing this, Long Linger's face stiffened. The other children also looked cold when they thought about Hu Jiao's obsessive devotion to Ingyuan. Long Zhong was right. The wicked female would do anything for Ingyuan. Before, Ingyuan had to fight her off when she wanted to hurt them, even to the point of killing them. He didn't hesitate. If Dad hadn't come back in time, they might have already died. At that moment, Long Yao suddenly flew up, angrily poking Long Zhong's nose with his dragon tail to show his anger.
Ah!
Xiao Wu. Hearing the angry cry, Long Yao quickly flew behind Long Yu and hid, his little head peeking out from above, proudly wagging. He stuck out his pink tongue and made a teasing sound. Lala lala, that smug expression seemed to say, I told you not to talk badly about Mother. Long Zhong was furious and lunged to catch Long Yao. But Long Yao was quick and small, darting around the room, making it impossible for Long Zhong to catch him. They chased each other, and the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken. At this moment, Long Xiu suddenly spoke, very confidently. She won't give meat to Ingyuan. Long Yao gently kissed Xiaojie on the cheek, feeling quite pleased. Xiaojie. She wiped the saliva off her face with a dislike, saying, Third brother, you're getting worse at this. Even Xiao Wu can't catch you. Long Zhong was irritated. Taking advantage of Long Yao's distraction, he suddenly pounced and pressed him firmly to the ground. Yao, he was almost harming his younger brother. Long Linger couldn't help but smile softly. Even the usually stern Long Yu slightly curved his lips. If only things could stay like this forever. Hu Jiao carried a beast hide back to the wooden house before noon. There was no clean ground in the yard and she didn't want to dirty the hide, so she held it at the door and called out, Cubs, Mom is back. Then she entered the house with the hide and placed it on the straw bed. The cubs, hearing the voice, immediately stopped playing, straightened their backs and looked cautiously yet expectantly at the door. They saw the graceful female carrying a tall stack of beast hides, setting them down with a loud thud. She wiped her sweat with one hand and rubbed her slender waist with the other, seeming exhausted. The cubs' breath caught, and their eyes flickered with shock. She really came back with the hides. She didn't give the meat to Ingyuan. Long Yao was the first to rush over, wagging his tail like a little dog, eagerly rubbing his face against Hu Jiao. Long Linger quickly reacted, jumped up, and hurried outside, soon returning with a bowl of water. Mom, you must be tired. Drink some water. Hu Jiao was overwhelmed with affection. She took the water, feeling very warm inside, and happily praised, Thank you, Linger. You are so sensible. Long Linger blushed with the compliment, her face blooming with a smile. Long Yu and Long Zhong didn't speak, but their expressions changed as they looked at Hu Jiao. Although Xiaojie couldn't see, hearing Long Linger's reaction, he knew that Hu Jiao hadn't done anything wrong, and her usually cold face softened a little. Hu Jiao was indeed thirsty. She drank a large bowl of water, but still felt unquenched, so she scooped half a bowl from the water jar, finally feeling refreshed. This scene made the cubs feel even more that she was exhausted, and they felt deeply touched. After drinking, Hu Jiao no longer kept the cubs confined. She told them to go out and play but warned them not to go too far. The cubs didn't argue. Instead of playing, they wisely went into the woods to gather wood and firewood. After the cubs left, Hu Jiao rested for a moment, then took out a broom from her space and cleaned the yard thoroughly. In the yard, there was muddy ground covered with dust. She laid out the animal skins she had previously ruined on the ground and moved the skins aside to prepare for making clothes. Hu Jiao loved doing crafts. As a homebody, selling small pet clothes online was one of her side jobs. Now, making a simple animal skin skirt was easy for her. She took out needle, thread, paper, and pen from her space, made a pattern, and began cutting the animal skin. All 4 cubs wore animal skin skirts. The male cubs had no shirts on, while the female cubs wore small vests. Hu Jiao thought that in the future, when it got cold, she couldn't let the cubs be shirtless, so she made 4 one-piece animal skin skirts and 4 short shirts. Each piece of clothing had 1 to 4 scraps of cloth sewn on for distinction. Next time she tanned animal skins herself, she planned to make winter clothes for the cubs. After finishing the animal skin clothes, Hu Jiao used cotton fabric from her space to make 8 pairs of boxers for the cubs to wear close to their bodies. She also made 2 small belly bands for Ling Er. Long Yao didn't need animal skin clothes, so she used leftover scraps to make a butterfly bow for him. 3 hours had passed since she finished the clothes for the cubs. Hu Jiao looked at the sun's height and estimated it was about 2 p.m., the hottest time of the day. At this time, taking a bath was the warmest and most comfortable. She quickly built a fire in the stove to boil water and went outside to call the cubs back for a bath. When the cubs returned to the yard, they saw Hu Jiao pouring water into a round basin. That was a large basin she found in her space. Seeing the cubs come back, Hu Jiao smiled happily and casually explained, "You're back?
Come here."
Today, I asked someone to help make this bath basin, and I will give you a bath today. The cubs froze in place. A bath? The mean female was actually going to give them a bath? What was she thinking? Hu Jiao ignored their expressions, tested the water temperature, and waved to the most talkative one, Long Ling Er. "Ling Er, you go first." Long Ling Er couldn't refuse her gentle and kind mother. She trotted over with small steps. The basin was behind the stove, blocking the view of the other cubs. Hu Jiao helped her take off her dirty animal skin skirt and small vest. Long Ling Er was cheerful, but in front of Hu Jiao, she was shy like a little bunny, standing awkwardly beside the basin, allowing Hu Jiao to handle her. She took off her dirty clothes, tested the water with her toes, neither cold nor hot, and boldly stepped into the basin, ready to start bathing. Hu Jiao held her small hand. "Sit down, mother will help you wash." Linger Long suddenly sat into the water basin unexpectedly. It was her first time taking a hot bath, and she immediately felt so comfortable that she closed her eyes happily. So, bathing can be this nice. Before, she used to go to the river with her brothers to wash, and the water was cold. She hated bathing the most. Her small hands fiddled with the warm water out of curiosity, as if she had discovered a new world. Seeing Linger's tiny body, Hu Jiao suddenly felt a bit sad. The little girl was all bones, with little flesh, and her skin was dark, like it was covered in black mud. She gently rubbed her, and Linger's skin turned bright white instantly. It turned out the little girl wasn't black, but covered in mud that had never been washed away. Hu Jiao carefully scrubbed her, and soon, the basin of water turned black. Linger transformed from a little mud doll into a fair, tender girl. Linger's hair was long to her waist but tangled and dry, with split ends. After asking for her permission, Hu Jiao cut her hair into a cute bob. She dried her hair, changed into a new animal hide outfit, and Linger happily spun around, looking at her new clothes. These clothes felt strange, but they were made by her mother, so she thought they were wonderful. Now she had new clothes to wear. When Linger went outside, the other children were stunned, opening their mouths in disbelief as they looked at her. Are you Linger? This small girl, so white and lively, was really their sister? Third brother, are your eyes okay? You don't even recognize me now, huh? Linger felt refreshed, but didn't realize how much she had changed. She thought they were teasing her on purpose and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Dong Zhong touched his nose and muttered softly, You look good, but your temper is still so bad. Third brother, you're saying bad things about me again. No, I'm just praising how pretty you are. Dong Zhong rarely responded with kind words. Before, Linga used to play in the mud with them, just a black little kid, and didn't think she was different from them at all. When they saw her now, so white and cute, they almost thought Linger had been replaced by a malicious girl. Yu, however, felt a bit guilty. It was always his fault. Other girls were delicate and sweet, but he could only let Linger suffer with them. It seemed the malicious girl had really changed for the better. She even helped Linger take a bath herself. After all, girls are different from boys. From now on, Linger would also be loved and cared for by her mother, which was really good. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Long Linger pouted her lips and looked at Long Yu, turning around excitedly. She asked, Big brother, do I look good in my new clothes? Long Yu rarely showed a gentle smile. You look good. Linger is the most beautiful. Long Yao was very excited. He flew in front of Long Linger, sniffed left and right, and his big round eyes were full of curiosity. Long Xiao, now behind a few of them, had hollow eyes, pale lips pressed together, and a longing look on his face. If only he could see too. Each of the little ones had their own thoughts. Hu Jiao Jiao poured out the black water from the basin and replaced it with clean, warm water. Then she came over to catch the cubs. Who's next? The cubs looked at Hu Jiao Jiao in surprise, a bit confused. Do we have to wash too? Long Zhong stared in disbelief. Hu Jiao Jiao's face turned serious. Of course you need to wash. You little brats, how can you wear new clothes if you don't wash properly? Do you want to get your new clothes dirty? Without waiting for their answers, she stepped forward, grabbed Long Zhong, and pulled him to the big basin, starting to remove his dirty clothes. Long Zhong immediately protected his animal skin skirt, clutching the hem tightly, and looked at Hu Jiao Jiao with wide, angry eyes, like a little girl being invaded.
Stop.
Don't touch my clothes. His young voice was fierce, like a tiny lion with a mane of hair standing up. If the little one is shy, Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. She loved teasing this little guy. Whenever she did, he would get mad, which was just too cute. Long Zhong's expression remained fierce. Who's shy? Don't touch me. If I don't touch you, how can I help you bathe? I can wash myself. I don't need your fake kindness. Can you really clean yourself? Hu Jiao Jiao looked at him with disbelief. It seemed he remembered the difference before and after Long Linger's bath, and he suddenly fell silent. Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh, but she also thought that most beast men mature early. Even a 6-year-old cub was beginning to be confused, so keeping some distance was right. She let him sit in the basin with his animal skin skirt, only helping him wash his hair and scrub his back, leaving the rest for him to do himself. Throughout the process, Long Zhong kept his eyes tightly closed and his hands clutching the edge of the basin as if enduring a painful torture, looking very distressed. Hu Jiao Jiao was almost at her wit's end. It was just a bath. Was it really so painful? She looked at Long Zhong's messy, knotted hair, planning to trim it like Long Linger, but he strongly resisted. No way. If you dare to touch my hair, try it, I won't cut it. Long Zhong covered his head with both hands, his wet hair sticking to his face, his dark pupils flashing with a hint of crimson. It seemed that cutting his hair was more important to him than life itself. Hu Jiao Jiao was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Long Zhong reacted so strongly. She had to softly persuade him, Zhonger, your hair is tangled. Mom will help you cut it a little shorter. It will grow back later. But Long Zhong seemed to be triggered. He roared and pushed her away. I won't cut it. I knew you did it on purpose. You want everyone to see my scars and laugh at me.
Get out. Get out.
Hearing his words, Hu Jiao Jiao realized he was hiding his scars and didn't want to cut his hair. She quickly changed her tone. Okay, we won't cut it. Mom will help you dry your hair, all right? Long Zhong kept stepping back, unwilling to get close to her. Fearing he might catch a cold, Hu Jiao Jiao handed him a towel so he could dry himself. While pouring bathwater for Long Yu and Long Xiao, Hu Jiao Jiao noticed that the few little ones looked at her strangely. Although their relationship had eased in recent days, today there was a new distance. She thought hard but couldn't figure out what was wrong. After bathing, Long Zhong silently left the yard, and the others looked at each other but didn't follow. Hu Jiao Jiao knew he wouldn't go far. Approaching might only annoy him, so she waited for him to calm down. Since the sun was shining brightly, she continued bathing the remaining little ones. Long Yu and Long Xiao were more calm and cooperative during their baths. Soon after, Hu Jiao Jiao poured 2 more buckets of dark water, and the 2 little ones got stylish, short haircuts. Long Yao, who hadn't been bathed yet, became anxious. He kept calling out softly, worried that Hu Jiao Jiao might forget about him. She bathed this little guy again and tied a colorful spotted bow on him. The little one was so happy with his bow that he snuggled into her arms, making Hu Jiao Jiao laugh from tickling. But she was still worried about Long Zhong's strange behavior. Long Xiao didn't know when he had stood behind her. His cold, quiet voice softly said, "When you were 5, the 3rd child just transformed and couldn't control his body well. Your older brother was sent to find food, and before he returned, you made the 3rd child start a fire to cook." Hearing Long Xiao's words, Hu Jiao Jiao frowned, feeling a bad premonition. She didn't have time to think more and quickly asked, "And then?" As soon as she spoke, she realized she had reacted too strongly and softly explained herself. Xiao, actually, after my mother's head was hit last time, she doesn't remember much about your childhood." Long Xiao was slightly surprised, as if he just realized this possibility. He pursed his lips and showed a cold, self-deprecating smile, like winter ice. Then, the 3rd child had to do as told. He lit a fire but accidentally fell into the flames while roasting meat, injuring half his face. You not only didn't help him, but also scolded him for dirtying the meat. The orcs from the tribe said that the 3rd child used to be very handsome, loved to show off by the river, but since then, he always covered his face with his hair and never smiled again. Cutting his hair would be like taking his life. After hearing Long Xiao's story, Hu Jiao Jiao felt a sudden shock in her heart, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest. No wonder among these children, Long Zhong hated himself the most. No wonder he always spoke harsh words to her. It turns out that the original body caused his disfigurement. Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't imagine how painful it must have been for a 5-year-old child to have his face burned by fire, but what hurt even more was the insults and coldness from the original body. Her nose felt sore, and she suddenly remembered something. She looked at Long Xiao eagerly. "Then your eyes too." The book only mentioned that among the original body's children, one was disfigured and another was blind, but it didn't say how it happened. Hu Jiao Jiao didn't expect that the injury on Long Zhong's face was caused by the original body. Could Long Xiao's eyes also be? Long Xiao quickly dismissed her suspicion, knowing what she wanted to ask. "My eyes are natural, unrelated to you." Xiao. Hu Jiao Jiao frowned, feeling even worse inside. Long Xiao was the deepest thinker among the 5 children of the original body, but also the loneliest. The book said he spent his whole life planning for the children, but he had never even seen what the people he protected looked like. After finishing his words, Long Xiao turned as usual and walked toward the dark wooden house, as if that endless darkness was his final home. Xiao, mother will find a way to cure your eyes and Zhong'er's face." Hu Jiao Jiao's voice made Long Xiao stop in his tracks. Her voice was firm as she continued, "I heard that the witch doctor has the ability to bring the dead back to life, to treat eyes and scars. Maybe she can help. Mother will find a witch doctor for you." Long Xiao clenched his fists, his young voice tinged with a husky tone. "We don't need your promises. Mother knows she made many mistakes before. From now on, Mother won't let anyone hurt you again.
Trust me.
With a gentle and steady voice, there was a calming feeling that made people feel at ease. Long Xiu paused briefly, then coldly said, "Everyone can say nice words." Watching Long Xiu's lonely figure, Hu Jiao became even more determined in her mind. Even if all the supplies in the space were unlocked, she wasn't a doctor and couldn't cure the eyes and faces of the two little ones. But she had read books and knew that the local shaman had this ability. She remembered that Lu Mianer and Ing Yuan had met a shaman after leaving their tribe, in another big tribe. Since shamans really existed, there was hope. On the other side, Monkey Xiao Tiao returned home with meat. His partner, Monkey Xiang, was sitting under the large locust tree in front of the door, talking with a group of female monkeys who also had babies. Seeing Monkey Xiao Tiao come back, Monkey Xiang looked surprised. "Monkey Xiao Tiao, why are you back so early?" Usually, Monkey Xiao Tiao went hunting and wouldn't return until afternoon, sometimes even until evening. Today, he was back in no time after just stepping out. Xiang, Monkey Xiao Tiao wanted to explain, but Monkey Xiang suddenly saw the two large pieces of fat deer meat he was carrying. She immediately smiled happily and went to greet him. "Wow, you caught such a big prey in the morning. Monkey Xiao Tiao, you're really capable now." Soon, a few females under the old locust tree looked at him with envy. He had caught prey early in the morning and brought it back. No wonder the male monkey in Xiang's family was so impressive. Monkey Xiang cheerfully helped Monkey Xiao Tiao unload the meat. But she didn't take it home right away. Instead, she pretended to be shy and smiled at the females under the old locust tree, almost unable to keep her mouth closed. "My Monkey Xiao Tiao brought back meat. You all can chat first. These two big pieces, I need to put them somewhere first." Everyone could tell she was showing off. Before she could explain, Monkey Xiang had already carried the meat back home. Monkey Xiao Tiao was anxious, scratching his head. It was already late. If he didn't go into the forest to find Long Mo now, he wouldn't make it back before dark. So he called out from inside the house, "Xiang, I'm going out." He hurried into the forest, planning to come back and explain the origin of the meat to Xiang later. When Monkey Xiang heard the sound and came out to put down the meat, Monkey Xiao Tiao was already gone. She smiled happily, walking under the old locust tree, muttering, "This Monkey Xiao Tiao, with food now, is still so eager." He doesn't even rest for a bit before leaving. Under the old locust tree, there was a female monkey who had also returned with Monkey Xiao Tiao. Monkey Xiang looked proud and said with a sour tone, "The prey he caught was given to him by Fox Jiao. Monkey Xiao Tiao hasn't gone hunting outside the tribe today, and a certain female is still kept in the dark. Gossip is a woman's nature." Hearing this, several females nearby sighed. "Doesn't Fox Jiao like Eagle Yuan? Why is she suddenly so nice to Monkey Xiao Tiao? Could she be interested in Monkey Xiao Tiao? TSK, Monkey Xiang, you better watch your Monkey Xiao Tiao closely. Don't lose your little one's father over a few pieces of meat." The females, who had just looked envious, now showed mocking smiles. They thought Monkey Xiao Tiao was really so impressive, but it turns out he was just close to Fox Jiao. Monkey Xiang's smile froze on her face. The teasing voices reached her ears. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. With a dark face, she picked up her two little monkeys and turned back to her hut. Outside the tribe, there are endless mountains and forests. The dense woods are almost completely dark, humid, and gloomy. In such environments, it's very hard for beasts to survive. Monkey Xiao Tiao carefully headed toward the depths of the mountains and stopped outside a dark cave. He bravely called out, "Long Mo, are you inside?" "I'm Monkey Xiao Tiao. I have something to talk to you about." Only his echo responded from inside the cave. He knew that Long Mo had lived in this cave for many years. Every time he hunted with Long Mo, he came here to get his prey. Long Mo always left the prey at the cave entrance. Since leaving the tribe, he hadn't appeared again, and Monkey Xiao Tiao hadn't seen Long Mo's face since then. He was starting to forget what he looked like. After a long time with no reply, Monkey Xiao Tiao became anxious. Could something have happened to Long Mo? Thinking of Fox Jiao Jiao and the 5 cubs, Monkey Xiao Tiao raised his voice and hurried toward the cave entrance. Long Amo, it's me, Monkey Xiao Tiao. If you don't answer, I'll come in. Before his foot even stepped into the cave, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly came from inside. What's the matter? Monkey Xiao Tiao stopped in his tracks and quickly paused. He was afraid to go in because the entrance was too dark, and inside seemed cut off from the outside world, pitch black. Although he wasn't afraid of the dark, hearing Long Mo's voice coming from inside always gave him a cold, chilling feeling. He shivered and hurriedly answered, "It's Fox Jiao Jiao." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of something. Long Mo has caught many prey. Hu Jiao Jiao, a female, finds it hard to raise her cubs at home. If Long Mo could return and help her share the care, she wouldn't have to suffer so much. Thinking of this, Ho Xiao Tiao feels he should help Hu Jiao Jiao. It's his way of repaying her for saving his life. Hu Jiao Jiao. Long Mo's voice suddenly turned colder, impatient and stern. What happened to her again? Seeing Long Mo's tone darken, Ho Xiao Tiao knows he misunderstood, so he quickly shakes his head.
No.
He then remembers that Long Mo can't see him, so he hurriedly explains, Hu Jiao Jiao told me she hopes you'll personally bring the prey back next time.
She said.
She misses you. Deep inside a dark cave, a pair of golden beast eyes slowly open, their cold gaze filled with suspicion. Does he think about her? What is this female doing now? It was she who desperately drove him out of the tribe, wanting only to have cubs with Ying Yuan, even threatening that he should never return in his lifetime. Thinking of Hu Jiao Jiao's fierce, sharp, and aggressive attitude, the golden beast eyes suddenly darken. Outside the cave, Ho Xiao Tiao sees that Long Mo hasn't responded for a long time and becomes a bit anxious. Could it be that Long Mo doesn't believe him? After all, it was Hu Jiao Jiao herself who drove him out, forcing him to survive in the harsh mountain environment, like a stray beast. Just as he is racking his brains, preparing a bunch of good words about Hu Jiao Jiao to explain to Long Mo, the cold voice suddenly echoes softly. I understand. Next time, I will personally bring the prey back. He agrees. Ho Xiao Tiao's face lights up with joy, and he quickly says, Good, then I'll go back first. Without looking back, he swiftly disappears into the forest. He never wants to come to this eerie, terrifying place again. Inside the cave, the huge golden beast eyes resemble 2 suns, gazing at the entrance for a long time, flickering with cold light, then disappearing again. Forget it. Even if that female dislikes him, she is his mate and raises his 5 cubs. Any request she makes is justified. He will do as she asks, but if she continues to torment the cubs or causes them any harm, he will personally put an end to her. Outside the tribe, near the wooden house, Hu Jiao Jiao, wanting to make up for Long Mo, specially prepared a lot of delicious food. Today, with plenty of time, she didn't cook a big pot meal but made small stir-fries, braised deer meat, stir-fried deer meat, and soy-braised beef. She also cooked a pot of deer bone soup to nourish the cubs. They cut some neck meat from the cow and made beef meatballs to add to the deer bone soup. When the sunset was hanging in the sky, dinner was already prepared. Hu Jiao Jiao turned down the fire and simmered the soup gently. She forgot to take out the sweet potatoes baked in the morning, but luckily they weren't burnt, just cooled down. She placed them outside on the stove and warmed them with a small fire. Although the taste wasn't as good as when freshly baked, they were still edible. Long Xiao sat quietly inside the wooden house, listening to the sounds outside. He heard her busy working, almost never stopping. He wanted to help her but thought, since he was blind, he couldn't do anything, so he just sat quietly, feeling useless. His pale face was covered with a gloomy shadow. Xiao Xiao, Hu Jiao Jiao's voice came from outside, making Long Xiao's heart tighten. Then he heard her gentle voice say, Mother went to find them to come back for dinner. You stay at home and watch over the house for Mother. After that, he heard light footsteps leave. Inside the wooden house, Long Xiao unconsciously clenched his staff. Help her watch over the house? He didn't think he was useless. He sat here all day, unable to help, but she didn't dislike him for being helpless. Long Xiu's pale lips pressed into a straight line. After a long while, he stood up, leaning on his staff, and groped his way outside. The setting sun cast sparse rays, falling on Long Xiu's face. His pale, delicate cheeks were tinged with a faint rosy glow, warm, like the feeling of light. Long Xiu felt a bit dazed. He raised a finger to touch his warm cheek, suddenly realizing that although he couldn't see, the light had always been there, shining on him, never disappearing. Hu Jiao found some young animals by the river. After waiting alone for a while, Long Xiu's mood stabilized. When he heard Hu Jiao calling, he didn't speak but followed Long Yu and Long Ling back. Long Yao clung to Hu Jiao like a sticky patch, refusing to let go. The little one only weighed 2 or 3 pounds, light as a feather. Hu Jiao didn't chase him away, letting him cling happily. Long Ling looked at him with envy, wishing she could turn into a small animal and hang on her mother too. Meanwhile, Ho Xiong grew angrier the more she thought about it. She overheard a woman outside the door exaggerating that Monkey Little Jump had taken 3 pieces of animal hide to give to Hu Jiao. Furious, she searched her home and found 3 hides missing. Before Monkey Little Jump returned, she stormed over to Hu Jiao's house to confront her. Ho Xiong rushed into the yard, only to see a blind little cub inside, with no sign of Hu Jiao. She thought Hu Jiao was hiding inside the house and shouted angrily, "Hu Jiao, come out now! You shameless thing! How lacking are you in masculinity? How dare you target Monkey Little Jump? Today, I will tear your face apart." Hu Jiao, carrying a few cubs, was heading back when she suddenly heard a strange shouting and cursing from the direction of her home. Thinking about the last time Xianghua came to cause trouble and how her cubs were bullied, she realized only Long Xiu was at home now. Her face changed instantly, and she hurriedly ran back with concern. Behind her, the 3 cubs saw this and exchanged glances. They quickly scrambled to catch up with their short legs. As soon as they entered, they saw a chubby female standing outside the yard, hands on her hips, looking fierce and loudly cursing inside. Hu Jiao's heart tightened. She pushed past the female and rushed into the yard. She saw Long Xiu standing safely inside, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She ran over and hugged him. Xiu, you're okay. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here." Long Xiu was frowning, trying to argue with the female outside. Suddenly, he was embraced warmly, and his body stiffened instantly. If the female was malicious, she would definitely blame him, thinking he couldn't handle the home and bringing trouble to others. He turned his head away, about to say, "I'm fine," but the words suddenly changed to, "She said she wants to tear your face apart." His voice was cold and flat, with a hint of dullness, sounding like he was tattling. Seeing Long Xiu's pale face and his muffled voice, Hu Jiao thought he was frightened. She gently patted his back and spoke softly and kindly, "Don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you all." Then she stood up and looked at the female outside the yard, snorting coldly. "Let's see how you plan to tear my face apart." Without reason, she came here to scold her. She was not someone to be bullied easily. Ho Xiong saw Hu Jiao acting so arrogantly and became even angrier. She pointed at her nose and cursed, "Hu Jiao, you're shameless. Flirting with Ying Yuan while also trying to my Monkey Little Jump. Even if you give him more meat, he won't be tempted by you. Who would want your broken meat?" After hearing this, Hu Jiao finally understood. It turned out this female was Ho Xiong, Monkey Little Jump's partner. The original was notorious. Ho Xiong probably misunderstood her, thinking she was trying to cling to Monkey Little Jump because of the meat he brought back. She kept a calm face and patiently explained, "Ho Xiong, I was only close to Ying Yuan because he had no partner. Now that he and Lu Mianer are together, I no longer bother Ying Yuan, and I definitely won't try to take Monkey Little Jump from you. You misunderstood." She also explained why she hadn't been bothering Ying Yuan these past few days. Monkey Xiong heard this and felt some of her anger fade away. Hu Jiao was also right. Female animals pursuing males without mates is just based on their own skills. There's no rule saying that disliked females can't try to pursue males. Recently, she hadn't heard any rumors of Hu Jiao bothering Ying Yuan. Could she have misunderstood? Monkey Xiang was suspicious, but suddenly remembered something. She angrily asked, "And the meat? What's going on with the meat? Why did you give Monkey Little Jump meat for no reason? Were you just trying to get something from him?" Monkey Little Jump also gave a beast hide to Hu Jiao. Maybe these two animals are having an affair. Thinking of this, Monkey Xiang couldn't control her anger. Hu Jiao was speechless for a moment. She hadn't even figured out what was happening, and now she was being blamed? Monkey Xiang really has a big heart. Hu Jiao explained helplessly, who said the meat was for Monkey Little Jump. I was trading it with him for a beast hide. If you don't believe me, go ask Old Bullhead. I went to trade with him this morning, and he refused. Later, Monkey Little Jump agreed to trade with me. Many animals saw it. Hearing Hu Jiao's words, Monkey Xiang's face froze instantly. What? The meat was traded for a beast hide with Monkey Little Jump? I didn't know about this. If you don't believe me, go ask those animals who saw it. Otherwise, do you think I have so much meat that I can give some to Monkey Little Jump for nothing? Hu Jiao looked calm and confident. Monkey Xiang thought carefully about her words and realized it might be true. Suddenly, she felt a bit embarrassed. Although she usually didn't associate much with Hu Jiao and their relationship wasn't good, she had stolen a lot of prey from Long Mo over the years. Now she had misunderstood her, and it was her fault. Plus, trading so many meats for 3 beast hides was actually a profit for her. I was wrong. Sorry about that, Monkey Xiang admitted, awkwardly smiling. Hu Jiao didn't expect her to apologize. When she was reading, she only remembered that Monkey Little Jump's partner was a female animal who loved to be cheap, was sharp-tongued, and cared about appearances. Because she was fat, few males liked her. Now it seemed she was much better than the unreasonable female animals like Xianghua. Her anger had also dissipated, and her face softened a bit. She waved her hand and said, "It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up." However, the animals saw her and Monkey Little Jump exchange beast hides. Even if Monkey Xiang heard about it from others, she wouldn't misunderstand. Could it be that some animals are deliberately misleading Monkey Xiang? Thinking of this, she asked, "Who told you I was delivering meat to Monkey Little Jump?" Hearing Hu Jiao's question, Ho Xiang also realized something was wrong. She frowned, suddenly slapped her thigh, clenched her teeth, and said, "It was Lu Tsuetsue. That little brat actually lied to me." Hu Jiao wasn't surprised. She had embarrassed Lu Tsuetsue before, and Lu Tsuetsue was a petty person. It was very possible she deliberately misled Ho Xiang in front of her. Glancing lightly at Ho Xiang's angry face, Hu Jiao reminded her, "Don't believe everything you hear. Don't jump to conclusions easily. Besides your partner and family, others won't always have your best interests at heart." Ho Xiang nodded repeatedly. "I won't believe what that little brat Lu Tsuetsue says anymore." With the misunderstanding cleared up, Hu Jiao saw the 3 children outside the yard looking at her, so she waved and said gently, "You Ling Zhong come in and eat." Long Yao, who had been tugging at Hu Jiao's arm, lit up at the mention of food. He suddenly let go and flew behind the stove with a whoosh. They lined up, ready to eat. Hu Jiao. Her little 5th child was truly a glutton without a doubt. Long Xiu listened to the footsteps approaching and knew his brothers had returned. He stood still with a long stick, afraid to move around and break Hu Jiao's things. After coming out, he stayed in one place without moving. Just then, a warm, soft hand held his and a gentle, friendly voice said, Xiu, come on, mother will take you to eat." Hu Jiao held Long Xiu's hand and led him to stand behind Long Yao. The 3 siblings, just entering the yard, widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at Hu Jiao. When did the mean girl become so caring and thoughtful? She used to only scold Long Xiu for being blind, useless, and a waste. Long Xiu couldn't see, and she not only ignored him but also didn't allow their brothers and sisters to help him. If she saw them guiding Long Xiu, she would hit them. Today, she even personally went to hold Long Xiu's hand for a meal. After the surprise, Long Ling Heir was the first to happily run over.
Great.
Mother no longer dislikes second brother for being blind and even takes care of him herself. She liked their mother so much now. The children quickly lined up. Hu Jiao Jiao lifted the lid of the pot, and a tempting aroma immediately spread out. Each took a bowl of deer bone soup and 5 beef meatballs. The 5 children focused on drinking the soup, not wasting even a little. While they were drinking soup, Fox Jiao Jiao prepared to take the hot food out of the pot. However, placing it on the ground was inconvenient, so she decided she needed to find time to make some tables and chairs. Gurgle. A stomach growling sound was heard. Fox Jiao Jiao looked up in confusion and saw Monkey Xiang still outside the yard, watching her. More precisely, she was watching the soup in her pot. Monkey Xiang rubbed her stomach and smiled shyly, then asked curiously, Hee, Fox Jiao Jiao, what are you making? Why does it smell so good? I've never smelled such delicious soup before. It turned out she was interested in her deer bone soup. Although beast men can cook food over fire, they mostly just cook meat or boil it in water. If they have salt, they add some to make it a bit salty, enough to fill their stomachs. Fox Jiao Jiao's cooking skills are not very advanced. Her space has many seasonings, so she makes simple home-style dishes that beastmen have never seen before. There was still a lot of soup left in the pot. Fox Jiao Jiao wasn't stingy and served her a bowl, explaining, This is soup I made from deer bones, with beef meatballs.
Try it.
Monkey Xiao Tiao had saved Long Yao, and giving his partner some soup and meat was nothing special. Monkey Xiang's eyes lit up. She moved her plump body forward, wiped her beast-hide skirt before taking the bowl, and kept saying, This is too embarrassing. Then she took the bowl and eagerly brought it to her mouth, drinking a sip without delay. The warm soup went down her throat. Monkey Xiang had never tasted anything so delicious. She couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a ha sound.
Wow, it's so tasty.
Fox Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. You can make such delicious soup. Monkey Xiang praised endlessly, pouring the rest of the soup into her stomach. If she weren't shy about licking the bowl in front of Fox Jiao Jiao, she would have licked the bowl clean. After finishing one bowl, Monkey Xiang still looked at the pot with longing. Fox Jiao Jiao was taking out stir-fried deer meat and soy beef. The tempting aroma of meat made Monkey Xiang swallow hard. Seeing Monkey Xiang's gaze, Fox Jiao Jiao found it amusing. After serving some for the cubs, she also picked a few pieces and handed them to Monkey Xiang. Monkey Xiao Tiao saved my family's Long Yao. I haven't properly thanked him yet.
Take this meat home for the cubs to try.
If they like it, I can teach you how to make it. Is this really for me? Monkey Xiang asked, a little in disbelief. I used to think Hu Jiao Jiao was spoiled, arrogant, and unreasonable. But today I saw her and realized she's nothing like the rumors. She's gentle, speaks clearly, and is very generous. Suddenly, I thought those rumors must have been spread by other beast skins jealous of Hu Jiao Jiao. They probably made everything up. Anyone who says something bad about Hu Jiao Jiao, she gets angry at them. Here, this is for you, Hu Jiao Jiao said with a smile. Her playful personality doesn't match her tough appearance. Her cautious expression and round face make her quite cute. Monkey Xiang looked like she found a treasure, holding the bowl carefully and saying, Hu Jiao Jiao, you're so kind. Then she couldn't help but reach out and bite a piece of beef with sauce, stuffing it into her mouth. In an instant, Monkey Xiang closed her eyes happily, trembling with enjoyment. So delicious. This is the best meat I've ever eaten. Hu Jiao Jiao, you're amazing. Monkey Xiang immediately became Hu Jiao Jiao's little fan, looking at her with admiration. Hu Jiao Jiao smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Monkey Xiang nodded excitedly, I love it. I've never had such tasty meat before. Can you teach me how to cook it? The beast men in the tribe are usually very secretive, but Hu Jiao Jiao was so generous. It's just cooking, nothing difficult. Hu Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and nodded with a smile, sure, as long as you're willing. Monkey Xiang jumped up happily, but her chubby body fell heavily back down, making her look like a ball of fat. Hu Jiao Jiao. Suddenly, she felt she shouldn't have agreed so easily. She's already so overweight. If she keeps eating, she might not be healthy. Monkey Xiang ate 2 more pieces of deer meat, but didn't dare to eat more. She wanted to take the meat back for her cub. Seeing Hu Jiao Jiao looking at her, she shyly smiled and explained, "You probably think I'm fat too. My body grew when I was pregnant with my cub. I thought I'd lose weight after giving birth, but I just got fatter. I can't help it. You don't know, before I paired with Monkey Little Jump, I was quite slim." She awkwardly laughed, patting her chubby body as if joking, but her expression was a bit sad. No female likes to think she's not pretty. Hu Jiao Jiao remembered from the book that Monkey Xiang was described as a chubby woman. She knew pregnancy would make her gain weight, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. Looking at Monkey Xiang feeling a bit gloomy, she smiled warmly and comforted him. "It's okay, meat is also nice to look at. If you want to lose weight, I can prepare lighter food for you so you won't gain weight." She had made diet meals before. It was rare for her to meet a compatible female friend in the beast world. Monkey Xiang thought that Hu Jiao Jiao was just comforting her and didn't take it seriously. "Thank you, Hu Jiao Jiao." Since she gained weight, the other beasts in the tribe no longer liked her. She only had Monkey Xiao Tiao as a partner. If male beasts weren't obligated to stay with their mates, Monkey Xiao Tiao might have also disliked her. Hearing Hu Jiao Jiao speak so gently for the first time, she felt very touched. After saying goodbye, Monkey Xiang left, but Hu Jiao Jiao kept this in her heart. Next time she cooked, she casually made a portion of diet food. After the cubs finished dinner, Hu Jiao Jiao took out a sweet potato from beside the stove and gave each of them one. Long Linger opened her bright eyes, curious. "Mother, is this roasted ground fruit? It smells so good. It seems different from the ground fruit I used to eat." Before peeling the sweet potato, the aroma of roasted sweet potato was already wafting out continuously. Hu Jiao Jiao gently explained, "This isn't ground fruit. It's a fruit similar to ground fruit, called sweet potato. Beasts call all plant fruits simply fruit. The ground fruit Long Linger mentioned is actually a potato. Because food was scarce in winter, some beasts discovered that potatoes could be stored for a long time. The tribe's beasts would go out in autumn to dig up potatoes, and in winter, they would eat potatoes to survive. Males were responsible for hunting, while females joined the harvest teams, specifically digging up potatoes and picking wild fruits." Long Linga nodded quickly and concluded, "Sweet potatoes smell better than ground fruit." Hu Jiao Jiao gently tapped her forehead with her finger. "Eat quickly. Mother's going to wash dishes, fetch water, and then give you a foot bath before bed." Long Linger let out a happy yelp, her eyes forming crescent moons as she nodded happily. Long Yu, Long Xiao, and Long Zhong were curious about where the sweet potatoes came from but didn't ask. The reason was simple. The cubs were too clever and afraid that asking would make Hu Jiao Jiao angry, and she might stop giving them food in the future. Moreover, the spiteful female had previously despised them, not only refusing to give them food but also not telling them what the food was. They just thought that all beasts in the tribe had eaten such food, so they didn't think much of it. The cubs went back to their room to rest. Hu Jiao Jiao carried the pots and bowls to the river. Under the moonlight, she saw that no one was in the yard anymore. She thought for a moment and then entered the space. The newly unlocked shelves in the space confirmed Hu Jiao Jiao's guess. Indeed, as long as she gains the good favor of the beastmen, she can unlock new shelves. Not only for a few cubs, but also for other beastmen's favor levels. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao Jiao felt very happy. She walked to the newest shelf and found that it displayed some crop seeds. Unlike before, each seed had an introduction, including planting times and precautions. It was like divine help. She was worried about how to find seeds when leaving the forest, and now seeds appeared. This space was truly like a mind reader. Hu Jiao Jiao remembered that the first time the tribe was attacked by other beastmen was in winter. Because they lacked food, they went out hunting and attracted other beastmen. To get food, they burned, looted, and robbed within the tribe. Although she couldn't directly give supplies to the beastmen in the tribe, she could teach them to plant potatoes. A year in the beast world has 24 months, with 6 months in each quarter. Now it was autumn, at least 3 or 4 months before winter. Planting a round of potatoes would be enough. As long as the beast men in the tribe had enough potatoes to eat, they wouldn't need to go out hunting in winter, avoiding detection by other beast men and danger. After leaving the space, Hu Jiao quickly washed the pots and bowls, then returned to her wooden house. She boiled hot water in a clean pot and washed each cub's feet. She also prepared a basin of hot water for herself, soothing her feet that were almost blistered, then went to bed. The hard, straw-filled ground was uncomfortable, and Hu Jiao didn't sleep well. The next morning, before dawn, she got up. She planned to expand the yard a bit and build a simple small wooden house before Long Mo returned. Otherwise, with one more person in this house, it would be too crowded. She also wanted to clear 2 more plots of land to plant crops, so the cubs wouldn't become suspicious. Building a wooden house required a lot of wood. Fortunately, there was a forest behind the house. There was no shortage of wood. Behind the forest was a steep cliff. If a beast fell down, it would be shattered into pieces, so there was no worry about beast intrusions. Hu Jiao took out a saw from the space and went into the forest to cut trees. She removed excess branches and leaves from the trunks and shaped them into cylinders. After several trips back and forth, by sunrise, she had piled up more than 10 long pieces of wood outside the yard. Looking at the time, Hu Jiao put the saw back into the space and started fetching water to prepare breakfast. She made vegetable porridge and cumin roasted meat, with each person also boiling an egg. Hu Jiao still remembered preparing a weight loss meal for Ho Xiang. She made a vegetable and fruit salad, mixed it with boiled chicken, added 2 eggs, and served a bowl of vegetable porridge. The orcs have big appetites, so Hu Jiao always made large portions. She used the only wooden basin at home, covered it with her hardened, sun-dried beast hide. When the little ones came out, they saw Hu Jiao busy in the yard. A strange feeling flickered in their hearts. In the past, mean females would only get up after they finished their chores and prepared the food. But these days, since they had been eating well and sleeping comfortably, they were waking up later than her. It was really embarrassing. The little ones instinctively wanted to help. When Hu Jiao saw them, she put down her work and gave them a gentle smile. "Little ones, you're awake. Come and have breakfast," she said as she divided the food and reminded them. "Mother will go to Ho Xiang's house later. You can go out to play, but don't go far. Mother will worry if she can't find you when she returns." Long Yu nodded calmly. "We'll wait at home for you." Long Xiao and Long Zhong didn't speak, but agreed silently. However, Long Linga looked at Hu Jiao with anticipation. "Mother, can I go with you?" She had never gone out with her mother before. Hu Jiao thought for a moment. Since there was no urgent matter, bringing Long Linga along could strengthen their mother-daughter bond. She nodded. "Yes, after you finish eating, I'll take you with me."
Yay!
"Mother, you're so nice," Long Linga grinned, her eyes squinting happily. Long Yao was focused on his food, munching loudly and eating breakfast with all his might. He didn't hear what they were saying. After breakfast, Hu Jiao carried the wooden basin and left the house with Long Linga. Long Linga walked lightly in front, and the orcs on the road couldn't help but stare in admiration. A few orcs whispered among themselves, "Whose little female is this? She's so pretty. I didn't know the tribe had such a cute, pink little female cub. Who does this little female belong to? If my cub could become her mate someday, that would be great." The orcs were curious and wanted to ask, but when they saw Hu Jiao following behind Long Linga, they froze. Then, upon closer look, they saw that this fair, delicate little female looked quite similar to Hu Jiao. At that moment, Long Linga ran back to Hu Jiao's side and cheerfully called out, "Mother, and Ho Xiang's house is just ahead." Are you tired, Linga?" Hu Jiao asked softly, her eyes warm and gentle. "No, not at all tired." Long Linga quickly shook her head. If she weren't so small, she wouldn't be able to hold the wooden basin, and she should be helping her mother carry things. Hu Jiao smiled, naturally noticing the nearby beast men watching them. She pretended not to see and continued walking forward. Although the original character had a bad personality, her appearance was truly stunning. In the book, the main villain was described as a dark, handsome male. With such a strong foundation, her 5 children inherited the best features of both parents, each more beautiful than the last. However, before, the children hadn't been cared for, so they were covered in dirt, almost hiding their true looks, and they were so hungry they looked very thin. Naturally, they didn't look very attractive. The beast men in the tribe, seeing the difference in Long Linger's appearance before and after, would be surprised, which was normal. When they heard Long Linger speak, the beastmen's eyes widened in shock. They couldn't have heard wrong, right? That fair, delicate little female called Huijiao Jiao mother? Is this the same dark, thin female from Huijiao Jiao's family? How has she become so beautiful after just a few days? Huijiao Jiao was still able to speak so gently to her children. It's like the sun rising from the west. Amid their surprise, Huijiao Jiao had already walked far ahead of Long Linger. Soon, mother and daughter arrived at Ho Xiao Tiao's home. At this moment, Ho Xiao Tiao had gone out hunting, and Ho Xiang was at home preparing breakfast with her 2 children. Because food was scarce, Ho Xiao Tiao only ate dinner each day, leaving food for Ho Xiang and the children to eat twice. Ho Xiang looked up and saw Huijiao Jiao standing outside the door. Her expression immediately changed from hesitation to surprise. Huijiao Jiao, why are you here? Do you need help with something? Perhaps out of guilt or because she ate something from Huijiao Jiao yesterday, she was especially warm and friendly. Huijiao Jiao smiled and shook her head. Didn't I say yesterday I would make you lighter, healthier food? I just made some this morning and brought it over. Hearing this, Ho Xiang's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but rub her hands together and looked at the wooden basin in Huijiao Jiao's arms. This is too much trouble. You're personally bringing it to me. After saying that, she realized it might be inappropriate and quickly waved her hands. No, I already ate your food yesterday. I can't eat it again today. She felt guilty about secretly sharing Huijiao Jiao's prey with Ho Xiao Tiao before, and now she didn't want to take advantage of her again. Huijiao Jiao smiled gently. I've brought it all here. I can't just take it back now, can I? Ho Xiang swallowed and still shook her head. If she wanted to be as mean as the rumors said, she could easily take advantage of her. But now that she knows Huijiao Jiao is a good female and has to raise 5 cubs, it would be unkind to do so. Alright, I need to do a few things. I can't find any beastmen to help. If Monkey Xiao Tiao can do it, consider this my payment. Huijiao Jiao thought of a compromise. She originally wanted to ask beastmen for help, but few were willing to help her in the tribe. She didn't want to bother her family, so asking Monkey Xiao Tiao seemed the best choice. Hearing this, Monkey Xiang nodded hesitantly. Okay, tell me what you need. Monkey Xiao Tiao is good at this. Huijiao Jiao smiled and agreed. She opened a wooden basin and saw colorful food inside. Monkey Xiang was surprised. Huijiao Jiao, why are you giving me grass to eat? Can eating grass make me thin? And this is too little. Grass? Huijiao Jiao looked at the vegetable and fruit salad in the basin, broccoli, lettuce, tomatoes, apples. Where is the grass? After a moment of confusion, she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but laugh. Beast females don't eat vegetables. Green things are considered grass in their eyes. This isn't grass. It's edible. Try some. Monkey Xiang hesitated, but ate a piece of broccoli. It tastes a bit strange. Not as good as meat. After trying everything in the salad, Monkey Xiang gave an honest opinion. These foods were just boiled with water and a little salt, so they naturally didn't taste as good as seasoned dishes. Huijiao Jiao had long expected Monkey Xiang to say this and patiently explained, you gain weight because you eat too much fatty meat. The fat in it is very rich. Eating more vegetables and fruits, eating less fatty meat, and walking more will help you lose weight easily. How do you know I like to eat fatty meat? Monkey Xiang looked surprised, turning to reveal a large skewer of fatty meat roasting behind him. It was sizzling, dripping oil little by little. Just looking at it made him feel greasy. Huijiao Jiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. She guessed right after all. In this beast world, females tend to gain weight starting from pregnancy. A big reason is that they eat a lot of fatty meat and sit at home all day without moving. Even after giving birth, they only watch their cubs at the doorway, leaving all chores to the males. No wonder they gain weight. Monkey Seong hesitated as he looked at the tempting, sizzling fatty meat. He clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't eat fatty meat anymore from now on." His face showed sadness and anger, as if he was giving up something very important. Hua Jiao Jiao watched him with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. After delivering the weight loss meal, she described the look of the table, chairs, and benches. Monkey Seong immediately pounded his chest and promised to come pick them up in a few days. Hua Jiao Jiao took an empty wooden basin and some bowls and spoons home. When she was about to leave the village, Long Linger suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Mother, there's a beast man in the yard." Recently, many beast men had come to cause trouble, so Long Linger was scared. When she saw someone outside in the yard, she became alert. Hua Jiao Jiao looked up at her words and saw a strange male beast man standing in the yard. "It's okay, I'm here with my mother." She gently patted Long Linger's head and hurried back. Long Linger followed closely behind. All the children were in the yard. When Long Yu saw Hua Jiao Jiao and Long Linger return, he ran out with some of the smaller ones. Long Yu looked serious and said to Hua Jiao Jiao, "There's a beast man looking for you." It seemed he wasn't here to cause trouble. Hua Jiao Jiao nodded and quickly went over. The beast man in the yard saw her return, frowned, and came out. "Hua Jiao Jiao, the clan leader asked me to call you to join the harvest team. Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." So that was the reason. Hua Jiao Jiao remembered her previous conversation with the clan leader about joining the harvest team. She nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll come right away." She handed the wooden basin to Long Linger and warned the children not to run around and wait for her to come back. The beast man saw her dawdling and impatiently urged her, "Are you ready? If you don't want to go, just don't go. It's wasting everyone's time." Hua Jiao Jiao frowned slightly, realizing she had indeed delayed the group by going out. She didn't argue and replied, "Yes, I'll be there soon." Normally, she was timid and cowardly in the tribe, so the beast man thought she was just pretending to be obedient. He snorted coldly, didn't wait for her to catch up, and strode ahead. This beast man was tall and strong, quick on his feet. Hua Jiao Jiao ran a little to keep up. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the tribe. There were 3 male beast men standing there, including one she recognized, the clan leader she had seen before, and 5 or 6 female beast men. After bringing Hua Jiao Jiao to the entrance, the beast man returned to the group, as if standing with her was embarrassing. Hua Jiao Jiao stepped forward and greeted the clan leader. "Clan leader, sorry to make you wait so long." The clan leader waved his hand and said, "It's okay, the females haven't all arrived yet." He was surprised in his heart, not expecting Hua Jiao Jiao to really come. He thought she was just acting on a whim and wouldn't actually show up. When Hua Jiao Jiao heard this, she knew the beast man earlier was upset with her and was deliberately rushing. She didn't mind and nodded, waiting with the other females. A few females saw Hua Jiao Jiao approaching and moved aside, as if she was dirty and didn't want to get involved with her. Hua Jiao Jiao was used to this. She stood there with a calm face, waiting for about 10 minutes. Then 5 or 6 more females arrived late, including Lu Mianer, Hu Jing, and Lu Tsuetsue. Eagle Yuan saw Lu Mianer being brought over and, upon noticing Hua Jiao Jiao was there, his face immediately turned cold. "Why are you here too?" Hua Jiao Jiao glanced at him and didn't bother to respond. Seeing that Hua Jiao Jiao ignored him, Eagle Yuan frowned and his expression darkened. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. Only the 2 of them could hear him say, "Hua Jiao Jiao, don't think about playing tricks. I told you I won't like you. If you dare to bully Mianer, I will kill you." Hua Jiao Jiao raised her eyelids and looked at him with a foolish expression. Could this guy be paranoid? She was just standing here, yet he kept imagining all sorts of scenarios where she was persecuting him and Miar. Hua Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes at him and turned around to face away, not wanting to see him. She simply couldn't understand why the original body regarded this narcissist as a big boss. What was her purpose? Was it because she liked his narcissism, his sour face, or his unpleasant words? Eagle Yuan's face darkened with anger. Yuan, what's wrong? Lu Mianer came over worriedly and held his arm. Seeing Lu Mianer, Eagle Yuan's expression softened instantly, and his voice became gentle. It's nothing. Today I have to go to the hunting team, so I can't stay with you. Be careful with Hu Jing. If any beastmen bother you, just tell me. He also shot a displeased look at Hu Jiao.
Lu Mianer nodded understand in glee.
Go ahead.
I'm fine.
Lu Tsuetsue also pretended to be shy and said to Eagle Yuan, don't worry. Sister Hu Jing, and I will take good care of Sister Mianer. Eagle Yuan didn't even glance at her. His gaze lingered on Lu Mianer with reluctance before turning to find the hunting team. Lu Tsuetsue felt a bit embarrassed being ignored. Pressing her lips lightly, she secretly suppressed her jealousy. Then she looked up again and affectionately linked her arm with Lu Mianer's. Older sister Mianer is so lucky. Brother Inyuan waited until this time to leave just to see you off, then hurried to find the hunting team. Unlike a certain female who has no males at home and her only partner is a useless one. The previous words immediately drew envy and admiration from the females around. Everyone in the tribe knows that Lu Mianer is the least favored female of the Lu family. Her status at home is even lower than her younger brother Lu Li's. But she was suddenly noticed by the strongest male in the tribe, Inyuan, which boosted her status and made her the most envied female in the tribe. Males eager to mate with her came from the south to the north of the tribe. Hearing what Hu Chui said behind her, the females looked at the isolated Hu Jiao with disdain and sneered. Does Hu Jiao want to join the harvesting team? Perhaps she knows Inyuan will pick up Lu Mianer, and she came on purpose to see Inyuan. The original girl was notorious in the tribe, and the females openly mocked and disliked her. Hu Jiao ignored them all. She didn't care because they disliked her, not herself. She just wanted to find an excuse to take supplies from her space. Let them talk. It wouldn't reduce her share of food. Soon, all the females gathered, 13 in total. Most of the females in the tribe came, except Ho Xiang, who had just given birth and couldn't leave the tribe. Her mother, Hu Min, also came and was surprised to see Hu Jiao there. Thinking about it, her own daughter had become more sensible now, and she was filled with joy. She held her hand affectionately and walked at the end of the group. After leaving the tribe, the dense forest made the path difficult. Tall trees blocked the sunlight, making it hard to see. The tribe leader and 3 males personally protected them. After an hour, the animals emerged from the thick woods onto a relatively flat area. Hu Jiao looked around and saw many potatoes growing on the plain. It seemed today's goal was to dig potatoes. While thinking, the tribe leader had already taken tools and stepped forward. Everyone come and take the animal bones. Try to dig more tubers to prepare food for winter. If there are other edible fruits, pick those too. Hu Jiao and Hu Min stepped forward together to get the tools. The animal bone tools were about arm length, sharpened on one side like a small floral shovel, and the other side was rough and round, commonly used by orcs. A dozen female members took tools and started digging for potatoes in different spots. The leader and 3 males patrolled around to prevent wild animals from attacking and to keep the females safe. Every autumn, the leader organized the females to spend half a month to a month digging for underground fruits and collecting edible ones. The males formed hunting teams to catch prey and, before winter arrived, went to the coast and the sea to exchange for sea salt with orcs, ensuring the tribe had enough salt for the next year. All food collected by the harvesting and hunting teams belonged to the tribe. Fox Jiao already knew this from reading the novel. Since many orcs had died from eating unfamiliar fruits, their knowledge of safe edible fruits was limited. Because of this, the tribe often lacked food in winter. Fox Jiao thought that planting more edible fruits and vegetables could help change the harsh winter times and prevent orcs from attacking for food. She deliberately went with Fox Min to a distant place to dig for potatoes. After searching around, she realized She had overthought it. Besides potatoes, there were only weeds and no familiar edible plants. As expected, the novel was all lies. It's not true that the heroine can find a bunch of fruits and vegetables in the forest. She didn't even see a single root or leaf. Orcs aren't fools. If there were edible plants, they would have found them long ago. Fox Jiao Jiao felt a bit discouraged and could only accept her fate and dig for potatoes. Fine, potatoes are potatoes. If she could harvest some before winter, it might stop the orcs from going out to find food and attracting enemies. Fox Jiao Jiao was quick and skilled. Having grown up working on farms in the countryside, she soon piled a small hill of potatoes on the animal hides spread on the ground. Foxman looked at her with surprise. Jiao Jiao, when did you become so good at working? Hearing this, Fox Jiao Jiao froze. Oh no, she forgot her mother was nearby. Would she realize what was happening? While Fox Jiao Jiao was thinking hard about how to explain, Foxman suddenly grabbed her hand, tears in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, you've suffered so much. It must be because Long Mo isn't here in the tribe. You've done so much work, and now you're so skilled at it. Mom feels sorry for you. This caused a big misunderstanding. Fox Jiao Jiao awkwardly smiled, her voice uncertain. No, Mom, I haven't done much work. Maybe I just have a natural talent for it. The household chores were always done by the little ones before. The original owner hated leaving the house except to see Yuan. Everything else, eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom, was done inside. Woman was even more convinced of her guess, her face full of concern. Jiao Jiao, I understand, I know, you don't need to explain. Jiao Jiao. No, you don't understand. Jiao Jiao, maybe you should think about finding a new partner. Besides Yuan, there are many good males in the tribe. Woman kindly advised. Because of her love for Yuan, the original owner refused to accept anyone else. If she hadn't been thrown onto Long Mo's bed by Lumiana, she probably would still be single. Thinking of her 5 poor little ones, Jiao Jiao immediately refused without hesitation. Mom, I don't like Yuan anymore, and I don't want a new partner. I just want to raise the 5 little ones well. What kind of joke was that? She was trying to stop her little ones from turning into villains, not leading them to their doom. She couldn't afford to play both sides, especially when one side was a ruthless, violent villain. Woman looked disappointed, her mind short-circuited for a moment before suddenly realizing what Jiao Jiao had said, her face full of surprise. Jiao Jiao, what did you say? You really don't like Yuan anymore? Really? Jiao Jiao nodded very confidently. That's wonderful. You finally understand. Our Jiao Jiao is so good. If Yuan doesn't like you, it's his problem. Woman cried tears of joy. For so many years, she watched her precious little one being disliked by Yuan. She had long advised Jiao Jiao to give up on Yuan, but she wouldn't listen. Now finally she understood. Jiao Jiao chuckled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. In her heart, she muttered, if I had to say what was different between the original owner and Lumiana, besides personality, it was probably that the original owner didn't have the protagonist's aura. Not far away, Lu Tsuetsue saw the two talking and laughing. She clenched her silver teeth, looked around to make sure no one noticed her, then walked up to Jiao Jiao. Oops, she said, kicking the potatoes Jiao Jiao had piled up, sending them flying everywhere. Woman stood up angrily, crossing her arms and scolding without hesitation. Lu Tsuetsue, are you blind? Can't walk with your legs? Then cut them off and feed them to the dogs. Sorry, I just saw you digging slowly and wanted to help. Lu Tsuetsue pretended to be panicked, took 2 steps back, and as she spoke, her feet crunched, crushing several more potatoes. You! Woman was furious, her face full of distress as she looked at the crushed potatoes. These were winter food supplies. Losing even 1 potato meant fewer meals during winter. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'll replace what I dug up for you. Please don't be angry. Lu Tsuetsue looked apologetic as she stepped forward and grabbed Woman's arm. Her eyes flicked over a hidden stone behind her in the grass, a cold glint flashing through her gaze. Suddenly, she increased her grip and pushed her back hard. Hu Jiao Jiao immediately saw through Lu Tsuetsue's poor acting. She wanted to see what Lu Tsuetsue was planning, but instead she realized she was trying to harm Huimin. Her face turned cold instantly. Scheming is okay, but harming her family is not. Lu Tsuetsue's eyes filled with hatred. If it weren't for Hu Jiao interfering, Ying Yuan would have already been her partner. How could he have been taken by Lu Mianer? Hu Jiao and her Beastman family deserve to die. Just as she was about to push Huimin, a slender hand suddenly grabbed her wrist.
Snap.
Before she could react, she was pushed away forcefully, and her cheek burned with a sharp pain. She looked up in disbelief, anger flashing in her eyes. Hu Jiao, you hit me. Yes, I did, Hu Jiao replied coldly, her gaze sharp and fearless. Her slightly reddened hand was hidden behind her back, trembling a little.
Ouch.
She hadn't controlled her strength well. Her hand hurt. Sure enough, TV dramas are all fake. Slaps aren't as satisfying as they seem. Lu Tsuetsue was anxious. Seeing the nearby beastmen attracted by the noise and looking over, she immediately put on a pitiful expression. She deliberately sobbed loudly. Hu Jiao, I was just trying to help. If you don't like me, just say so. Why did you hit me? As soon as she said that, the female beastmen around started to gather angrily. Without knowing the full story, they began criticizing Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao, you're too much. Everyone's busy digging for ground fruits. If you don't want to dig, then don't come. Why did you hit Lu Tsuetsue? If you're throwing a tantrum, go back to your tribe. This is so annoying. Leader, next time don't bring her. Lu Miana stepped forward to support Lu Tsuetsue, worried. Tsuetsue, are you okay? Lu Tsuetsue didn't speak, but tears fell down her face. Seeing this, Hu Jiao thought to herself how good her acting was. Huimin, though unsure what was happening, immediately sided with Hu Jiao, blushing and shouting back. You're so annoying. If you have the guts, starve in winter. Don't eat the ground fruits, Hu Jiao dug up. Lu Tsuetsue, why are you pretending to be so important? You trampled so many ground fruits, and then have the nerve to say you're helping. I think you're just trying to ruin our food. After speaking, Huimin suddenly noticed Hu Jiao hiding her hand behind her back. Feeling worried, she stepped forward and asked, Jiao, your hand is red. Does it hurt? I'm fine, mother. Hu Jiao shook her head, feeling warm inside. It feels really good to have a mother's protection. She must not let Huimin get hurt in any way. Hearing Huimin's words, the females also saw the potatoes on the ground that had been crushed. Did Lu Tsuetsue crush the potatoes? Because there was not enough food in winter, the males were busy, so even the pampered females had to go out and dig for potatoes. This shows how important the potatoes are. The females looked at each other with strange expressions. Lu Tsuetsue sniffled, looking upset and refusing to admit it, saying, I didn't do it. I didn't mean to. Gritting her teeth secretly, Hu Jiao thought, this Lu Tsuetsue never dared to fight her before. Today, she even dared to hit her. Luckily, Hu Jiao was clumsy and thought she just wanted to step on the potatoes to get revenge, but she didn't realize that her real intention was to push Huimin down. What's going on? Hearing the noise, the clan leader came over with a serious look on his face. Clan leader. Lu Tsuetsue crushed the potatoes I dug up. My mother scolded her, and she's holding a grudge. She even tried to push my mother onto the stones. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or my mother would have been pushed and hurt. Hu Jiao didn't give Lu Tsuetsue a chance to explain first. She told the clan leader everything clearly. Of course, she even thought about Lu Tsuetsue's motive for the crime. After hearing Hu Jiao's story, Lu Tsuetsue's face turned pale. How did she know? Hu Jiao isn't the stupidest. How could she know what she was planning? Lu Mianer looked serious, her doubtful gaze fixed on Lu Tsuetsue.
Quickly.
Before she could finish, Lu Tsuetsue, with tears in her voice, interrupted her. I didn't do it, Jie Mianer. Don't you believe me? Next to her, Hu Jing couldn't stand it anymore. She glared angrily at Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao, what are you talking about? Lu Tsuetsue couldn't do such a thing. You're lying too much. Hearing this, Lu Mianer also lost her doubts. She frowned and looked at Hu Jiaojiao. Hu Jiaojiao, you've gone too far this time. No matter what Tsuetsue did wrong, you shouldn't hit her. Apologize to Tsuetsue. Lu Mianer's pure face looked serious, as if she was standing up for Lu Tsuetsue. Lu Tsuetsue secretly pouted, feeling unhappy inside. Just an apology? That's too easy on Hu Jiaojiao.
Ha!
Hu Jiaojiao couldn't help but sneer. Honestly, no one believed her. Lu Tsuetsue crying twice was enough. It seems that whether they are humans or orcs, everyone tends to side with the weak, but she refuses to be the weak one. Fox Jiaojiao's face was cold as she asked back, "Am I talking nonsense?" Lu Tsuetsue, I ask you, did you ruin the soil fruit on the ground? Was it you who just grabbed my mother's hand? Yes, I did step on the fruit, but I didn't do it on purpose. Do you dare swear to the beast god that you had no intention of hurting my mother just now? Lu Tsuetsue's face turned pale, and then pale again. I. She couldn't come up with a good answer after a long time. How could she dare swear to the beast god? If she lied to the beast god, she would face divine punishment. Tiger Jing was the most annoyed with Fox Jiaojiao, thinking she was just being stubborn and unreasonable. Seeing her so arrogant, she couldn't hold back anymore. Pointing at Fox Jiaojiao's nose, she scolded angrily, "Fox Jiaojiao, stop pushing your luck. You haven't even done anything, so why should Lu Tsuetsue swear? Who do you think you are? Do we all have to listen to you?" Lu Mianer also looked angry. "Fox Jiaojiao, don't go too far. Apologize to Tsuetsue quickly." Fox Jiaojiao almost laughed out of anger. "Why should I apologize? I haven't done anything wrong. I tell you, don't think that because there are many of you, my mother and I are afraid of you." Hu Min took the lead, protecting Fox Jiaojiao and arguing fiercely. Her obvious favoritism made the female members feel dissatisfied. Fox Jiaojiao noticed the subtle expressions on the females around her, and she held Hu Min's hand, giving her a reassuring look. She stepped in front of Lu Tsuetsue, straightened her chest, and sneered coldly, "Fine, I won't swear. But let me ask you again, do you know why I usually dislike you and still come over with a face full of flattery? Don't say you're trying to help. I'm so vicious, yet I still bother your brothering you on. Are you crazy? If you're not sick, then you're just using helping me as an excuse to deliberately ruin the soil fruit to get back at me. Those are everyone's winter food supplies. If you ruin the soil fruit, it seems you want everyone to go hungry this winter." Lu Tsuetsue was speechless. She was furious inside. How did Fox Jiaojiao become so sharp-tongued? Lu Mianer sternly scolded, "Fox Jiaojiao, enough. Tsuetsue just made a mistake by accident. Enough." The clan leader stepped out with a serious face, interrupting their argument. Fox Jiaojiao looked calm and fearless. The clan leader glanced at them, focusing on the crushed soil fruit. There were scattered pieces of soil fruit on the ground, and he rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Lu Tsuetsue, you crushed the soil fruit. These foods will be deducted from your share during winter. From now on, everyone must dig their own soil fruit. No helping each other privately, and no more damage to the food." The clan leader's face was already serious, and his expression became even more stern. Lu Tsuetsue felt unhappy but dared not argue. Hu Jing, who was quick-tempered, immediately defended Lu Tsuetsue, saying, "Clan leader, Lu Tsuetsue didn't do wrong by crushing the soil fruit, but Hu Jiaojiao hit Lu Tsuetsue. Why haven't you punished Hu Jiaojiao for that?" Hu Jiaojiao looked at Hu Jing. This girl is really kind-hearted, helping her good friend Lu Mianer and then Lu Tsuetsue, risking her own safety in the process. It's hard to tell if she's foolish or simply innocent. Hearing this, the females around also looked at the clan leader, hoping she would be punished, as they didn't like Hu Jiaojiao. The clan leader closed his eyes in pain, moistening his dry eyes, then looked at Hu Jiaojiao's behind, where Hu Min was. His gaze fell on her arm, which was marked with red circles from being pinched. Lu Tsuetsue deliberately hurt Hu Min. Hu Jiaojiao was only protecting Hu Min. Why should she be punished? Hu Jiaojiao's skin was as white as snow, thanks to inheriting Hu Min's genes. Even though she was nearly 40, Hu Min's skin was still bright and luminous. A gentle pinch could turn it red. Having been clan leader for over 10 years, how could he not notice such details? If she only wanted to help, why did Lu Tsuetsue forcefully pinch Hu Min's arm? Hu Jiaojiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. She didn't expect the clan leader to be so sharp, unlike the stubborn, clueless character in the stories. Because Hu Jiaojiao pushed her away just in time, Hu Min didn't realize Lu Tsuetsue's intention. Now, hearing the clan leader's words, she turned and rummaged through the grass, finding a large stone. A cold shiver ran down her back. If she had bumped into it, her head would have been seriously hurt. Hu Min's face darkened, her eyes blazing with anger. Lu Tsuetsue, you're so cruel. Why did I offend you?
You want to kill me?
Thanks to Jiao Jiao's quick discovery, otherwise I would be dead now. Thinking of this, she shivered with fear. The females around, seeing the stone, were terrified. Unbelievable that Lu Tsuetsue could be so malicious. They almost believed her. If the clan leader hadn't found out, the next one to get hurt could have been one of them. Lu Mianer and Hu Jing looked at Lu Tsuetsue in disbelief. Tsuetsue, you really? No, I didn't. Lu Tsuetsue stammered, panicked. But even if she had 1,000 mouths to explain now, no one would believe her. Lu Tsuetsue, the Winter Tribe will no longer give you food. When you go back, find a partner quickly. You won't need to join the harvesting team anymore, the chief announced seriously. He wanted to wait until they returned to the tribe to talk to Lu Tsuetsue privately, but Hu Jing kept asking questions, so he had to make his decision public. Lu Tsuetsue's face turned pale, and she sank to the ground. Without food, how could she survive the winter? There was no male in the tribe who could compare to Brother Ingyuan. She didn't want to mate with those useless ones. She wanted to beg, but the chief waved his hand coldly and said, "That's enough. This is the end of it. If it happens again, you'll be expelled from the tribe. Everyone, hurry up and dig for earth fruits." The females dispersed quickly, unwilling to get close to Lu Tsuetsue anymore. Lu Miana hesitated and reached out to help Lu Tsuetsue up, but Hu Jing pulled her away. Hu Jing scowled and said sourly, "Why do you care about her? I didn't expect her to be like that. She's no better than Hu Jiaojiao. They're both useless. Serves her right." Her voice was clear and unhidden, and Hu Jiaojiao heard it perfectly. She remained calm, turned around, and smiled casually. "Mother, let's keep digging for earth fruits." Hu Min was annoyed and wanted to scold back, but seeing Hu Jiaojiao's soft, sweet smile, her anger softened. She nodded and agreed. "All right, let's go dig for earth fruits." For Hu Jiaojiao's sake, she decided not to argue with them today. At noon, the sun was scorching. The females, unlike the males who had more strength, all hid under trees to rest. After digging potatoes all morning, they were parched and too tired to speak. Hu Jiaojiao saw Hu Min's face turning red from the heat and almost dehydrated. She excused herself to go to a quiet place, took out 2 juicy pears from her space, and put them in her pocket to take back. "Mother, I just found these 2 fruits nearby. You can have them." Although they couldn't keep all the picked fruits for themselves, outside the tribe, they could eat a little of the fruits they gathered. The females, resting under a tree, saw the fruits in Hu Jiaojiao's hand and looked at her with envy. "There's only earth fruits nearby. She actually found such juicy ones. She's really lucky. I also really want to eat fruit to quench my thirst." Hu Jing snorted coldly. "It's just picking a fruit. What's there to be proud of? As if I haven't eaten one before." Hu Jiaojiao ignored the females and handed a pear to Hu Min. Hu Min was a bit surprised, but then waved her hand. "You eat it."
I don't want to.
As a mother, she always wanted to keep all the good things for her children. "Mom, there are 2. Let's each have one," Hu Jiaojiao said, knowing what Hu Min was thinking. She directly brought the pear to her mouth. "If you don't want to eat it, I won't either." Hu Min looked helpless and had to take a bite. So sweet. Why is this fruit so delicious? Where did you find it? I want to go see if I can find some too. After tasting it, Hu Min's eyes lit up a little. She hurriedly asked, The other females nearby also pricked up their ears, curious about where the fruit came from. Hu Jiaojiao sat down beside them, munching on her pear, and casually replied, "It's gone. Probably dropped by some wild animals while eating grass. I only saw these two." Hu Min and the other females looked disappointed. What a pity, such a delicious fruit, but they didn't know where it grew. Hu Jiaojiao smiled, but said nothing. Outside the tribe was not safe. Wild animals could appear at any time. So, the females didn't dare to leave the group alone to look for thirst-quenching fruit. After biting into a muddy wild fruit to quench her thirst a little, she leaned against a tree to rest. Hu Jiaojiao looked around and saw the tribe leader, then got up and walked over. "Leader, I have something to discuss with you." Hu Jiaojiao. Seeing Hu Jiaojiao, the tribe leader looked a bit surprised. Soon, he remembered something and his serious face showed a hint of apology. "You want to talk about Lu Tsuetsue, right? I know she was in the wrong, but you also know there are too few females in the tribe. I can't just kick her out." He thought Hu Jiaojiao was unhappy with how Lu Tsuetsue was punished. Hearing this, Hu Jiaojiao knew the leader misunderstood. She didn't care how Lu Tsuetsue was dealt with. Lu Tsuetsue was one of the evil female characters in the story, so she was just going to use Lu Mianer to deal with her. She didn't care about that. Hu Jiaojiao shook her head with a smile and said, "Leader, I'm not here to talk about that." "Then what?" "I have a way to store more food for the winter." When the leader heard this, his pupils widened and his pale mustache trembled slightly. His face was full of excitement. "What did you say? You really have a way to store food?" Fox Jiaojiao nodded without hesitation. "Yes, actually after hitting my head last time, I started having dreams. I dreamt of a glowing beast man flying in the sky, talking to me and telling me how to store food. I wrote it down. The glowing and flying in the sky are symbols of the beast god in our world. If she directly shared the method, people would doubt her. In this world, the beast god is a very sacred being. As long as she links her dream to the beast god, no one will doubt her words." The tribe leader heard this and clenched his fists excitedly, tears of joy welling up. Beast God has shown his power. This is the sign of the beast god's blessing. Fox Jiaojiao, quickly tell me the method. I want to use the beast god's way to help our tribe have better lives. Fox Jiaojiao slightly smiled, guessing she was right. She hurriedly shared her methods for curing meat and planting potatoes. The tribe leader's smile grew brighter with each word, his deep wrinkles and age spots crisscrossing his face. "That's wonderful. With these two methods, our tribe won't lack food in winter anymore. Maybe we can even store some to trade for sea salt." "This is great." The tribe leader was so happy, he was almost dancing with excitement. Fox Jiaojiao didn't want to interrupt him, so after he calmed down, she gently reminded him, "However, leader, our tribe probably doesn't have enough game for curing meat. Winter is coming soon, so we need to hurry and plant the ground fruits, or it'll be too late." The leader nodded repeatedly, agreeing. "Yes, you're right. Since the beast god told you this method, you should be in charge of it." Since Fox Jiaojiao improved, she spoke more gently, was more polite, and brought good news. The tribe leader felt very close to her. He knew this girl was good. "Leader, planting ground fruits requires using ground fruit as seeds." Fox Jiaojiao looked at him and asked in a cautious tone. The leader didn't hesitate, waving his hand to agree. "No problem. Since it's the beast god's will, just tell me how many ground fruits you need." Although most beast men eat meat, ground fruits are mainly used when food is scarce. The sea beast men like land fruits, and if we can harvest more ground fruits, we can trade for more sea salt. But traveling to the seaside takes 2 months, and winter might be too late this year. We'll have to wait until next year. "Thank you, leader." Fox Jiaojiao nodded slightly. "I'll go back now." In the afternoon, the female beast men continued digging for ground fruits. To prevent attacks by wild animals on the road, at sunset, a group of orcs carried their dug-up soil fruits and headed back to the tribe. They arrived around 4 or 5 o'clock. The tribe leader gathered all the orcs. Hundreds of orcs crowded in an open space, whispering to each other, looking at the lively and energetic leader with confusion, unsure of what big event had happened to summon them all. When the orcs saw Fox Jiao Jiao, they suddenly became noisy. Isn't that Fox Jiao Jiao? Why is Fox Jiao Jiao standing next to the tribe leader? Did she do something foolish again? Is the leader going to punish her? Always Fox Jiao Jiao, seeing her never means good news. The orcs discussed loudly, showing expressions of dislike. The tribe leader raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then cheerfully announced, the spirit of the beast god appeared in a dream to Fox Jiao Jiao, telling her how to store food. From today on, everyone must follow Fox Jiao Jiao's instructions. As soon as he said this, the orc crowd was shocked like thunder, and they immediately started to talk loudly. What? We have to listen to Fox Jiao Jiao? Can we trust what she says? She's probably lying. Listening to her? I'd rather just die. The orcs spoke harshly, and Fox Jiao Jiao simply plugged her ears and ignored them. Leader, the way to smoke meat is simple. Right now, the most important thing is to plant the soil fruits. We need a large open space and male workers to farm. She alone couldn't plant hundreds or thousands of pounds of potatoes. This is easy. Isn't the south side of the tribe empty? Fox Jiao Jiao, can you see if we can plant soil fruits there? Fox Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. The south side has a river, making watering easier, which is quite suitable, so she nodded. As for male workers, that's even easier. The tribe leader stroked his beard with one hand and waved the other to the orc crowd. Eagle Yuan, come here. Eagle Yuan looked displeased as he stepped out from the orc group. Leader, what's the matter? Eagle Yuan, you are the strongest male in the tribe. Growing soil fruits is very important. I'm assigning this task to you. You need to select 10 male workers to help Fox Jiao Jiao plant the soil fruits. The tribe leader, feeling satisfied with his plan, said, that's it. Let Eagle Yuan help Fox Jiao Jiao? The orcs were stunned. Was the leader crazy? Knowing that Fox Jiao Jiao often pesters Eagle Yuan, isn't this pushing Eagle Yuan into trouble? Hearing the leader's plan, Lu Miana, who was nearby, also looked a bit unhappy. The eagle saw Lu Miana's expression and worried she might get angry. His face darkened, and he said directly, Clan leader, you should choose a male. I still need to go to the hunting team. Hu Jiao Jiao also timely advised, Clan leader, farming doesn't require very strong orcs, just those who can work hard. No need to trouble Ying Yuan. He doesn't want to come, and she doesn't want to see that grumpy face every day. Anyway, Ying Yuan and Lu Miana are the main characters of this story. The power of the main character's aura shouldn't be underestimated. One day, they might cause trouble. She, as the cannon fodder, can't afford to offend them. She wishes she could hide as far away as possible. The clan leader stroked his chin, showing no intention of changing his mind. That's settled then. You all don't need to say more. Ying Yuan, help Hu Jiao Jiao plant the soil fruits well. Don't let me down. This is very important for everyone's winter food supply. He knew it was impossible to make the males follow Hu Jiao Jiao's orders, but he still had to maintain the tribe's order. He couldn't always be watching Hu Jiao Jiao. Ying Yuan is the strongest orc in the tribe. Although proud, he is dedicated to the tribe. His words would definitely be listened to. With Ying Yuan here, he could control the other orcs. The clan leader thought carefully, then smiled kindly, and left without giving them a chance to speak. He left behind a group of orcs feeling jealous and resentful. Why wasn't it them having the dream from the beast god? Hu Jiao Jiao felt lazy and disgusting. Why did the beast god choose her? Her mouth twitched, and she froze on the spot. Forget it. With Ying Yuan's main character aura and his help, planting things would definitely go smoothly. Once the clan leader left, Hu Min and Hu Chang, the orc couple, immediately squeezed forward excitedly and surrounded Hu Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you truly are my Hu Min's daughter. Even the beast god personally sent you a dream. Our Jiao Jiao is really lucky. Hu Min hugged Hu Jiao Jiao, smiling so widely she couldn't close her mouth. That's right. Otherwise, with so many orcs in the tribe, the beast god wouldn't choose anyone else but Jiao Jiao. It must think she's the best. Hu Chang looked even more proud, standing tall with his nose almost in the sky. He was about to write "My daughter was dreamt of by the beast god" on his forehead so passing orcs could see. Hearing the couple's words, the nearby orcs looked at Hu Jiao with envy and hatred, wishing they could tear her apart. Hu Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly changed the subject to stop the couple from attracting enemies. "Dad, Mom, why didn't the brothers come?" "They went hunting." "Don't worry. When your older brother returns, I will tell them the good news. They will be very happy." Foxman was very excited. The surrounding orcs gradually dispersed. Dear Mjolnir watched the happy three from a distance, lowered her eyes, and left with the others. Fox Jiao was talking to Foxman when suddenly a shadow covered her. She turned her head and saw Ying Yuan with a gloomy face. She quickly frowned and took 2 steps back, speaking coldly. "It's too late today. We will start planting tomorrow. Tomorrow, you pick the mail to take them south. I will wait for you there." Ying Yuan looked very gloomy, as if he didn't hear her. He moved closer, his sharp eyes like knives glaring at Fox Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fox Jiao, is this your new plan? You're quite clever. Don't think that just because you convince the clan leader, I will look at you differently. I tell you, dream on." After saying that, he glared at Fox Jiao fiercely and turned to leave in the direction of Dear Mjolnir. Fox Jiao looked confused. Her new plan? Who can tell her what this guy was imagining? Why can't she understand what he's saying? "Jiao, what did Ying Yuan just say to you?" Fox Chong asked worriedly, leaning closer and curious. Ying Yuan deliberately lowered his voice, so only Fox Jiao could hear. Before she could answer, Foxman pouted and snorted. "Humph, what else could it be? He probably saw how excellent Jiao is now and regretted it. He's trying to flatter her." Fox Jiao forced a laugh and stayed silent. Her parents really have mysterious confidence in her. No wonder they spoiled her so much that she could do whatever she wanted, and it wasn't hard to find the reason. Fox Jiao wanted to invite the elders to dinner, but they strongly refused and left without giving her a chance to persuade them. So, she had no choice but to go back alone. The 5 little ones sat at the door, looking eagerly. Long Linger sat cross-legged on the ground, resting her chin on her hands, looking gloomy. "Why isn't Mom back yet?" Long Yao lay above her, his little head also sad, nodding along with Long Linger. Long Xiu rarely sat at the door, sitting upright with a straight back, staring into the distance with hollow eyes, always alert to outside sounds. Long Yu and Long Zhong frowned, each thinking different things, watching outside the yard. Could the malicious female beast be bullied outside because she doesn't get along well with other orcs? She probably isn't dead, right? If she is, would they need to help carry her body back? When Hu Jiao returned, she saw 5 little ones at the door, all looking serious and sad. She wondered what was wrong. She had only been gone a day, and now they looked so gloomy. Had someone bullied them? Thinking of this, Hu Jiao hurried inside. The children heard her footsteps and looked up. They saw a graceful, beautiful figure walking toward them in the red sunset, and they paused in surprise. The mean, evil female wasn't dead. She had come back. The children all thought this at the same time. Long Ling Er and Long Yao's eyes brightened, and they almost moved together to rush over. "Mommy, you're back." Hu Jiao bent down and caught the 2 little ones rushing toward her, her voice gentle but worried. "Yes, I am back." "What's wrong, Ling Er? Did someone bully you?" She had never felt her family's care before. Since moving out, she had lived alone. Her house was always cold and empty when she returned. Now, having 5 little ones waiting for her felt pretty nice. The other 3 children also came over. Long Ling Er hugged Hu Jiao's leg and exchanged glances with her brothers. She playfully stuck out her tongue. "No one bullied us. I just thought that since Mommy went out, she wouldn't come back." Before, they had wished she would never return. But now, after a day without seeing her, they felt unmotivated and like something was missing. A simple sentence made Hu Jiao's nose sting with emotion. These children felt so insecure. She gently patted Long Ling Er's head and said softly, "Silly Ling Er, how could mommy not come back?" The children didn't speak but looked at her gentle face, feeling more at ease. Long Xiu stood at the back, listening to her voice. His usually tight lips slowly relaxed. Long Yao flew in front of Hu Jiao Jiao, excitedly spinning around several times, then showing his smooth belly and pawing at it with his tiny claws.
Snort.
Hu Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. She understood Yao's sign language immediately. "Yao, you're hungry? Okay, I'll go make dinner for you." She hadn't been home all day, and the children had gathered quite a bit of wood, almost filling the yard. After preparing dinner, the children sat in a line and ate eagerly. After dinner, Hu Jiao Jiao went to wash the dishes as usual. When she finished and came back, the little ones had already washed their feet and gone to lie on the bed. Hu Jiao Jiao felt a little happy, these obedient and sensible children. The original owner really didn't know how to cherish them. After finishing her chores, Hu Jiao Jiao lay down and fell asleep. Perhaps she was tired from the whole day, and that night she slept very soundly. The next day, Hu Jiao Jiao prepared breakfast and explained the day's plans to the 5 little ones. Then she went to meet Eagle Yuan at the southern edge of the tribe. When Hu Jiao Jiao arrived at the riverbank, Eagle Yuan was already there with 10 strong, muscular males. When they saw Hu Jiao Jiao approaching, they didn't look friendly. Their attitude was exactly as Hu Jiao Jiao expected. She walked over, took a quick glance, and silently memorized the faces of the 10 males so she wouldn't forget who they were later. Eagle Yuan saw her coming but didn't speak. Instead, he just looked at the males with a cold expression. "Hu Jiao Jiao, tell us quickly what you want us to do. If I find out you're lying, I won't forgive you," he said sternly. The other males didn't speak but looked at Hu Jiao Jiao with disdain. Hu Jiao Jiao didn't doubt that if Eagle Yuan weren't here, these males probably wouldn't have come. She glanced at Eagle Yuan, her voice soft but with a hint of coldness, and said calmly, "There's a lot to do. If you don't want the tribe to run out of food in winter, then shut your mouth and save your strength for work." After that, she ignored him and turned to survey the land around her. The open space at the southern edge of the tribe was large. It was originally reserved for building houses when the tribe's population increased. The land was flat, close to the river, making watering, irrigation, and drainage very convenient. It was also suitable for planting potatoes. The soil was still fertile since it hadn't been farmed before, just overgrown with weeds, which could be removed easily. After inspecting the area, Hu Jiao Jiao had a good idea of the land. Eagle Yuan and the males only saw Hu Jiao Jiao walking around from a distance, sometimes squatting down to touch the soil, sometimes gesturing in the air with her hands, looking quite strange. The males grew impatient. "Why are we here wasting time with Hu Jiao Jiao? Look at her, does she really think she can grow fruit from the soil? I think she's just pretending to fool us, Eagle Yuan. Maybe you should talk to the tribe leader again." Hu Jiao Jiao's words don't seem trustworthy. Eagle Yuan's face darkened. Had he said anything? Last night, he went to see the tribe leader again, but the leader refused to see him. He could only go back and explain to dear Mianer. Fortunately, Mianer was not angry, only worried that Hu Jiao Jiao might bother him. He was determined to expose Hu Jiao Jiao's lies. Not far away, Hu Jiao Jiao waved at them. Eagle Yuan looked serious and walked over with a few male members. "Eagle Yuan, I want you to turn over the soil in this area," Hu Jiao Jiao ordered simply. "I've marked the spots with branches." She pointed to the branches stuck in the ground, still with green leaves. Hu Jiao Jiao marked about 2 acres of land. Because potatoes dislike water, the planting area was kept some distance from the river. In one autumn, the tribe could dig only a few hundred pounds of potatoes. 1 acre needs 300 pounds of potatoes as seeds. If all goes well, they could harvest 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of potatoes. For orcs, this is a huge yield. This was Hu Jiao Jiao's first time planting. Although she knew methods from her space, she couldn't be sure of the harvest. So, she planned to plant 2 acres to be safe. Eagle Yuan looked at the marked area and immediately frowned. The male members behind him looked furious, feeling she was deliberately making things difficult. Hu Jiao Jiao, are you crazy? Do you know how many prey we catch in a day? And now you want us to turn over the soil here. It's unreasonable. Hu Jiao Jiao gave a cold glance at the male who spoke but didn't reply. Instead, she turned to Eagle Yuan. Eagle Yuan, is this the male you chose? If they don't want to do it, please find capable males quickly so we don't delay planting. She looked professional and serious. Eagle Yuan glared at Hu Jiao Jiao's distant expression, feeling annoyed. This female was really good at pretending. Hu Jiao Jiao, you're ruthless. Eagle Yuan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Hu Jiao Jiao. Then he turned and ordered the males, do as Hu Jiao Jiao said. Seeing Eagle Yuan give the order, the males could only endure their frustration. 2 acres of land is quite large. Orcs don't have farming tools, and Hu Jiao Jiao didn't plan to use tools from her space. She only explained her requirements for plowing the land. The males transformed into beast forms and used their claws to dig the soil. Orc beast forms are bigger than wild animals. When one claw hit the ground, the soil broke apart, flying everywhere, creating a lively scene. Hu Jiao Jiao initially wanted to teach them how to sharpen stones for farming, but when she turned her head, she saw a scene in the field. Fierce beasts like wolves, bears, tigers, and leopards were all busy digging the soil.
Well,
it seemed claws worked better than stone tools. Hu Jiao Jiao gave up the idea of making stone tools. After plowing the fields, she couldn't plant right away because wild grasses are very stubborn. She had to wait for the weeds to dry out so they wouldn't come back when watered. Of course, she also needed time to make the potatoes sprout. Ying Yuan, Hu Jiao Jiao called, stopping Ying Yuan who was about to dig in the field. What's the matter? Ying Yuan asked, looking annoyed as he approached. He didn't believe Hu Jiao Jiao could grow underground fruits. He was willing to let her mess around, but only to catch her when she failed to grow the underground fruits and reveal her true intentions. Go find the clan leader and move the underground fruits you dug yesterday to the cave on the back mountain, Hu Jiao Jiao ordered calmly, ignoring Ying Yuan's displeased face. Sure enough, she couldn't hide her true plan. After all this acting, she just wanted to go to the cave alone and use her old tricks again. Hu Jiao Jiao, you. Ying Yuan was about to get angry, but his gaze fell on a pair of bright, clear phoenix eyes. He was stunned. Why did this female seem different from before? Before, when she looked at him, her eyes made him feel extremely disgusted. Now, her expression was so calm. Was she pretending? He didn't expect her acting skills to be so good, almost convincing him. What do you mean? The clan leader told you to listen to my orders. Hurry up and move the potatoes. I want to watch them turn the soil here, Hu Jiao Jiao said with her chin slightly raised. Her voice was soft and gentle, very different from her appearance. Even when she spoke seriously, it sounded like she was coaxing. Ying Yuan's eyes widened, and he was momentarily stunned. He asked in surprise, "Are you saying I should go alone?" Did she not want to create a chance to be alone with him and bother him? Hu Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes at him, sounding a bit impatient. Otherwise, do you want me to send a female to move the underground fruits? Actually, anyone could move the underground fruits. She just wanted to deliberately distract Ying Yuan and not stay with him. She couldn't disobey the clan leader's orders, but she could always find her own way. Ying Yuan was speechless for a moment, his face complicated, and his sharp gaze fell on Hu Jiao Jiao's charming face. Fine, I'll go. Ying Yuan turned and left. Hu Jiao Jiao stuck up her at his back. Finally, she was rid of this bossy guy. The back mountain of the tribe was right next to Hu Jiao Jiao's house, near forest. There was a natural cave there, perfect for sprouting potatoes. Hu Jiao Jiao discovered it while chopping wood in the forest. When Ying Yuan finished moving the potatoes, Hu Jiao Jiao told him to stay here and work with the males to dig the soil. She went to the cave herself. Yesterday, they dug for a whole day and only managed to harvest a little over 50 pounds of potatoes. Since the potatoes grew wild, they varied in size and didn't look very good, so they weren't the best choice for planting as seeds. However, the tribe leader was willing to give her all these potatoes, which was already quite generous, as there weren't many potatoes in the tribe for her to choose from. Hu Jiao plans to take some potato seeds from her space to replace the ones in the cave. The potatoes in her space are all large and full, so replacing all of them would be too obvious. She replaces half of the potato seeds and stores the removed potatoes in her space. Besides shelves, her space has plenty of open area, enough to temporarily store many potatoes. But with so many potatoes, she can't finish eating them all in the space. When she next leaves the tribe, she plans to find a quiet place to throw away the excess potatoes so they can grow freely in the wild. In the following week, the tribe leader brought back more wild fruits every day, all of which Hu Jiao secretly replaced with her potatoes. Once the potatoes sprout, she can start planting them. Hu Jiao hasn't been idle either. Her house isn't built yet. Besides supervising the males digging the ground and checking the potato sprouts, she also goes into the forest to cut wood and build her house. In her previous life, she loved staying at home and watching all kinds of shows, especially documentaries about wilderness survival. She couldn't build a big house alone, but she could make a small shelter like those in the documentaries. After piling up dozens of logs outside the yard, Hu Jiao began building her small house. She chose a spot next to the original log cabin. First, she sharpened large, thick logs into stakes and placed them at each corner of the small house. Then she used mortise and tenon joints to assemble the four walls, followed by the roof. Once the roof was covered with wood, she sealed the gaps with mud and moss to prevent drafts and rain from entering. Finally, she cut out a small door with a saw, added homemade handles inside and out, and her simple wooden house was complete. Hu Jiao was exhausted, panting as she clapped her hands and looked at her work, feeling very satisfied. Thanks to her beastly strength, she had been working a lot lately and had built up her stamina. If she relied on her fragile original body, she might not have been able to finish the house. While she was building, her 5 cubs watched her from the yard. When the house took shape, they all looked amazed and couldn't stop smiling. Mom is so amazing. She can even build a house. Long Linger's big, bright eyes sparkled with admiration, almost turning her into a little fan of Hu Jiao. Long Zhong's face looked unhappy. It's just building a house. All the orcs in the tribe can do that. What's so special about it? When I grow up, I can build bigger and better houses. Long Xiao, although unable to see the house, was quick to tease. She's a female and you're a male. Even if you can build a house, you can't compare to her. Exactly. Third brother, you're so shameless, comparing yourself to a female. Isn't that embarrassing? Long Linger acted as Long Xiao's little translator, sticking out her tongue at Long Zhong. Long Zhong blushed with anger. He crossed his arms and turned his head away, refusing to argue with them. Long Yu, however, looked serious. His small brows furrowed tightly. When did she learn to build a house? Long Xiao calmly replied, we don't always stay with her. Maybe she learned from other orcs while we were away. Hearing this, Long Yu finally relaxed his brow. Yao, who had been lying on Long Linger's head, was dozing off and not interested in the house. Drool was dripping from his mouth, and he occasionally made little smacking sounds.
Suddenly, Long Linger shouted, ah.
She wiped her face with her hand, gritting her teeth in anger. Xiao Wu, you drooled on my face. Yao was dreaming. He dreamed of eating roasted deer leg, so delicious. Suddenly, he woke up startled, lifting his head in confusion. His eyes hadn't fully opened, looking very adorable. The 3 little ones nearby giggled happily. Hu Jiao heard the noise and thought something was wrong. She turned around and saw the children playing in the yard. For a moment, she felt the peace of life and couldn't help but smile a little. If only the rest of my days could be like this, it would be quite nice. The children saw Hu Jiao watching them and quickly stopped laughing. Long Yu touched his nose. I'm going to gather firewood.
Who wants to come with me? Me.
I do. Long Linger was the first to raise her hand. She also reached up and grabbed Yao from above, helping him lift his tiny claws. Yao, still dreaming, mumbled.
Who am I?
Where am I? What just happened? Long Zong's face darkened as he cleared his throat. I'll go too. Long Xiao clenched his stick tightly, ready to go into the wooden house. But Long Linger pulled him back, sweetly saying, "Second brother, come with us too." Linger hasn't gone out with second brother in a long time. Long Yu looked at Long Xiao and, thinking about how Long Xiao usually went alone, nodded in agreement. "Linger, you can lead second brother." "I still." Long Xiao pursed his lips, about to refuse, when a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Just now you said to me, 'You big male just going out, why are you hesitating so much? Come on, let's go.'" With that, Long Zhong unhesitatingly pushed Long Xiao out of the yard. Hu Jiao naturally saw this scene. Seeing that Long Xiao was willing to go out with the cubs, she felt very happy. It was still early, and since the cubs weren't home, Hu Jiao quickly cleaned the small house again, gathered some dry grass to lay on the floor, and took out a dark brown carpet from her space that matched the color of animal skins, laying it down. The house was small, about 10 square meters, just tall enough for her to stand upright. Since this small house was meant for her, she didn't need to build a big one. She didn't think the big villain would be willing to share a house with her. When Long Mo returned, she would let him sleep in the cub's house. Finally, she would have her own bedroom. Thinking about it made her a little excited. Although she liked the 5 cubs very much, she was an adult female, and living with them was somewhat inconvenient. After tidying up the new house, Hu Jiao also tore down the fence between the 2 rooms and rebuilt a larger fence, enclosing both rooms in the yard. Only then was the task complete. Having finished these, Hu Jiao was about to prepare dinner. Just as she was about to get ingredients, she suddenly saw several cubs running back, their faces covered in dirt and looking anxious. Hu Jiao was startled and counted them. Only 4 cubs had returned. Hu Jiao hurriedly put down what she was holding and ran outside. She looked at the cubs and saw that Long Ling Er was missing. She quickly asked what happened. "Why didn't Ling Er come back with you?" The cubs all looked grim and dirty, as if they had just rolled in the dirt, and before they could speak, Long Yao suddenly rushed out.
"Yao! Yao!"
he cried, with small red eyes, circling anxiously in front of Hu Jiao. Seeing this, Hu Jiao knew that Ling Er must have had an accident. She reached out and hugged Long Yao into her arms, saying, "Yaoer, don't worry. Mom will find Ling Er. First, let the older brothers tell what happened." Then she looked at the 3 cubs and asked. Long Yu's face was dark, and he looked at Hu Jiao with a guilty expression, saying, "It's my fault. I didn't watch Ling Er well. We were collecting wood, and when I turned around, Ling Er was gone." Long Zong also bit his lip tightly, speaking in a low voice. "We searched everywhere we could, but we couldn't find Ling Er. We thought she had gone home first, so we came back." Just by looking at Hu Jiao's expression, it's clear she hasn't seen Long Ling Er either. She really should feel guilty for losing Ling Er. Hu Jiao's face also grew serious. How could her little ones just disappear? She remembered the last time she dreamed about Yao Er getting into trouble, which was also caused by someone going missing. But this time, she didn't dream about Ling Er. Seeing the worried expressions on the little ones' faces, Hu Jiao's brows furrowed tightly. After thinking for a moment, she asked in a calm voice, "Where did you find Ling Er missing? How long has she been gone?" "At the place where we usually gather wood. She was there not long after we left," Long Yu quickly answered, her mind clear. For some reason, Long Yu felt hopeful. Last time, she found Xiao Wu. Maybe this time, she could help find Ling Er too. How could she just disappear into thin air? Hu Jiao's brows were tightly knit. After a moment, she remembered something. The place where the little ones gather wood is rarely visited by adult beastmen. The only ones who often go there are a group of young ones gathering wood. It's unlikely that adult beastmen took Ling Er. Could it be that some young one is playing a trick on her, making a prank? Thinking about this possibility, Hu Jiao's face suddenly turned cold. If she remembered correctly, Xianghua should have been released already. If she took Ling Er as an act of revenge, that would be the most likely reason. The little ones watched Hu Jiao nervously. Seeing her face look grim, they all felt anxious. Would she go to find Ling Er? Or because they lost Ling Er, she was angry and about to reveal her true feelings? While the little ones were worried, Hu Jiao suddenly squatted down, her expression both serious and gentle as she gently patted their heads. Don't worry, Mother will find a way to bring Ling Er back. You all stay at home and wait for Mother. I will go look for Ling Er. After saying that, Hu Jiao stood up, ready to go to Xionghua's house. But as soon as she stood, she felt her clothes being pulled. Turning back, she saw Long Yu stubbornly reaching out and grabbing her clothes. We're going with you. Long Zhong, who usually didn't like Hu Jiao, also looked serious and quickly said, I want to go too. Hu Jiao thought for a moment and finally nodded. All right, Yu Er and Zhong Er will go with me to find Ling Er. Yao Er and Xiao are at home. Maybe Ling Er will come back on her own soon. She comforted the little ones with her words. After calming their emotions, Hu Jiao took Long Yu and Long Zhong and headed towards Xionghua's house. At this moment, the orcs who had gone out hunting had all returned. Every household was busy preparing dinner, and smoke rose from the campfire, creating a peaceful scene. After the Bear Flower's house was burned down, Bear Zhuang found a few strong males to help rebuild a wooden house. However, the hastily built house was not as good as the previous large wooden one. It was smaller and shaky. While eating roasted meat, Bear Flower grumbled and complained, criticizing Bear Zhuang for being incapable. Bear Qiu, come out here. Suddenly, a sharp, angry shout came from outside the door. Bear Flower lowered her legs and stood up. She saw Hu Jiao walking over aggressively, with 2 cubs. Remembering the last time she had a conflict with Hu Jiao, trying to steal a chicken and failing, then getting locked up by the clan leader for several days, she instinctively shrank back, wanting to hide. Orcs tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Hu Jiao used to be bullied because she was soft, but now that she was tough, Bear Flower was the one who felt afraid. Before she could go inside, Hu Jiao had already entered the yard. She looked around and quickly fixed her gaze on Bear Qiu, who was curled up behind Bear Flower. Bear Qiu, did Ling Er get taken by you? Tell me the truth. Long Yu and Long Zhong also stared intently at Bear Qiu. If their eyes had warmth, Bear Qiu might have already been roasted. Terrified, Bear Qiu trembled all over and immediately clung to Bear Flower's clothes, hiding behind her. Although Bear Flower was scared, she was angry to see Hu Jiao so arrogant, especially since she had only bullied her before. She puffed up her chubby body and glared back. Hu Jiao, what do you mean? Coming here to question my Bear Qiu? Did my Bear Qiu offend you? Don't think that just because the clan leader supports you, you can bully others at will. The clan leader had assigned Hu Jiao to be responsible for planting the fruit trees, and everyone in the tribe knew this. Now, everyone knew she had the clan leader's backing, so they wouldn't provoke her. Bear Flower was no exception. But she couldn't tolerate Hu Jiao coming to bully her cubs. Hearing Bear Flower's words, Long Zhong immediately became furious and retorted, Ling Er is missing, and Bear Qiu loves to bully us. It must be him hiding Ling Er. Little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Bear Flower instinctively cursed back. But as soon as she spoke, she received a cold stare from Hu Jiao, and the rest of her words got stuck in her throat. Panicking, she avoided Hu Jiao's gaze and mustered her courage to explain, my Bear Qiu is so obedient and sensible. How could he do such a thing? Don't spread false accusations and slander us. Hu Jiao knew that questioning Xiong Qiu without proof was a bit impulsive, but as soon as she thought about Ling Er being in danger, she couldn't care about anything else. She coldly glanced at Xionghua. Can you guarantee he didn't do it? Let him come out and answer my questions. I just want him to answer. I'm not doing anything to him. Then, her sharp gaze fixed on Xiong Qiu. Feeling Hu Jiao's stare, Xiong Qiu looked away nervously, too afraid to meet her eyes. Hu Jiao immediately saw something was wrong with Xiong Qiu. Her face darkened, and she asked seriously again, Xiong Qiu, did you do it? Do you know where Ling Er is? Answer me. Hu Jiao, are you done? I already said my Xiong Qiu would never do such a thing. Xiong Hua looked impatient, eager to send Hu Jiao away. She then looked down at Xiongqiu behind her. Zizai, tell her you don't know anything about this. Xiongqiu looked guilty, stammering. Seeing Xiongqiu's reaction, Xianghua also realized something. She looked up at the angry mother and son, then down at the scared little one. Her eyes widened. Xiongqiu, why aren't you talking? You little brat, could it really be you? She was almost furious. She remembered how confidently she had just spoken, how sure she was, and now her face lost its shine. She angrily slapped Xiongqiu on the forehead.
Say something.
Are you the one who did it? Stop stammering. Hu Jiao was now a famous figure in the tribe. She had just been scolded, and before she could even react, this little brat had gone out of his way to cause trouble for her. It made her so mad. Hu Jiao looked at them with cold eyes. Before she could speak, Xianghua grabbed Xiongqiu's ear and scolded loudly. You little brat, always causing trouble for your mother. What did you do outside? Tell me quickly. Do you think I won't beat you today? Ow. It hurts. Mother, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Xiongqiu's ear was pulled, and he was in pain, his head tilted. He hurriedly begged for mercy, trembling as he explained, Mother, I didn't hide Ling Er. I only told dear Li where Ling Er was.
Daily.
Hu Jiao's eyes flickered as she searched her memory for that name. Lu Li is the younger brother of Lu Mianer and the troublemaker of the tribe. He was spoiled by his family since childhood and looks just like the original version. However, like the Lu family, Lu Li is not on good terms with Lu Mianer at this time. Why is he involved with Long Linger again? Why did Lu Li take Linger? Where did he take her? Hu Jiao demanded loudly. Xiongqiu trembled and shook his head. I don't know. I only told him where Long Linger was. I don't know what they did to her. I really have nothing to do with this. You're lying. Long Zhong shouted angrily, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Xianghua no longer believed him and angrily poked his forehead with her finger. Tell the truth. If you dare to lie to your mother, you're dead meat. I am telling the truth, Xiongqiu said, tears welling up. Desperate to survive, he quickly revealed everything he knew. Lu Li said that Hu Jiao bullied Lu Miana, making him feel embarrassed, so he wanted to get revenge on Long Linger. These words were spoken directly by Lu Li, and many cubs in the tribe heard it. If you don't believe it, go ask them. I really don't know where Lu Li hid Long Linger. You should go ask Lu Li. Xiongqiu trembled. Xianghua angrily slapped him again. You stupid cub. Whatever Lu Li asks you, you tell him. How are you so stupid? If Hu Jiao got angry, she might destroy her newly built house again. Xianghua was still worried about her house, afraid of Hu Jiao's revenge. But just as she finished speaking, Hu Jiao left with her two cubs. She was stunned. Why did Hu Jiao leave? Isn't she going to settle scores or take revenge? Mother, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Xiongqiu cried loudly, feeling wronged.
He didn't understand.
Why did his mother usually help him bully those cubs, but today she fought for them? Are they actually her real children? Did she realize he was adopted? Hu Jiao didn't have time to bother with Xianghua. She just wanted to find Linger safely. With her two cubs, she aggressively went to Lu Li's house. There are 5 members in Lu Li's family, including Lu Mianer and her brother, who have already moved out. Now only Lu father, Lu mother, and Lu Li live there. There are many beast men living nearby, so Hu Jiao attracted quite a few onlookers as she headed there. Lu Li's house was emitting blue smoke. The family was hiding in front of a fire, boiling meat soup. Suddenly, the gate was kicked open, startling all 3 beast men inside. Lu Li, come out now. With a loud bang, Lu's parents were so scared they trembled, nearly dropping the wooden stick they held. They turned around and saw a beautiful, charming female storming in angrily. Before they could react, she fixed her gaze on Lu Li and quickly grabbed his neck. Tell me, where did you hide Linger? Hand her over now. If anything happens to Linger, I won't forgive you. Long Yu and Long Zhong followed behind. They had short legs and couldn't run as fast as Hu Jiao. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Hu Jiao looking fierce and aggressive. The two children were shocked. Was this angry female sick today? Why was she so fierce all of a sudden? She seemed even scarier than when she had hit them before. But strangely, they didn't feel scared at all. Lu's father and mother quickly turned around and rushed forward to pull Hu Jiao away. Let go. Let go of Lu Li.
Who are you?
Suddenly coming to bully my child? Are you crazy? Although scared, Lu's parents still protected their child because Lu Li was their favorite little one. Hu Jiao, being a female, was not as strong as a male. She was pushed away by Lu's father easily. She staggered, and Long Yu and Long Zhong instinctively reached out to help her. But before they could touch her, Hu Jiao steadied herself. Long Yu and Long Zhong looked at each other, then both turned their heads away, pretending they saw nothing, and crossed their arms behind their backs. Lu's mother, with a worried look, hugged Lu Li and protected him in her arms. My child, are you okay? Did that crazy woman hurt you? Let me see. Lu Li was also frightened. When he snapped out of it, he impatiently pushed his mother away.
I'm fine. Don't touch me.
Lu's mother wasn't angry. She continued to follow him, checking for injuries. Lu's father stood in front of Hu Jiao. Are you Hu Jiao? Why are you here? We haven't offended you. Both Lu's father and mother were timid and afraid of confrontation. Seeing Hu Jiao's fierce face and aggressive attitude, they felt a bit scared. What am I here for? Your Lu Li took my child. Hu Jiao frowned and looked at the young Lu Li. Lu Li, where did you take Linger? The trouble Hu Jiao caused by coming to find her was quickly known throughout the tribe. Some caring neighbors immediately went to find Lu Mian. Lu Mian, something's wrong. Your family is in trouble. The orc patted his thigh quickly and changed his tone, saying, Hu Jiao rushed to your house and scolded your younger brother Lu Li. You and Ying Yuan should go back and check on them quickly. Lu Mian's face changed after hearing this. How could this happen? Why did Hu Jiao suddenly go to my house? Again with this female. Ying Yuan's eyes darkened instantly. He stood up and gently helped Lu Mian, saying softly, Mian, don't worry. I am here. I won't let her hurt your family. The messenger beast man delivered the message, and then left. Lu Mian nodded and looked at Ying Yuan, feeling a bit calmer. She held his large hand and said, Ying Yuan, let's go back quickly. Although she had never been well treated at home since she was young, they were still her family. No matter what, she couldn't ignore them. Ying Yuan transformed into his beast form, carrying Lu Mian. In just a minute, they arrived at Lu Li's house. As soon as they landed, they saw Hu Jiao pressuring Lu Li to explain herself. Lu Li's parents protected him behind, while Hu Jiao looked aggressive. Mom, Dad, she called anxiously. She jumped down and hurried over before she could steady herself. Ying Yuan reverted to his human form and followed closely. Ying Yuan stepped forward quickly, grabbing Hu Jiao's wrist and pulling her away forcefully. His cold, sharp eyes stared at her. Hu Jiao, what tricks are you playing now? If you have something to say, come to me. Don't involve Mian and her family. As the male lead, Ying Yuan's presence was overwhelming. His icy voice made the surrounding air drop sharply in temperature, as if freezing all the nearby beasts. Anyone close by would shiver uncontrollably. Seeing it was Ying Yuan, Hu Jiao's face darkened. Why was it always this unlucky guy? Whenever she saw him, trouble followed. The two children, who were the villains in the story, naturally feared Ying Yuan's aura. But when they saw him rudely push Hu Jiao aside, they frowned and immediately stepped in front of her. Their father had told them they were males and needed to protect females. Even though the venomous female had been unkind to them before, now they needed to find Ling Er through her and protect her for the time being. Both children silently convinced themselves of this.
You are, Shong are.
Hu Jiao's heart felt like it was pierced. She looked at the two children in disbelief. She hadn't expected Long Yu and Long Zhong to stand up for her. She was deeply moved and stepped forward to hold their shoulders. Long Yu pursed her lips and remained silent. Long Zhong turned away in disgust and snorted. The most important thing now is to find Linger. I don't want to waste more time dealing with your corpse. Hu Jiao's mouth twitched. This little one is as sharp-tongued as ever. She lifted her chin and looked at Ying Yuan with a frown, speaking in a serious tone. Ying Yuan, I'm not interested in you. Step aside. Meanwhile, Lu father and Lu mother saw Ying Yuan arrive and immediately started crying out loud. Ying Yuan, you've finally come. Hu Jiao has gone crazy. She immediately started fighting Lu Li. You have to help us chase her away. Hearing their words, Lu Mianer frowned slightly and looked at Hu Jiao with a hint of anger on her innocent face. Hu Jiao, you've gone too far. I know you don't like me, but you can't hit Lu Li. He's still a young one. How can you be so cruel as to hurt a little one? Hu Jiao, I warn you, get out quickly, or I won't be polite to you. Ying Yuan also coldly ordered her to leave. Hu Jiao found it amusing, her face showing a fake smile as she retorted, I hit him? Look at him. Are there any injuries on him? Hearing this, Ying Yuan and Lu Mianer were both stunned. They looked back at Lu father and Lu mother, who also looked stiff and unsure how to respond. They only protected Lu Li behind them, shielding him. Lu mother's sharp, harsh voice said, You rushed in here, grabbed Lu Li, and wanted to hit him. If I hadn't noticed early, you might have hurt him to death. And now you're just denying it? Do you want Lu Li to die before you're punished? This Lu mother was clearly twisting facts and turning black into white. When did she ever grab Lu Li to hit him? She admitted she was impulsive, but she didn't actually hurt him. Hu Jiao sneered coldly, really? So, if Lu Mianer pushed me and caused my head to hit something, I should die to atone? If Lu Chui wanted to harm my mother, she should be killed too? This. Lu mother's face turned green like pig liver. You and your mother are fine. Nothing happened at all. But isn't Lu Li also alive and well? Hu Jiao's words left Lu mother speechless. Enough. Ying Yuan growled, his sharp eyes fixed on Hu Jiao. I don't care what you're involved in. Don't appear here again, or don't blame me for hitting a female. This vicious female, trying to get close by causing trouble and saying such shameless things, is truly shameless. Fox Jiao also frowned and looked cold. Her clear phoenix eyes turned slightly red with anger, and her voice was like winter frost. I also tell you, I came only to find my little one. Lu Li took Linger away, and now Linger is missing. If anything happens to Linger or she gets hurt, I will make Lu Li pay for it. I mean what I say. The last 4 words almost came out through gritted teeth. Usually, they could ignore how she talked about herself or insulted herself, but when it came to Linger's safety, she couldn't tolerate it. Everyone present was shocked by Fox Jiao's fierce look. They had seen Fox Jiao throw tantrums and make fierce threats before, but back then, she was like a shrew, scared off after a few threats, never with such a terrifying look in her eyes. They even started to doubt her sincerity. It seemed like she would really cut Lu Li to protect Dragon Linger. When did Fox Jiao become so terrifying? Was it just their imagination? Lu Li, is what she said true? Ying Yuan asked, frowning so hard he could crush a bee. He looked back at Lu Li, thinking of that small, pitiful little one. Lu Mianer also grabbed Lu Li's arm, worriedly asking, Lu Li, tell me, what's going on? Did you take Dragon Linger away? No, I don't even know what she's talking about. Lu Li also realized she might have gone too far. She hid behind her parents, trying to act innocent. Fox Jiao clearly saw Lu Li avoiding her gaze. She clenched her fists, stepped forward a few steps, and scolded Lu Li. Do you even know what you're saying? If Linger gets hurt, you're deliberately harming her. You will be expelled from the tribe and become a wandering beast. At that time, no one will be able to protect you. Think carefully before you answer. I don't have much patience left. Ying Yuan had already lost patience. His handsome face showed displeasure as he reached out to stop Fox Jiao. Sure enough, all of this was just a trick orchestrated by this female. He coldly ordered, You heard it. Lu Li said she didn't do anything. Stop causing trouble and get out. Feeling Hu Zhao's gaze, Xinghua shrank back and quickly explained, Hu Zhao, I really don't know about this. Longlinger's trouble has nothing to do with me. Please don't burn my house again. She was scared. Then she pushed Zhongqiu out and patted his head. What are you still standing there for? I've already told you how to teach you. Zhongqiu covered his head and looked sad as he stepped forward. Lo Li told me to say that Longlinger is somewhere, and he wants to revenge her. Longlinger is hidden by him. He's lying. His voice was shaky and sounded like he was crying, clearly scolded harshly by Xinghua. Many animals gathered around, watching the scene. They had been happy to see the trouble, but when they heard Xingqiu say this, they looked at Li's family with strange eyes.
Li, you did a good job.
Longlinger is a female. How could you take her away? Tell us where Longlinger is now. If we wait too long, it'll be dark. If wild animals come and take her at night, it will be over. The animal's accusations made Li look very upset. His face turned pale, and he shouted nervously, I didn't do anything to her. I just threw her into the cave on the mountain above the Wanxi Cave. The cave above Wanxi Cave.
Hu Zhao was shocked.
Her face turned pale. That place was dark and scary, with poisonous snakes. He actually took Linger there. Linger was alone somewhere, and she must be very scared. After hearing Li's words, Luma's face also changed. She looked at him in disbelief. Li, did you really do this? How could you leave Linger in such a place? She was very angry and slapped Li. Lumer, what are you doing? That's your brother. How can you hit him?
How can you do that?
Lumu immediately pushed Lu Mianer away to protect him. What's the use of raising you? Hu Zhao is bullying us at the door. You still won't drive her away. Mother, it was clearly Li who did wrong, or looked sad, and her eyes turned red. What wrong? Li didn't do anything wrong. If anyone is to blame, it's that little brat Longlinger who first provoked Li. You little girl, always thinking of yourself. I'll beat you to death. Lu Wu's voice was sharp, her face full of harshness. She didn't think Li did anything wrong and was about to hit her. Just as her hand raised, Yingyan stopped her with one hand. His sharp gaze made Ruwu feel scared, and she quickly retracted her hand with a forced smile. Hu Zhao had no time to listen to their arguing. She coldly said, if Linger is in trouble, I want Li to pay 100 times over. After speaking, she took Long Yu and Long Zhong and headed toward the Thousand Snake Cave. The Thousand Snake Cave is outside the tribe, on a relatively gentle cliff. Many venomous snakes live at the bottom, used by the tribe to punish unfaithful males. Although the venomous snakes at the bottom can't climb up, the nearby area is full of active insects, and the damp, dark caves are favorite places for insects, snakes, and rats. The more she thought about it, the more worried Hu Zhao became. As the sun was about to set behind the mountains, Hu Zhao wanted her 2 children to go home first, but they insisted on staying, refusing to leave. Hu Zhao had no choice but to take out a snake-repelling powder bag from her space and give it to them. Hold on to this tightly, and don't lose it. Long Yu and Long Zhong thought it was something important that Hu Zhao asked them to hold, so they clutched it tightly the whole way. They ran quickly, and finally, the mother and children arrived outside the cave, panting and leaning against the wall. Hu Zhao didn't dare to delay. She took a deep breath and decisively stepped into the cave. The 2 little ones ran with flushed cheeks, closely following behind her, like 2 small tails. The inside of the cave was pitch dark, and she couldn't see anything with her hand in front of her face. As soon as they entered, they heard a rustling sound under their feet, as if something was moving quickly. It was probably insects or snakes in the cave. The snake-repelling powder she took from her space could drive away these creatures. Within 2 minutes, the sounds gradually disappeared. Hu Zhao's tense nerves couldn't relax at all. Although she was a beast man and couldn't see as clearly in the dark as in the daytime, she could barely see the path inside the cave.
Ah!
After walking for an unknown amount of time, a frightened scream suddenly came from deep inside the cave. Hu Zhao's heart tightened. She recognized the voice as Ling Er's. She hurriedly quickened her pace, rushing toward the source of the sound. Soon, she saw a female lying on the ground, her hands and feet bound with vines. Alarmingly, a colorful venomous snake was wrapped around her arm. Ling Er! Hu Jiao Jiao exclaimed, swiftly tearing open the snake-repelling powder and scattering it. Startled, the snake twisted and slithered into the darkness. Hu Jiao Jiao rushed forward in 2 quick steps. When she saw 2 bleeding bite marks on Long Ling Er's arm, her heart instantly clenched with worry. Mother, it's so dark here. I'm so scared. Long Ling Er opened her eyes and saw Hu Jiao Jiao. Tears streamed down her muddy face, which was covered with tears. Hu Jiao Jiao's heart ached sharply at the sight.
Linger is fine.
Mother has come to protect you. Her gentle voice trembles with worry. Mother, I was bitten by a poisonous snake. I am about to die.
You should leave now.
The snake will come back to bite you. Dragon Linger's mind is starting to become unclear, but she tightly grips Hu Jiao Jiao's clothes, trying to push her away. She feels very happy just to see her mother come to save her before she dies. It's okay, Linger. That snake isn't venomous, so you won't die. She carefully wipes Linger's tears and takes out serum from her space to inject into her. Because the cave is very dark, Linger is very scared. After hearing Hu Jiao Jiao, she begins to doubt whether she saw the snake correctly. Really? The snake isn't venomous? Yes, Mother wouldn't lie to you. Do you believe your mother? Hu Jiao Jiao gently strokes Linger's face to comfort her. Linger, with red eyes and weak, nods and sniffs yes. I believe my mother. But mother, my head feels so heavy. As she speaks, her eyelids can't stay open and close heavily. Hu Jiao Jiao frowns, thinking the snake's poison must be very strong. The serum from the space might not be enough to cure it. She must quickly remove the poison blood. Behind them, Long Yu and Long Zhong look serious. They saw clearly that the snake was colorful and the most poisonous one. Why would Hu Jiao Jiao lie to Linger? Suddenly, a cold flash of light appears before her eyes. Hu Jiao Jiao draws a dagger and cuts Linger's arm. Blood gushes out loudly. Long Yu and Long Zhong's pupils shrink sharply, and they shout sternly, "Stop! What are you doing to Linger?" This wicked woman finally shows her true face. Linger is already poisoned by the snake, and she still wants to hurt her. They shouldn't have trusted her. Long Yu and Long Zhong are furious and rush forward to push Hu Jiao Jiao away. Hu Jiao Jiao frowns and loudly says, "If you don't want me to save Linger, just come and stop me." The 2 children stop and look at Hu Jiao Jiao with suspicion. Is she really saving Linger? Why are you hurting Linger's arm if you want to save her? Such a big wound. Even if Linger doesn't die from the snake, she could bleed to death, Long Yu questions with a serious face. Long Zhong also clenches his fists and says angrily, "If you dare hurt Linger, I will fight you." Hu Jiao Jiao doesn't want Linger to get hurt either, but if the wound is too small, the poison blood will be hard to remove. The longer toxins stay inside Long Linger, the more harm they do to her body. "I won't let anything happen to Linger. I am your mother," Hu Jiao Jiao said seriously, her gentle voice firm. Then she focused on helping Long Linger expel the toxic blood. Long Yu and Long Zhong clenched their fists tightly, watching Hu Jiao Jiao's actions closely. After a moment, the unconscious Long Linger coughed twice, weakly whispering, "Mother, don't hit me."
Linger hurts so much.
It turned out she was feeling pain in her dreams and thought she was back in the time she was scolded. Hu Jiao Jiao's eyes showed pain, but she also felt relieved. If Linger could feel pain, it meant her nerves weren't completely damaged by the poison. The serum was working. She took out some hemostatic medicine and pressed it onto Long Linger's wound. In a short while, the bleeding stopped. Long Yu and Long Zhong behind her both sighed with relief, their eyes full of amazement. She actually knew how to cure snake venom. They had seen beastmen bitten by venomous snakes before. Those beastmen usually died soon after being bitten. Even the tribe's healer couldn't do anything. How did she manage to cure snake venom? Hu Jiao Jiao carefully picked up Long Linger and looked at the 2 stunned cubs behind her. "Let's go. If we don't return soon, it will be dark." Although Linger was no longer in danger of life, she still needed good rest, or her body might suffer more damage. Long Yu and Long Zhong snapped out of their surprise and hurried to catch up with Hu Jiao. When they returned to the tribe, it was already dark. Hu Jiao, feeling her way in the dark, led the cubs home. After settling Long Linger, she prepared a simple dinner. Linger was still unconscious. The mother and children ate roughly and then stayed by Linger's side. That night, a few cubs couldn't hold on and dozed off unsteadily by the bed. Hu Jiao checked Long Linger's temperature regularly. By dawn, Linger showed no abnormal signs, so she finally fell into deep sleep. The next morning, Long Zhong, still groggy, opened his eyes and saw his older brother Long Yu sneaking out quietly. He got up and was about to speak when he saw Long Yu make a shushing gesture. Instantly understanding, Long Zhong covered his mouth and left with Long Yu. "Big brother, why won't you let me talk?" Long Zhong asked, confused, as they reached the yard. Long Yu looked at him with a serious face, his young voice carrying a hint of maturity. "She stayed with Linger all night. Don't wake her. Big brother, you care about her?" Long Zhong blurted out. The next moment, Long Yu stared wide-eyed and interrupted him, seriously defending himself. "I'm not worried about her. I'm afraid she'll get too tired. No one will take care of Linger in the future." After speaking, he didn't give Long Zhong a chance to reply and turned around to get firewood.
Come help me.
"Let's cook together."
Oh.
Long Zhong responded, not daring to argue with his stern older brother, and happily ran over to help. Hu Jiao woke up smelling the aroma of meat. She looked at Linger still sleeping peacefully, touched her forehead, and saw her temperature was normal. She quietly got up. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Long Yu standing on a big stone, fiddling with something in the pot. Long Zhong was squatting on the ground, adding wood to the stove. His face was dusty, and he puffed out his cheeks, blowing hard into the fire.
But,
Cough, cough. "Third brother, your fire is too big. The pot is about to burn through." Long Yu was coughing from the smoke, and his cheeks were reddened from the heat. Long Zhong's face was puckered with worry. "Big brother, this fire isn't listening to me." Hu Jiao couldn't help but laugh and walked over, patting Long Yu's shoulder. "Let me do it." She squatted down, took the wood from Long Zhong's hand, and used tongs to remove 2 thick logs that were burning red in the stove. Soon, the fire subsided. The meat in the pot was burnt to black, like charcoal. Long Yu and Long Zhong looked at Hu Jiao, who suddenly appeared, standing stiffly with surprised eyes. Why was the fire obeying her so well? Before they could figure it out, they saw the burnt meat in the pot, and their faces turned pale. Oh no! They had burnt the meat, and she would be very angry. Hu Jiao clapped her hands and stood up. Seeing the 2 children stiff and with pale faces, she glanced at the pot and understood. She stepped closer to the children and slowly raised her hand. Long Yu and Long Zhong instinctively closed their eyes, ready to be scolded. But in the next second, they felt a gentle touch on their faces, accompanied by a soft voice. "Your faces look like little flowers. Go wash your faces. Mom will cook." The 2 children froze at the same time. "Why, you're not angry?" Long Zhong asked instinctively. "Why would I be angry?" Hu Jiao asked with a smile, her eyes crinkling. "Mom knows you want to help, but you're still young. Cooking and tending fire are things you should do when you're older." After saying that, she turned to wash the blackened pot. The 2 children stared in shock. After preparing breakfast, Long Linger was already awake. Hu Jiao called a few cubs to come eat, while she carried a bowl of porridge into the room to feed Long Linger. The cubs, worried about Long Linger's health, ate quickly and then stood by her bed, watching over her. They only relaxed when they saw Long Linger finish a big bowl of food with a good appetite, confirming she was safe and sound. If an orc was close to death, they wouldn't be able to eat. Since Linger could eat so much, she must be fine. After eating, the cubs gathered around Long Linger, asking what happened yesterday. Long Linger's face was still pale, lacking color, and her young, soft voice carried a hint of fear. "Yesterday, I was following behind when suddenly someone covered my head and knocked me out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a cave. Luli tied me up, saying he wanted the venomous snake to bite me to death. It was very dark there, and I heard many snakes crawling, but I couldn't move.
Boo-hoo.
Recalling her experience in the cave, Long Linger sniffled in fear. That cursed Luli. How could he bully Linger like this? I want to kill him. Long Zhong's eyes turned red with anger. He clenched his fists, ready to rush out and confront Luli. Hu Jiao finished washing the dishes and saw Long Zhong rushing out as she entered. She reached out and pressed his head. Who are you trying to hurt now? Stay at home. I will help Linger get justice. Long Zhong had been walking for a while, but realized he was still in the same place. He covered his head and stepped back, glaring at Hu Jiao with displeasure. How are you going to get justice for Linger? She was so weak. Going to Luli's house might get her beaten easily. Seeing the distrust on Long Zhong's face, Hu Jiao pouted and pretended to be angry as she flicked his forehead. This is an adult matter. You little cub don't need to worry. Just stay at home and wait for your mother. Afterward, she reminded the other cubs to stay home and take care of Long Linger before heading alone to the clan leader's house. Long Zhong touched his forehead, his face turning red. He waved his fists at Hu Jiao's back, muttering it, "Who gave you permission to flick my forehead?" Seeing this scene, the sickly Long Linger couldn't help but smile. When the cubs saw Linger smiling, they felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. Last night, although it was already dark when Hu Jiao returned, many orcs saw her carrying the unconscious Long Linger and guessed what had happened. In the morning, the clan leader heard the gossip from the orcs outside. Did you hear? Luli tied Long Linger in the cave above the 10,000 snake cave, and Long Linger was bitten by a poisonous snake. Did she really get bitten? It seems Long Linger might not survive. Such a young cub being bitten by a snake, it's unlikely she will live. But Hu Jiao usually doesn't care about her cubs, so she probably doesn't mind if she dies. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see she threatened yesterday to make Luli pay with her life? Now there's going to be a good show. Luli's family is considered top tier among the beasts, and they are no different from Hu Jiao. They often take advantage of others, and they hope Luli's family gets into trouble.
What are you talking about?
What happened to Hu Jiao's cub? Hearing the conversation, the clan leader stepped forward with a serious face. The gossiping beasts saw the clan leader coming and quickly bowed their heads, telling him everything about yesterday. The more he listened, the angrier the clan leader looked. This Luli is really reckless. By the end, the clan leader was furious, forgetting his meal, and hurried to find Hu Jiao. On the way, he ran into Hu Jiao. Clan leader. Hu Jiao, I know everything about your cub and Luli, don't worry. I will help you settle this. Before she could speak, the clan leader comforted her seriously. Hu Jiao blinked, a hint of doubt flashing in her beautiful phoenix eyes. She wondered why the clan leader seemed even angrier than she was. The clan leader was indeed angry. He still needed Hu Jiao to plant potatoes to improve the tribe's life. If she refused to help out of anger, this winter's food supply would be a problem. The clan leader was angry, but also felt unfair. He took Hu Jiao to the Lu family. Hu Jiao was surprised and flattered. If she hadn't read the novel, she might have thought the original body had some secret affair with the clan leader, especially since she knew all 5 cubs were Long Mo's. At the Lu family, Luli was initially a bit scared. After waiting all night and not seeing Hu Jiao, she thought she was just pretending, and she started to feel proud, bragging about her great achievements in front of a few cubs at the door. Hu Jiao is just a pushover. I'm not afraid of her. That little waste Long Linger, she deserved to die. Her mother dared to hit my sister-in-law. Bah. She even dared to threaten me at my home. I will go and beat those little wastes to the ground later. Let's see how arrogant Hu Jiao is. Luli was surrounded by a group of cubs, acting proud and basking in their admiration. She felt very pleased. When Hu Jiao arrived, she heard Luli talking arrogantly and was furious. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and pulled him out of the group of cubs. What did you just say? Who do you want to hurt badly? I warn you, Luli, if you dare to bully my child again, I will throw you into the 100-serpent cave, so you can taste the bite of poisonous snakes. Her voice was cold and stern, not at all joking. Let me go, please let me go. Luli was startled and struggled to escape. But unexpectedly, Hu Jiao held him tightly, her fierce and sharp eyes seeming to threaten to tear him apart, making him break out in a cold sweat. Why is this female so terrifying? Luli's parents heard the commotion and came out to see. They saw Luli being held tightly by Hu Jiao and immediately shouted in alarm, rushing forward. Hu Jiao, what are you doing? Let go of Luli right now. If you dare to hurt Luli, I swear I'll cut off your hand. They lunged at her, baring their teeth and claws. Hu Jiao, with a cold face, released her grip. Luli, struggling, broke free from her hands and directly bumped into the two elders, knocking them to the ground. The elders fell and howled in pain, but they still worried about Luli. Luli, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Hu Jiao, do you have no shame? Coming to cause trouble every day.
What do you really want?
Luli's mother, arms akimbo, looked like a scolding shrew, pointing at Hu Jiao and shouting loudly. Ha, what do I want? Hu Jiao curled her lips into a cold smile, a hint of ruthlessness flashing across her delicate face. Luli caused Ling Er to be bitten by a poisonous snake and even threatened to hurt my child. I want to ask you, what do you all want? It was just a snake bite. My useless child, if he dies, so be it. How can he compare to our Luli? Luli's mother, unrepentant, didn't think Luli had done anything wrong. Enough. The clan leader, angry, stepped out from the orc crowd. He had wanted to hear the Lu family's explanation, but didn't expect them to be so arrogant. You are simply unreasonable. If Luli isn't punished today, I think you don't know how to repent. The clan leader's face was dark as he ordered, "Take Luli away." The orcs, who had long disliked the Lu family, immediately moved to seize Li upon hearing the order. Clan leader, you can't do this. Our Luli didn't do anything wrong. Luli's mother still wanted to save him, but she was no match for the males. She was pushed several meters away and blocked by a few orcs. The clan leader ignored her and looked at Hu Jiao with a serious, regretful expression. Hu Jiao, it's up to you to decide what to do with Luli. Hu Jiao nodded. She knew that the tribe leader wasn't helping her without reason. Most likely, he believed her claim that the beast god appeared in her dreams and could help solve the tribe's food problems. Without hesitation, she said directly, I won't make things difficult for you. Let Luli go to the mountain cave at the Wanshi pit. Let the venomous snake bite him, or he can take 100 strikes from the big sticks. You choose.
What?
Lumu, the mother of Luli, widened her eyes sharply.
Impossible.
What if Luli gets poisoned? Fox Jiao, are you trying to kill Luli? You wicked female. Lumu couldn't help but curse loudly. Luli also shouted in fear, I won't go. I won't go. Getting bitten by a venomous snake would surely kill him. Fox Jiao sneered coldly, her red lips like a flower of. If you don't want to go to the Wanshi pit, then you'll choose the 100 strikes.
Clan leader?
Fox Jiao looked at the clan leader and asked. The clan leader frowned slightly. Being bitten by a venomous snake or receiving 100 strikes would leave him half dead, even if he didn't die. Their tribe was in dire need of beastmen, but since they knew Fox Jiao had the method of planting crops, he nodded in agreement. Do as you say. After speaking, he raised his hand and called a male beast over. You go. Before he finished, Fox Jiao interrupted, Clan leader, I want to do it myself. The clan leader was stunned for a moment. He looked at Fox Jiao's delicate body. If she did it herself, she probably wouldn't last long, right? It seemed Fox Jiao just wanted to teach Luli a lesson and didn't intend to be too harsh. The clan leader nodded with satisfaction. All right, it's good that you do it yourself. This female was still kind-hearted, knowing that if a male beast did it, he might leave Luli badly injured. The clan leader waved his hand, signaling a few males to bring Lu Li over. Lu Mu wailed on the side, crying as if her heart was breaking. Fox Jiao Jiao smiled slightly, turned around to pick up a stick under a tree, and when she reached behind the tree, she took out a thin, long wooden from her space. It was the kind of stick commonly used for teacher punishments, thin and long, seemingly breakable with a single bend. But when used to strike, it would cause deep, bone-deep pain. Fox Jiao Jiao stepped out from behind the tree. The other beasts saw the thin wooden in her hand and immediately murmured, "Fox Jiao Jiao is going to hold back? Such a thin stick will break after a few hits." Exactly, such a thin stick doesn't hurt at all when used to hit people. Feeling the gazes of the beasts, Fox Jiao Jiao walked to the center with a blank expression. She raised the stick and struck down hard, one hit after another.
Ah!
A series of pig-like screams echoed from Lu Li's mouth. The beasts looked on with expressions of disdain. The deer was too weak. Fox Jiao Jiao's delicate little body looked like she had no strength at all. She cried out so painfully, but she was really useless. It's no wonder the other beasts misunderstood. Fox Jiao Jiao's fragile appearance made her seem gentle and lovely. Even when she was fierce and fighting, she looked soft and pleasing, so no one felt scared. After 100 strikes, Fox Jiao Jiao was sweating heavily. Her hands, switching between holding the wooden sticks, were red and swollen. She used all her strength. After these 100 hits, Lu Li was probably badly injured and wouldn't be able to get out of bed for months. Fox Jiao Jiao didn't think she had been too harsh. If she hadn't had serum in her space and arrived just in time, Long Linger might have already died. Even though her skin was broken and flesh torn, it was still a light injury compared to what could have happened. With a loud, piercing scream, Lu Li fainted completely. The beast man beside her threw aside Lu Li. Lu Mu immediately cried out and rushed over, quickly carrying Lu Li back home. Fox Jiao Jiao coldly said to their backs, "Next time someone bullies my child, it won't be so simple." Lu Mu didn't dare to speak. Even the tribe leader was on Fox Jiao Jiao's side. They left in a hurry. Fox Jiao Jiao looked around at the beastmen nearby. She noticed Lu Mianer and In Yuan hadn't come, and she snorted softly. With such a loud commotion, she didn't believe Lu Mianer didn't know what happened. After avenging Longlinger, Fox Jiao Jiao didn't stay any longer. She said goodbye to the tribe leader and went back. This incident greatly changed the tribe beastman's opinion of Fox Jiao Jiao, though she didn't realize it. When she returned home, she spent her days caring for her child and helping Longlinger recover, then started planting potatoes. A week passed, and the potatoes in the cave on the back mountain had already sprouted. Fox Jiao Jiao taught some males to cut the sprouted potatoes into slices. They dug shallow trenches in the fields and buried the potato slices inside. The tribe leader was busy leading the males to hunt. When he finished and came back, the potato sprouts in the fields had already shown tender green shoots. Fox Jiao Jiao, we owe a lot to you for planting the potatoes. Without you, we would have gone hungry this winter. Looking at the potato seedlings in the field, the tribe leader smiled happily. His tall figure squatted in the field, happily inspecting the plants. He was afraid of damaging the sprouts, so he only looked for a second before stopping. "Leader, I was just passing on the message from the beast god." The real effort was from the beast men, who helped. "It's everyone's achievement," Fox Jiao Jiao said with a gentle smile. Good, good. The tribe leader beamed with joy, his face full of wrinkles. "By the way, when will these soil fruits start to bear fruit? Is there anything else that needs to be done?" After feeling happy, she also remembered to ask about the planting situation. They will probably take about 3 months to mature. The soil fruits are afraid of water, so you must not water them too much in the ground, or all these seedlings will die, Hu Jiao Jiao carefully advised the tribe leader. She can't watch over them all the time, so the tribe leader needs to arrange for someone to keep an eye on them. The tribe leader must know these precautions to avoid future problems and avoid being blamed. She definitely doesn't want to be unfairly accused. "Okay, I will arrange for someone to guard them tomorrow." The tribe leader nodded repeatedly, trusting Hu Jiaojiao's words completely. Tribe leader, if there's nothing else, I will go back first, Hu Jiaojiao said with a slight smile and nodded. All right, the tribe leader nodded, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out to Hu Jiaojiao. Hey, by the way, is Long Mo coming back soon? Hearing Long Mo's name, Hu Jiaojiao paused and looked back with a puzzled expression. I don't mean anything else, but winter is coming in a few months. Living in the forest is tough for Long Mo. If possible, let him come back. He can also help take care of the young ones. What do you think? The tribe leader's face, which looked a bit aged, was filled with a kind and gentle smile. He noticed that Hu Jiaojiao had been looking better recently. If she could accept Long Mo, that would be excellent. In the future, there might be opportunities to form bonds with other males and add new members to the tribe. As tribe leader, he was always thinking about the tribe's well-being. Hu Jiaojiao had been busy lately and almost forgot about this matter. When the tribe leader brought it up suddenly, her smile stiffened a little. Long Mo is coming back soon. Seeing Hu Jiaojiao's unhappy expression, the tribe leader thought she didn't want Long Mo to return. He quickly changed his tone. If you don't want him to come back, he can live somewhere else in the tribe. After all, he's also part of the tribe. No, tribe leader, I don't mind Long Mo coming back. This time, I won't let him go out, Hu Jiaojiao said with a shy smile, quickly interrupting the tribe leader. It's a joke. She wouldn't dare not let Long Mo come back. She still needs Long Mo's support for the rest of her life. She must hold on to this support tightly and never let go. The tribe leader was stunned, not expecting Hu Jiaojiao to say this. He realized and smiled warmly, nodding, That's good. That's good. You are partners, and you should support each other. In the future, live happily with Long Mo. His satisfied smile looked like that of a kind elder. A gentle smile returned to Hu Jiaojiao's face, and she thought to herself, as long as Long Ma doesn't attack her fiercely, she will burn incense and pray. After the two left, a slender figure stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Tsuetsue's narrow, dark eyes flashed with a faint gleam. Can't water it? I want to see. If you can't grow the underground fruit, will the clan leader still support you? Lu Mianer was washing in Yuan's animal hide skirt by the river when she suddenly saw a pair of small feet appear by the water. Tsuetsue? What are you here for? She looked up in confusion and saw Lu Tsuetsue standing by the river, looking upset. She couldn't help but ask with doubt. Since the last time Hu Jiaojiao exposed her, she hadn't interacted with Lu Tsuetsue anymore. Judge me honor, I know I was wrong about what happened last time. Please don't be mad at me. I really was confused. Lu Tsuetsue's eyes welled with tears. Hearing her words, Lu Mianer stepped forward, her gaze full of pleading as she grabbed her arm. She looked genuinely remorseful. Seeing her so pitiful, Lu Mianer sighed. Tsuetsue, it's good that you know you were wrong. In the future, you must not have such harmful thoughts about females, or the clan leader will punish you. Her distant expression softened gradually. Yes, Jieji Mianer, I won't dare anymore. Lu Tsuetsue nodded obediently. A flicker of jealousy crossed her lowered eyes. Why is it that Lu Mianer and Hu Jiaojiao, one occupying in Yuan and the other shamelessly clinging to him, this time, she must get rid of these two females all at once. In Yuan belongs to her. Seeing the animal hide skirt in Lu Mianer's hands, it was clearly a male size. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she eagerly stepped forward to help. Jieji Mianer, let me help you wash it. I'm good at cleaning animal hide skirts. But she didn't know. Lu Mianer avoided her hand. No need, I can do it myself, Lu Mianer said with a faint smile, explaining, Yuan doesn't like other orcs touching his things. Lu Tsuetsue's smile stiffened instantly. She clenched her teeth secretly, thinking, once I get in Yuan, let's see how Lu Mianer will show off in front of me then. After a moment, a smile returned to Lu Tsuetsue's face. Jieji Mianer, I haven't talked to you in a long time. Can I come to your house later? Recently, she had no excuse to visit Lu Mianer and no chance to see Yuan. Sure, I've finished washing it. Let's go back. Lu Mianer didn't notice her unusual behavior. She shook off the water droplets from the animal hide skirt and stood up, inviting Lu Tsuetsue to go home. Two people returned home. Ing Yuan was stretching, showing his strong muscles, while in the yard he was tearing apart prey with animal claws. Lu Tsuetsue was stunned for a moment, her eyes filling with admiration as she ran forward. "Brother Ing Yuan, long time no see. You're back. Didn't I say I would wash the animal skin skirt? Why are you working again?" Before he finished speaking, Ing Yuan put down the prey in his hands. He crossed past her and went to stand behind Muir Lu, not even glancing at her. Lu Tsuetsue was jealous and furious, clutching her animal skin tightly, wishing she could crush it into powder. While they were talking, Lu Tsuetsue quietly slipped into the house. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on the white feather on the animal skin bed. She secretly hid the feather on her, pretending to be calm as she walked out. The next morning, Hu Jiao hadn't gotten up yet when she heard a beast shouting loudly at the door. "Hu Jiao, something's wrong. Hurry up and come out. The clan leader needs you urgently." Hu Jiao jolted awake from her dream. Her little ones were also disturbed by the noise. She turned over and got up, reminding them, "Mommy will go out for a bit. When I come back, if you're hungry, you can roast some meat." The little ones could take care of themselves and they could handle simple roasting. Before they could speak, Hu Jiao hurriedly left the house. "What happened? Why does the clan leader want me?" Hu Jiao saw a burly man standing outside the door, looking very anxious. "The sweet potato seedlings are dead. The clan leader wants you to check what's going on." Hearing the beast's words, Hu Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. She had just told the clan leader about the planting precautions yesterday, and today the sweet potato seedlings died. Such a coincidence was too strange. "Let's go. I'll take a look." The beast nodded. Just as he was about to transform into a beast form, a fox shape, Hu Jiao had already walked far ahead. When Hu Jiao and the beast arrived at the field, many members of the tribe's beasts had already gathered around, forming several layers, surrounding the field tightly. Make way. The beast helped Hu Jiao push aside the beasts blocking her path and led her inside. Hu Jiao easily squeezed through and, scanning the scene, saw the clan leader standing near the riverbank, looking serious and grief-stricken, with a worried expression almost on the verge of tears. "Hu Jiao, you finally came." Seeing Hu Jiao, the clan leader seemed to see a savior and hurriedly approached her. "Quickly, look and tell me what's going on. The sweet potato seedlings were fine yesterday, but after just one night they had died. How could that be? Before winter arrives, can we still harvest the earth fruits?" The clan leader was worried and hurriedly asked. If the earth fruit seedlings could talk, he would definitely ask them directly. "Don't worry, leader. Let me take a look first," said Fox Jiao with a gentle smile, signaling him to stay calm. She was already prepared. The seeds planted near the riverbank were not from the space storage. Even if some potato seedlings were lost, it wouldn't affect the overall harvest much. All right, go ahead and check," nodded the leader quickly, making way for her and not wanting to waste time. Fox Jiao looked around. In the field closest to the river, the potato seedlings were wilted and drooping on the ground, lifeless. In other fields farther from the river, the earth fruit seedlings still grew strong and healthy, unaffected. She walked over, squatted down to examine the potato seedlings carefully, then pressed her fair finger into the soil, feeling the moisture. Her eyes darkened slightly as she understood the situation. "How is it? Can you tell what the problem is?" Seeing her stand up, the leader hurriedly asked. Fox Jiao nodded and said seriously, "Leader, these earth fruit seedlings died because of overwatering." "Overwatering?" The leader's face was complicated, and he shook his head.
Impossible.
"I just sent the beast men to patrol today, and they didn't water the plants." He even specifically told the beast men not to water randomly. How could it be overwatering that caused the death? Fox Jiao bit her lip and calmly suggested, "Leader, maybe someone secretly watered the seedlings before the patrol beast men arrived, intentionally harming the plants." As she finished speaking, a male beast man approached. "Leader, we found this by the river. Take a look, He respectfully handed over an object. Fox Jiao Jiao also turned to look. The male beast man was holding a delicate feather, white as snow, with short, downy feathers at the base, clearly from a bird or beast, and from an important part. Seeing the feather, the leader's face darkened. The beast men around also recognized the feather and looked surprised. Jia Mian, isn't that the feather you carry with you every day? Lu Chui covered her mouth, shocked, and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, other beast men agreed. Yes, I've seen it. That's the protective feather Eagle Yuan gave to Lu Mian. She treasures it very much. Why would Lu Mianer's feather be here? Could it be that she's the one who caused the earth fruit seedlings to die? I think it's possible. Fox Jiao Jiao was fighting with her over Eagle Yuan. Maybe she's deliberately revengeful against Fox Jiao Jiao. The clan leader looked at Lu Mianer with a serious face. He didn't expect that the usually obedient and sensible Lu Mianer would do something like this. Lu Mianer, why are your feathers here? Is the death of the soil fruit seedling related to you? He asked sternly. Lu Mianer's face turned pale with fear. She hurriedly explained, Clan leader, these feathers are mine, but I really have nothing to do with the death of the soil fruit seedling. I noticed the feathers were missing yesterday, and I didn't do anything to the seedling. You say they're lost, then they're lost. Why should we believe you? Exactly. What if you're lying? I think you're the one who damaged the seedling. Among the beast men, some females who didn't like Lu Mianer spoke loudly. In the tribe, females are often rivals, so most of them don't get along well, and it's common to attack each other. I didn't do it. I really am innocent. Lu Mianer shook her head helplessly. Her pale face looked very pitiful. Many males looked at her with sympathy and stepped forward to defend her. Lu Mianer is kind-hearted. She would never damage the soil fruit seedling. I believe in Lu Mianer. It can't be her. She's innocent. Clan leader, please find out the truth. Just as the clan leader was about to get angry, Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly stepped forward, looking calm. Clan leader, since that's the case, let's compare the footprints on the ground. She pointed to a path not far away, between the riverbank and the fields. Recently, only I and the clan leader have been here, and no beast men have watered the plants. I just noticed many unfamiliar footprints there. I think they were left by the beast man who secretly watered the plants yesterday. Whoever's footprints match is the one who damaged the soil fruit seedling. That's a good idea. The clan leader nodded approvingly, stroking his chin. He looked at Lu Mianer. What do you think? Clan leader, I can prove my innocence. Lu Mianer nodded firmly, looking sincere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Mianer went to the riverbank to compare footprints. The footprints on the ground were thin and long, but Lu Mianer's feet were small and plump, clearly not the same beast man. This result was expected by Hu Jiao Jiao. As the heroine in the story, Lu Mianer wouldn't do anything harmful to the tribe. Clan leader, since everyone is here, why don't we compare all the footprints? Maybe we can find the real culprit, Hu Jiao Jiao suggested to the clan leader. Yes, we must find out who the real culprit is. The clan leader nodded seriously. In the corner, Lu Chui heard this and turned pale with nervousness. Footprint comparison? If she did it, she would be exposed. Fox Jiao Jiao, there are so many beastmen here. Trying each one could take forever. I think you just don't want to plant the soil fruit and are making excuses. Lu Chui angrily pointed out. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. Fox Jiao Jiao smiled happily at Lu Chui. Male beastmen don't have such small feet, so it must be female. We just need the females in the tribe to compare their footprints. After saying this, she winked at Lu Chui and said, Lu Chui, thank you for your reminder. Lu Chui was so angry, she felt itchy. This really was shooting herself in the foot. Soon, the tribe leader ordered all the female beastmen to come forward. The females lined up, and each one compared their footprints. Lu Chui stood at the back, nervously stepping forward. Just after she finished comparing, a loud shock went through the crowd like a bomb exploding.
It's Lu Kui.
Her footprints match exactly with those on the ground. She destroyed the soil fruit seedlings. Lumion Air saw this, and her weak pupils filled with disbelief. Chui Chui, did you steal my feather yesterday? She asked, frowning and staring wide-eyed in shock. She wondered why Lu Chui Chui suddenly apologized yesterday. She had been tricked again by Lu Chui Chui.
Lu Qui's body trembled slightly.
She lowered her head but suddenly looked up, her eyes red. Sister Mion Air, what are you talking about? You gave me the feather to do these things. You told me to do it. Her voice was full of grievance, like she was crying. When did I give you the feather? Lu Chui Chui, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Lumion Air pointed at Lu Chui Chui with deep sadness and accused her. Before she finished, Lu Chui Chui interrupted her with a tearful voice. Sister Mion Air, at this point, just admit it. I really can't hide it for you anymore. You. For a moment, the beastman's eyes flicked back and forth between the two, unsure of who to believe. This was truly a big drama. Just then, a gentle, clear voice sounded. Yesterday, the tribe leader and I were talking here. To find out who the real culprit is, just look around the corners for similar footprints. As soon as she spoke, the beast men immediately started searching.
Here.
The footprints are the same as Lu Chui Chui's. Soon, a male beast man pointed to footprints behind a tree and shouted. Lu Tsue's face suddenly turned pale. Just as she was about to explain, Hu Jiao Jiao looked at her with a bright smile. Lu Tsue, overwatering can kill the young fruit plants, but you heard that from someone else and Lu Mianer doesn't know. How could she tell you what to do? All of this you planned and staged it yourself, didn't you? Lu Tsue was so anxious that her tongue, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. The tribe leader's face turned completely dark. Seeing the tribe leader's expression, all the beasts shut their mouths. Lu Tsue, repeatedly harming the tribe, we can't keep you here. Today, you and your partner are to leave the tribe and live outside. Without my permission, you are not allowed to step into the tribe, even a single step. The tribe leader was furious and, in a fit of anger, expelled Lu Tsue immediately. Lu Tsue's eyes widened. No, I can't leave the tribe. The female who was expelled could no longer live in the tribe, and her offspring had no right to be raised by her. They had to be taken back to the tribe after birth. She also lost the comfortable environment of the tribe. Though she wouldn't die, it was more painful than death. The tribe leader, with a cold heart, turned around sharply. Take her away. Expel her from the tribe immediately. There's no place for someone like her here. Leader, please spare me. I beg you. I can't leave the tribe. Lu Tsue wailed, but no beast showed her any sympathy. Soon after, Lu Tsue and her partner were driven outside the tribe. A few beasts threw their animal pelts onto the ground and then turned to leave. Lu Tsue looked at the damp, dark cave and sank to the ground in despair. It's over. Everything is over. Tsue, don't be afraid. I will take good care of you, her partner stammered comfortingly beside her. Last time, the tribe leader was angry and ordered her to find a partner and behave herself. She had no choice but to find someone to mate with. Just a few days later, both she and her partner were expelled from the tribe. Honestly, that male was very unlucky. Luckily, most beasts are very loyal to their mates. Even after being expelled, he had no intention of abandoning Lu Tsue. But Lu Tsue didn't look at him kindly. She grabbed the animal pelt from the ground and threw it at him. Get lost. Just go. You're useless anyway. Her partner tilted his head, caught the pelt, and lowered it. As he walked out of the cave, he said, Well, I'll go hunting. You wait here for me. His reply was still a roar from dear Chui Chui. Her gentle partner scratched his head awkwardly and disappeared like a cheetah. Night covered the land, and the cave was pitch dark. Dear Chui Chui gradually calmed down from her anger, looked around at the dark surroundings, and began to feel scared. This useless thing went hunting and hasn't come back all this time. Dear Chui Chui cursed as she stood up and tiptoed toward the cave entrance. A bright moon hung in the night sky, casting pale white moonlight, which was much better than the dark cave. Dear Chui Chui crossed her arms, feeling very hungry and stomach growling. She decided to look around for some edible fruits. Not far from her, she suddenly heard the sounds of beastmen talking. Hee hee, we had a good harvest today. I didn't expect there would be beastmen wandering outside so late. Brothers, it's been a long time since we ate beastmen meat. It's much tastier than dry wild animals.
Ha ha ha.
A few rough figures moved through the forest. Dear Chui Chui immediately stopped and hid behind the bushes, carefully listening to their conversation. But they were too far away, so she couldn't hear clearly. Under the moonlight, she saw several tall, strong figures, looking much more muscular than the males in her tribe. Her face lit up with joy, thinking she had encountered beastmen from another tribe. If she could join another tribe, she might find a stronger male partner and wouldn't have to live in the forest. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile happily. She was about to go out and greet them when a few males approached her from nearby. Under the faint white moonlight, she suddenly saw one of the males holding a body of a big cat.
Dear Quiqui's smile froze instantly.
Instead, she felt a chilling panic. That big cat was not a wild animal but a beast man, and it looked exactly like her hunting partner. Dear Chui Chui covered her mouth tightly, suddenly understanding what was happening. These males were not from another tribe. They were stray beastmen. As a female, she knew very well what would happen if she fell into the hands of stray beastmen. Her body trembling uncontrollably in the bushes. Who's there? Who's there? While dear Chui Chui was trembling with fear, one of the males looked over with a fierce gaze.
Ah!
Dear Chui Chui screamed in fright and hurriedly backed away, falling flat on the ground. A few stray beastmen ran over after hearing her. When they saw her appearance, they burst into loud laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Wow, it's a female. Today is really lucky. Not only did I find some beastman meat to eat, but I also caught a female. This winter won't be boring at all, haha. A few wandering beastmen rubbed their fists and grinned in a creepy way. Don't come near, please. If you take me, our tribe's beastmen will come looking for me. Lu Tsuetsue was so scared her legs went weak and she couldn't stand up. One of the wandering beastmen was about to grab her when he suddenly smelled something unpleasant, frowned in disgust, and looked at the water stain under Lu Tsuetsue's bottom. This female is so disgusting. She even wet herself.
Ah!
Females are naturally timid. Don't scare her too much, or there won't be any fun this winter. Let me try. I was hoping to hatch a nest of snake eggs next year. A skinny wandering beast man, as thin as a bamboo pole, stepped forward and lifted Lu Tsuetsue. I just can't wait anymore, hee hee. Then he placed her on a cleaner spot on the ground and started to take off her animal hide skirt. Lu Tsuetsue trembled all over at their words. She had heard from the tribe's beastmen that females taken by wandering beastmen often suffered terribly, forced to work every day, whipped, and made to mate with dozens of beastmen, sometimes dying before they even had a chance to give birth.
She didn't want that.
Please, let me go. Lu Tsuetsue sobbed, her face full of fear and hatred.
Why?
Why was she captured by wandering beastmen while those two wicked women, Lu Mianer and Hu Jiao Jiao, could enjoy life in the tribe? The wandering beastmen nearby were used to this, and watched excitedly.
Wait.
Don't you want females? Our tribe has many females, prettier than me. I can help you get them. Lu Tsuetsue pushed away the wandering beast man and suddenly shouted. The beast man holding her paused. Females, is what you're saying true? Another fierce-looking wandering beast man asked, narrowing his eyes. Lu Tsuetsue quickly nodded. Yes, they will leave the tribe tomorrow. Only a few males are going with them. If you can distract them, you can catch them. She was willing to risk everything to save Lu Mianer and Hu Jiao Jiao. Really? That's great. Females, tell us where that place is, the beast man said happily, excited. Since becoming wandering beast men, they hadn't seen many females. If they could catch more, they and their brothers would share the reward. Lu Chui Chui covers her chest and tilts her head, acting like she's negotiating with them. I can tell you, but you must promise not to hurt me. A few wandering orcs exchange looks and nod with big smiles. Without thinking, they agree easily. Okay, no problem. Now tell me where the female is. Seeing how quickly they agree, Lu Chui thinks she has easily controlled them and feels a bit proud. These wandering orcs are really stupid. She plans to use them to catch both Lu Mianer and the others. She can't go back, and they won't have a good time either. Feeling proud, Lu Chui tells the wandering orcs where she was picking wild fruits. Good, tomorrow we will go catch the female. The wandering orcs are excited. After saying this, the tall, thin wandering orc lunges at Lu Chui again.
Ah,
What are you doing? You promised me earlier.
Lu Kui screams in fear, kicking her legs.
A few young orcs laugh happily, like they're watching a funny clown. Haha, you female. Didn't your tribe's orcs tell you not to trust wandering orcs' words? Late at night, Hu Jiao wakes up from a nightmare. Her animal skin dress is soaked through. She opens her eyes, first checking her healthy arms and legs, then quickly gets up to see her sleeping cubs. Her breathing gradually steadies. Luckily, it was just a dream. Thinking about what happened in the dream, Hu Jiao frowns tightly. She dreamed that Lu Mianer was picking wild fruits when a group of wandering orcs captured and insulted her. When Ing Yuan found out, he was furious and rushed to the orcs' den, destroying all the orcs. After Lu Mianer returned home, she was very sad and eventually committed suicide. This part didn't happen in the original story. After Lu Mianer died, the orc world started to fall apart, mountains collapsing, volcanoes erupting, tsunamis flooding the forests. She, the cubs, and all the orcs also died in this collapsing world. The more Hu Jiao thinks, the stranger she feels. Why did Lu Mianer die? Could it be because her arrival changed the story's ending, causing a butterfly effect? Since Lu Mianer is the main character, her death means the world no longer makes sense, so it collapses? What she dreamed last time came true, so maybe this dream will too. Her heart sinks at the thought. So, she not only needs to deal with the big villain, but also prevent Lu Mianer from dying. She finally adapted to life here and was determined to survive. She couldn't let Lu Mianer ruin her chances of trying hard. Even a minor character deserves a chance to live on. Hu Jiao tossed and turned all night without sleeping. Worried, she got up early the next morning to prepare a hearty breakfast for her children. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop Lu Mianer this time, and that this would be their last meal together. A few of the children woke up hungry from the smell. Even though life had improved a lot, they were still very sensitive to food smells. Long Linger rubbed her eyes and sleepily went outside. Mother, why are you up so early today? Linger is here to help you. Every day when cooking, Long Linger would help Hu Jiao, and the boys would naturally be responsible for gathering firewood. Long Linger habitually went to the yard, but when she opened her eyes, she was stunned by the table full of delicious food. Wow, so much food, Mother. How did you make so much? Will we be able to finish it? Long Linger asked with her mouth wide open. No need to help. Linger, go wake them up, wash your hands, and get ready to eat. Hu Jiao turned around, smiled gently, and set the bowls and chopsticks on the table. A few days ago, Monkey Xiao Tiao had helped set up the table and chairs. The furniture wasn't perfectly shaped. It was an irregular rectangle, and the chairs were simple half-meter-high benches, enough for their family. Long Linga walked into the house absent-mindedly and called the other children out. The family of 6 sat around the table. Eat? Why aren't you moving? Is it because it doesn't taste good? Seeing the 5 children sitting like statues, Hu Jiao asked with confusion. Have you finished all the food? Will we eat tomorrow? Long Yu glanced at the yard, where there was no leftover food. Are you trying to trick us into eating everything so you can find an excuse to abandon us? Long Zhong looked at Hu Jiao with suspicion. Earlier, Hu Jiao was worried they might get sick from eating too much, so she didn't make a lot of food. Now, seeing so much, the children suspected she had other plans. Long Yao blinked sadly and looked at Hu Jiao with pleading eyes. He placed his little claws on his stomach, hesitated, and finally swallowed his saliva, roaring as if going into battle. Roar. Mother, don't abandon us. Yaoer will eat a little less from now on. Huojiao's heart was soft inside. She looked at them with a funny smile and said, "What are you talking about? Mother made so much food today because your father is coming back soon. He will bring a lot of food, so you won't go hungry in the future." She knew the little ones missed Long Mo very much. Using Long Mo as an excuse, they wouldn't doubt her. Even if Long Mo didn't come back, she wouldn't let the children go hungry. Father is coming back. That's great. Hearing that Long Mo was returning, Long Linger brightened up and showed a happy face. The other children looked at Huojiao with suspicion, as if trying to see if her words were true. "All right, eat quickly. If you don't eat now, it will get cold. After you're done, I need to go to the harvesting team." Huojiao gently rubbed each child's head to change the subject. The children looked away and focused on eating. A trace of worry appeared on Huojiao's face. Counting the days, Long Mo would probably return in the next 2 days. She hadn't seen what the big villain looked like yet. What if he looked terrifying and hideous? What should she do then? While thinking, Huojiao only ate a few bites before a beast man came to call her to the harvesting team. She quickly ate a few more bites and then left. The children looked up from their bowls, watching her back with puzzled eyes. Long Zhong frowned. "Do you guys think she seems a bit strange today?" Long Linger was also very worried. Mother probably doesn't want father to come back, so she's unhappy. Long Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, she usually doesn't like father.
Manhwa.
This is so delicious. If you don't eat, I won't be polite anymore. The 3 children snapped out of their surprise and saw their bowls were completely empty, not a drop of oil left. Little 5. 3 angry shouts sounded at the same time. Long Yao sat at the table with pursed lips, looking thoughtful with a pale face. Huojiao and the female beastmen arrived at the harvesting area. This time, they weren't collecting earth fruits but other kinds of fruit. The mountain forest path was rugged and difficult to walk. The beastmen took about 2 hours to reach their destination. Unlike last time, this harvest spot had a variety of plants. Grapefruit and persimmons were the main targets. Grapefruit could be stored for a long time in winter without spoiling, and persimmons could be dried into persimmon cakes. Although beastmen didn't know how to make persimmon cakes, they had tried and found that dried persimmons could still be eaten. Any fruit that could be stored until winter was considered their reserve food. Hugging her arms, Fox Jiao looked around and saw several familiar fruits. However, she wasn't interested in picking fruit now. Her focus was entirely on Lu Mian. The female who picks fruit takes turns, but today Human didn't come, so Fox Jiao was still left out as usual. But she didn't mind at all. Holding an animal hide bag, she stayed close to Lu Mian, as if she would follow wherever Lu Mian went. Tiger Jing, who was always near Lu Mian, couldn't stand it. She threw down her animal hide bag and turned to glare at Fox Jiao. "Fox Jiao, go somewhere else. Don't keep following us."
I didn't follow you.
"I just came over because the fruits here are bigger." "You're overthinking it." Fox Jiao picked a grapefruit-sized pomelo, holding it in front of her chest to prove herself. "You obviously are."
You.
Tiger Jing was angry and ready to argue more, but Lu Mian grabbed her arm and shook her head. "Forget it, Tiger Jing. Let's pick somewhere else." Lu Mian was gentle and never argued or fought. "Mian, you're too easy to get along with, which is why she keeps bullying you," Tiger Jing said angrily, but she still picked up her animal hide bag and moved with Lu Mian. Fox Jiao turned her head casually and continued picking fruit, ignoring Tiger Jing's angry glare. After they moved to another spot, she carried her bag and went over again. "Ahem, the fruits here seem even bigger." Fox Jiao. Tiger Jing couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. It seemed like Fox Jiao was deliberately trying to be annoying.
What?
"I'm just picking fruit. Why are you scolding me? I didn't take anything from you. There are so many fruits here, only you guys can pick, and I can't come to pick too?" Fox Jiao squinted and gently cleaned her ear, looking innocent. Honestly, Tiger Jing was really a strong woman, with a powerful roar that was almost magical. "What's going on?" Hearing the noise, the tribe leader quickly came over. Leader, I was seriously picking fruit, but Tiger Jing kept bothering me. Fox Jiao Jiao immediately complained. She wasn't lying. She had been diligently picking fruit just now. Tiger Jing was biased against her, always scolding her whenever she saw her. It wasn't her fault. Hearing this, the tribe leader frowned and looked at Tiger Jing. Tiger Jing, picking fruit is everyone's job. Either pick seriously or don't come. Don't disturb Fox Jiao Jiao. Tiger Jing looked frustrated, but couldn't find a good excuse. Forget it, Tiger Jing. Let's stop bothering about Fox Jiao Jiao. Let's pick fruit, Lu Mianer whispered, tugging at Tiger Jing's sleeve. Hu Jing looked back at Lu Minger with a mix of anger and sadness. Minger, I'm just helping you. Minger didn't defend herself and kept stopping Hu Jing. All right, everyone focus on picking the fruit, the clan leader ordered. The surroundings became quiet again. Only the sounds of leaves being torn and fruit hitting the ground could be heard. In higher places, females couldn't reach enough, so males would transform into animal forms to shake the fruit down from the trees. Females then collected the fallen fruit at the bottom. After half a day, they had gathered a lot. They picked hundreds of jean of sleeves and persimmons. Even so, by winter, these fruits wouldn't be enough to fill each beastman's mouth. That's it for today. Let's rest now. We'll head back to the tribe soon. The clan leader carefully managed the time, not wanting the females to face danger outside the tribe. Hearing the leader, the females sat under the trees, some taking a few fruits to enjoy. The males were busy packing the fruit with animal hides and vines. Including 4 males, they would carry hundreds of jean of fruit back later. Hu Jiao Jiao also picked a persimmon and sat next to Lu Minger, nibbling on it. The persimmons here are hard, crunchy when bitten, and although the skin is a bit astringent, the flesh inside is very sweet and tasty. While eating, she wondered, why haven't I seen the wandering beast man yet? Could it be that her dream was just a simple nightmare? Was she overthinking? Just as she was doubting, Lu Minger suddenly stood up and walked toward the distant woods. Hu Jiao Jiao's spirit lifted. She quickly bit off the last piece of her persimmon, threw away the seed, and carefully followed, not daring to relax for a moment. However, she really wasn't good at tracking. Not far into the woods, Lu Minger's main character Aura appeared, and she spotted her.
Hu Jiao Jiao.
Lu Minger looked at her with suspicion. I need to. I'm scared alone, so I might as well go together. Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly had an idea, blurted out her excuse, and then confidently stepped forward to walk alongside Lu Minger.
Oh.
Lu Minger nodded without paying much attention. Beastmen aren't as particular as humans. Sometimes, for safety, males and females go to the bathroom together, and Lu Minger didn't think much of it. They walked for a while, making sure their scent wouldn't drift to the fruit-picking area, then stopped behind a bush. Lu Minger took off her animal hide skirt and squatted behind the bush. Seeing Hu Jiao Jiao standing still and looking around, she looked confused. Hu Jiao Jiao, aren't you going to urinate? Yes, I need to find a good spot. You go ahead, no need to wait for me. Hu Jiao Jiao awkwardly smiled, looked down, and searched for a dense bush. When she was sure no one could see her, she squatted down in her animal skin skirt. She looked around but didn't see anything unusual nearby. She quietly let out a breath of relief. It was just a bad dream. There are no wandering beasts here. I knew it. Lu Mianer, as the heroine, wouldn't die. Just as she was thinking this, Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly felt the urge to. She glanced at Lu Mianer, who was still busy, and decided to write there. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds from the bushes nearby. Hu Jiao Jiao stiffened and turned around. A large black snake lifted its upper body from the bushes, its bright red, downward-pointing eyes fixed on her, flicking its tongue. She involuntarily swallowed hard. Her mind went blank. This black snake looked exactly like the beast form of the wandering beast man she saw in her dream. Hiss, so there really are females here. It looks like that female wasn't lying to us. The black snake's eyes showed a wicked smile. 2 more animal shadows darted out from the bushes, a large striped tiger missing one ear, and a gray wolf with one eye blind.
Roar.
This little female looks so tender. She's truly top quality.
Howl.
She's much prettier than the female from yesterday. I like her, he. Seeing the two females in the bushes, the wandering beast man drooled excitedly.
Ah.
Lumiana turned around and saw three terrifying wandering beast men. She was so scared she lost her soul and collapsed to the ground. The fruit-picking area is usually only visited by herbivorous animals, so it's generally safe. Lumiana didn't expect to see such frightening beasts and froze in place. At this moment, Hu Jiao Jiao snapped back to her senses. Lumiana, they are wandering beast men.
Run.
Hu Jiao Jiao sprang out of the bushes like a spring, grabbed Lumiana's arm, and ran toward the fruit-picking area. Though the wandering beast men are cruel and terrifying, they are usually incomplete and weaker than the beast men in the tribe. As long as they reach the chief's place, they will be safe. The three wandering beast men chuckled and immediately chased after them.
Ah!
Lumiana suddenly cried out in pain and fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Hu Jiao Jiao, I sprained my ankle. Hu Jiao Jiao turned around when she heard the sound and saw Lumiana lying on the ground, dropping golden beans. Hu Jiao Jiao muttered softly. Don't mess up at a critical moment. She's not the main character, so she shouldn't be caught up in this kind of plot. Thinking of the collapsing dream world and the scene of all beasts dying together, Hu Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth and decided to go all out. If she was caught, she would die anyway. If she ran, she would still die. I'm fighting with you all. Hu Jiao Jiao took out a dagger from her space and charged forward. The broken-eared tiger was already chasing after Lumiana, its fierce beast body about to crush her. If Lumiana was captured by wandering orcs, she wouldn't be able to get her back. Hu Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and aimed her dagger at the tiger's head. Snarl, the small female beast, was a bit capable and tried to sneak attack. A black python stuck out its tongue, flicked its tail, and knocked Hu Jiao Jiao away, then curled up and examined the dagger closely. What is this thing? Why is it so strange? Cough, cough. Hu Jiao Jiao, dizzy from the fall, struggled to lift her head. She saw that the black python had already snatched her dagger, and the broken-eared tiger had only scratched a bit of fur. Her heart instantly sank. The strength difference between males and females was truly significant. In despair, the blind gray wolf suddenly leapt up and came in front of Hu Jiao Jiao. Its sly gray eyes shimmered with a faint light. It opened its wolf mouth, ready to bite Hu Jiao Jiao and take her away. Staring at the wolf's head so close, Hu Jiao Jiao's breath stopped. In the next second, she moved her mind and grabbed the arrow she took out from her space, full of a desire to survive. She fiercely aimed it at the wolf's other eye. Thud. The sound of the arrow hitting the eyeball echoed, followed by the gray wolf's agonizing scream.
Howl.
The other two wandering orcs, hearing the noise, hurried over to check on the gray wolf. Hu Jiao Jiao didn't dare to stay. She quickly got up from the ground, took the opportunity to pull Lumiana up, and supported her to run. Lumiana looked small and fragile, but she had been forced to do various chores since she was young, so she had more muscle than Hu Jiao Jiao and was quite heavy to carry. Hu Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth and endured, sweat pouring down her forehead like rain. Hu Jiao Jiao, my foot hurts so much. I can't walk anymore. Lumiana hobbled along, her voice trembling with tears, sounding soft and pitiful. Normally, Hu Jiao Jiao would also enjoy admiring beauty. But now, nothing was more important than life itself. Don't want to die?
Just hold on.
She snapped angrily. Lumiana was teary-eyed, looked up at Hu Jiao Jiao, and couldn't help but burst into tears. She had misunderstood Hu Jiao Jiao. It turned out that Hu Jiao Jiao was such a kind female. She risked everything to save her, even ignoring her own chance to escape. If she could survive, she would definitely repay Hu Jiao Jiao and stop holding a grudge against her. Meanwhile, two wandering orcs saw an arrow in the gray wolf's eye and looked fierce. They turned around and started chasing the two females. The wandering orcs only cared about their desire, not their companions. Seeing the orcs almost catch up, Lu Mianer made a tough decision, pushed Hu Jiaojiao away. Hu Jiaojiao, run quickly, don't worry about me. She couldn't let Hu Jiaojiao get hurt because of her. Hu Jiaojiao was pushed stumbling, her heart racing with anger. It's not that I don't want to run, but if I die, I can't survive either. Seeing the furious gray wolf struggling and lunging at her, with its big mouth ready to bite her neck, Hu Jiaojiao, usually so patient, couldn't help but curse and rushed forward to block Lu Mianer. She hurriedly searched her space for a weapon, but she was so tense and panicked that she couldn't find a suitable weapon for a long time. Hu Jiaojiao's delicate face showed despair. She thought that following Lu Mianer might bring her some luck with the protagonist's halo, but she forgot that all the good luck was on the author's own son, Ning Yuan. As the heroine, Lu Mianer was destined to suffer and be tested repeatedly. What is all this about? Just as Hu Jiaojiao closed her eyes, ready to accept death, suddenly, a loud bang sounded in front of her, dust flying everywhere, making her cover her nose and mouth before opening her eyes. She saw a mighty, majestic black dragon flying in the air. Its claw, like a hook, caught the gray wolf, and it suddenly dove down, smashing a deep hole 2 or 3 meters into the ground. The powerful dragon claw pressed tightly on the gray wolf's head. With a cracking sound, the wolf's brains burst, and it lost its life in an instant. Hu Jiaojiao's pupils shrank sharply as she stared in shock. Despite the bloody scene, she felt more relief than fear. If it weren't for this black dragon killing the gray wolf, she would be dead.
But
she felt that this black dragon looked so familiar.
Wait.
Isn't this the big villain from her dream? Such brutal methods, clearly the work of the big villain. The other 2 wandering orcs, seeing the gray wolf die so horribly, roared angrily and opened their sharp teeth, rushing toward the black dragon. Long Mo, watch out behind you. Seeing this scene, Hu Jiaojiao's heart was lifted with hope. Hearing her voice, the black dragon's figure paused noticeably, and a hint of surprise flickered in its deep, dark golden eyes, but it quickly focused back on the fight. The black python leapt first, trying to strangle the black dragon. But the dragon, being the supreme of all beasts, was no match for a python. Before touching the dragon's scales, the black python was caught by the black dragon at a vital point. The strong dragon body tightly wrapped around the python, trying to suffocate it. At that moment, Duan Erhu, the broken-eared tiger, took the opportunity to strike, slapping the dragon with its paw. The black dragon couldn't dodge in time and had to endure the Long Mo. Seeing Long Mo injured, Hu Jiaojiao became nervous. Before turning evil, Long Mo's strength was limited, so she hoped nothing serious happened. Although she was afraid of Long Mo, he was still the father of her 5 children. The injured children would worry. In an instant, the black python seized the chance to escape. Seeing that it couldn't defeat the black dragon, it decisively fled with Duan Erhu. When the wandering beast man left, Hu Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief. She quickly got up from the ground and ran toward the black dragon. Long Mo, is that you? She stopped about 3 meters away from the black dragon, asking uncertainly. Although this black dragon looked the same as the one she saw in her dream, she wasn't sure if all dragons in this world looked alike. After all, the beast forms of the beast men in her tribe also looked similar to her. The black dragon hovered in midair, its huge body contrasted sharply with the small Hu Jiaojiao, creating a striking scene like Beauty and Beast. Looking at the black dragon's golden eyes, bigger than her head, Hu Jiaojiao instinctively swallowed. Thank you for saving us. You're injured and bleeding. Why don't you transform into a human form? I can help treat your wounds. She pointed to the large dragon scales flipped over on the black dragon's chest, her face carefully gentle, eyes full of hope. Long Mo looked at the female before him, completely different from the one in his memory. His deep, dark beast eyes showed a hint of surprise. But it was quickly covered by a sinister expression. He had just returned with prey, passing by here, when he heard the female scream. He hadn't planned to interfere, but he faintly heard Hu Jiao's voice, so he put down his prey and rushed over. To his surprise, it was indeed her. This female, wasn't she the one who refused to come out and pick fruit, even if it meant death? Why was she here today? And she was with Lumiana, whom she hated the most. Thinking of this, a cold flash appeared in Long Mo's eyes. The fox was indeed a clever beast man, willing to flatter Lumiana just to getting you on.
Huh?
If she weren't his partner and hadn't given birth to 5 cubs for him, he wouldn't have come to save her. Seeing the black dragon staring at her intently, the little fox felt a bit scared, but since she knew it concerned her fate, she mustered her courage and stepped forward. If you don't want to turn into a human form, that's okay, but the wound needs to be stopped from bleeding. Otherwise, it could get infected and become worse. She remembered from a book that dragon bodies are the strongest among beast men, but because Long Mo's transformation failed, his body was far weaker than other dragons. Before turning dark, even small injuries could easily worsen. In fact, Long Mo's strength wasn't weak in the tribe, but his weakness was that his wounds healed slowly. In the eyes of beastmen, this was almost the same as being useless. No beastman could go hunting with an injury and come back unharmed. Slow healing meant he might not have long to live. Thinking of this, the little fox felt a bit sad for Long Mo. No wonder he hated her so much. Her original self had driven him out of the tribe, leaving him unable to heal safely and forcing him to hunt every day with old injuries. Living in darkness day and night, no wonder he turned dark. This medicinal powder can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. I'll apply some to help your wounds heal faster. Feeling the wary gaze of the black dragon, the little fox pretended to search her pocket, took out the hemostatic powder, and held it in her palm to show him, afraid he might misunderstand her intentions. Seeing that the black dragon didn't refuse, she thought he agreed. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly ran forward, opening the powder packet to apply it to the black dragon.
Roar.
Suddenly, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a thick, murky dragon breath, leaping away instantly. The powerful breath knocked the little fox to the ground, and the powder in her hand was spilled everywhere. Yellow dust filled the air, making her cough and tears stream down her face. Cough, cough. She only wanted to help with the medicine. Why was his reaction so intense? Fox Jiao, are you okay? Lumiana climbed up from the ground, limping over to support her. Seeing the tears streaming down Fox Jiao's face, she couldn't help but feel angry. Was that Long Mo just now? He was too much. How could he treat you like that? You're his partner. Fox Jiao looked confused. What was going on? Had Lumiana lost her mind? Why was she suddenly defending her? Fox Jiao, are you hurt? Are you okay? Lumiana anxiously grabbed Hu Jiao's arm, waving powder in front of her, though it was probably useless. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Hu Jiao shook her head and pulled Lumiana away from the powder. Both of them had faced life and death, and now they were exhausted, their bodies weakly lying on the grass. Thinking about the dream where Lumiana tried to end her life, Hu Jiao still felt uneasy. After a moment of thought, she sincerely comforted her. Lumiana, today's incident was just an accident.
Don't worry about it.
Next time, the clan leader should bring more beastmen out, and this won't happen again. Please don't worry too much. She hoped Lumiana wouldn't be haunted by this and try to hurt herself again. That would make her efforts today pointless. Hearing Hu Jiao's words, Lumiana's eyes quickly filled with tears, and she felt deeply touched. She never expected Hu Jiao to still care about her at this moment. How could there be such a kind girl in the world? She sat up, looking at Hu Jiao with gratitude. I'm fine, Hu Jiao, just now.
Hu Jiao. Lumiana.
We finally found you. Why have you been out for so long? Before Lumiana could finish speaking, a male voice interrupted her from behind. They turned around and saw a tall male running over, followed by the clan leader and Hu Jing. Lumiana and Hu Jiao quickly stood up. Hu Jing, with sharp eyes, noticed that Lu Chui's foot looked wrong. Lumiana, are you hurt? she asked worriedly, rushing over to protect Lu Mianer. Her eyes looked fiercely and suspiciously at Hu Jiao. Did you bully Mianer again? And what's with that wolf corpse? I just felt you weren't acting right today. You must be working with stray beast men to hurt Mianer. Before Hu Jiao could explain, Hu Jing imagined a sinister plan herself. Hu Jiao, tell me, did you do this? Hu Jiao was speechless, unable to respond.
She wanted to give her a chance to speak.
Hu Jing, don't say that about Hu Jiao. Just now, it was Hu Jiao who saved me. If it weren't for her, I might not be alive now. Lu Mianer frowned, her innocent face serious as she corrected Hu Jing. Hearing this, Hu Jing looked confused. Mianer, what are you talking about?
Did she threaten you?
Tell me, I won't let her bully you. She simply couldn't believe Hu Jiao would be so kind. What happened? Why is there a beast man corpse here? The clan leader asked seriously as he approached and inquired. Seeing the bodies and fight marks on the ground, his slightly aged face immediately became serious. This time, Lu Mianer was braver and quickly spoke. Clan leader, 3 stray orcs appeared suddenly. It was Hu Jiao and Long Mo who saved me. The Grey Wolf is one of the stray orcs and Long Mo killed him. She was afraid Hu Jiao would be misunderstood again. Long Mo? You saw Long Mo? The clan leader looked surprised. Since Long Mo was driven out of the tribe by Hu Jiao, he had not appeared in front of the orcs again. Feeling the clan leader's gaze, Hu Jiao nodded. Yes, Long Mo chased away the stray orcs and saved us just now. Hu Jing looked surprised and blurted out, that useless, one has such ability? Because Long Mo had never shown his strength in front of females, and the males often called him useless. The females thought Long Mo was very weak.
Hu Jing.
Lu Mianer frowned, a little angry, and gently pinched her hand. Hu Jing realized late and said, Okay, I won't say more. Mianer, you're fine. As for Hu Jiao saving Mianer, she didn't believe it at all. She thought Hu Jiao must have threatened Mianer to say that. Meanwhile, Long Mo returned to his tribe's home with his prey. Seeing the brand new yard and wooden house, he paused, looking hesitant. Could it be that Hu Jiao moved somewhere else? A hint of doubt flashed in his golden eyes. This place was completely different from what he remembered. Just as Long Mo doubted whether he had taken a wrong turn, 5 cubs suddenly came out of the house.
Dad.
It's Dad. Mom didn't lie to us. She really got Dad to come back. Long Linger happily ran out of the house, rushing into Long Mo's arms. Her fair, cute face was flushed from excitement, and her big eyes blinked happily at Long Mo. Dad, you're finally back. Linger missed you so much. When Long Mo was around, Long Linger was also a clingy little female. Now she was holding onto his leg and refused to let go. Seeing the cubs, Long Mo's usually cold face softened with a gentle smile. He only showed warmth when dealing with his cubs, otherwise, he radiated a cold, chilling aura. The other 4 cubs followed behind. Although they weren't as excited as Long Linger, they also pursed their lips and had a warm, faint smile in their eyes. Dad is back. That's really good. Only Long Yao followed closely behind Long Linger, rushing forward. When Long Mo tried to catch him with open arms, he stopped suddenly, circled around Long Mo, then stretched out his neck to look behind Long Mo. It seemed like he was waiting for something. Yaoer, what's wrong? Long Mo looked at Long Yao's strange behavior, a hint of curiosity appearing on his usually stern face. In the past, whenever Long Yao saw him, he would jump into his arms just like Long Linger. He often complained that Long Yao, as a male cub, was too clingy. He didn't expect that today Long Yao suddenly stopped being so attached and seemed a bit uncomfortable. Long Linger tilted her little head and sweetly explained, Daddy, Xiao is looking for Mommy. Why didn't Mommy come back with Daddy? Long Linger blinked her jewel-like, moist eyes, full of doubt. Long Mo was surprised and slightly frowned. Since when did that female get along so well with the cubs? And Long Linger actually cares whether she comes back or not. Seeing Long Linger's expectant gaze, Long Mo answered softly, skipping the part about meeting Hu Jiao Jiao today. I didn't see her. She should be back soon. Longmo's deep eyes looked at the decorations in the yard. On one side, neatly stacked wood. On the other, some strange stones. The fence seemed to have been rebuilt, and the yard had expanded quite a bit. The ground was very clean. There was also an extra wooden house, one large and one small, arranged side by side. It gave a warm, cozy feeling. Looking at the cubs, they looked completely different from their previous dark, thin appearances, like they had been reborn. He hadn't been home for a long time. How had the house changed so much? Could it be that the female found a new partner? Thinking of this, Longmo's golden pupils contracted. A layer of gloom and darkness clouded his eyes. He knew that female was lazy to death. How could she have kept the house so tidy? She failed to catch Eagle Yuan, so she must have already hooked up with another male. When Long Mo answered, the cubs immediately looked disappointed. Learning that Hu Jiao Jiao hadn't come back, Long Yao turned around and flew onto Long Yu's head, closing his beast eyes and falling into a deep sleep. The three male cubs, uninterested, turned and went back to the house. Long Mo. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being ignored. Why was the cub's reaction different from what he expected? Dad, you should go find Mommy. We're hungry. Hurry and bring her back to cook, Long Linger said smartly, pushing on Long Mo's leg and heading out of the yard. She was small and thin, so she naturally couldn't push Long Mo. Does she still know how to do chores? Could it be that all of these at home were made by that female? Long Mo felt full of disbelief, but still obediently took a few steps back. Just as he was about to say that he could do it himself, Long Linger turned her head and ran away without looking back. She only left a sentence. Daddy, go quickly. We'll wait for you and Mother at home. It almost sounded like she was saying, if you can't find Mother, don't come back. Long Mo could only accept his fate and go look for Hu Jiao Jiao. When he learned there were wandering orcs nearby, the clan leader didn't dare delay and immediately sent a male to bring some fruit and head back to the tribe. Hu Jiao Jiao, as always, stayed at the end of the group. Hu Jiao Jiao, can I go with you? A gentle voice suddenly came from beside her. While she was playing with some dogtail grass, she picked up on the roadside. She looked up and saw Lu Mian, full of hope. Okay, Hu Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised and moved aside. Lu Mianer's face lit up with joy, and she jogged over to walk alongside Hu Jiao Jiao. The forest path was not easy to walk. The female's path was made step by the males. Walking alone was just right, but with two people it felt a bit crowded. Because Lu Mianer's foot was injured, she moved slowly. Every few steps, she had to run a little to keep up with Hu Jiao Jiao. After being scratched by a branch on her arm for the 19th time, Hu Jiao Jiao was full of frustration. What was wrong with Lu Mianer? There was so much space ahead, yet she insisted on squeezing with her, as if looking for trouble. Hu Jiao Jiao took a deep breath, ready to move ahead. Lu Mianer glanced at her, gathered her courage, and said, Hu Jiao Jiao, thank you for saving me today. After saying this, Lu Mianer let out a breath and hurried on. I used to misunderstand you. I spoke harshly to you. If you're angry, you can scold or hit me. As long as you feel better, I'll do anything you ask. She had been unloved by her father, ignored by her mother, and bullied by her younger brother. She thought only Ying Yuan and Hu Jing truly cared for her. But unexpectedly, Hu Jiao Jiao, whom she always disliked, risked her life to save her. Such a great kindness, she would never forget in her life.
Lu Mianer.
Hu Jiao Jiao turned her head, looking at her strangely. Are you out of your mind? She wasn't sick, so why hit or scold her? Could it be that she was confused after being beaten by wandering orcs? Thinking of this, Hu Jiao Jiao frowned, reached out to touch Lu Mianer's forehead, and leaned in to check her.
No fever, no wounds.
She muttered to herself. The shy deer girl nodded shyly, her cheeks slightly reddening. Her gentle voice was full of hope. I'm not hurt, Fox Jiao Jiao. Have you forgiven me? Fox Jiao Jiao glanced at the much slower group behind them and nodded vaguely. Yes, I forgive you. After saying that, She helped the deer girl and quickened her pace to catch up with the group. If they kept delaying, they would fall behind. Losing the group in the forest is not a good thing for females. The deer girl looked down at Fox Jiao Jiao holding her hand and felt even more touched. Fox Jiao Jiao was really kind, knowing she was hurt and helping her walk together. When the group of beast men returned to the tribe, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance, talking anxiously. Seeing Fox Jiao Jiao and the others, the crowd gasped in surprise. The tribe leader is back. Quickly let the tribe leader come. Leader, something bad has happened. What happened? The tribe leader frowned and stepped forward to ask. Seeing the tribe leader, the beast men parted to make way. In the middle lay Eagle Yuan, covered in blood. He looked pale from blood loss, his brow furrowed in pain, whether from the injury or the embarrassment of being wounded in front of others. It was hard to tell. Eagle Yuan's right arm bore a deep bite wound that showed the bone. His exposed upper body also had various scratches, but the lighter ones had stopped bleeding and were beginning to scab. Eagle Yuan. Seeing this, the deer girl's face turned pale. She ran over, worried and caring, and knelt beside Eagle Yuan. What happened? How did Eagle Yuan get so badly hurt? The tribe leader's face instantly changed. Long Mo was the strongest beast man in the tribe, and was about to lead a team to the seaside to exchange for sea salt, yet he was seriously injured at a critical moment. Leader, our hunting team went out today. It was supposed to be the last day. We wanted to catch more prey to exchange for sea salt, but on the way back, we encountered a wolf pack. The leader of the wolves was a mutated wolf beast, cunningly leading us astray, and we fell into their trap. The beast man hunting with Eagle Yuan explained sadly. Mutated wolf beast? The tribe leader's expression grew serious after hearing this. Fox Jiao Jiao also overheard their conversation and searched her memory for information about mutated wolf beasts. In the beast world, wild animals are usually not intelligent, but mutated beasts can develop wisdom. Once a beast gains intelligence, it becomes extremely hostile toward beastmen. Beasts, which are normally wild animals, end up as food for beastmen. The mutated beast will try to seek revenge on the orcs. I also saw in the book that some powerful mutated beasts can even destroy an entire orc tribe. Therefore, orcs are very afraid of mutated beasts. Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly thought of the pack of wolves in the wild grassland. At that time, the leader of the wolf pack's eyes were different from other wolves. But there shouldn't be wild animals near the tribe. Could it be that the orcs who left meat in the wild grassland already noticed these wolves lurking outside the tribe? Thinking of this, Hu Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a chill down her back. Quick, go find the veterinarian. The tribe leader's voice brought Hu Jiao Jiao back to her senses. I've already called the veterinarian. The orc replied, just as an old man with a white beard was carried over by a fierce tiger. The tiger placed the old man on the ground, transformed into a human form, and hurriedly pulled the old man forward. The veterinarian is coming. The veterinarian is coming. The old man with the white beard trembled as he followed behind, clutching a handful of unknown green plants, which had already wilted. I will.
Check.
The injury. The old man, panting heavily, reached towards Ing Yuan's wound, intending to see how deep it was, but accidentally poked into the wound.
Ah.
Ing Yuan's face instantly turned pale, and he took a sharp breath. His handsome face showed veins bulging and was covered in sweat. Sorry, I'm old. The old man with the white beard awkwardly retracted his hand. After taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he continued, Your wound is too deep. I don't know if I can treat it, but I'll try my best. Then he split the green plant in half and chewed it in his mouth.
Pa.
A few seconds later, the chewed green paste was spat into his palm, and he cupped his hands to knead the saliva-covered paste a few times. With a loud slap, he pressed it all onto Ing Yuan's wound. Ing Yuan's face twitched in pain again. Ing Yuan, are you okay? Lu Mianer worriedly supported his other arm and reached out to wipe his sweat. The veterinarian. How is Ing Yuan? Can this wound be healed? Usually, orcs can heal from injuries on their own. Only wounds that cannot heal themselves will require a veterinarian. But often, if a wound cannot heal, it means the orc's life is in danger. The old man with the white beard looked at Ing Yuan, then shook his head and sighed. Ah, Ing Yuan's wound is too deep. We can only wait and see. If in a few days his wound doesn't get worse, he might recover. Otherwise, this arm will be useless. The pure-faced deer sleep turned pale. How could this happen? The clan leader looked at the old man with the white beard and asked, Veterinarian, please think of another way to save Ing Yuan. Ing Yuan was the strongest orc in their tribe. Losing him meant losing a great fighter. The old man with the white beard shook his head, showing he was helpless. For a moment, the tribe's atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Hu Jiao watched everything happen, but she wasn't too worried. As the main character in the story, Ing Yuan would surely turn danger into safety. After all, he was the author's own son. Ing Yuan wouldn't be so weak as to commit suicide from shock, especially since in the story, he was the main force fighting the wolf pack and wandering orcs. With the hero's luck, he wouldn't get into serious trouble. Hu Jiao was more worried about Long Mo. She didn't know how his injuries were, whether he was still bleeding. If the wound got infected because it wasn't treated in time, Long Mo might suffer even more. He was hurt trying to save her, so if he suffered because of it, she would feel even worse. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao turned and headed home. Ing Yuan was loved by his biological mother, but their big villain was all alone. Suddenly, just a few steps away, Ho Xiaotiao, who was hiding among the orc crowd, saw her and jumped up excitedly, shouting, Hu Jiao, you're here too. Please help Ing Yuan. Hu Jiao froze for a moment, feeling the many eyes on her. She politely greeted Ho Xiaotiao with kindness. Then she turned and awkwardly smiled at him, saying, What are you talking about? Even the veterinarian can't do anything. I'm not a vet, so I can't help Ing Yuan. Ho Xiaotiao quickly pushed aside the orc next to him and ran over, lowering his head with a regretful look. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Can you please save Ing Yuan? The powder you gave me last time seemed to work well on wounds. He then pinched his thumb and index finger together. Just a little, even a tiny bit would help. Their tribe really needed strong orcs. Without Ing Yuan leading the team to the seaside, they might run out of sea salt next year. And then the females might get sick. Hearing Ho Xiaotiao's words, the clan leader's eyes flickered, and hope appeared on his wrinkled face. Hu Jiao, do you have a way to cure Ing Yuan? The favor of the beast god toward Hu Jiao made her think she might really be able to save Ing Yuan. Before Hu Jiao could answer, Ho Xiaotiao nodded wildly beside her. Hu Jiao, please help Eagle Yuan, the clan leader pleaded, lowering himself and looking earnestly at Hu Jiao. The story didn't mention Eagle Yuan being injured, so she began to doubt if this was an accident. What if he was like Lu Mian? Thinking of this, Hu Jiao reluctantly nodded. All right, I'll try, but I can't promise. Hearing this, both of them showed happy expressions. Monkey Xiaotiao pushed Hu Jiao toward Long Mo. The surrounding beastmen all held their breath and watched her closely. No one noticed that a pair of golden beast eyes, cold and sharp, were watching this scene from a distance. Under the old tree, Long Mo looked at Hu Jiao, who was pushed toward Eagle Yuan with a fierce gaze. A trace of disgust flickered in his golden eyes. Sure enough, that female was still trying to get close to Eagle Yuan. Long Mo's cold face was as icy as frost. Foxes are naturally cunning. Hu Jiao probably pretended to be kind to the cubs just to please Eagle Yuan, right? Thinking of his 5 cubs waiting for Hu Jiao to return home, Long Mo turned away indifferently. He returned home, ignoring Hu Jiao, and started hunting. To keep the food fresh longer, most of the prey he brought back this time was still alive, with a breath left in them. He first killed 2 prey that were completely dead, then tied the rest with vines and threw them beside the fire. He used his sharp claws to scratch the prey a few times, causing the animal skins to come off perfectly. The stinky, dirty guts were thrown into the river, flowing downstream. Once outside the tribe, wild animals would come to eat them. In a short while, Long Mo finished killing 2 prey. The plump, heavy meat was cut into neat chunks, and even the bones were broken smoothly. If Hu Jiao were here, she would definitely sigh. A beastman's claws are so useful, more precise and smooth than a knife. The 5 cubs heard the noise outside and thought Hu Jiao had come out. They happily ran out to see, only to find Long Mo alone again, and couldn't help but feel confused. "Father, why didn't you bring Mother back?" Long Ling looked around but didn't see Hu Jiao's figure. Her small, pink lips pouted, almost like she wanted to hang a water bottle on her. The other cubs didn't speak but stared at Long Mo intently, waiting for his answer. Long Mo paused his hunting, a cold glint flashing in his dark eyes. Thinking that his cubs would have to live with Hu Jiao in the future, he hesitated for a moment and answered in a deep voice, "I couldn't find her." Hearing this, the faces of the cubs slightly changed. Long Yao wagged his tail and flew to Dragon Mo, opening his mouth to bite at his animal hide skirt, anxiously pulling and tugging. He kept making soft sounds. Dragon Yu looked calmly at the sky and quickly analyzed. She would have returned by now. The gathering team won't be back so late. "Did you see the clan elder just now?" Dragon Zhong frowned, looking more impatient than Dragon Yu. She offended so many beastmen. Maybe she was left outside the tribe. He was annoyed because he really disliked that mean female, but he couldn't feel happy thinking she might die outside. Could something have happened to Mother? Long Linger suddenly looked worried. Dragon Xiao didn't speak, just kept listening carefully, paying attention to every detail. Hearing the anxious questions from the little ones, Dragon Mo's eyes darkened again. He felt upset inside. In the past, they never cared about Hu Jiao, but now they seemed distant from him and only cared about Hu Jiao. He, the big beast, had returned without even saying hello. It seemed he hadn't been back for a long time and had ignored these little ones. Thinking of this, Dragon Mo said in a deep voice, "You're all hungry, right? I'll roast some meat for you now." He remembered these little ones loved meat the most. Every time he brought some back, they would eagerly wait to eat. In his mind, he pictured their childhood faces, a gentle smile appearing on his cold face. He completely forgot that his long-forgotten memories were from many years ago. While Dragon Mo was imagining the excited and happy faces of the little ones, they all shook their heads at the same time, showing some disgust. Long Linger awkwardly smiled and sweetly said, "Dad, you should go find Mom now. We're not hungry and not in a rush to eat." She still remembered the taste of the meat her dad roasted. Oh no, actually it had no flavor except bitterness. Maybe better to eat it raw. She didn't want to eat her dad's roasted meat. She just wanted to eat the delicious food her mother made. Then she turned to the others, making a teasing face and gesturing, "Right? Big brother, second brother, third brother?" Dragon Yu understood immediately and nodded seriously. "Yes, we're not hungry. It's more important to find someone." "Really? You haven't eaten anything all day and you're not hungry?" Dragon Zhong said with a surprised look, pouting. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a threatening look from Long Linger. Suddenly, he changed his tone. "That's such a coincidence. I'm not hungry at all." Long Xiao responded softly and nodded. Only Long Yao tilted his head, looking at the 4 of them with a confused expression, his big round eyes full of doubt. Why is his stomach already growling with hunger, but his older brothers and sisters don't seem hungry? Could their stomachs be different? His small head was filled with big questions. Long Mo frowned. "Are you really not hungry?" It was impossible for the little ones not to be hungry. He saw through their poor lie immediately. Just as he was about to expose their lie, Long Mo suddenly thought maybe this was their way of understanding him, not wanting him to be too tired. He swallowed his words again. Feeling Long Mo's gaze, Long Yao was about to shake his head but was suddenly hugged by Long Linger, who pressed his head and nodded wildly. Seeing this, a warm feeling rose in Long Mo's heart. He saw that these little ones still cared about him. "Since you're not hungry, just tell me when you're hungry later," Long Mo said without exposing them. The other little ones, except Long Yao, all sighed in relief. Luckily, they didn't have to eat the tough roasted meat. In the tribe, Hu Jiao approached and examined Ing Yuan's wound, her brow furrowing.
Wow.
The injury was quite deep. Relying only on blood-stopping powder wouldn't be enough to treat it. After a moment of thought, Siruo turned and seriously told the tribe leader, "Leader, I need an empty room to taking you on inside for treatment. No other beastmen are allowed in." Okay. The tribe leader had no doubt about Huijiao Jiao's request. Right now, he would agree to anything, even if it meant sending some males to serve her. Ying Yuan was the most important fighter in the tribe. But unexpectedly, Ying Yuan, the injured one, turned cold and gritted his teeth, saying, "I won't go. I'd rather die than be saved by you." Even the veterinarian was helpless, so how could Huijiao Jiao possibly save him? "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Trying to be alone with me like this, dream on. I won't let you succeed." Ying Yuan's face darkened as he glared at Huijiao Jiao with his remaining strength. "Huijiao Jiao. Big brother, can your imagination be a little richer?" Huijiao Jiao felt a bit speechless and said impatiently, "If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't think I enjoy seeing your dead fish face. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." It's said that a real man can bend and stretch, but Ying Yuan is a typical example of someone who cares too much about face and suffers for it. If it weren't for the main character's special aura, he would have died hundreds of times in the story. Huijiao Jiao wanted to criticize the male character's personality while reading, and now that she had the chance, she was eager to speak her mind. After speaking, Huijiao Jiao turned to leave. "Eagle Yuan,
What are you talking about? Jiao Jiao isn't like that."
Lu Miano looked at Eagle Yuan angrily, then quickly stood up and grabbed Huijiao Jiao, apologizing sincerely. "Jiao Jiao, don't be angry. I apologize on behalf of Eagle Yuan." "The honor, why should I apologize to her?" Eagle Yuan frowned, looking displeased. Lu Miano bit her lip nervously, her face full of innocence and grievance. Eagle Yuan couldn't stand seeing Lu Miano upset, so he quickly changed his tone. "All right, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Huijiao Jiao, who was silently watching the scene, felt speechless. These two really are the main characters. They're hurt so badly, but still acting lovey-dovey. "I don't like forcing others," Huijiao Jiao said coldly, giving Eagle Yuan a side glance. "You." Eagle Yuan was about to get angry, but Lu Miano quickly grabbed his arm, pinched him, and signaled him urgently. Eagle Yuan could only grit his teeth and say reluctantly, "Not forcing, not at all." Huijiao Jiao turned to the clan leader and politely smiled. "Clan leader, could you please prepare an empty wooden house?" "Of course, no problem. I'll take Eagle Yuan to the wooden house right away." The clan leader nodded repeatedly and immediately ordered the beastmen to prepare. Eagle Yuan's injury was serious. Even if he could heal himself, the treatment by the healer would likely cause him a lot of pain. At the wooden house, the clan leader and many beastmen waited outside. They were very concerned about Eagle Yuan's injury, but not everyone hoped he would recover. After all, male beastmen compete with each other, and without Eagle Yuan, others would have a better chance to win the female's favor. Huijiao Jiao wasn't a doctor, but she had once hit her head and was ignored by her family. A kind passerby took her to the hospital and stitched her up with over 10 stitches, saving her life. Because of this experience, she remembered how to treat wounds. When the clan leader and others left, Huijiao Jiao pretended to come in from outside with a medical box. She took out hydrogen peroxide to rinse Eagle Yuan's wound, cleaning off plant sap and blood. Using iodine solution for disinfection, thoroughly cleaning the wound, then stitching it up and bandaging with medication. Throughout the process, Ying Yuan kept his eyes tightly closed, biting his teeth to prevent himself from fainting. Huijiao Jiao finished these steps, and Ying Yuan's sweat had soaked the dry grass beneath him. Thinking about Ying Yuan's harsh words to her, Huijiao Jiao deliberately did not give him anesthesia. Her technique was quite clumsy, and after a series of actions, Ying Yuan seemed to have lost half his life. He no longer had the strength to argue with Huijiao Jiao. Huijiao Jiao's hands moved slightly as she put the medical box into her space, then she clapped her hands happily.
"Done."
This was exactly the effect she wanted, to prevent Ying Yuan from causing trouble again once he recovered. Seeing Huijiao Jiao come out, the clan leader and Lu Miana hurried forward to ask, "Jiao Jiao, is there any hope?"
"How is Ying Yuan?"
Hu Jiao gave them a reassuring look. The wound has been treated. It just needs to scab and heal. Her space's medicine was very effective, and combined with the special physique of the beast and Ying Yuan's main character aura, there should be no problem. Really? That's great. Thank you, Jiao. You are our savior. Lu Mianer excitedly held Hu Jiao's hand, full of gratitude. Standing behind them, Ho Xiaotiao looked proud, as if he had saved Ying Yuan himself, and blurted out what was in his heart. I told you, Hu Jiao can definitely do it. She's a witch. Halfway through, Lu Mianer and the clan leader looked at him sharply. Ho Xiaotiao quickly covered his mouth, realizing he almost slipped up. Ho Xiaotiao, what did you just say Hu Jiao is? The clan leader's serious face carried a hint of curiosity. Ho Xiaotiao froze instantly, sweating all over, then suddenly had a bright idea and jumped up quickly. I bit my tongue. It hurts so much. Hu Jiao was preoccupied with Long Mo and didn't pay attention to their words. After saying goodbye to the clan leader, she hurriedly went home. Lu Mianer watched Hu Jiao's back, her face showing suspicion. She always felt that Ho Xiaotiao was trying to say something about Jiao. What could it be? At sunset, 5 little ones sat in a row in the yard, all resting their chins on their hands, watching the red sun gradually set on the horizon, hiding behind the mountain. The sky slowly darkened with a black veil. Long Xiao couldn't see, but he could feel the temperature around him gradually fading away. The only one still in beast form, Long Yao, used his tail as a hand, mimicking his older siblings' poses, acting quite convincingly. A pair of big round eyes stared fixedly at the red moon in the sky. Crunching sounds. It's like a big meat patty. Yao is very hungry and wants to eat. At this moment, a beautiful figure appears under the sunset. The 5 children open their eyes wide and sit up straight. Long Yu and Long Zhong quickly stand up. One goes to organize the firewood neatly, and the other to the water jar to fetch water with a bucket. Long Linger and Long Yao rush out excitedly at once. Long Xiaomi notices something and closes her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Mother, you finally came back. Linger thought something happened to you. Long Linger rushes over like the wind, hugs Hu Jiao's leg, and speaks in a small, sad voice. Wu Long Yao follows closely, snuggling into Hu Jiao's arms, making a few soft sounds. Seeing these cute and soft children, Hu Jiao's tiredness seems to disappear. How could Mother have an accident? I just came back a bit late today. Sorry for making you worry. I apologize. Hu Jiao squats down gently, hugs Long Linger softly, and ruffles her short hair.
Who's worried about you?
Don't be so self-centered. Long Zhong loudly puts down an empty stone bucket with a thud and snorts. Oh, so no one worries about me. That makes me really sad. I even brought some fruit back for certain children today. Hu Jiao pretends to be sad as she opens a leather bag. Inside are Yuzu and persimmons the clan leader gave her to thank her for saving Ying Yuan. She sighs and looks worried as she says, since no one cares about me, I guess I'll just reluctantly eat these fruits myself. Long Zhong glances at the juicy, full fruits, swallows hard, and awkwardly turns his head away. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Dad brought back meat. Who cares about your broken fruits? Third brother, you're lying again. We waited for Mother the whole afternoon. You didn't even want to eat the roasted meat Dad brought because of waiting for her. Long Linger pouts, exposing Long Zhong and all 5 children. Just then, Long Mo, who is coming out of the house, happens to hear this. So, do the children dislike their own cooking because they think it's bad? Long Mo feels a bit hurt. Seeing Hu Jiao return, Long Linger and Long Yao are acting spoiled in her arms. But when he comes back, Linger only greets him a few words, and he suddenly feels unbalanced. As a father who works hard hunting outside, does he feel he's not as important as the female who is at home teasing the children?
Dad.
Long Yu saw Long Mo standing at the door and quickly called out. Hu Jiao also paused and looked toward the entrance. At first glance, she was stunned. Feng's eyes fell on a tall, slender man with a cold face, emanating a chilling aura. His face, hidden in darkness, looked like a captivating death god, handsome yet dark and gloomy. His golden pupils shimmered with a faint light, deep and fierce, like a sharp ice blade. Although he was young and full of energy, Hu Jiao seemed to see disappointment and hatred for the world in his eyes. In that moment, her vision and soul were both struck hard. Hu Jiao knew Long Mo was a ruthless villain who did terrible things and was decisive in killing, but she didn't realize he was so handsome. Compared to Ying Yuan, he was in a different league. She couldn't understand why her original self would ignore such a handsome Long Mo and instead be a loyal follower of the arrogant Ying Yuan. "Mother, what's wrong?" Long Ling Er pulled Hu Jiao's hand, looking confused. Hu Jiao was pulled back from her thoughts by Long Ling Er's voice and quickly looked away. "It's nothing. You're probably hungry. Eat some fruit to fill your stomach first. Later, I'll make something delicious for you." She handed out some pomelos and persimmons to the children. Long Zhong was still upset and said, "I won't eat." Long Ling Er mischievously looked at Hu Jiao and Long Mo, then stepped forward and shoved a persimmon into Long Zhong's mouth. "Third brother, eat quickly. It's very tasty." While speaking, she pulled Long Zhong outside and kept signaling to Long Yu. "I just remembered I dropped something by the river. Come help me find it," Long Yu said knowingly, taking Long Yao and Long Xiu along with him. Suddenly, only Hu Jiao and Long Mo remained in the small courtyard. The one who saved us outside the tribe just now. Was that you?" "Thank you." Despite Long Mo's sharp gaze, Hu Jiao forced herself to ask bravely. She remembered the black dragon was bleeding then, and Long Mo must be enduring pain now. She didn't know where his wound had healed after transforming into a human form. Long Mo looked down at Hu Jiao from above, his golden beast-like eyes full of coldness and disgust. "Is there something you want to say? Just tell me, and I'll leave." His voice was cold and emotionless. I just want to say, don't go into the forest anymore. Stay in the tribe from now on," Hu Jiao said nervously, feeling overwhelmed by Long Mo's intimidating presence. Her scalp tingled, and her words became less confident. No wonder he was a major villain. His aura really made her feel suffocated. Long Mo's cold eyes narrowed, showing a dangerous expression. "Living in the tribe? What kind of trouble is this malicious female planning now? You don't speak, so I'll assume you agree. From now on, you and the cubs will live together. Don't go into the forest anymore." Seeing that Long Mo remained silent, Hu Jiao quickly made a decision, not giving him a chance to refuse. Since he already disliked her, if she didn't show strength now, she really wouldn't have a chance to clear her name. Before Long Mo could speak, Hu Jiao pulled him into the yard. "I saw you were hurt just now. Let me see where you're injured. I'll help you treat the wounds, or they might get worse." She began searching for his injuries on Long Mo's body. Seeing Hu Jiao's hands touching him so intimately, Long Mo's face instantly darkened. His cold, stern face seemed frozen, and his gaze fixed fiercely on Hu Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hu Jiao, even if you're feeling desperate, don't come to me." Their relationship was only based on support. Once the 5 cubs grew up, he would leave Hu Jiao. Before then, he wouldn't believe her lies or have any relationship with her. What desperation! Hu Jiao's face darkened. She just wanted to check her wounds. How did it turn into desperation? "Hu Jiao, stop pretending in front of me. Save your thoughts for trying to attract Ying Yuan. Don't show them to me. I find it disgusting." Long Mo grabbed Hu Jiao's hand that was on him, his eyes fierce and frightening. "You don't need to act pitiful in front of me. Even if you don't do this, I will still support you and the cubs." Hu Jiao took a deep breath. She endured and endured. She couldn't hold it anymore. She raised her other hand and angrily punched Long Mo in the chest. "Who needs you to support me and the cubs? We don't need your support." If she weren't afraid he would turn evil and come back to hurt her, why would she bother to please him? And he still said she was disgusting? Even if she was disgusting, she was still the mother of his cubs. That's an unchangeable fact. Long Mo's face darkened further. He took 2 steps back gloomily and harshly shook off Hu Jiao's hand. I don't need you to support me. Should I letting you on support us instead? His fierce, dark eyes flashed with anger, as if he was about to tear Hu Jiao apart at any moment. Hu Jiao felt like she had been poured with a bucket of cold water. Her earlier anger was instantly extinguished. She wished she could slap herself to death. Hu Jiao, what are you doing losing your temper with the big villain? Isn't this just asking to die faster? Seeing that Hu Jiao remained silent, Long Mo became even more certain of his suspicions. He sneered, "That's how it is. Hu Jiao, I tell you, don't even think about it. My little one can only be raised by me." Fine, whatever you say. Hu Jiao smiled politely and nodded half-heartedly. She had to remind herself constantly that Long Mo was the boss now, and she had to go along with him. Long Mo didn't expect Hu Jiao to agree so quickly, and a faint, unnatural flicker appeared in his deep, dark beast eyes. He turned to leave, but Hu Jiao suddenly sensed something was wrong. Long Mo, why do you look so pale? Hu Jiao reached out to grab Long Mo. She missed. Her hand was avoided by Long Mo. She could only step in front of Long Mo, blocking his way. When she looked closely, she saw that his beast's skin was wet and smelled of blood. Is your wound still bleeding? Hu Jiao frowned and quickly reached out to feel Long Mo's chest. Sure enough, her hand was covered in fresh blood. The beast's skin on Long Mo was black, and although the wound kept bleeding, it didn't seem to seep through, which is why she hadn't noticed earlier. Sit down, don't move. Let me check your wound. Hu Jiao stood on tiptoes seriously, pressing on Long Mo's shoulder, trying to make him sit. Maybe because Hu Jiao rarely looked so serious, Long Mo kept a stern face, didn't resist, and obediently sat down. He wanted to see what she was planning to do. Was she going to press salt into his wound? Or sprinkle sand into it? Hu Jiao untied Long Mo's upper beast skin, and a strong blood scent hit her nose. In front of her eyes were countless scars, like centipedes. There was a large, dull wound about the size of 2 palms on his chest, bleeding constantly. Hu Jiao couldn't help but gasp sharply. How serious is this? The wound didn't expose bone, but the area was large, and the flesh was torn, looking like rotten meat after being squeezed. Very gruesome. Such a big wound couldn't be stitched up. It could only heal on its own with scabbing, but this would be a long and painful process for Long Mo, Hu Jiao didn't dare delay. She quickly went inside pretending to get something, but secretly took disinfectant and medicine from her space, carefully cleaning Long Mo's wound. She was so focused that she didn't realize how close she was to Long Mo, her warm breath blowing on the wound. Long Mo clenched his teeth in silent endurance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face remained expressionless, cold and indifferent, as if he wasn't the one suffering. The cold, piercing gaze fixed on Hu Jiao's face. Her deep, animal-like eyes seemed a little hazy, but it was quickly replaced by a cold, sinister look. She was probably just pretending to look tough for you on. Hu Jiao didn't notice Long Mo's strange behavior. After applying medicine and wrapping her wound with a bandage, she saw the blood slowly stop and let out a sigh of relief. All right, for the next few days, don't get the wound wet or do any vigorous activity. Otherwise, it might open up again. You need to rest well so it heals faster. While tidying up her things, she carefully reminded Long Mo. After finishing, she suddenly remembered that Long Mo disliked her very much now and probably wouldn't listen. So she added, if your wound doesn't heal soon, you won't be able to hunt. Then you won't be able to take care of the cubs. Long Mo's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth as he replied, I know. Hu Jiao then showed a satisfied smile. She turned around and saw Long Mo about to put on a blood-stained animal hide. She quickly snatched it away. What are you doing? Long Mo looked at her unhappily. This animal hide is covered in blood. Of course it needs to be washed. How can you wear it directly? It's filthy, Hu Jiao said, pouting. She was a bit scared by Long Mo's fierce gaze, but still mustered her courage to argue. Long Mo's brows furrowed as he looked down at the strange thing on his body, feeling very odd. But recalling Hu Jiao's words, he pursed his lips. "I'll go wash it," he said, reaching out to take the animal hide. "Like I just said, your wound can't touch water. Go back and rest." "I'll do it," Hu Jiao said, quickly hiding the animal hide behind her and heading to the river to wash it. Outside the small yard, 5 cubs hiding under a tree saw Hu Jiao come out. They quickly hid, only peeking out cautiously after she had passed. "Mom seems a little upset. Did she argue with Dad?" Long Linger asked, looking confused with her small face resting on her hand. "It's Dad who's upset, right? She didn't even let him wear the animal hide." Long Zong snorted coldly, biting into a persimmon in his hand and retorting. "No way, Mom isn't like that." Long Linger pouted, showing a dissatisfied expression on her fair face. "Last time I was bitten by a poisonous snake, Mom saved me. I heard she even beat Dearly badly. She personally took revenge for me. She's doing fine now." Long Linger tried to defend Hu Jiao. "Enough," Long Yu interrupted their conversation calmly. "The important thing isn't who's angry, but whether she'll chase Dad away today." Hearing Long Yu's words, Long Linger immediately lost hope. But Mother won't be happy. She definitely won't let Dad stay. What should we do?" The little ones looked at each other. Although they hadn't fully accepted Hu Jiao, they hoped Long Mo could get along well with her. Maybe then she wouldn't become so scary again. At this moment, Long Xiu suddenly reminded them. Didn't Dad get hurt? Last time, Linger took care of him when he was injured. If she can take care of Dad, he won't have to leave. She's not that good. I don't believe she can take care of Dad, Long Zhong said with a sneer, lying down with his hands behind his head, sounding doubtful. Long Linga had a bright idea. Her small eyes sparkled with hope. Hu Jiao cleaned the animal skins and started cooking in the small yard. It was almost dark. Luckily, Long Mo had already dealt with 2 prey animals and the meat was neatly cut. To avoid suspicion from Long Mo, she cooked dinner using the meat he brought back, adding some vegetables and seasonings. It was all mixed together so no one could tell. Mother. Hu Jiao was slicing meat when she suddenly heard Long Linger's voice. She turned her head and saw small hands grabbing her skirt. Long Linger looked up with tearful eyes, looking pitifully at her. What's wrong, Lingu? Did someone bully you? Hu Jiao felt a chill in her heart. She quickly put down what she was holding, wiped her hands, squatted down, and hugged Long Linger. Long Linger shook her head. Mother, it's already dark. Can you please not make Dad leave? Hu Jiao was stunned. When did she say she wanted to make Long Mo leave? Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't dare. Seeing that Hu Jiao didn't answer immediately, Long Linger gently shook her arm and carefully continued. Mother, Dad brought back a lot of prey, and even got hurt while hunting. He must be in a lot of pain. Please, Mother, just let Dad stay for a few days. My brothers, and I really miss him. Long Linger didn't know how Long Mo got hurt. She thought it was from hunting. Listening to her soft, innocent voice, Hu Jiao's heart softened. She reached out and touched Long Linger's cheek gently. Mother won't make Dad leave. We will all live happily together. I promise. Thinking about Long Mo still being injured, her bad feelings disappeared. Long Mo was hurt trying to save her. It showed he still had feelings for her original self, at least not enough to give up completely. She needs to act quickly and be nicer to Long Mo so she has a chance to clear her name. Long Linger blinked her misty eyes and excitedly asked, Really? But soon, she pouted her lips, looking doubtful. But Mother was just arguing with Father. Cough cough. I didn't mean to be angry with him, Linger. You must have misunderstood, Hu Jiao said softly, glancing to the side. She admits she was a little harsh with Long Mo earlier. She is an ordinary person, with feelings of happiness, anger, and sadness. She gets upset when she hears unpleasant words, but now she realizes that Long Mo's words were caused by her original self, not her. So, she calms down. Is that so? But Mother doesn't want Father to work. In the tribe, only the males who are disliked don't get to work. Long Linger tilted her head, her small eyebrows furrowing as if she was thinking about something very complicated. Hua Jiao Jiao was momentarily speechless. So that's how it is? No wonder she didn't let Long Mo wash the animal pelts. His face looked so sour. Could he think she disliked him and therefore didn't let him work? Your father is tired from hunting. Mother just wants him to rest. When he doesn't come back, I do these things, she explained. Long Linger blinked, seeming to understand but not fully, and nodded. That makes sense. So, Mother doesn't dislike father? Good girl, Linger. Don't overthink. Go play now. I'll call you for dinner later. Hua Jiao Jiao gently patted her head and stood up to continue cooking. Satisfied with her promise, Long Linger happily ran off. Meanwhile, inside the hut, Long Yu pulled Long Mo to the door, and they overheard everything Hua Jiao Jiao said. Long Mo's sharp eyes flashed with surprise, then darkened. If she hadn't been worried about Ing Yuan and kicked him out, she could have just found a few mates like other females in the tribe, lived comfortably, and not had to work. Now that she had done some work, she thought she had achieved something great? All of this was her own doing. Long Yu stood beside him, shorter than him, looking like a little kid. He looked up at Long Mo's grim face, pressed his lips, and suddenly said, Ing Yuan has already become a partner with Lu Mianer. She hasn't looked for Ing Yuan in a long time. Yes, it has been a long time. Half a month of happiness felt like it lasted longer than a lifetime to him. During this time, Long Yu had thought that if her father had not left the tribe, and if the malicious female had not been deceived by Eagle Yuan, then perhaps she and her siblings would have multiple fathers like other young ones in the tribe. They would also have more brothers and sisters, and they would need to compete hard for their parents' attention. The second, third, and fifth children might even be directly cast out of the tribe. Those days wouldn't be much better than before. Hearing Long Yu's words, Long Mo's expression paused slightly. So, her actions were not meant to please Eagle Yuan? Dad, she finally changed for the better and completely gave up Eagle Yuan. If you're not at home, she might like other males, and then she could have more cubs to compete for our food. So, for us to grow up safely, I hope you won't leave. Long Yu's young face was serious and earnest, as if negotiating with Long Mo. The father and daughter faced each other, one big and one small, glaring at each other. Long Mo frowned, looking gloomy and displeased. How am I supposed to teach you? You need to earn your own food. No one can protect you forever. Long Yu, like a little adult, crossed his arms, standing firm as a mountain. Among the 5 cubs, he and Long Mo looked the most alike, almost like miniature versions of Long Mo. He shrugged and honestly replied, I was able to stay with Dad through my own ability, and that's my strength. Long Mo's face darkened. How is that different from females who only rely on their mates? How did he end up with a cub who only depends on others? It must be Fox Jiao Jiao's fault for teaching him badly. An hour later, Fox Jiao Jiao prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup: braised pig's trotters, red-cooked pork, red-cooked ribs, cold pigskin salad, and pig offal soup. Each dish was served in a huge portion. She also roasted 4 fragrant pig legs. The outer layer was crispy, and each bite was tender and oily, with delicious meat inside that left people craving more. Little ones, dinner is ready. Fox Jiao Jiao called out, and the 5 cubs suddenly appeared from some corner, sitting on their small stools with lightning speed, sitting upright and looking at the table full of delicious food in unison. There were 7 small stools in total, with only 2 remaining empty beside them. Long Mo looked at Long Yu, who had abandoned him, his face darkening. That little rabbit cub, willing to sell his father just for food. He walked out with a cold face, feeling very annoyed. Fox Jiao Jiao, that female, never did any work. What good food could she possibly make? However, once outside, his gaze swept over the table full of colorful, fragrant, and delicious food, and his expression instantly stiffened. Are these all made by Hu Jiao Jiao? No way. Dad, come quickly to eat the meat. Mother made it, and it's very delicious. If you don't come now, there won't be any left, Long Linger sweetly called out to Long Mo, waving her hand. Long Mo was pulled back from his thoughts by Long Linger's voice. He stiffened and walked over, but saw two empty stools side by side. He looked at Hu Jiao, who was still struggling to cut the pig leg, and his face turned cold. Yaoer, come sit here, Long Mo said directly, walking to the seat farthest from the empty spot and pulling Long Yao over. He changed seats but didn't sit down. He walked angrily behind Hu Jiao, grabbed her clothes, and pulled her behind him, easily taking the pig leg from her hand. I'll do it. Hu Jiao was stunned, looking at the tall, strong figure in front of her. Was he trying to help her? She wanted to say she didn't need help and could do it herself, but before she could speak, she remembered Long Linger's words and swallowed her words back. If she didn't let him help, he would be angry. Thinking for a moment, she reached out and poked Long Mo's arm, handing him the knife. Use this. Long Mo gave her a cold glance, his gaze falling on the knife, and said with a very annoyed tone, no need. Hu Jiao saw his right hand turn into a dragon claw and immediately understood something. She quickly added, just cut the 3 pig legs in half. No need to cut the remaining one. Long Mo didn't answer. In an instant, the 3 pig legs were neatly cut in half. Wow, Hu Jiao's eyes lit up with admiration. No wonder he's such a handsome villain. He makes even cutting pig legs look attractive. Suddenly, she felt that living with Long Mo might not be so hard after all. Who doesn't like to see a handsome guy? And he's a handsome guy who actively helps with chores. In modern times, such a good man would be hard to find. Hearing Hu Jiao's voice, Long Mo paused his movements, a dark streak flashing in his deep eyes. Have you looked enough? He said coldly, then picked up the large plate with the pig leg and placed it on the table. Hu Jiao snapped back to her senses, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly gathering her bowls and chopsticks to follow. She had actually developed a crush on the big villain. But then she thought, they are actually partners. What's wrong with looking? Hu Jiao arranged her bowls and chopsticks, sat down in the empty seat. You're all starving. Eat quickly, she said. The 5 little ones and herself each had half a pig leg, while Long Mo ate a whole pig leg by himself. Orcs all enjoy eating large amounts of meat. Hu Jiao deliberately didn't cut the pig's leg into small pieces. When she heard Hu Jiao speak, the 5 little ones immediately started eating, holding the pig's leg and happily gnawing on it. Hu Jiao cut the meat into smaller pieces and placed them in a bowl to eat. She had been busy all day and was very hungry. She ate carefully, not noticing the suspicious look Dragon Mo was giving her from across the table. Dragon Mo looked at the large piece of pig's leg in front of him with some disbelief. In the past, this female always took the food she ate. Today, she not only made him food but also gave him a whole leg? She and the little ones only had half a leg each. What exactly was this female planning? Was she poisoning his pig's leg? With suspicion, Dragon Mo took a bite, and his golden beast eyes flashed with amazement. The crispy, tender meat was full of aroma, instantly satisfying his taste buds. Could this female really make such delicious meat? Dragon Mo ate bite after bite, and before he knew it, the entire pig's leg was gone. Looking at the pig's leg bone in his hand, he showed no expression, suppressing the urge to chew the bone, and set it aside. After Hu Jiao finished the barbecue, she served food to the little ones. Suddenly, she noticed Dragon Mo sitting across from her with a gloomy face, staring at her motionlessly. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your taste? She asked confused. Dragon Mo's face was gloomy, and he looked at the chopsticks in Hu Jiao's hand, then at his own bowl and spoon, which were the same as the little ones. Why are mine different from yours? He asked in a low, resentful voice. He had been rejected by orcs since he was young, mostly spending time alone. To orcs, he was like a wild beast, unaware of the discussions or tools they used. Now, seeing Hu Jiao using the same utensils for him and the little ones, he felt humiliated. Does she think he's only worthy of the same things as the young ones? Hu Jiao was slightly stunned, but quickly understood. So, he didn't want to use a spoon. Do you want to use this? She asked tentatively, picking up the chopsticks. Yes, Dragon Mo nodded coldly. Hu Jiao hesitated, took a clean pair of chopsticks from her space, and uncertainly asked again, "Are you sure you want to use this?" Orcs probably don't use chopsticks. This big villain was acting like a child, throwing a tantrum and insisting on using what he preferred. Yes, Dragon Mo replied firmly with a cold face, grabbing the chopsticks. He just watched Hu Jiao use the chopsticks. Could it be that she, as a female, knows how to use them but he still can't learn? Hu Jiao had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Long Mo finally got the chopsticks he wanted, and he tried to imitate Hu Jiao by holding them with his left hand. He and Hu Jiao sat facing each other, with her right hand opposite his left hand. As soon as he grasped the chopsticks, his 5 fingers seemed uncontrollable, forming all sorts of strange shapes, unable to hold the chopsticks properly. Long Mo frowned, looking serious. After a while, he finally pinched the chopsticks and reached toward the plate to pick some food. Perhaps because of the chopsticks, or maybe because the food was too slippery, he tried over 10 times but couldn't pick up a piece of meat. Long Mo. All 5 kids couldn't bear to watch anymore. Long Zhong kindly used a spoon to help him scoop some food. "Dad, just use the spoon. If you keep trying like this, you'll go hungry and still won't get any meat." Long Mo's face darkened visibly. "Eat your food. Stop talking so much."
"성애야."
Hu Jiao quickly covered Long Zhong's mouth and awkwardly smiled at Long Mo. "The kids are just worried you'll go hungry. Maybe I can help by pouring some into your bowl?" "No need. I can do it myself." Long Mo refused with a dark face. His competitive spirit was fully aroused. Persistently holding the chopsticks, he kept trying but couldn't get them to obey. Finally, he clenched his fist and stabbed at the meat in the plate with the chopsticks. The chopsticks went into the meat. He flipped them around and finally took a bite of meat. Long Mo's expression softened a little. He was determined to keep trying and used his new method to eat the meat. Watching Long Mo, like a child just learning to use chopsticks, grabbing them and stabbing at the meat, Hu Jiao pursed her lips, trying hard not to laugh. It turned out that even a great villain could have such a cute side. This was just too funny. Uffed, Hu Jiao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Seeing the sharp gaze directed at her, she quickly covered her mouth and pretended to cough, explaining, "Cough, cough. I was drinking soup and accidentally choked." Long Mo's resentful eyes stared at her intently, unmoving. Hu Jiao had no choice but to continue explaining, "I didn't mean to laugh at you. Your method is very good and convenient. I think I should learn from you in the future." As she spoke, she also grabbed the chopsticks, picked a piece of meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. I feel like the meat tastes even better this way, really." Her mouth was full, and her eyes narrowed into slits, showing an awkward smile. Long Mo snorted coldly, his face darkening as he withdrew his gaze. This female is definitely mocking him. The 5 cubs all sense that the atmosphere is strange and quietly eat their meals, not wanting to provoke their scary father. After finishing their meal, the 5 cubs wash up and go back to their room. Hu Jiao tidies up the dishes, and Long Mo cleans the yard. When he tries to go upstairs to help, he is still refused. "I'll wash the dishes, you take care of the cubs. Rest early and heal your wounds quickly. That's what you should be doing." This time, Hu Jiao is clever and finds a reason. Long Mo has no choice but to go inside. The 5 cubs are lying on the bed, secretly listening outside. When they see Long Mo come in, they all show complicated expressions. "Dad, why are you in this room?" Long Linger asks with her mouth open in surprise. Shouldn't Dad be sleeping with Mom? Since Hu Jiao built the small wooden house, she has lived separately from the cubs. The male cubs are grown up now and should sleep on their own. So, all 5 cubs think Long Mo will go to the small wooden house to live with Hu Jiao. Hearing Long Linger's words, Long Mo frowns. Does that mean Hu Jiao and the cubs live together and the small wooden house outside is for him? Since that night, he and Hu Jiao haven't shared a room again. Long Mo clears his throat and calmly says, "It's nothing. I just came to check on you." Then he leaves and walks toward another wooden house. At this moment, Hu Jiao has already gone to the river, not noticing that Long Mo came out of the cub's house and went to her small wooden house. Hu Jiao is washing dishes and is so tired that her back aches and she can't keep her eyes open. She puts the dishes in the yard, rubs her sore waist, and washes herself with a basin of water. Then she goes inside, lies on the bed, and prepares to sleep. But just as she lies down, she accidentally presses against a hard body.
Ow!
A sound comes from beneath her, and Hu Jiao's drowsiness instantly wakes up. Who sneaked into my wooden house? Long Mo steps into the wooden house but immediately pulls back. Why is the floor so soft? It doesn't feel like hay or animal skins. Did Hu Jiao put something on the ground? He doubts and carefully steps inside again, making sure that it's only some kind of soft fur. Seeing no danger, he relaxes and lies down on the animal skins. The wooden house is warm and comfortable, not cold and damp like a cave. Outside, faint moonlight shines on the door. Long Mo lay on the soft ground, his golden beast-like eyes glowing faintly in the dark, fixed steadily on the ceiling. What is Hu Jiao really trying to do? Is she waiting for him to get used to life in the tribe, then pull him down from his high place, like last time, and force him out in a humiliating way? Long Mo's cold eyes darkened. He thought, Hu Jiao, I won't give you that chance. He closed his eyes, ready to sleep. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from outside the door. Long Mo quickly opened his eyes, alert and sensing the movement outside. Is it Hu Jiao? What is she doing here? Did she stay just to be here tonight? The footsteps grew closer and entered the room. Just as Long Mo was about to get up, he suddenly felt a pain from his wound. His brow furrowed before he could react, and a shadow pressed down on him. Then, he heard Hu Jiao's frightened voice. Long Mo covered his chest with one hand and his nose with the other, gritting his teeth as his voice sounded cold, like he had just come out of a cold cellar.
Ow! Hu Jiao.
What are you doing? He hadn't seen her in years. Had she become so desperate? Long Mo? Is that you? Hearing Long Mo's voice, Hu Jiao froze in surprise, then quickly stood up and groped for Long Mo's position. Are you okay? Did I bump into you just now? Let me see. Thinking about how painful Long Mo's voice sounded, she felt a bit guilty. Long Mo was still sick. If she had hurt him more, it wouldn't be good. Long Mo was holding back his pain when he suddenly felt a cool touch on his neck. A soft hand was fumbling around, and his face darkened instantly. Shut up. Don't move. His deep voice carried a hint of anger. Hu Jiao immediately stopped moving, withdrew her hand, and stood silently in the corner like a student punished by a teacher. If you're not feeling well, I can go outside and help check your wound. If you're okay, then. I'm fine. Very fine. Long Mo said through clenched teeth, his veins bulging. What does fine mean now? Is she trying to pretend they are getting along again in this way? Hu Jiao sighed in relief, not noticing Long Mo's faint hope. Good, if you're fine. Since that's the case, go sleep in Zai's room. This is where I live. She directly ordered him to leave. Long Mo. Go sleep in Zai's room? Didn't she bring him here on purpose? Seeing Long Mo silent, Hu Jiao rubbed her chin, hesitating as she asked, What's wrong? Did you bump into something and can't get up?
No.
Long Mo's face turned pale as he clutched his chest and stood up, walking straight out of the small cabin. Watching his figure disappear into the moonlight, Hu Jiao relaxed completely and lay down on the soft carpet. That scared me. Luckily, the big villain who almost turned evil looks quite easy to talk to. When I bumped into him, he didn't get angry at all, such a good temper. Hu Jiao patted her chest, feeling relieved, and mumbled to herself. However, the room for Zai was quite large. She had also carefully redone the bed, so it should be fine for Long Mo to sleep there. He hadn't seen Zai in a long time, so he must really want to live with Zai. Outside the door, Long Mo's face was dark as he went to Zai's room. He hesitated at the door for a while, then turned back to the yard and decided to sleep on the dry grass of the firewood pile for the night. Inside the cabin, the five Zai saw Hu Jiao and Long Mo didn't move for a long time. They thought they were sleeping together and went to sleep peacefully. No one knew that Long Mo actually slept outside in the yard all night. The next day, Hu Jiao got up and saw Long Mo chopping firewood in the yard. In the morning light, his strong arms swung the axe, splitting the wood in two. His handsome face was especially eye-catching. Long Mo, you're up early. Did you sleep well last night? She walked into the yard and awkwardly raised her hand to greet him. Having lived for over 20 years, it was the first time she woke up and saw a man, especially such an attractive man. Thinking about last night's awkward moments made her even more embarrassed. Long Mo coldly glanced at her. With a strong pull, a broken piece of wood snapped and brushed past Hu Jiao's face. Hu Jiao stiffened her neck, forced a shy smile, and muttered, "Looks like I didn't sleep well. You're already so irritable early in the morning." She didn't speak to Long Mo anymore and started preparing breakfast. She cooked a pot of mung bean and lotus seed soup, mixed a cold bitter melon salad, and prepared 3 large duck eggs for each person, good for clearing heat, detoxifying, and promoting urination. The five Zai sat at the table, watching Hu Jiao carefully prepare breakfast. Their faces looked strange. "Mom, why is the soup green today?" "I've never seen a beast with green flesh," Long Lingo asked curiously. "This isn't meat soup. It's made from beans I found in the forest. It's good for your health. Hurry and eat." Hu Jiao smiled and casually lied, serving each Zai some mung bean soup. Hearing that it was good for their health, the Zai didn't say anything and focused on eating seriously. They wanted to grow up quickly and become strong, so they wouldn't be called little useless ones by others. If the malicious female is bullied again, they can barely manage to save her. Longzhong ate the fastest, finishing his bowl in just a few bites. He used a spoon to pick out a piece of bitter melon and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, his face darkened completely.
Ugh.
"What is this? So bitter." Longzhong spat out the bitter melon, his face scrunching up like a bun, with his tongue half out, and the taste of bitter melon filling his mouth. "Zhong'er, don't waste food." Seeing Longzhong's actions, Longmo immediately frowned and scolded. "But it's so bitter." Longzhong shrank his neck and reluctantly argued. Longmo, with a serious face, said coldly, "You're a male. If you can't handle even a little bitterness, are you still a real male?" "It's my fault I didn't explain it clearly to the cub," she said. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the table, as if they were discussing life and death, Hu Jiao quickly spoke to mediate. She picked up the pot with the bitter melon and placed it in front of Longmo. "This is bitter.
I call it bitter melon.
If you don't want to eat it, you don't have to." After saying that, she smiled and looked at Longmo. "This is specially prepared for your dad, to vent his anger." Finally, she added, "Don't waste food." Longmo's stern face furrowed his brows as he looked at Hu Jiao's smiling face. He replied coldly, "How could I waste food? Only females and cubs are capricious enough to waste food."